Every day, I cruelly extract large amounts of animal blood, then use their blood to paint on paper, and finally infuse my own spiritual power into it. Only then do I dare to exchange this stack of paper for spirit stones in the market. But just as I stepped out of the shop with the spirit stones in hand, Manager Ding suddenly said, "Fellow Daoist-chin, I don't mean to be harsh, but at 60 years old and still at the 3rd level of chi refining, it's time to let go. 12 spirit stones, it's not like you can't afford them." I sighed helplessly and said, "Alright, Manager Ding, no need to say more. I'll agree to your terms." Now in my 60s, my cultivation remains stuck at the 3rd level of chi refining, my spiritual root aptitude too poor to advance further. Fortunately, through diligent practice, I've mastered crafting, concealment talismans, and invisibility talismans, relying on this skill to barely scrape by in the Qinglong Bay market. Seeing my agreement, Manager Ding led me into the shop's resting room and brought out a portfolio containing portraits of over 100 eligible young women from the Ding family. Think about it, marry a Ding girl, and you won't have to pay the annual 6 spirit stone labor tax anymore. Plus, you'll get a sweet, obedient little beauty to warm your bed. What a bargain! I remained silent as I flipped through the portfolio page by page, quickly settling on a particularly radiant young woman. "Good taste," Manager Ding said, giving me a thumbs up. "Her name is Ding Yuyao. Her great-grandfather was once a cultivator. Though she lacks spiritual roots, she comes from an official-less family, well-educated and refined. Could we meet?" "Of course, fellow Daoist-chin, please wait a moment." Manager Ding hurried away, and half an hour later, he brought Ding Yuyao before me. I looked her up and down. Her figure and appearance were even better than in the portrait. "If I were to take you as my wife, would you be willing?" Her delicate cheeks flushed crimson as she replied in a soft voice, "This humble one is willing." I nodded. "I will send the betrothal gifts." I gave Ding Yuyao ample face by presenting betrothal gifts worth 6 spirit stones. 10 days later, I held the wedding banquet at my own residence, with only a few neighbors as guests. Manager Ding, representing the Ding family, gifted spirit paper worth 1 spirit stone. Late at night, we entwined like mandarin ducks, the embroidered quilt rippling like red waves, as I spent the night with her. In the early hours, after a tender moment, the exhausted Ding Yuyao drifted into sleep, but I felt no drowsiness at all, for before my eyes appeared a mysterious jade talisman, both real and illusory, its aura flowing with profound and wondrous charm. Gradually, several lines of ancient golden script shimmered faintly on the talisman: spiritual root, earth 5100, waterblade technique, proficient 18200. My heart surged with wild joy. After waiting a full 60 years, I had finally obtained my golden finger. But what exactly was the use of this mysterious jade talisman? As I gazed at the golden script on the talisman, my eyes lingered on the plunderable talent section. Without overthinking it, my focus now was on how to make the best use of this talisman to continue my cultivation. The next morning, the market bustled with activity as vendors hawked their wares. "Brother Shin, newlywed and already out so early? I always said you were a man of good fortune. Today's your lucky day. I've got an profound water turtle, and I'll sell it to you cheap." Familiar neighbors teased me, and one of them peddled the low-grade demon beast, the profound water turtle, he had acquired. For some reason, I glanced at the mystic water turtle and felt a slight stir in my heart. This turtle was a juvenile. I stopped in my tracks and, after some haggling, spent 2 spirit stones to buy it. After purchasing the mystic water turtle, I went to the market's butcher shop and spent 1 spirit pearl to buy a pound of low-grade demon beast bison meat. Strapped for cash, I didn't even buy spirit rice and hurried home. By then, Ding Yuyao had already gotten up and was limping around the kitchen, enduring the pain. 2 tails of spirit rice, 3 tails of refined rice, and half a tail of bison meat. Cook them together into porridge, I instructed before entering the training room. I placed the beast bag containing the mystic water turtle on the table and opened it. The juvenile mystic water turtle poked out its tiny head, emitting faint demonic energy. I focused my mind, and the mysterious jade talisman appeared before my eyes. With a slight stir of my spiritual sense, I channeled spiritual energy into the talisman. A golden light enveloped the juvenile turtle's body. The next moment, its head drooped, the vibrant color rapidly fading until it turned withered and dark brown, its demonic energy dissipating entirely. On the mysterious jade talisman, golden light shimmered, and the ancient golden characters underwent a transformation.
Plunderable talents: water control, breath control, life extension. Talents: none. Taoist essence, yet useful. Shen Xian's eyes flashed with a gleam of excitement. He never expected that the common first-tier lower-grade spiritual beast, the Xian Shui turtle, could provide 3 talents for him to plunder. Water control was suitable for combat, and longevity was ideal for cultivation. However, what he needed most right now was spirit stones. Shen Xian pondered repeatedly in his mind before finally choosing breath control. Talent: breath control Samyapa. At the same moment, Shen Xian felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, gaining new insights into the art of concealing one's aura. Is this the hiding breath talent of the mystic water turtle? Unfortunately, it's just a juvenile form, so the talent resources it provides are too limited. Shenxian examined his current state. Soon, he made a discovery. Breath concealing symbol, mastery yes say ba. Breath control symbol skill has advanced. For a moment, warm tears welled up in Shenxian's eyes. It wasn't easy. After 40 years of symbol crafting, he had finally advanced the breath control symbol to the mastery stage. This is merely a juvenile stage Xian water turtle. If it were an adult stage Xian water turtle, then... Coming to his senses, Shenxian couldn't help but smile. I've finally figured out the correct way to use the golden finger technique. Don't let your guard down. The cultivation world is full of dangers and uncertainties. The slightest mistake could lead to death and the destruction of your cultivation. An adult stage Xian Shui turtle would be a large target, extremely valuable, and likely to attract suspicion. Moreover, at 20 spirit stones each, he couldn't afford them now. A juvenile stage Xian Shui turtle is better. It was smaller, cheaper, and others wouldn't pay much attention to it. He had survived to the age of 60 by adhering to the principle of safety first, staying within the Qinglong Bay market district, and never venturing out on dangerous missions. Even the corvée labor for the Ding family was paid with spirit stones. Upon exiting the training room, breakfast was already prepared, emanating an aroma that penetrated the soul. This was a spiritual rice porridge made with barbarian beef. As Shenxian drank it, a warm current swiftly spread throughout his limbs and bones. His qi and blood surged, and the mental energy he had depleted the previous night was swiftly restored. As an ordinary mortal, Ding Yuyao stuck out her delicate little tongue and licked her lips. Have some too. Ah. Can I eat too? You can have a little. Shenxian picked up the bowl and served her a small portion. Ding Yuyao was not a cultivator and could not absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit rice and demon beast meat. Eating a little bit is still acceptable. It can replenish one's qi and blood and prolong one's lifespan. Ding Yuyao scooped a small spoonful with a spoon, blew on it for a moment, and gently poured it into her small mouth. A strange sensation she had never experienced before washed over her, warming her entire body, and making her feel light as a feather. Her tongue touched a small piece of barbarian beef, and with a gentle bite, it melted into sweet meat juice, exploding in her mouth. Looking up at her husband Shenxian, Ding Yuyao's eyes were filled with gratitude. Though she was born into the Ding family, she was an ordinary woman, and this was the first time she had ever tasted such delicious spiritual rice beef porridge. Chapter 3, Premium Talismans. Please continue reading. After finishing breakfast, Shenxian hurried into a small room in the inner courtyard. This was his talisman making room. For over 40 years, his livelihood and spiritual cultivation had been sustained entirely by the income from making talismans. He sat in meditation, regulating his breath and calming his mind, adjusting his mental and physical state to their optimal condition. Then, holding the talisman brush, he sat upright, held his breath, and began the creation of the breath-gathering talisman. The pure spiritual energy of the divine treasure of the vast sea technique flowed into the tip of the talisman brush, which was dipped in a mixture of vermilion and the blood of a mystical turtle. He then gently traced the symbols of the breath-gathering talisman onto the talisman paper. The brush moves like a dragon and a snake, flowing like clouds and water, completed in one seamless stroke. A breath-gathering symbol is successfully created. Shenxian fell into deep thought. This time, the talisman-making process went much smoother than before. As a lower-tier talisman master, he specializes in creating breath-concealing talismans and invisibility talismans, with a success rate exceeding 30%. At his current cultivation level of the third layer of Qi cultivation, each talisman required immense mental focus and spiritual energy. With this success rate, it was already quite impressive. He could only produce a dozen symbols in a day. Next, Shenxian continued to craft breath-hiding charms. Time passed slowly. An hour later, a thin layer of sweat began to form on Shenxian's forehead. His mental energy and spiritual power were nearly depleted, leaving him unable to continue. Glancing at the results on the talisman table, Shenxian took a deep breath, his face brimming with joy. Indeed, this was the skill of a master talisman maker. 12 talisman papers, 5 of which had been successfully inscribed, one more than before. What made him proud was that one of them had clear symbol patterns and strong brushwork, with a quality that should be close to premium grade. The price of a premium-grade talisman was twice that of an ordinary one. If I can improve the success rate and create premium talismans, the speed at which I earn spirit stones will significantly increase, allowing me to continue purchasing demon beasts, plundering talents, and forming a positive feedback loop. Shenxian pondered silently, his eyes shining brightly with anticipation and hope for the future. Before he knew it, over 10 days had passed. During this time, Shenxian and Ding Yuyao were deeply in love, guiding her to perform various unimaginable poses. At first, Ding Yuyao was somewhat resistant. Later, she became more comfortable and even took the lead. This left Shenxian craving more, finally experiencing the benefits of having a loving wife at home. Whether day or night, whenever he felt like it, they could engage in a healthy and enjoyable activity together. In the monotonous life of cultivation, there was now a bit more joy. On this day, on the mysterious jade talisman, breath control symbol, mastery samsup yi sei ba. Crafting 12 breath control charms each day only increased his proficiency by 1 point. The success rate remains stable at over 6%. After more than 10 days, 60 breath control charms were crafted. Among them, 10 reached the premium quality level. This made Shenxian very pleased. A 3% success rate barely keeps him breaking even, with only a small profit. Now, with a 3% success rate, and the ability to produce premium quality talismans, it meant he could earn more spirit stones. Among the 4 treasures of a cultivator spiritual stones, companions, dharma, and the cultivation environment spiritual stones always rank first. Yao Yao, pack your things. We'll head to the marketplace together shortly. After staying home for 10 days, Shenxian had no choice but to go out. The materials for the breath-concealing charms were almost depleted. He needed to sell the breath-concealing charms to obtain spirit stones. The spiritual rice and barbarian beef at home were also nearly depleted. Over the past 10 days, the two of them had engaged in some physical activities, which had increased their appetite. Despite his daily cultivation, he was still a 60-year-old man, and his body couldn't keep up, so he had to increase his food intake to replenish his nutrients. Husband, may I go too? Let's go together to check out the Ding family's shop. Alright. Ding Yuyao's face lit up with joy. Shenxian took her out voluntarily, and they went to the Ding family shop. This made her feel that her husband valued her. She was, after all, his legally wedded wife, chosen through a proper matchmaker. Husband, wait for me, she said. Ding Yuyao entered the bedroom to apply makeup and try on her eyebrows. Not only that, but she also tried on several dresses, asking Shenxian to judge which one looked best. My wife is so beautiful, whatever she wears looks good on her. Shenxian replied half-heartedly. In his heart, a woman without clothes was the most beautiful. After lingering for a moment, Ding Yuyao emerged like a cheerful little bird, linking her arm through Shenxian's as they stepped out. Walking once again along the main street of the marketplace, Shenxian's demeanor was completely different. His posture was straight, and he looked energetic, no longer like the lifeless shell he had been before. Hey, Shendaoyu is out with his little wife. Perfect match, made in heaven. Shendaoyu, come and take a look. This black-shelled turtle is excellent. It'll keep you strong in your old age and ensure nights of revelry. The street vendors and neighbors all burst into laughter. Save it for me, Shenxian shouted confidently. Beside him, Ding Yuyao kept her head down, too shy to look up. As Shenxian walked on, he saw a man and a woman approaching him. Jiao Daoyu. Jiang Daoyu. Shenxian hurriedly stepped aside, bowing in greeting. The two cultivators were a married couple. The male cultivator, Zhao Chunseng, was at the late stage of qi cultivation, while the female cultivator, Jiang Sueki, was at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Both were highly skilled and often went out together to hunt demon beasts. Zhao Chunseng nodded and led his partner away. In their eyes, Shenxian was merely a low-tier talisman master with whom they had no prior connection. The fact that he had acknowledged them with a nod was purely out of consideration for their neighborhood ties. Shenxian didn't mind. A late qi cultivation demon hunter held a respectable position in the Qinglong Bay marketplace. Shenxian brought Ding Yuyao to the Ding family shop. Master Shen has arrived. Ding the shopkeeper gave him face and greeted him personally. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Let us get down to business first. Shenxian took out the breath-concealing charms he had made. Ding the shopkeeper glanced at it and smiled. 50 breath-concealing charms. Do you want to exchange them for spirit stones, or charm paper and cinnabar? The two had known each other for 40 years, and were well acquainted. The talismans Shen Xian had crafted were all sold to Ding the shopkeeper. The shop's purchase price was slightly lower than the market rate. Shen Xian usually exchanged a small amount of spirit stones, using most of them to purchase talisman-making materials. Ding the shopkeeper would occasionally offer a discount. This way, while it was slightly cheaper, it saved him a lot of time compared to setting up a stall and avoided any trouble. Exchange all of it for breath-suppressing talismans, talisman paper, and cinnabar. Alright, got it. Get the top quality ones. No problem. Originally, we could exchange 4 100 subsets of talisman-making materials, but now we only have 120 subsets. Premium-grade talisman paper and cinnabar are 3% more expensive than standard-grade ones. 10 bundles of talisman paper and 1 bottle of premium cinnabar. Please take them, Shen Daoyu. Shen Xian placed the talisman-making materials into his storage bag, and then took out 10 premium-quality breath-suppressing talismans. What is this? Ding the shopkeeper's eyes flickered with disbelief. Test them. Shen Xian was a regular customer, and Ding the shopkeeper had an eagle eye. They never tested talismans when trading. However, this time was an exception. The shop had a specialized instrument for testing the quality of talismans, a mirror-like artifact. Simply place the talisman under the mirror, and it would flash the corresponding score. Ordinary talismans score 60 points, while premium talismans must reach 90 points. 10 premium talismans were tested in just over 10 breaths. Every single one scored above 90 points. When he looked at Shen Xian again, Ding the shopkeeper couldn't hide his joy. Master Shen, you're truly skilled. Rest assured, I won't haggle over the price. Premium talismans will be priced double. Premium breath-concealing talismans have always been in high demand, and are essential talismans for demon hunters. Exchange for spirit stones. Alright. 4 crystal-clear spirit stones were placed into the storage pouch. Chapters say, safety first. Please keep reading. After the transaction, Amateur Ding, the shopkeeper, warmly invited Shen Xian and his wife to the rest area for a short stay, personally brewing spiritual tea for them. Yao, I wasn't wrong, was I? Shen Fu is truly a fine son-in-law. Look, he can already craft premium talismans. The best days are yet to come. Thank you, Grandfather Qingtao. After finishing the spiritual tea, Shen Xian spent a spiritual stone to purchase an unranked jade hairpin artifact. The water phoenix hairpin could gather faint water spiritual energy to enhance cultivation. When attacked at close range, it automatically activates a water shield with a weak protective effect. For this, Shen Xian also asked Ding the shopkeeper to gift him a superior internal cultivation manual. The Jade Maiden's True Classic, a female internal cultivation technique passed down in the secular Taoist sects, emphasizes gentle and tranquil movements, cultivating both the body and mind, harmonizing qi and blood, and offering unique benefits for women's health and longevity. Ding Yuyao was merely an ordinary woman, yet Shen Xian was willing to spend spirit stones to purchase a magical artifact and an internal cultivation manual for her. Ding Zhonggui observed this and nodded approvingly in silence. This matchmaker had made the right choice. Talisman master capable of crafting premium talismans has a promising future. However, her age is a bit advanced. She is already 60 years old. Otherwise, even within a cultivation family at the foundation establishment stage, he would be a priority for cultivation. Shen Xian didn't think much of it. After exchanging some polite banter, he left the Ding family shop with his young wife. His storage pouch contained only 5 spirit stones. He went to the rice shop and the meat shop, spending 2 spirit stones to buy 20 pounds of spirit rice, 60 pounds of refined rice, and 10 pounds of barbarian beef. On the way back, the vendor had indeed saved the Xian Shui turtle for him. This Xian Shui turtle was also a juvenile, but it was slightly larger. Shen Xian haggled with the vendor, and eventually paid 2 spirit stones and 5 spirit pearls to acquire it. The savings in his storage bag were depleted, leaving only 5 spirit pearls. Shen Xian was confident nonetheless. That evening, Ding Yuyao prepared a sumptuous dinner. My husband has worked hard. Eat more to replenish your strength, Ding Yuyao said with a playful smile. Over the past 10 days, under Shen Xian's guidance, she had finally experienced the joys of physical intimacy. With multiple sessions each day, she felt particularly vibrant after being nourished. She worried that her husband's body might not be able to handle it, which could affect his cultivation. After all, her husband was a 60-year-old man. Alright. You should also eat some spiritual rice and beef. I'll teach you how to cultivate your internal energy. After dinner, Shen Xian took out the Jade Maiden's True Classic. Yao Yao, this is a female cultivation technique that can nourish the body and strengthen the mind. If you break through the Xintian stage, it can also extend your lifespan. Ding Yuyao took the Jade Maiden's True Classic, feeling a bit sad. She had no spiritual roots and could not cultivate. As an ordinary mortal living in the marketplace, she was nourished by spiritual energy, which slowed her aging compared to those in the secular world. After 40, her appearance would begin to wither, and by then, her husband might no longer cherish her as he did now. Fortunately, her husband had mediocre talent, and had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Perhaps the two of them could still grow old together, supporting each other through the years. After finishing her meal, Shen Xian went to the training room. This time, he moved with ease and successfully seized the Xian Shui turtle's innate talent. On the mysterious jade talisman, the ancient golden characters shone once more. Talent, breath control Bat Yet Ba. Taoist essence, Sam. Breath control symbol, mastery Sei Sup Yi Sei Ba. The breath control talent was stolen for points, Dao resonance increased by Yi points, and the proficiency of the breath control symbol increased by Sup points. Shen Xian was overjoyed. This was much faster than practicing alone. If the plunder talent reached Yetba, what kind of gains would there be? Shen Xian was filled with motivation. He adjusted his schedule. Cultivation, symbol creation, sleep, meals, and finally, dual training. There was no other way. His young wife, Ding Yuyao, clearly couldn't handle his high-intensity routine. Red powder and skulls, white bones and flesh form is emptiness, emptiness is form. One must not indulge in sensual pleasures. Cultivating the mind and nurturing the spirit is the true path to longevity. Shen Xian silently admonished himself. Over the next 10 days, all Yetba Yi subsets of breath-suppressing charms materials were completely used up. As his skill improved, he began using superior materials, resulting in a steadily increasing success rate and an ever-rising rate of high-quality talismans. 50% success rate and 20% premium quality rate. With a cost of 10 spirit stones, he produced 60 talismans, 15 of which were premium quality. Shen Xian made a rough calculation. Excluding the cost of the brushes, he could earn 5 spirit stones in just 10 days. 15 spirit stones a month, and 180 spirit stones a year. Shen Xian was startled. This income was beyond his wildest dreams. However, Shen Xian quickly snapped back to reality. He mustn't let his guard down. Safety first. This was just the gross income. To continue his cultivation, he needed a steady stream of resources. That young Xian Shui turtle is no small expense. Shen Xian repeatedly reminded himself that survival is the ultimate goal. Since he first channeled qi into his body, it has been over 40 years. At over 60 years old, he doesn't even possess a single magical artifact. He has been holed up in the Qinglongbei marketplace, never venturing out, and has never engaged in combat with other cultivators. He even used spirit stones to pay his taxes, let alone venture into secret realms or hunt demons in the wild. In terms of combat, no one could be worse than me, Shen Xian thought to himself. He sold the talismans he had made to Ding's shop in exchange for talisman materials and spirit stones. He then purchased a young Xian Shui turtle from a street vendor and seized its Lian Subyet talent. After deducting food and lodging expenses, he could save 7 or 8 spirit stones each month for emergencies. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap. Before long, half a year had passed. Every 10 days, Shen Xian sold his talismans, purchased a young Xian Shui turtle, and stole its Lian Subyet innate ability. On this day, within the mysterious jade talisman. Talent, Qi gathering Gao Subbat Yet Ba. Dao resonance, Sam Sublok. Breath concealing talisman, mastery Sam Bak Gao Sublok Sei Ba. The proficiency in crafting the breath-hiding talisman continues to rise, with the success rate and premium quality rate steadily improving. Currently, with 120 high-quality materials, 70 breath concealment symbols can be successfully crafted, with 20 of them being premium quality. Shenxian proceeds with caution. Each batch sold consists of 60 breath control charms, with 10 being premium quality. The remaining ones are stored away. He earns 18 spirit stones each month. Originally, he could have purchased more juvenile Xian Shui turtles. To avoid arousing suspicion, he sticks to a schedule of purchasing every 10 days. Even so, the neighbors in the area gave him a nice nickname. Turtle Symbolist. At this, Shenxian smiled faintly, unconcerned. This day was a special one. Shenxian became unusually excited. For this reason, he specially dragged his young wife out into broad daylight for an intense friendly match. After a good night's sleep, he woke up, took a bath, changed his clothes, and burned incense to purify his hands. He sensed that this time, the talent theft held great significance. His spiritual root qualities were limiting his cultivation potential. It wasn't just his cultivation realm, but also his talisman making skills. Now, half a year had passed, and his skill level was very close to that of a mid-tier talisman master. All of this was the effect of the mysterious jade talisman. He had also saved up 60 spirit stones. Additionally, he has 60 premium quality breath concealing charms, which, in the past, would have been unimaginable in terms of earning speed. In the cultivation arts alchemy, array formations, and talisman crafting, mastering any one of these disciplines can allow one to quickly accumulate spirit stones. Unfortunately, my cultivation realm still won't improve. Over the past 6 months, Shenxian has Ginxi practiced the divine treasure of the vast sea technique for 2 hours every day, yet he still hasn't sensed any breakthrough opportunities. The mysterious jade talisman displayed it clearly. Technique, divine treasure of the sea technique, Yi Ba. Realm, Qi cultivation stage Sam, Yet Ba. Chapter Enhancing the spiritual root. Please continue reading. The primary cultivation technique he practiced, divine treasure of the vast sea technique, was not a common technique but a rare and superior cultivation method of the sect. Cultivation method of the water attribute. Divine treasure refers to the 5 major organs of the human body: the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. By transforming the spiritual energy within the body into the vast sea, with the dantian as the source, the 5 elements cycle through the body, beginning with kidney water, culminating in lung metal, and then returning to kidney water, where it is refined into pure spiritual energy and absorbed back into the dantian. At advanced stages of cultivation, the 5 organs sustain endless vitality, spiritual energy flows ceaselessly, and the energy cycles like the ocean, with the dantian as vast as an abyssal sea. It is said that cultivators who master the divine vault of the vast sea technique possess spiritual energy far surpassing their peers, surging like the boundless ocean, enabling them to overwhelm opponents of higher ranks. This was the gift Master Yen bestowed upon him before his departure. An advanced cultivation technique rarely passed down outside the Qingyun sect. Though it only contains the Qi cultivation chapter, it is sufficient for his cultivation. However, due to his limited spiritual root potential, he could only reach the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation as his cultivation limit. Today, Shenxian sensed something unusual. In the cultivation room, a mysterious jade talisman emitted a golden light, enveloping the young form of the Xian Shui turtle. After the golden light faded, Shenxian's body trembled slightly. Countless golden characters formed into streams of martial arts insights, surging into his mind. In an instant, Shenxian felt as though he had returned to the primordial chaos of the universe's creation. He transformed into an enormous, nameless turtle, suppressing his aura as he floated in the vast ocean, rising and falling with the waves. He could sense the rhythm of every drop of seawater, remaining motionless and silent as a mountain. It seemed as though with the slightest movement of his divine consciousness, he could merge into the vast ocean, leaving no trace or form. It seemed like an instant. Yet it also felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Shenxian closed his eyes, furrowing his brows slightly. His consciousness drifted back to the primordial chaos of the universe, rising and falling with the nameless giant turtle amidst the waves. Yet his heart was filled with constant insights. It is said that the Xian Shui turtle possesses a trace of the Xian Wu divine beast's bloodline. Many low-tier demon beasts have divine beast bloodlines. If they cultivate successfully and awaken their bloodline, they can obtain various unimaginable innate abilities. I possess a mysterious jade talisman that can steal demon beast bloodline talents. The breath concealment technique is a Chunseng hidden within the Xian Shui turtle's bloodline. Shen Xian was overjoyed. The breath concealment technique he had seized originated from the Xian Shui turtle's divine beast bloodline, profound and mysterious. Shen Xian slowly opened his eyes. His divine consciousness stirred. His entire body's aura contracted, as if he had transformed into a calm lake, with not a single trace of energy escaping. Without getting close, one couldn't even detect his presence. This effect was far superior to his premium breath concealment symbol. Looking back at the mysterious jade talisman. Talent, breath concealment beginner Yi Yep Ba. Diao resonance, Sei Sup. Breath concealment symbol, minor achievement Ba Ba Ba. As expected, not only had the breath control symbol's experience broken through, but he had also gained a breath control talent originating from the Xian Shui turtle. However, an even more unexpected surprise awaited him. Spiritual root, water Gao Yep Ba. His water spiritual root potential had increased by 1 point. This made him feel like shedding tears of joy. It wasn't easy. 60 years he had waited, a full 60 years. He has finally discovered a way to break through the limitations of his inferior spiritual root. Over the past 40 years, he had to endure nightmares every year. Shen Xian, inferior spiritual root. The icy voice relentlessly pounded his spiritual core. Just as his spiritual core was about to shatter, and he was ready to accept his fate at 60 and marry, the divine intervention finally arrived. Hidden breath. While innate talent is important, enhancing the quality of the spiritual root is the true power of the mystical jade talisman. Shen Xian's heart was filled with endless anticipation. As long as he could steal another talent, and raise his water spiritual root to sub-points, he would be able to break through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation. The future held promise. That night, Shen Xian suppressed his excitement, and repeatedly tested the effects of his cultivation in the training room. Sure enough, the divine treasure of the vast sea technique flowed more smoothly than before. The spiritual energy within his body seemed purer. Shen Xian attempted to create a dozen breath-concealing charms. Out of 12 talismans, the success rate reached 60%, and 3 of the 7 talismans were of premium quality. His skill in crafting breath-concealing charms had clearly improved. As for the Lianxi talent, each use of the breath concealment technique now only consumes a minimal amount of spiritual energy, yet it can be sustained for half an hour, surpassing the effects of a premium breath concealment symbol. Each time the breath control technique is used, the experience gained increases by 1 point. Not bad. Low spiritual energy consumption, high practicality, and fast progression. Shen Xian chose to acquire the breath control talent, with the intention of enhancing his understanding of crafting the breath control symbol and quickly earning spirit stones. Now it seems this talent is well worth cultivating. At advanced levels, it not only allows one to conceal their cultivation level, but also evade the spiritual perception of cultivators and the scent detection of various demon beasts, significantly enhancing survival skills in the wild. 10 days later, Shen Xian sold 60 Lianxi charms as usual, exchanging them for high-quality charm paper and cinnabar. On his way back, he purchased a young Xian Shui turtle. That day, in the training room, Shen Xian once again released the golden light of the mysterious jade talisman to absorb the energy of the young Xian Shui turtle. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The attempt to steal its innate talent failed. The young Xian Shui turtle looked at the human before it with curiosity, as if asking, "What are you doing?" The mysterious jade talisman isn't all-powerful. Each demon beast can only have its bloodline talent stolen once. Shen Xian didn't lose heart. He cast a spell to decapitate the juvenile Xian Shui turtle, and handed it to Ding Yuyao. Boil it into soup, we'll have a good nourishing meal tomorrow. He had purchased around 20 juvenile Xian Shui turtles, and this was his first time tasting Xian Shui turtle meat. Indeed, it was a highly nourishing dish. As soon as he finished eating, his entire body grew hot, as if he had endless energy. That night, his spear moved like a dragon, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Riding his warhorse, he wielded his whip in battle, sweating profusely, feeling utterly exhilarated. Afterward, Shen Xian couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's a demon beast known for its nourishing properties. Its fiery energy is truly intense. Thereafter, Shen Xian activated the breath concealment technique, altering his appearance, and distributed the nearly 200 ordinary breath concealment charms in his hands in batches, selling them cheaply to street vendors. He only managed to sell them for 40 spirit stones. The remaining dozen or so premium breath concealment charms were bestsellers that would sell easily, so he kept them for future use. Breath concealment charms are made primarily from the blood of the Xian Shui turtle, while invisibility charms are made primarily from the blood of the silver jade fish. To enhance my spiritual root potential, I need to regularly acquire some silver jade fish. Qinglong Bay Market was built by the Great River, so there was no shortage of spiritual fish and demon shrimp. However, silver jade fish are relatively rare. They dwell in the deep waters of the Great River, able to blend seamlessly with their surroundings and become transparent, making them difficult to catch and quite expensive. Low-grade spiritual fish can only be purchased for 3 pounds with 1 spiritual stone, which is more than 3 times the price of buffalo meat. Shen Xian already possesses over 100 spirit stones, so he can afford it. Additionally, he could also obtain the invisibility talent to enhance his craftsmanship in creating the invisibility symbol. The next morning, Shen Xian activated the breath control technique, altered his appearance, and arrived at the bustling marketplace. At a stall selling spirit fish, he stopped in his tracks. How much for the silver jade fish? 4 spirit orbs per pound. The vendor, seeing a customer, greeted him enthusiastically. If you're looking to buy a large quantity, I can offer a discount. I love eating silver jade fish. I want them live, at least half a pound each. If you can give me a good price, I'll be a regular customer. A big customer. The vendor lowered his voice. Friend, 3 spirit pearls per pound, that's the lowest price. I'll check out the other stalls first. After walking around for a while, Shen Xian returned to this stall. The vendor wasn't lying. 3 spirit orbs for a pound was indeed the lowest price in the market. Give me 3 pounds first. Alright. The vendor grabbed 6 silver jade fish, with the scales tail pointing high. 3 pounds and 1 ounce, not a single ounce less. I'll give you that extra ounce as a gift to my fellow cultivator. Shen Xian took out a spirit stone, selected a spirit pearl, and carried the silver jade fish. After walking around outside for a few circles, he finally turned the corner and returned home. Chapter Lo. Mid-stage Qi cultivation. Please keep reading. The following days proceeded as usual. He cultivated, crafted talismans, and exploited the silver jade fish's innate abilities. After replenishing his energy, he would spar with his young wife Ding Yuyao, experimenting with various different exercise methods. Every time he went out to buy silver jade fish, Shen Xian would use the breath concealment technique to change his appearance. At the market, he did not seek bargains, but instead traded with different fish vendors. Just like the breath concealment symbol, after obtaining the stealth talent from the silver jade fish, his skill in crafting stealth symbols also steadily improved. What's up, Shen Daoyu? You're studying the invisibility symbol again? Ding the shopkeeper exchanged scroll paper and cinnabar for Shen Xian, handed him spirit stones, and teased him. In his view, Shen Xian's breath-hiding symbol technique was already mastered, so there was no need to further study the invisibility symbol of the same rank. The more skills one has, the better. Besides, when hunting in the wild, using the breath concealment symbol and invisibility symbol together yields better results. That's right. You really think of everything, Shen Daoyu. Shen Xian sold 100 invisibility charms each month, storing the excess for later. Every 10 days, he would go out once, change his identity to purchase silver jade fish, and secretly sell ordinary invisibility charms on the side. Half a year later, in the cultivation room, a mysterious jade talisman emitted a golden light, enveloping the 6 or 7 silver jade fish on the table. Soon, all 6 or 7 silver jade fish flipped over, turning into a pile of lifeless flesh, devoid of any spiritual energy. Shen Xian stared intently. The ancient golden characters on the mysterious jade talisman shifted once more. Talent, invisibility beginner yi yep ba. Taoist essence, ba sup yi. Invisibility symbol, minor achievement sup yi bat ba. Similar to when he had previously plundered the breath-stealing talent. Shen Xian felt a surge of enlightenment. His body transformed into an unnamed silver fish, shifting its form in the vast ocean, and blending seamlessly with the seawater, becoming completely transparent. The seawater constantly changed color, and he changed with it, always remaining transparent. Unless observed closely at close range, his presence was utterly undetectable. Opening his eyes, Shenxian felt a surge of joy. Spiritual root, waters subdyetba. A surge of excitement followed. Shenxian immediately realized that this was the sensation of sensing a breakthrough opportunity. He quickly took out 2 spirit stones, crushed them, and held them in his hands. In the training room, threads of spiritual energy emanated from his palms, condensing into a faint mist that swirled and shimmered, resembling a celestial realm. At that moment, Shenxian sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals, with the palms of his 5 hands facing upward. His eyes were slightly closed, his spiritual awareness sharp, and a swirling aura of spiritual energy surrounded him. The success or failure of this breakthrough would determine the path of his future cultivation. Success would mean entering the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, escaping the lowest ranks of cultivators. Failure would mean spending his entire life in the early Qi cultivation stage, forever stuck at the bottom of the cultivation world. Shenxian focused his mind, guiding his spiritual energy to circulate throughout his meridians. The vast spiritual energy mobilized by the divine treasure of the vast sea technique suddenly erupted, originating from his dantian, circulating through the 5 elements, surging like a vast ocean. Finally, he reached a critical point. Boom! Like thunder, yet silent. The shackles were broken. Every bone and muscle in his body seemed to be rejoicing, brimming with boundless energy. Shenxian slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the energy surging from his body suddenly skyrocketed. After breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, his spiritual energy had increased by a full 30%. He could feel the spiritual energy within him flowing like an endless ocean, circulating through his internal organs, endlessly renewing itself. His body seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation, with his dantian, internal organs, meridians, bones, muscles, and nerves all strengthened. As he carefully sensed the changes within himself, Shenxian couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with joy, nearly to the point of tears. After 40 years of cultivation, having passed the age of 60, I have finally entered the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. The 4th layer of Qi cultivation marks the threshold of the mid-stage. He was already 61 years old. After enduring 40 years of hardship, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Shenxian stabilized the spiritual energy within his body. He stood up, stepped out of the training room, and entered the inner courtyard. Ding Yuyao was practicing the Jade Maiden's True Classic, wearing only a tight-fitting garment. Her slender figure moved gracefully, performing various gentle motions that stirred the imagination. At 17, nourished by the abundant spiritual rice and demon beast meat, she seemed to be undergoing a second growth spurt. Her snow-white skin glowed with a healthy flush, and her curves were soft and alluring, exuding a delicate grace and beauty. Shenxian walked straight over. "Husband, I haven't finished yet. Let me teach you." The next morning, Shenxian's excitement gradually subsided. He glanced at his young wife, who was still sound asleep. Ding Yuyao slept soundly, a faint smile on her lips. Within the mysterious jade talisman. Lifespan, Lok Sup Yi. Technique, mastery of the divine treasure of the vast sea technique Yi Sei Ba. Realm, Qi cultivation stage Sei Ba. Divine treasure of the vast sea technique has reached the mastery stage. As the cultivation realm increases, the lifespan also increases by 4 years. Generally speaking, a cultivator's lifespan is closely tied to their cultivation realm. Ordinary cultivators have a lifespan of yi sup years during the Qi cultivation stage, yi sei sup years during the foundation establishment stage, and years during the dan formation stage. Of course, due to differences in cultivation techniques, lifespan cannot be generalized. Overall, there may be some variations, but the discrepancies are not significant. Some practitioners in the Qi cultivation stage have a lifespan as long as sup years. However, such cases are extremely rare. It seems I am still a long-lived individual. Shenxian mused to himself. Judging by the lifespan displayed on the mysterious jade talisman, if he successfully cultivates to the peak of the Qi cultivation stage, he will definitely live beyond sup years. After breaking through the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, his talisman making skills would reach a new level, naturally elevating him to the rank of a mid-tier talisman master. His ability to earn spirit stones would be greatly enhanced. He would be even more powerful than a demon hunter in the late stages of Qi cultivation. Stay calm, don't get carried away. Shenxian silently reminded himself. He got up quietly. He entered the training room. He continued his cultivation, stabilizing the energy within his body. He stayed at home for over 10 days, solidifying his mid-stage Qi cultivation realm. Talent, breath control mastery Yi Sabba Seiba. At this point, after more than half a year of cultivation, his breath control technique had reached the mastery stage. Shenxian activated the breath concealment technique, disguising his own Qi as that of a 3rd layer Qi cultivation practitioner. Among cultivators, one typically judges another's cultivation level through spiritual perception and Qi. With Shenxian's mastery of the breath control technique, ordinary Qi cultivation stage cultivators could not see through his disguise. As for foundation establishment cultivators, in the entire Qinglongbei marketplace, there were only a handful of foundation establishment cultivators, fewer than 5. Moreover, they all reside in the core area of Qinglongbei, where the spiritual energy is densest, and rarely venture out. After making all necessary preparations, Shenxian once again stepped out, carrying the invisibility charms he had crafted, and headed toward the Ding family's shop. Master Shen, you're here. Ding the shopkeeper greeted him with a smile. Every 10 days, Shenxian would visit the Ding family shop to sell talismans, exchange talisman making materials, and obtain a small amount of spirit stones, establishing a routine. As Shenxian's talisman making skills improved, Ding the shopkeeper grew increasingly respectful toward him. Shenxian took out 60 invisibility charms from his storage pouch, 10 of which were premium quality. Exchange them all for spirit stones. Ah. Shendaoyu isn't exchanging the invisibility talisman materials anymore? I'll take a break for now. Alright. Ding the shopkeeper handed over 14 spirit stones. Is there anything else you'd like to buy? As a shopkeeper, he couldn't bear to see customers take spirit stones home. Do you have any exploding spirit pills? Chapter 2, hiding from others. Please continue reading. Ding the shopkeeper was startled. You want to use exploding spirit pills to break through? I'm 61 years old. If I don't try now, I might not even get another chance. Shenxian said sadly. His appearance looked no older than 30 in ordinary terms, in the prime of his life. However, his actual age had already surpassed 60, and his vital energy had begun to decline from its peak. Therefore, the cultivation world sets 60 as the cutoff age. Those with sufficient cultivation typically choose to establish their foundation before 60. As for someone like Shenxian, stuck at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, and unable to break through to the mid-stage, this is the fate of most low-tier wandering cultivators. Shendaoyu, you must think carefully. The exploding spirit pill, though a breakthrough pill, exploits a cultivator's potential, damages their foundational cultivation, and leaves endless future troubles. The wise do not take such risks. Chen the shopkeeper advised kindly. In his view, Shenxian possessed strength approaching that of a mid-tier symbolist. After deducting the cost of talisman materials, he could earn over 10 spirit stones each month, which was more than enough to live comfortably. He was even considering introducing a female cultivator from his clan to marry him. After all, cultivators who could earn over 100 spirit stones annually and live comfortably were rare in Qinglongbei. The reason he had hesitated to bring it up with the clan was because of Shenxian's age. He is already 61 years old. His achievements are limited, and he can only stop here. Fortunately, cultivators have a long lifespan. Ding the shopkeeper estimated that since Shenxian had never engaged in combat, his cultivation foundation remained intact, allowing him to live at least until the age of Yeba Yisup. Such a long span of time could also accumulate a considerable fortune. Cultivation is inherently defying the heavens. At 61, if not now, when? Amateur Ding, don't try to persuade me anymore. I'll ask you one thing, do you have any exploding spirit pills? Shenxian put on a passionate and resolute expression. Seeing that Shenxian wouldn't listen, Ding the shopkeeper could only sigh deeply. They do exist, but each one costs 50 spirit stones. How many does Shendaoyu need? That's so expensive? Breaking stage spirit pills have always been this expensive. The exploding spirit pill is the cheapest. The next tier, the chi refining pill, costs 300 spirit stones, and the foundation building pill requires over 10,000 spirit stones. Shenxian knew that Ding the shopkeeper wasn't lying. Despite its various drawbacks, as long as they are break-rank spirit pills that can help break through barriers, they have always been highly valued. Can you make it any cheaper? Considering our long-standing relationship, 48 spirit stones is the absolute minimum. Alright, give me one. In front of Ding the shopkeeper, Shenxian opened his storage pouch and swept out all the spirit stones inside, leaving only 3 remaining. Sigh, I've sold everything I own. Shenxian carefully took the medicine bottle handed to him by Ding the shopkeeper. He opened it, took a whiff, and the aroma of medicine filled his nostrils. Rest assured, our Ding family shop never sells counterfeit goods. This is produced by the Qingyun Sect. I know. Thank you, Mr. Ding. Spiritual pills are different from other spiritual items. They cannot contain even a trace of counterfeit ingredients, or their efficacy will be greatly reduced, and they may even backfire on the cultivator. Shenxian would rather pay a higher price at Ding's shop than risk buying from the market. The spiritual pills at the market were 2 or 3 times cheaper than those at the Ding family shop. However, their quality cannot be guaranteed. After leaving the shop, Mr. Ding watched Shenxian's departing figure and sighed. At over 60 years old, he still refuses to give up and is risking his life to force a breakthrough. He believed that Shenxian's chances of breaking through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation were extremely slim. Someone like Shenxian, who had been practicing so diligently, was still stuck at the early stage of qi cultivation, and the quality of his spiritual roots was concerning. It was likely inferior spiritual roots. Even with inferior spiritual roots, one should have already broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation by now. However, with inferior spiritual roots, even with the exploding spirit pill, the success rate of breaking through was only 20%. Moreover, Shenxian is already old, with declining vital energy. He hopes that after failing to break through, Shenxian will not suffer too severe backlash, and can maintain his current cultivation level. After all, Shenxian's transactions with the Ding family shop bring in a profit of 5 or 6 spirit stones each month. A sigh echoed from within the Ding family shop, but Shenxian did not hear it. How expensive! He was still dwelling on the price of the exploding spirit pill. At least it was produced by Qingyun Sect, and came with the relevant certification. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to get rid of it in the future. Back home, Shenxian and Ding Yuyao exchanged a few words before beginning their secluded cultivation. Having lived in Qinglong Bay for over 40 years, breaking through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation so suddenly is sure to attract attention. Therefore, even if we use the exploding spirit pill as an excuse, we must be cautious. At this moment, the breath concealment technique would prove extremely useful. There was also the invisibility technique, which was highly useful whether in combat or escape. Like the breath concealment technique, the invisibility technique also doesn't consume much spiritual energy, and it has the advantages of long duration and strong effects, making it far superior to high-quality invisibility charms. Shenxian practiced the divine treasure of the sea technique while improving his proficiency in breath concealment technique and invisibility technique. Over the course of more than a year, he earned over 100 spirit stones openly from the Ding family's shop. In private, he changed his identity and sold ordinary breath concealment charms and invisibility charms, earning over 70 spirit stones. Each month, he spent over 10 spirit stones on purchasing Xian Shui turtles and silver jade fish, plus 12 spirit stones in rent for the year, and the living expenses for himself and Ding Yuyao. As a result, he had almost no spirit stones left. After purchasing the exploding spirit pill, he was left with only 3 spirit stones. However, Shenxian wasn't worried. His storage pouch contained over 100 high-quality talismans, worth 40 spirit stones. Moreover, after breaking through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, the profits from crafting breath concealment charms and invisibility charms would significantly increase if he was willing. A spirit-breaking pill like this is a broken-tier spirit pill. It can't be sold in the marketplace. Going out is too dangerous. I'll wait for another opportunity to sell it. Shenxian mused to himself. Even now, aside from the talisman brush in his hand, he didn't possess a single magical artifact. The spells he knew were only the simplest ones, such as the water shield technique and water blade technique. And the cloud rain technique he had learned earliest for farming. He couldn't say he had no combat ability, but it was practically non-existent. For now, I must endure. Once I obtain spirit stones, I must purchase some better magical artifacts and techniques. Shenxian no longer dwelled on it, and closed himself off to cultivate. Over 10 days later, Shenxian emerged from the training room, no longer concealing his aura. Ding Yuyao saw her husband with a radiant complexion, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Husband, are you okay? What could be wrong with me? Come, let me check how well you've been practicing your internal cultivation, Yao Yao." "No, not in broad daylight." "What's wrong with broad daylight? Some things are more fun in broad daylight." After a moment of hesitation and resistance, Shenxian completely let himself go. Afterward, Ding Yuyao's beautiful eyes studied Shenxian repeatedly. "Just say it. Husband, I feel like you've changed. Has it grown bigger or longer?" "Husband." After a moment of coquettishness, Ding Yuyao finally spoke up. "Husband, you've grown stronger." Shenxian smiled slightly. "I've broken through." "Ah." Ding Yuyao's cherry red lips parted wide, unable to close. This news was simply too shocking. Before marrying Shenxian, her family had provided her with detailed information. Shenxian, a low-grade spiritual root, 60 years old, a lower-tier symbol master, skilled in creating breath concealment symbols and invisibility symbols, a dedicated practitioner who abstains from gambling, drinking, and has no vices. Who would have thought that Shenxian had broken through? She had stumbled upon a real gem. Given her husband's diligence, advancing to a mid-grade symbolist is merely a matter of time. That's a mid-tier symbolist. Even in a cultivation family at the foundation establishment stage, he could secure a position as a revered elder. Ding Yuyao heard that the Ding family has an old retainer over 100 years old, a mid-tier dansi, who has married 3 wives and has countless concubines. True harem life. "Husband, have you really broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation?" After a moment, Ding Yuyao asked in a trembling voice. Chapter Ba, the Turtle Symbol Master. Please continue reading. Just 2 days. The news of Shenxian's breakthrough spread quickly throughout the neighboring streets and alleys. A 61-year-old old cultivator had taken a blast spirit pill and broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation. This luck left the other low-tier cultivators in the neighborhood envious beyond words. Shen, the symbol master's breakthrough is all thanks to my mystical water turtle. Nonsense. Shen Fu didn't buy your Xian Shui turtle 6 months ago. You don't know what you're talking about. It was my Xian Shui turtle that laid the foundation. Shen Fu sure ate over 20 of them for half a year. Upon hearing the vendor's words, everyone snapped to attention, as if there might be some truth to the story. When Shenxian stepped out, a large crowd had gathered around him. "Shen Fu sure, is that Xian Shui turtle really effective?" Shenxian couldn't help but laugh and cry. However, he kept a straight face and said seriously, "Of course it's useful. 3 spirit stones per turtle, you tell me if it's useful or not." The crowd burst into laughter. However, the vendor's Xian water turtles were indeed selling like hotcakes. Shenxian has truly broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Ding, the shopkeeper, who was sipping spiritual tea, spit it out with a pft sound. A 60-something old cultivator broke through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, with just 1 exploding spirit pill? Ding Zhonggui was filled with doubt. Soon, rumors began to circulate. It was said that after Shenxian formed a marital alliance, he knew how to take care of himself. Every 10 or so days, he would purchase a young black-shelled turtle for nourishment. Since he was a water-based cultivator, he was highly compatible with the Xian water turtle. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, the price of Xian water turtles in the market rose at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Originally, juvenile black water turtles that cost only 2 or 3 spirit stones now fetched 3 or 4. Adult black water turtles jumped directly from 20 spirit stones to 30 spirit stones. Even then, they were snapped up in no time. The rumors circulating outside were something Shenxian had anticipated. After reaching the mid-stage of qi cultivation, one's status and standing would significantly improve. Although he was still at the bottom, if he had a special skill, he would soon catch the attention of cultivation families and be recruited. Before Shen Xian could even reach the Ding family's shop, Ding the shopkeeper had already arrived with gifts in hand. At that moment, as he looked at Shen Xian before him, astonishment was evident in his eyes. Shen Xian, have you really broken through to the 4th layer of qi cultivation? Thanks to Mr. Ding's exploding spirit pill, I managed to break through by sheer luck, Shen Xian said modestly. Outside the door, many neighbors and passers-by had gathered to watch. They had lived here for a long time, some even longer than Shen Xian. For over 40 years, Shen Xian had lived a reclusive life, rarely venturing out. They knew he was a low-tier symbolist, a dedicated practitioner. His spiritual roots were extremely poor, likely of inferior quality. Who would have thought that after 40 years, at the age of 60, he had actually broken through to the 4th layer of qi cultivation. He's reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Looking at the familiar, handsome face before him, Ding the shopkeeper was momentarily lost in thought, recalling over 40 years ago. A young and inexperienced Shen Xian had come to his shop to purchase talisman making materials. At that time, Shen Xian's success rate in making talismans was alarmingly low. Despite this, he remained relentless. At that time, Ding Zhonggue couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The ways of heaven are unforgiving. Such a diligent and hard-working person, limited by his innate spiritual roots, would only be able to reach the 3rd layer of qi cultivation in this lifetime. Sure enough, Shen Xian remained stuck at the 3rd level of qi cultivation for a full 30 years. How many 30-year spans are there in a lifetime? Who would have thought that with just a single exploding spirit pill, he had broken through to the 4th layer of qi cultivation? Life is full of surprises, said Ding the shopkeeper with a sigh. He knew full well that the key to Shen Xian's breakthrough to the 4th layer of qi cultivation was that single exploding spirit pill. Its price was a staggering 50 spirit stones. If it weren't for Shen Xian's rapid improvement in his talisman-making skills in recent years, allowing him to create high-quality talismans, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. What Ding the shopkeeper was thinking, Shen Xian could roughly guess. Purchasing the exploding spirit pill, which was useless to him, was merely a means to pave the way for his own breakthrough to the 4th layer of qi cultivation. Now, it was finally complete. Soon, the news of the turtle talisman master Shen Xian breaking through to the 4th layer of qi cultivation spread widely throughout the Qinglong Bay marketplace. Many wandering cultivators who heard the news were filled with admiration, even a touch of envy. It was truly inspiring. At over 60 years old, in his 60s, he managed to break through. From now on, we can no longer call him the turtle symbolist. Given his disciplined and dedicated nature, advancing to the intermediate tier symbolist is merely a matter of time. You're right. If he becomes a mid-tier symbol master, buying spirit symbols from him will definitely be cheaper. What a bargain for the Ding family. They married off an ordinary girl and ended up with a mid-tier symbol master as a son-in-law. After Shen Xian's breakthrough, the meaning associated with the turtle symbol master gradually shifted to a positive affirmation. The legend that the Xian Shui turtle could enhance water-based cultivation techniques also spread increasingly widely. Shen Xian observed the situation at home for a few days. Seeing that the cultivators in the marketplace all praised his arduous cultivation, and didn't raise any suspicions, he finally felt at ease. After all, he had been a true ascetic for 40 years, living a monastic life, abstaining from gambling, drinking, and women, never venturing outside. His reputation had already spread far and wide. After his promotion, Shen Xian began to contemplate his next steps in cultivation. He had enhanced his spiritual roots by plundering the innate talents of demon beasts. He would undoubtedly need to continue doing so. However, he must be particularly cautious in his choice of demon beasts. When he was plundering the silver jade fish, he discovered that the silver jade fish also possessed water control abilities. He followed his plan and seized the invisibility talent. Once his water spiritual root reached some points, it would become a lower-grade spiritual root. In theory, this should allow cultivation up to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. If it were to be enhanced to Yisa points, it would become a mid-grade spiritual root. There is a chance to reach the late stage of qi cultivation. He could even attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As he was pondering, someone knocked on the door. Every residence of cultivators in the marketplace is equipped with a small defensive array. The annual rent of 12 spirit stones provides a cultivation venue and some security. Even someone at the late Qi cultivation stage, like Shen Xian, couldn't break through it in a short time. Moreover, if there was any commotion, the Ding family's enforcement team would rush over. Opening the door, he was surprised to see Zhao Chunxing and Jiang Sueki, a married couple. Zhao Daoyu, Jiang Daoyu, what business do you have with me? These are important guests. Let's go inside and talk. Oh, please come in quickly. Shen Xian hurriedly called Ding Yuyao to boil water and make tea. Shen Daoyu, congratulations on breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. This is a small gift, nothing to express our respect. Thank you, Zhao Daoyu and Jiang Daoyu. Shen Xian accepted it with respect. They were just some worthless spiritual fruits and vegetables. As a late Qi cultivation stage demon hunter, coming to celebrate in person was a great honor for Shen Xian. I hear that you can craft high-quality breath concealment charms and invisibility charms? Zhao Chunxing took a sip of the spiritual tea offered by Ding Yuyao before getting straight to the point. That's correct. However, the success rate is not very high. Zhao Chunxing nodded and said, Shen Daoyu has been building up his skills over time, there's no need to rush. In a few days, my wife and I will go hunting in the Shadow Forest. You can sell me some high-quality breath concealment charms and invisibility charms. Alright. How many do you need, Zhao Daoyu? These are fast-consuming items. As long as the price is right, 200 or 300 pieces are fine. Shen Xian sighed wryly. He took out all the high-quality talismans from his storage pouch. That's all I have for now. Zhao Chunxing scanned with his spiritual sense, and immediately knew there were 100 high-quality talismans, 50 each of breath concealment talismans and invisibility talismans. He was slightly surprised. Being able to produce so many high-quality talismans at once confirmed the rumors circulating outside. This Shen Xian truly had a natural talent for talisman making. Chapter Gao, Qingyu Lingyu, please continue reading. Zhao Chunxing remained expressionless and asked, what's the price? We're all neighbors. For these 100 premium talismans, let's settle for 36 spirit stones. Zhao Chunxing paused for a moment. He glanced at Shen Xian, nodded, and smiled. Master Shen is a straightforward man. This price wasn't expensive, it was surprisingly cheap. 100 low-grade premium talismans would cost around 50 spirit stones at a talisman shop. Shen Xian had given him a Bafunzi Samsup discount outright. As for the quality of the talismans, Zhao Chunxing, as a late-stage Qi cultivation practitioner, could discern their authenticity with a casual sweep of his spiritual sense. Thank you very much, Shen Fushi. If you have time, please come by my place for a visit. Zhao Daoyu said with a smile. Certainly. Shen Xian agreed readily upon hearing this. After all, this was a late Qi cultivation stage cultivator, the strongest expert in the vicinity. Moreover, he also had a desire to befriend Zhao Chunxing and Jiang Sueki, the couple. After the transaction was completed, Shen Xian casually asked, Zhao Daoyu, have you ever heard of the Qingyu fish? The Qingyu fish? It's a mid-grade spiritual fish from the Longzi River, known for its incredible speed. I've been developing a new talisman recently and need Qingyu fish as the material. If you've heard of this fish, could you help me purchase some? Oh, Shen, the talisman master wants to create the water control talisman? Exactly. Shen Xian smiled and nodded. Water control symbol, a mid-grade talisman, can control the flow of water within a certain range, reducing water consumption. It is a standard talisman for water cultivators on rivers and seas. There are many types of animal blood and cinnabar used in the water control symbol, but the blue-feathered fish is the best. Shen Xian said earnestly. The blue-feathered fish is the fastest among the spiritual fish of the Longzi River, capable of reaching 1,000 miles per hour. Since the goal was to obtain the water control talent, choosing the fastest option was obvious. Since Shen the talisman master has spoken, how could Zhao refuse to help? However, the Qingyu fish is a mid-grade spiritual fish, it won't come cheap. Approximately how many spirit stones per fish? It depends on the size of the spirit fish. One catty costs 2 spirit stones. That's expensive. Silver jade fish can be bought for 3 pounds with 1 spirit stone. That's a 6-fold increase. Snow beef, a mid-grade domesticated demon beast, costs 1 spirit stone for 2 pounds. However, the two types of spirit fish are of different grades, and the Qingyu fish is renowned for its speed, making it difficult to catch. No problem. Please do me the honor of handling this matter. Whatever happens, please keep this confidential. Of course. Zhao understands the rules. After sending off Zhao Chunxing and Jiang Sueki, Shen Xian returned to the Ding family shop. The cinnabar and talisman paper for the water control talisman? Shen Talisman Master, are you developing a new talisman? What's wrong? Can't I? Of course it's okay. Absolutely. Ding the shopkeeper smiled broadly and handed over the cinnabar and 10 bundles of talisman paper for the water control talisman. These are materials for mid-grade talismans. I'll give you a discount 30 spirit stones. That is so expensive. Shen Xian exclaimed in surprise. It's not expensive. This is mid-grade talisman material. The mid-grade talismans made from it are 1 spirit stone each. Shen Xian shook his head and directly took out 30 spirit stones, handing them to Ding the shopkeeper. Do you have any better talisman brushes? A craftsman who wants to do a good job must first sharpen his tools. As his cultivation realm improved, the spiritual energy he channeled became purer, and the first-grade lower-grade talisman brush he had been using was now outdated. We have some. Soon, Ding the shopkeeper brought out several silk-lined boxes, all containing first-grade mid-quality and high-quality talisman brushes. Shen Xian couldn't help but covet the high-grade talisman brushes. However, his pockets were empty, so he could only spend 30 spirit stones to select a water attribute mid-grade talisman brush. Shen Daoyu, we're family. Once you've crafted the water control symbol, be sure to come find me. I'll give you a price you won't regret. Ding the shopkeeper said with a warm smile. All right. With his storage pouch empty, Shen Xian turned and walked out of Ding's shop without looking back. A month later, in the talisman making room, Shen Xian looked at the nearly depleted talisman making materials on the table and couldn't help but shake his head. On the mysterious jade talisman, water control symbol, beginners say yep. He had deliberately slowed down his pace, making only 4 talismans each day. Even so, the success rate was still quite disheartening. Out of yi sub talisman papers, only sub water control talismans were successfully crafted. A success rate of sub, far from reaching the passing threshold of sub. That's normal. This is the typical situation. Without the assistance of mystical jade talismans, talisman making skills can only improve gradually. Losing 12 spirit stones a month no matter how wealthy one is, that's unsustainable. Shen Xian felt a bit disheartened. Under normal circumstances, he would need at least 2 or 3 years to accumulate enough experience through talisman making to advance to the rank of intermediate talisman master. During this period, he would have to constantly consume talisman making materials to practice. Shen Xian estimated that at this rate, he would need to lose at least 300 spirit stones before breaking even. It seems I'll have to take a multi-pronged approach. I can't give up on the breath concealment symbol and invisibility symbol. He calculated that the success rate for crafting breath concealment charms and invisibility charms was around sup, with a premium quality rate of sup. With yi sup units of materials and a cost of sup spirit stones, he could produce sup ordinary talismans and yi sup high quality ones, selling them for yi sup spirit stones each. At his current cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, he could produce sup pieces per month, yielding a pure profit of sup spirit stones. Crafting water control charms, however, yielded only yi sup pieces per month, resulting in a loss of sup spirit stones. That's not bad. I'll produce breath suppression charms, invisibility charms, and water control charms simultaneously. I can earn 12 spirit stones a month, enough to cover my living expenses. Shen Xian quickly made his decision and embarked on the path of sustaining himself through talismans. 2 months later, Zhao Chunxing paid another visit. Here's the Qingyu fish you requested. Ah, thank you, Zhao Daoyu. Shen Xian hurriedly took the fishing bag, which contained a Qingyu fish weighing over 3 pounds. Its dorsal fin was wide like a flag, and its long, sharp snout was as keen as a sword. How many spirit stones? 6 spirit stones will do. All right. Shen Xian silently handed over 7 spirit stones. Zhao Chunxing glanced at them, said nothing, and took the spirit stones. Will you need more in the future? Yes. The more, the better. After sending Zhao Chunseng away, Shen Xian carried the fishing bag and entered the training room with a delighted expression. Golden light shot out from the mysterious jade talisman, enveloping the blue-feathered fish. Soon, the fierce Qingyu fish fell silent, its body turning into a lifeless mass. On the mysterious jade talisman, ancient golden characters shone brightly. Abilities to be plundered, water control, thrust. Shen Xian chose water control without hesitation. Talent, water control lục nhất bạc. Water control symbol, beginner sub lục nhất bạc. Taoist essence, 92. A 3-pound blue-feathered fish granted lục points of water control progress, increasing the understanding of the water control symbol by 8 points, equivalent to 2 months of intensive symbol crafting. Taoist essence increased by sub points. Shen Xian had tested it and found that Dao resonance could increase the proficiency of one's innate talents. He allocated the points to breath control technique and invisibility technique, increasing their respective proficiency levels. Breath control technique and invisibility technique are relatively easier to cultivate, so he didn't use them much and kept them in reserve. He planned to allocate all of it to water control technique after obtaining the water control talent. After all, for someone who never leaves home, mastering the water control technique is no easy feat. He couldn't very well dig a pool at home and hide inside to practice. A 3-pound green-feathered fish and 7 spirit stones grant 2 months of experience in crafting water control charms. More importantly, he had obtained the water control talent, which, once mastered, would allow him to learn a highly practical water technique and enhance his spiritual root potential. Well worth the price. As a late-stage chi cultivation demon hunter, Zhao Chunseng was also in the outskirts of the marketplace, so he must be in dire need of spirit stones. Shen Xian hoped that Zhao Chunseng would, for the sake of the spirit stones, quickly acquire more Qingyu fish for him. Chapter Sup, Proposing Marriage. Please keep reading. Days passed one after another. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Xian had been crafting the water control symbol for half a year. His understanding of the water control talent gradually deepened, and his skill in crafting the water control charms continued to improve. During this time, Zhao Chunseng had sent 2 more batches of Qingyu fish. Once 3 pounds, and once 4 pounds. Through daily arduous training, and the use of his plunder talent, Shen Xian's success rate in creating the water control charms continued to rise. One day, he examined the mysterious jade talisman. Talent, water control yi sub nhất bạc. Water control symbol, beginner sub bạc nhất bạc. Taoist essence, nhất bạc yi sub. With nhất bạc yi sub talisman making materials, he could craft around yi sub sam yi sub say water control talismans, barely achieving a 百分之 yi sub success rate. Judging by this, once the water control symbol reaches the proficient stage, with a success rate of around 百分之30, I should be able to advance to the intermediate rank symbolist. A 30% success rate ensures breaking even, with a slight profit. This is also the standard for certification as an intermediate grade symbolist. That's no easy feat. Shen Xian finally saw a glimmer of hope. That day, Shen Xian practiced symbol creation as usual. Just as he stepped out of the symbol-making room, he heard a knock on the door. Shen Daoyu, I've come to see you. It was Ding the shopkeeper's voice. He returned with a professional smile on his face, his eyes kind and benevolent. Oh, it's Mr. Ding. Please come in. Shen Xian greeted him warmly. Yao Yao, Mr. Ding is here. Go make some tea. Every month, he would visit the Ding family shop once to sell talismans and purchase materials for making them. When Mr. Ding came to visit on his own, there must be a reason. Upon entering the house, Ding Yuyao greeted him. Hello, Grandpa Qingtao. Good, Yao Yao, good girl. Seeing Ding Yuyao, Mr. Ding smiled and said, Yao Yao, your husband is becoming more and more accomplished. A mid-level talisman master is within reach. Ding Yuyao dared not be disrespectful, poured spiritual tea for Ding the shopkeeper, and said respectfully, Grandfather Qingtao, please have some tea. Mr. Ding took the spiritual tea, glanced at Ding Yuyao, and said to Shen Xian, Shen Daoyu, it's been nearly 2 years since Yao Yao married you. Why hasn't she conceived yet? This won't do. You must hurry and try harder to have children and continue the family line. Ding Yuyao instinctively glanced at Shen Xian, her expression growing somber. When they first got married, her husband and she worked tirelessly day and night, engaging in intimate relations multiple times a day. Even now, as an old couple, when he wasn't in seclusion, her husband almost always spent time with her every day. Under normal circumstances, she should have conceived by now. But there was no sign of pregnancy. The reason was simple. Either her husband was unable to conceive, or he had no intention of letting her bear his child. Ding Yuyao doesn't he say it out loud, but she is still very anxious inside. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. She hopes to give her husband an heir and share the joys of family life with him. She also wanted someone to rely on. At that moment, Ding Yuyao finally realized. Her husband didn't want her to conceive an heir. Shenxian smiled and said, "It's only been 2 years. There's still time. No need to rush." Ding the shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly and said, "Master Shen, you are mistaken. The sooner we have children, the sooner we can raise them. Otherwise, by the time they grow up, even if they are talented, it will be difficult for us to enjoy the blessings of having children." Shenxian lowered his head to drink the spiritual tea, thinking to himself, this Ding shopkeeper, could he be trying to get him to marry a female cultivator from the Ding family? Ding Yuyao hasn't conceived an heir, it was his deliberate choice. With the mysterious jade talisman, his path to cultivation is bright, and he doesn't want to be tied down by children. Moreover, Ding Yuyao is an ordinary mortal. Her offspring might not have spiritual roots. Even if they do, the probability of having inferior spiritual roots is very high. Amateur Ding, speak your mind. Ding the shopkeeper no longer beat around the bush, smiling as he said, "The clan elders have discussed it. We can arrange for another Ding family woman to marry you. Rest assured, times have changed. Shen Daoyu is about to break through to the mid-tier symbolist realm, so his status and standing are naturally different now. This time, we guarantee that the partner will have spiritual root potential." Upon hearing this, Ding Yuyao's face turned deathly pale. If her husband were to take a Taoist companion, what would become of her, a mere mortal, in the future? Shenxian did not immediately refuse. He did not wish to marry again. Even if the Ding family was willing to marry him, any spiritual root they had would be inferior. He had no intention of adding another burden to his life. However, since he intended to make a living in Qinglong Bay, he did not wish to offend the Ding family. He was thinking of a way to decline politely. Seeing that her husband did not refuse outright, Ding Yuyao's heart was filled with sorrow. Over the past year and a half, she had gotten along exceptionally well with her husband, regarding him as her sole source of support and emotional anchor. She never imagined that at this moment, her husband would have a better option. The one who came to propose marriage was none other than an elder from her own family. Cultivators and ordinary people are ultimately from two different worlds. Husband, grandfather Qingtao's proposal makes sense. If you have a spiritual companion with a spiritual root, the chances of our children having a spiritual root would be much higher, Ding Yuyao said reluctantly. Ding the shopkeeper praised, "Yao Yao is so sensible." He then turned to Shenxian and said, "Shen Daoyu, our Ding family has female cultivators with spiritual roots, and they are in high demand. I can still find you a young and beautiful one now, but in a few days, it might not be possible." Ding the shopkeeper emphasized the words young and beautiful. He was well aware of Shenxian's preferences. Shenxian sighed lightly, "Amateur Ding, I'm quite busy lately and need to hone my water control symbol technique. Let's discuss this matter another time." Ding the shopkeeper was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Shenxian to decline so politely. "All right, come find me when you've made up your mind." As he saw him out the door, Ding the shopkeeper lowered his voice and said, "Are you sure you're not in a hurry? I can really find you a young and beautiful female cultivator. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." He stared intently at Shenxian. "Let's talk about it later." Upon returning home, Shenxian saw Ding Yuyao's resentful and melancholic gaze. "Yao Yao, Ding Yuyao spoke softly, "Husband, there's no need to explain. I understand. I only hope that when you find a spiritual partner in the future, you won't forget the service I've provided these days. Let me see how well you've served me. Face the storm." Soon, the bed began to shake violently. Shenxian expressed his love for his wife through his actions. Afterward, Ding Yuyao lay in Shenxian's broad embrace like a kitten. "Don't worry, I don't plan on finding another partner." Hearing her husband's words, Ding Yuyao couldn't help but let out an "ah" sound. I need to focus on my cultivation and hone my talisman making skills. The matter of a Dao companion can wait until later. Shenxian didn't close the door completely. But in the coming years, there was indeed no need to seek a Dao companion. Ding Yuyao, though immortal, was only 18 years old, had cultivated the Jade Maiden's true scripture, and was in the prime of her youth, beautiful as a flower with a graceful figure. There was no need to marry another wife for the sake of female beauty. If he truly wanted to indulge himself, he could spend spiritual stones at the Tianxiang Pavilion, where there were countless young demons who could satisfy any desire. Are you serious, husband? Serious. Ding Yuyao said no more, wrapping her arms around Shenxian's neck, closing her eyes, her face radiating joy. After all, she's just an 18-year-old girl who knows nothing of the world. She couldn't hide what was on her mind. Go to sleep. No, I must serve my husband well. I will make my husband satisfied. The bed began to sway again. Good. Faster, faster. Yao Yao, keep going. Chapters Subject, Water Control Talent. Please keep reading. In the days that followed, Shenxian seemed to have forgotten about the wedding. When selling talismans in the shop and purchasing materials for making talismans, Ding the shopkeeper reminded him several times, but Shenxian didn't notice at all. This Shenxian really doesn't want to get married. Ding the shopkeeper sighed inwardly and expressed his regret. He was well aware of the improvement in Shenxian's water control talisman technique. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he achieved a 3% success rate in talisman creation, making him a mid-tier talisman master. This was a mid-tier talisman master. With steady practice, relying solely on his water control symbol technique, he could earn 300 spirit stones annually. In any cultivation family at the foundation establishment stage, that would be enough to secure a position as a disciple. If Shenxian weren't a bit too old, he would even consider marrying his granddaughter, with a lower-grade spiritual route to him. The clan elders are moving too slowly. If he had broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation earlier, they might have accepted the low-quality spiritual route of the Ding family's female cultivator. Now, Shenxian is on the path to becoming a mid-tier talisman master, and his ambitions have grown. Ding the shopkeeper believed that Shenxian had politely declined his proposal, because he was waiting for a better offer, hoping to find a more suitable cultivation partner. For a mid-grade symbolist, just past 60 is nothing. As long as he can steadily earn spirit stones, finding a young female cultivator with a lower-grade spiritual route is no problem. At least his talismans are sold in my shop, and the materials are purchased from my shop as well. He can still contribute something to the Ding family. Shenxian could do nothing about it. His schedule was already packed, and he didn't want to waste time and effort just to earn a few more spirit stones. As their transactions with Zhao Chunxing increased, the two gradually became familiar with each other and established a certain level of trust. Upon hearing that Zhao Chunxing enjoyed drinking spiritual wine, Shenxian specially purchased a jar of pear blossom drunk. A first-grade lower-quality spiritual wine, 2 spirit stones per bottle. Zhao Chunxing brought over some Qingyu fish again. After paying the spirit stones, Shenxian invited him to stay for a simple meal. Zhao Chunxing gladly agreed. Shenxian substituted tea for wine and accompanied Zhao Chunxing in drinking. The jar of spirit wine was quickly consumed by Zhao Chunxing. With a slight buzz, he began chatting with Shenxian. It turned out that after breaking through to the 7th layer of qi cultivation, Zhao Chunxing had begun laying the groundwork for his 2 sons' cultivation paths. He was fortunate that both sons possessed spiritual roots, and both were of the middle-grade variety. His eldest son had a talent for alchemy, and was studying under a high-grade alchemist. His second son was fond of weapon forging, and was apprenticed to a high-grade weapon forger. Both sons had to pay a substantial annual tuition fee. They still have a long way to go before they can graduate. Over the years, he and his wife have supported the family by hunting demon beasts. Out of concern for his wife and children, he dares not venture into dangerous areas, so his hunting income is quite meager. Life is very tight. Therefore, after breaking through, he did not move away, but continued to live on the outskirts of the town. Shenxian's suspicions were confirmed. Zhao Chunxing was indeed in desperate need of spirit stones. The reason was the tuition fees for his 2 sons. This left him deeply moved. How pitiful are the hearts of parents everywhere. However, it also strengthened his resolve to temporarily refrain from having children. The cultivation world is full of twists and turns, dangers lurking everywhere, and survival is arduous. With his current cultivation level at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, he was walking on thin ice and had not yet established a firm foothold. Why bring children into this world and harm both them and himself? A year later, in the cultivation chamber, after the mysterious jade talisman retracted its golden light, Shenxian slowly opened his eyes. Talent, water control beginner Yi Yet Ba. Water control symbol, proficient Yi Sub Se Yi Ba. Taoist essence, Yi Ba Lok Sub Ba. His mind felt as though it had been thoroughly cleansed by clear water. In an instant, he sensed that the water qi in the training room had become clearer. The affinity had noticeably increased. His divine consciousness stirred slightly. A thunderous explosion echoed in his mind. In the blink of an eye, he felt as though he were in the midst of an endless ocean. His body resembled a massive blue-feathered fish, swimming freely through the vast ocean, as swift as lightning. He could effortlessly control the movement of every drop of seawater. It seemed as though with just a slight shift in his divine consciousness, he could control the power of the water, commanding the oceans and rivers, and turning the seas upside down. Time seemed to freeze. An instant, or an eternity. Shenxian's consciousness was immersed in a realm of cosmic harmony, his body transforming into a blue-feathered fish tens of feet long, appearing and disappearing in the great river as he swiftly rode the water. The resistance of the water was so minimal that it was almost negligible to him. Shenxian's mind was filled with insights. Is this the water-controlling talent of the green-feathered fish? Truly, a natural-born master of water control. Shenxian was filled with delight. The Qinglong Bay Market was built along the Longza River. The Longza River flows into the East Sea, stretching for thousands of miles, nourishing the land, and sustaining countless living beings. The river is home to countless spiritual fish, demon beasts, spiritual plants, and spiritual minerals, among other wonders. Spiritual creatures in the water are extremely difficult to obtain. Humans ultimately cannot match the demon beasts of the water in their mastery of water techniques, and the pressure of the deep waters makes it extremely difficult for human cultivators to move around. Shenxian knew that as a human, his mastery of water control was far inferior to that of the Qingyu fish. However, he was already quite satisfied. His affinity with water spirit energy had greatly improved, making it easier to cultivate water techniques. With a slight shift in his divine consciousness, he could now manipulate the power of nearby water currents at will. No wonder it's the fastest spirit fish in the Longza River. Even at the beginner level, it can greatly enhance one's strength in water. Once cultivated to a high level, in places with abundant water spirit energy, it's like adding wings to a tiger, with spiritual power flowing endlessly like the sea, and strength increasing by several-fold. This is the innate talent for water control. Even at the beginner level, one can obtain such abilities. What will happen when one upgrades to proficiency and mastery? Could one truly command the seas and rivers, turning them upside down? Shenxian focused his gaze on the mysterious symbol. Spiritual root, water sub yi yet ba. A full 2 points have been increased. According to conventional wisdom, after breaking through the lower grade spiritual root, the higher you go, the harder it becomes. The Qingyu fish's innate water control talent had granted him a 2-point boost to his spiritual root potential in one go. By replicating this 4 times, he could elevate his water spirit root to Yi Sub points and advance to a mid-grade spirit root. A middle-grade spiritual root is the qualification required to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Shenxian's heart raced with excitement. Stay calm. Stay composed. Shenxian stood up and paced back and forth in the training room for over 10 rounds, gradually calming down. Right, there's still the Dao one. He sat down again in the lotus position. Shenxian focused his mind on the row of golden, ancient-looking characters representing his water control talent. Add points. The Dao essence points slowly decreased. As a result, the proficiency of the water control talent increased. Shenxian went all in, using up all Yi Ba Lok Sub Ba Dao essence points at once. Talent, water control proficiency Ba Sub Yi Ba. At the beginner stage, 1 point of Dao essence increases proficiency by 1 point. At the proficient stage, the amount of Dao essence consumed doubles. Shenxian slowly opened his eyes, his mind filled with new insights into water control. This time, he felt as though he had transformed into a blue-feathered fish, hunting and living in the Great River for hundreds of years, accumulating numerous water control techniques. Not only that, water control symbol, mastery sub yi sei ba. His water control talent directly elevated the water control symbol technique to the mastery stage. In the past 2 months, he had already crossed the threshold and advanced to the rank of mid-tier symbolist. Now, the water control symbol technique is improving rapidly, significantly increasing his ability to earn spirit stones. Cloud and rain technique, proficient yi sub ba yi ba. Water shield technique, mastery sub lok sei ba. Water blade technique, mastery sub yi sei ba. These are the only 3 water attribute spells he knows. Cloud and rain technique is the foundational technique of a spirit plant master. It was the first spell Shen Xian learned after arriving at Qinglong Bay Market. When he heard that most spirit plant masters lived in poverty, he gave up. The Lingxi master who taught him worked from dawn till dusk, and after paying the land rent, the spiritual rice he harvested was barely enough to cover the rent and basic necessities. He had no energy or time left for cultivation. Water shield technique and water blade technique are used for combat, and though they were originally at the proficient stage, they had automatically advanced to the mastery stage. So, the water control talent can enhance the proficiency of all water-based techniques. Shen Xian couldn't contain his excitement. Tonight, with such a bountiful harvest, it was time to celebrate. He stood up and entered the bedroom. Ying Yuyao was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, she was bound by a massive force. Then, the earth shook violently, and the sky turned upside down. Afterward, Ying Yuyao asked in confusion, "Husband, what happened?" "Nothing. I've just been feeling a bit hot lately." "You're so mean. You call that bad? The little demons at Tianxiang Pavilion are the real bad ones. You're not allowed to go." Shen Xian grinned mischievously. "Well, that depends on how well Yao Yao behaves." "All right. Let your husband see your true strength." Chapter Sup Yi, condensing water into a blade. Please keep reading. With the water control talent, Shen Xian's strength improved by leaps and bounds. It's time to purchase some magical artifacts. It's quite unfortunate. After over 40 years of cultivation, Shen Xian didn't even own a single magical artifact. In cultivation battles, it's not just about one's cultivation realm. Physical condition, spiritual energy, magical artifacts, spells, talismans, and elixirs, all these factors play a role. Victory or defeat often hinges on a single moment. If there is a difference of one major cultivation realm, the gap in spiritual awareness, spiritual energy, and physical prowess between the two is as vast as the heavens and earth. Even with external assistance, it is nearly impossible to overcome such a disparity. Therefore, even if one has perfected the Qi cultivation stage, and possesses a wide array of techniques, encountering a foundation establishment stage cultivator would almost certainly result in utter defeat. Escaping with one's life would be considered a stroke of extraordinary talent. For Qi cultivation practitioners, relying solely on talismans and spells in combat is unreliable. The true trump card lies in the magical artifacts they have cultivated over the years. While their activation speed may not match that of talismans or spells, their offensive and defensive capabilities far surpass them. Over the past year, Shen Xian had accumulated Yebakba sub-spirit stones through talisman making. In the future, with master-level proficiency in the water control talisman technique, his ability to earn spirit stones will only grow faster. At the Ding family shop, Master Shen wants to buy a magical artifact? Ding the shopkeeper greeted him enthusiastically. Since learning that Shen Xian had broken through to the intermediate level talisman master, his attitude toward Shen Xian had grown increasingly warm. How could he not be enthusiastic? This was a mid-tier talisman master. Every time Shen Xian came to his shop to sell talismans or purchase talisman making materials, he made a profit. The larger the transaction, the more spirit stones he earned. Amateur Ding, I'd like to purchase a high-quality defensive magical artifact. Exactly, a defensive magical artifact. Shen Xian had it all figured out. Priority on defensive artifacts. Life is precious, safety comes first. With his cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, he could only control a mid-grade magical artifact. He had a mysterious jade talisman as his reliance. As long as he didn't die, his path in the Tao was still promising. Shen the talisman master, follow me. Ding the shopkeeper led him to the inner courtyard's VIP room. Then, he brought out several silk-lined boxes. Master Shen, please take a look. These are all mid-grade defensive magical artifacts. Shen Xian didn't hesitate, taking each one out of the boxes to examine them. As soon as the defensive artifacts were taken out, they automatically drew in spiritual energy, emitting ripples of spiritual power. These are all treasures from our shop. Each one is a rare and precious item. Ding the shopkeeper spoke with confidence, then began to introduce each item to Shen Xian one by one. This artifact is called the Flying Dragon Umbrella, made from. This one is the Water Cloud Shield. This one is the Nine Seal Banner. Time passed slowly. After much deliberation and careful selection, Shen Xian ultimately chose the Water Cloud Shield. It was forged from the shell of a 100-year-old water cloud turtle, its surface bearing the marks of time, capable of withstanding attacks from cultivators at the late stage of qi cultivation. Defensive magical artifacts are more expensive than offensive ones. This water cloud shield costs a staggering 100 sub-spirit stones. This was already a discounted price, granted by Ding the shopkeeper out of consideration for Shen Xian's status as a long-time customer. It drained nearly half of Shen Xian's savings in one go. Seeing Shen Xian's pained expression, Ding the shopkeeper felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, Shen Fusher, this water cloud shield is worth every penny. If you change your mind, I will refund the full amount within 2 months. No need. It's just a mid-grade defensive artifact after all. Shen Xian remained stubborn. By the way, do you have any good water techniques? What kind of water technique does Master Shen need? A cultivation technique or a spell? Of course, spell techniques. Shen Xian's primary cultivation technique, Divine Treasure of the Vast Sea, was an authentic sect technique passed down from the Qingyun sect, of excellent quality, and could not be easily modified. The two water attribute spell techniques he currently knew, Water Shield Technique and Water Blade Technique, were commonplace and not worth delving into further. Ding the shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, "We do have a treasured water technique in the store, originating from the Bishui sect. However, the price is a bit steep. Bring it out for me to see." "Alright." Ding the shopkeeper solemnly produced a cultivation technique Jade Slip. Water Condensation Blade Technique. Shen Xian scanned it with his spiritual sense, only seeing the brief description of the technique. "Don't worry, it's the Sect's cultivation technique from the Bishui sect. I wouldn't even take it out if it weren't for you." "How many spirit stones?" 50 spirit stones. Shen Xian was startled and nearly dropped the cultivation technique Jade Slip onto Ding Xiaogui's face. "Why don't you just rob me?" Cultivation technique Jade Tablet for the Qi cultivation stage, sold for 50 spirit stones. What's the difference between that and robbery? After all, Shen Xian's pride and joy, the Divine Treasure of the Vast Sea technique, was a sect-level cultivation technique of the Qingyun sect, with a market price of only 30 spirit stones. And this condense water into a blade technique was merely a spell technique, yet it was being sold for 50 spirit stones, 10 times the price of an ordinary Sect's spell technique. "Shen Fusher, how can you say that?" Ding the shopkeeper looked wronged. "We've known each other for over 40 years. Have I ever deceived you? In business, integrity is paramount. I, Ding Qingtao, have been running this shop for 50 years. Do you not trust me?" Shen Xian sighed lightly. Ding, it's not that I don't trust you, but this price. This price is absolutely worth every penny." Ding the shopkeeper declared confidently, "This is a high-grade spell from the Bishui sect. The cost price is 40 spirit stones. It's said that when one reaches the highest level of cultivation, one can transform into a divine dragon, condense water into blades, and shatter anything in their path. You're just blowing smoke. 40 spirit stones. 45 spirit stones. Shen Fusher, don't make this hard for me. The shop needs to keep records too." "Alright." Shen Xian reluctantly handed over the spirit stones and purchased this item, which Ding the shopkeeper considered his store's prized possession. "If it's not as good as you say, I'll return it." "This can't be returned. It contains sect restrictions and is only for one person to cultivate," Ding the shopkeeper shouted. Shen Xian glared at Ding Zhonggui and turned to leave the shop. After purchasing a defensive artifact and a water technique, over a year's savings were reduced to just a few spirit stones. What a rip-off. In the training room, Shen Xian sat cross-legged. After activating the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, the spiritual energy in the room flowed into his body in an orderly manner with each of his breaths. In his dantian, the spiritual energy transformed into a vast sea-like illusion, connecting the 5 major organs and spanning the 6 viscera, forming a cohesive whole, and creating a self-contained universe. Threads of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy were drawn into his abdomen. In an instant, they converged into the vast, boundless sea. Blue, red, yellow, white, and green, the 5 colors of the 5 elements constantly swirled, ultimately converging into deep blue, emanating an profoundly mystical aura. All the spiritual energy in the room was completely absorbed by Shenxian. A strand of jade-green spiritual energy slowly flows into the dantian. The sea became even more vast and boundless, flowing endlessly, everlasting and eternal. Is this the water-attributed spiritual energy cultivated through the divine treasure of the vast sea technique? How powerful! Shenxian murmured to himself. The mysterious jade talisman flickered with a faint glow. Technique, divine treasure of the vast sea technique, mastery, sei ba. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy in his dantian, Shenxian couldn't help but smile. After his water spiritual root reached sub-yi points, cultivation became noticeably faster. Realm, Qi cultivation stage say, yi ba. At this rate, he would break through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation in 3 years. For others, this pace isn't particularly fast. But for Shenxian, it was already highly commendable. At this moment, when he practiced the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, it felt much smoother, and his cultivation efficiency was several times that of before. Let's try the condense water into a blade technique. Chapter Subsam, Terrifying Power. Please continue reading. Shenxian mobilized his divine consciousness and followed the instructions in the cultivation manual to gradually enjoy spiritual energy. Before long, a crescent-shaped icy blade materialized in Shenxian's hand, emanating a bone-chilling cold that spread outward, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet suddenly. Go! With a shout from Shenxian, the icy blade shot out from his hand, transforming into a streak of light as fast as lightning. In an instant, it struck the 2 zhang tall iron dummy, producing a deafening clang of metal. Shenxian stood up and focused his gaze on the black iron dummy. A half-foot deep slit appeared on its surface, the edges smooth, with a layer of frost spreading outward from the crack. SSSS. Seeing this, Shenxian couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This was a dummy made of black iron. Facing the icy blades of the condensed water into blades technique, it was as fragile as a block of tofu. If this were to strike a cultivator, it would pierce through them like a bullet, leaving a bloody hole. If the water control talent were channeled into the condensed water into blades technique, what would it be like? If you want to do it, just do it. After a dozen breaths, Shenxian's hands once again produced an even more terrifying icy blade. It was over 10 feet long. Guided by his divine will, the water control technique was instantly infused into the icy blade formed by the condensed water into blade technique. Humming. The icy blade emitted a trembling hum. It sounded like the ringing of swords. At that moment, Shenxian felt the icy blades in his hands transform into a living divine dragon, containing the immense power to move mountains and overturn seas, as if it were about to break free and soar away at any moment. Shenxian looked at the black iron dummy and slowly released his grip. In an instant, a streak of light, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction, shot straight forward. Its speed reached an extreme limit. During its flight, the icy blade continued to devour and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As Shenxian stood there speechless, the water control technique, enhanced with the water condensation blade technique, transformed the icy blade into a winding, serpentine ice dragon, continuously devouring and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, its icy glow piercing the air. In the blink of an eye, the water condensation blade technique effortlessly sliced the black iron dummy into 2 pieces, continuing its forward momentum as it shot toward the front. Boom! The stone walls of the training room were reinforced with defensive arrays. Despite this, a deep gash over 3 inches long appeared. The water condensing blade technique, enhanced with the water control technique, possessed such immense power. On the mysterious jade talisman, ancient golden characters shone brightly. Talent, water control proficiency ba subsam yi ba. Water condensation blade technique, proficient yi ba. Shenxian pondered silently. He cast the water control technique enhanced water condensation blade technique once. The proficiency of water control technique increased by 1 point. Water condensation into blade technique jumped directly from beginner to proficient. From his previous performance, the water control talent had enhanced his spells with the effects of absorbing spiritual energy and amplifying spell power. And this was merely the proficient stage of the water control technique. Indeed, talent is far more important than effort. With a talent, cultivating compatible spells not only speeds up progress, but also significantly boosts their power. Talent is truly essential. Shenxian sat back down. After using the condensed water into a blade technique twice, the spiritual energy in his dantian had been depleted by 30%. Therefore, he could only use the condensed water into a blade technique enhanced by 6 or 7 uses of the water control technique. However, Shenxian noticed that when he activated the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, the spiritual energy in his dantian recovered at an extremely rapid pace. The 5 elements circulated endlessly, producing an unceasing flow of energy. This made him realize that the water control talent also had a significant enhancing effect on his divine treasure of the vast sea technique. The recovery speed was several times faster than that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, as the spiritual energy circulated, it continuously self-evolved, purifying impurities and becoming increasingly refined and pure. It's time to purchase a spirit gathering array. Shenxian noticed that the spiritual energy in the training room had been completely absorbed by him, leaving it extremely sparse. These cultivation rooms were connected to the spiritual veins of the marketplace, and the density of spiritual energy varied depending on the grade of the residence. Shenxian lived on the outskirts of the marketplace in a grade D residence, where the spiritual energy in the training room was only suitable for cultivators in the early stages of qi cultivation. Generally, cultivators at the mid-stage of qi cultivation would rent a grade C residence, with an annual rent of 36 spirit stones, 3 times that of a grade D residence. Higher tiers include grade B residences for late qi cultivation stage cultivators and grade A residences for foundation establishment stage cultivators, with prices increasing accordingly. Wealth, companions, method, and place are the 4 essential elements for a cultivator's cultivation. Among these, place refers to the cultivation site. Without a cultivation site, cultivation is like water without a source or a tree without roots. The current training room no longer meets Shenxian's cultivation needs. He must either move to a Class C residence or purchase a spirit gathering array. Shenxian decisively chose the latter. The surrounding area is filled with low-level wandering cultivators, which makes it safer. However, he is currently penniless. His top priority is to earn spirit stones. Over the next few days, Shenxian refined the water cloud shield, practiced the condensed water into a blade technique, and crafted water control charms. At the mastery stage, the success rate of crafting water control charms steadily reached 40%. With Yebak Yi subsets of talisman materials, he produced sub water control talismans, including around 10 high-quality ones. The cost was 30 spirit stones, yielding an income of 60 spirit stones. As his talisman making skills improve, his production speed also increased significantly. Now, Shenxian could consume 8 talisman papers in a single day. In a month, he can earn 60 spirit stones. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Ding family, Shenxian deliberately held back his true abilities. He kept the premium quality water control symbol for himself, earning only 20 spirit stones per month. Even this has left Ding the shopkeeper envious. Shen symbol master, maintaining a symbol creation rate of over 3% for several consecutive months. You're a genuine mid-tier symbol master. You're just lucky, Ding the shopkeeper. You sit here doing nothing and earn over 1,000 spirit stones a month. There's no such thing. The shop belongs to the family. I'm just an employee, earning only 18 spirit stones a month. Shenxian chuckled and didn't argue with him. Each to their own. He didn't believe for a moment that Ding the shopkeeper would be content with such a meager salary. Let me take a look at the spirit gathering array. After half a year, plus his previous savings, there were now Yebak spirit stones in his storage pouch. Ding the shopkeeper brought over several silk-lined boxes, each containing spirit gathering array flags of different qualities. The array flags had the advantages of being easy to carry and set up. Though it was impossible to set up powerful Gumfat-type large arrays, forming a first-tier array was still feasible. Produced by the Sect, quality guaranteed. Shenxian examined the array flags and the instruction manual. He couldn't help but think, these are really expensive. A slightly better set of spirit gathering array flags starts at 100 spirit stones. When used, spirit stones must be inserted, and each spirit stone can only sustain the array for 2 hours. However, compared to directly using spirit stones for cultivation, the spirit gathering array can convert spirit stones into spiritual energy and lock it within a 10-foot radius around the array master, making it more efficient. After some haggling, Shenxian purchased the small-sized spirit gathering array flag for 95 spirit stones. Upon returning home, Shenxian immediately installed the spirit gathering array in his training room. The next morning, Shenxian slowly opened his eyes. As expected of a spirit gathering array, after placing a spirit stone inside, cultivation became much faster. It was far more effective than holding a spirit stone in his palm. 1 spirit stone, 2 hours equivalent to 4 hours of cultivation before. It's doubled. Money really does make a difference. With the spirit gathering array, within a 10-foot radius, the air is filled with mist formed from spiritual energy, and even breathing carries faint ripples of spiritual light. This is true cultivation. At this rate, it would only take another year for him to break through to the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Chapter Subsay, The Headless Spirit Fish. Please keep reading. In the training room, Shenxian gazed at the spirit gathering array flag before him, feeling a surge of emotion. The spirit gathering array was highly effective, but it consumed far too many spirit stones. 1 spirit stone per day amounts to 360 spirit stones per year. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford that. Even the offerings and salaries of late Qi cultivation stage cultivators from cultivation families only amount to 300 spirit stones. They also need to eat, cultivate, purchase magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and other expenses. Some even have to raise their children. Therefore, many cultivators who have reached the peak of Qi cultivation must scrounge and borrow just to barely afford a single foundation establishment pill. Some even give up the opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage, all to leave more spirit stones for their family members. Take Zhao Chunsing from next door, for example. To cultivate his 2 sons, he refused to move out of this low-grade residence even after breaking through to the late Qi cultivation stage. However, he has found a new source of income. He helps Shenxian procure demon beasts and sell talismans. Shenxian's premium, water control talismans, are all sold by Zhao Chunsing. In return, Shenxian pays Zhao Chunsing a 10% commission. This price is well deserved by Zhao Chunsing. As a late-stage Qi cultivation cultivator and a demon hunter, he possessed considerable strength. He has ample connections and resources to sell those premium water control charms. Out of gratitude, Zhao Chunsing also realized that Shenxian's talisman-making skills might surpass the understanding of most people. As they spent more time together, their relationship grew closer. Zhao Chunsing's wife, Jiang Sueki, frequently visited with gifts, and she and Ding Yuyao referred to each other as sisters, becoming close friends. As a mid-stage Qi cultivation practitioner, she treated Ding Yuyao, who was of ordinary mortal physique, with such kindness, which was truly rare. Ding Yuyao understood that Jiang Sueki's attitude was entirely due to her husband Shenxian. Only those with true strength can earn others' respect. Her husband's strength was truly unimaginable. Ding Yuyao had first-hand experience of this. She felt that her husband was growing stronger by the day. The time they spent sparring together was growing longer each time. Moreover, the techniques are becoming more diverse. Thinking of those bizarre and unconventional positions, Ding Yuyao's ears burned, and she couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. At that moment, in the training room, Shenxian slowly concluded his practice. Talent, water control mastery, Yi Sei Ba. Water condensation blade technique, mastery, Sei Ba. Looking at the mess in the training room. Just like the water control symbol technique, once you reach the mastery stage, it becomes extremely difficult to increase proficiency further. It's still the limitation of my cultivation realm. Shenxian knew it well. Whether it was cultivation techniques, innate talent, talisman making, or spells, all were constrained by one's cultivation realm. At his current cultivation level of Qi cultivation stage, say, refining techniques, talents, talisman making, and spells to mastery would already be pushing the limits. Therefore, a cultivator's cultivation realm is the foundation of cultivation. I must find a way to seize the bloodline talents of demon beasts to enhance my spiritual root potential. Unfortunately, my cultivation realm is insufficient at present. Otherwise, the water escape symbol would be my top choice. The water escape symbol is one of the 5 elements escape symbols, reaching the upper grade rank. Talisman master must reach the late stage of Qi cultivation to have a chance of creating it successfully. Shenxian pondered repeatedly and decided to create a mid-grade talisman, the rejuvenation talisman. As the name suggests, the primary function of the spring revival symbol is to heal injuries and restore spiritual energy. There are 2 types of rejuvenation symbol. The most widely used is the wood-attributed spring revival symbol, which focuses on restoring spiritual energy. The other is the water attribute spring revival symbol, which not only restores spiritual energy, but also has excellent wound healing effects. Compared to the wood-attributed spring revival talisman, the water-attributed spring revival talisman requires more expensive animal blood and cinnabar, making its production more complicated. Headless fish. Upon hearing Shen Xian's request for a purchase, Zhao Chunxing did not immediately agree. Shenfu sure, this headless fish is found in the depths of the Longzi River, where it is rare and more expensive than the Qingyu fish. What's the market price? 3 spirit stones per pound. Alright. Please help me procure it, Zhao Daoyu. I won't let you go out of your way for nothing. No problem. Please keep this confidential, Zhao Daoyu. You say that. Shenfu, rest assured. Zhao has no other skills, but keeping a secret is something I can do. That's good. The water control technique, enhanced with the water condensation blade technique, possesses enough power to threaten even late-stage Qi cultivation cultivators. Combined with the mid-grade defensive artifact water cloud shield, Shen Xian's sense of security was greatly enhanced. Even when facing a late Qi cultivation stage cultivator, he had the strength to fight back. However, Shen Xian was a cautious person. Safety comes first. Low-key cultivation and avoiding attention are the way to go. A month later, Zhao Chunxing brought over a fishing bag. Inside were several headless fish, estimated to weigh about 3 pounds. How many spirit stones? Just 9 spirit stones. Alright. Shen Xian didn't say much and handed over 10 spirit stones directly. After receiving the spirit stones, Zhao Chunxing asked, anything else? What's the matter? Zhao Chunxing smiled and said, I've been lucky and found a source. I can get 6 or 7 pounds every month. I wonder if Shen Fushi can handle that much? That's so much. Shen Xian deliberately feigned a look of difficulty. With his current mastery of the water control symbol crafting technique, he had a 百%success rate, allowing him to earn 70 spirit stones per month. After deducting the costs for the spirit gathering array in the training room and daily expenses, he could save 30 spirit stones each month. Wealth should not be flaunted. Shen Xian was always cautious and only handed over a portion of his premium water control charms for Zhao Chunxing to sell. I'll definitely take them. However, such a large quantity, I don't have enough spirit stones to pay for them all at once. No problem. You can owe me for now. Zhao Chunxing said generously. If others can't be trusted, can't I trust Shen the symbol master? Then I'll trouble you, Zhao Daoyu. I'll pay half the spirit stones now, and the rest can be settled with the premium quality water control charms I produce later. How about that? Alright. After sending Zhao Chunxing away, Shen Xian carried his fishing bag into the training room. First, he followed the instructions in the cultivation manual to craft the rejuvenation symbol on his own. After consuming 12 portions of materials, the rejuvenation symbol was finally mastered. Then, using the mysterious jade talisman, he extracted the innate abilities of the headless fish in the fishing bag. A flash of golden light followed. Talent, self-healing lục nhất bạc. Rejuvenation symbol, beginner gạo nhất bạc. Dao essence, sub yi. Shen Xian observed for a moment. Fish of the same weight, whether headless or Qingyu, had similar effects. It took Shen Xian a full year and a half to steal the water control talent from the Qingyu fish. Now, Zhao Chunxing had found a reliable source for headless fish, with ample supply and faster delivery than the blue-feathered fish. Every half-month or so, he would make a trip to collect 3 or 4 pounds of headless fish. Each time, Shen Xian paid half in spirit stones and settled the other half with premium-grade water control charms. Occasionally, he would exchange them for premium rejuvenation charms. 8 months later. Talent, self-healing 96-100. In the training room, Shen Xian suppressed his excitement and began the final talent extraction from the headless fish. Success or failure hinged on this day. The mysterious jade talisman did not disappoint Shen Xian. After the golden light faded, the bloodline talents of the headless fish in the fishing bag were completely absorbed. Shen Xian felt a moment of disorientation. A completely new life experience transformed into specks of spiritual light, sinking into his sea of consciousness. Without a head or a heart, living in the depths of the great river, surviving in a harsh environment lacking nutrients and oxygen, he persevered until his body completely decomposed. When subjected to external injuries, the body could swiftly seal the wounds and repair damaged tissues, thereby restoring bodily functions. Even if completely severed into 2 halves, each half of the headless fish could self-repair and survive independently with great difficulty. Chapter 7. The Guardian Sage. Please continue reading. Shen Xian slowly opened his eyes. His spiritual sea had gradually calmed down. His mind was crystal clear, as if he had just been reincarnated from a life of aimless drifting. It was like a dream, yet not quite. Shen Xian sat cross-legged, focusing his mind, slowly absorbing the headless fish's self-healing talent. On the mysterious jade talisman, ancient golden characters were constantly changing. Talent, self-healing beginner yi 100. Rejuvenation symbol, proficient yi 14 Taoist essence, 102. The crucial point was that his water spiritual root had once again been enhanced. Spiritual root, water 100. Shen Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. This time, the talent extraction from the headless fish had cost him over 300 spirit stones. Fortunately, he had the mastery-level water control symbol technique to rely on, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to afford it. At 64 years old, I'll be able to break through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation next year. The future looks promising. Over the past 8 months, Shen Xian had cultivated daily using the spirit gathering array, purchased headless fish from Zhao Chunseng, and simultaneously crafted rejuvenation charms, managing to keep his expenses and income in balance. Looking at his 100 points of Tao essence, Shen Xian didn't think twice and channeled it all into his self-healing talent. Talent, self-healing proficiency 300. Rejuvenation symbol, proficient 75. The rejuvenation symbol can be upgraded to the mastery stage once enough are crafted. He condensed a frost-sharp blade and gently sliced a small wound on his arm. Immediately, his body began to heal automatically, and the wound closed at a visible speed, soon returning to its original state. Looking at the mysterious jade talisman, the proficiency of the self-healing talent remained unchanged. It seems I can only collect Tao essence to enhance the self-healing technique ability. Shen Xian certainly didn't want to keep cutting himself every day just to practice self-healing technique and increase his proficiency. He certainly wasn't going to self-harm for no reason. After all the hard work, he planned to take a break and rest his body. Today was meant to be a day of celebration. Evening. Shen Xian was unusually excited. The bed creaked squeak, squeak for a very long time. At times intense, at times gentle. Very rhythmic. Afterward, Ding Yuyao lay limp in Shen Xian's arms. Husband, just say it. I want to go back to my parents' home. Pleading expression flashed across Ding Yuyao's eyes. Shen Xian paused. They had been married for 4 years, yet they had never once stepped foot outside the courtyard. Let alone returning to Ding Yuyao's hometown. Where do you live? Seeing that her husband hadn't refused outright, Ding Yuyao perked up. The Ding family governs 2 prefectures and 13 counties. My family resides in Hongqing County of Songjiang Prefecture, which is quite close here, only 800 li away. Shen Xian thought for a moment. He was a reasonable man. They had been married for 4 years. Ding Yuyao wanted to visit her parents' home, which was reasonable. In the cultivation world, immortals and mortals are distinct. However, deep down, Shen Xian always believed that husband and wife should be equal and treat each other with respect. In the past, out of concern for her safety, he might have politely declined. Now, with greatly enhanced strength, accompanying his wife to the mortal realm under the jurisdiction of the Ding family poses almost no risk. After all, in the mortal realm, there are no spiritual veins to sustain cultivation, so only low-level cultivators with no hope of advancing would settle there. As far as he knew, the cultivators sent by the Ding family to the mortal realm within their territory had the highest cultivation level of qi condensation stage Sam. Even those at the mid-stage of qi cultivation were unsuitable for prolonged stays in the mortal realm. Let's wait 2 months. When autumn arrives, I'll accompany you back to your family. My husband is so kind. Ding Yuyao happily kissed Shen Xian. She had been worried that Shen Xian would refuse. Before her wedding, she had heard that Shen Xian was a devoted practitioner who had never set foot in the marketplace. After marriage, she understood. Her husband was a cautious man who never took risks. This time, agreeing to accompany her back to her parents' home was truly rare. 2 months later. Songjiang Prefecture, Hongqing County. In a grand Taoist temple nestled in the mountains behind the county town. Master, there has been a severe drought this summer, with no rain for 2 months. The county magistrate has asked me to inquire whether you could perform a rain-invoking ritual as soon as possible. Ding Yifan, the county magistrate of Hongqing, respectfully presented a gift box. The senior Taoist master seated in the main hall of the Taoist temple took the gift box, opened it, and saw only 100 taels of gold inside. He couldn't help but sneer. Why didn't the county magistrate come himself? The county magistrate suddenly fell ill and is bedridden. He entrusted me with county affairs and sent me to come in his place. Please, master, consider our shared bloodline as members of the Ding family and perform the ritual to pray for rain. A mere 100 taels of gold? How can that compensate for the essence I will lose in performing the ritual? The immortal master cast a sideways glance at Ding Yifan. County Magistrate Ding, I know you are an honest man. Tell the county magistrate to come personally to discuss this with me. Show him out. Ding Yifan sighed deeply, left the Taoist temple, and returned dejectedly. This man was none other than Ding Yuyao's father. Upon returning home, why didn't the county magistrate go himself to ask the immortal master to perform a rain-invoking ritual? Why is he using you as a scapegoat? Seeing her husband looking so downcast, Ding couldn't help but complain. The county magistrate is a wise man. He wouldn't dare take on such a futile task. Then you shouldn't go either. I refuse to believe that the divine master would stand idly by while Hongqing County suffers such a severe drought. Women's talk. There are 10,000 common people in Hongqing County, many of whom are my Ding family's blood relatives. How can we not care? You go ahead. Can you handle it? Seeing his wife angry and in tears, Ding Yifan pulled her into his arms and comforted her, saying, Madam, don't worry. I'll make a few more trips, I'm sure I can get it done. How can I not worry? The county magistrate and the divine master clearly don't get along, yet they put you in the middle. As they spoke. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Coming. Ding Yifan responded and went to open the door. The county magistrate sent me to ask if the master has set a date for the rain-invoking ritual. The master is currently unavailable and will need to wait a few more days. Upon hearing this, the messenger, Li the constable, said, the county magistrate said that the drought in Hongqing County is severe. Please hurry, Magistrate Ding. If the higher-ups hold you responsible, he won't be able to speak on your behalf. I understand. Please convey to the county magistrate that I will handle this promptly. Li the constable nodded, gave an apologetic smile, and returned to report. Behind Ding Yifan, Ding sighed softly. A higher official's rank can crush a person. That evening, Qian, the chief clerk of Hongqing County, quietly entered the Ding mansion. Ding, there are indeed no spirit stones left in the county treasury. Can you find a way to borrow a few? It's not that easy. Even if someone is willing to lend them, what will the county treasury use to repay them? Qian Zhubu sighed, those are spirit stones, not gold, silver, or grain. This county magistrate is truly unreasonable. The entire county is suffering from a severe drought, and the autumn harvest is about to be ruined, yet he's still quarreling with the immortal master. Isn't it said that his family is prominent, having produced several immortals? Can't they even spare a few spirit stones? The county treasurer felt deeply unjustified. Enough, Qian. Don't gossip behind his back, it might bring trouble upon us. Ding Yifan advised. By the way, Ding, I heard that your youngest daughter is also married to an immortal master. Could you ask them to help us out? Ding Yifan shook his head. My daughter has been married for 4 years, and has been staying in Qinglongwan Market ever since, never returning home. I see. After Qian Zhubu left, Ding asked in confusion, Husband, why did Qian Zhubu suddenly ask about Yaoer? He's the county magistrate's man, Ding Yifan said calmly. Ding suddenly understood and said, the money collector was sent by the county magistrate to test you? What do you think? Ding Yifan said coldly, this year is the year of evaluation. If the county magistrate cannot alleviate the drought, his position is in jeopardy. And I have been in Hongqing County for a long time, and have achieved considerable political accomplishments. The county magistrate naturally keeps a close eye on me. The higher-ups are truly reckless. How could they allow such a treacherous individual to hold such a prominent position in the county office? Chapter Subplot. Returning home to visit relatives. Please continue reading. 3 days later. At the entrance to the Ding family's house, a luxurious carriage, driven by the burly coachman Old Lu, came to a steady stop. Sitting inside the carriage, Shen Xian slowly opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was the radiant smile of his beautiful wife, Ding Yuyao. It was clear she had dressed up carefully today. Her face as smooth as a jade plate, her hair as black as a waterfall, her eyes as bright as stars, and her lips as red as roses. She wore a deep red water moon patterned dress, embroidered with intricate gold threads, shimmering with vibrant colors, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Master Shen Fu, we have arrived at the residence of Magistrate Ding. The voice of the old stable hand Lu came from outside. He was a master of his craft in the secular world, yet he could only work as a coachman in Qinglong Bay. Opening the carriage door, Shen Xian stepped down slowly. Behind him, Ding Yuyao leaped out like a joyful little bird. Having practiced the Jade Maiden's True Classic for 4 years, she had achieved a modest level of inner strength, and could barely rank among the second-rate martial artists in the secular world. Returning to the familiar streets where she had grown up, Ding Yuyao felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Everything is exactly the same. Just like when I left 4 years ago. Ao Lu negotiated with the gatekeeper for a moment before turning back. Master Shen Fu, the gatekeeper has reported. In the coming days, you will stay by my side. Yes. Old Lu replied respectfully. This trip to Hongqing County would only take a little over a month, and Shen Xian had paid him a hefty reward of 1 spirit stone, far exceeding the market rate. At that moment, inside the Ding family's inner courtyard, upon hearing the servant's report, Ding Yifan was speechless. Say that again. Yes, master. The second young miss and her husband have returned and are waiting at the gate. It was Mrs. Ding who reacted first. Hurry up and open the main gate. Tell everyone to go out and welcome the son-in-law. Ding Yifan snapped out of his daze. Hurry up. Open the main gate and go out to greet the son-in-law. The two looked at each other in shock. This was the second daughter, Ding Yuyao, returning home for the first time. She was still as carefree and impulsive as ever. She hadn't even informed anyone beforehand. They were caught off guard and completely unprepared. Madam, shall we go out to greet the guests? Ding Yifan took a deep breath, then hurriedly tidied his attire and stepped out with his wife. At the door, his son and daughter-in-law were already waiting nearby. Ding Yifan furrowed his brows slightly. Where is the Yu family? Why haven't they arrived yet? Father, we've already sent someone to notify them, his son replied softly as he stepped forward. Let us go. Don't keep the groom waiting. Yes. Ding Yifan walked at the front with his wife, followed closely by his son and daughter-in-law. Further behind were the housekeeper, bodyguards, maids, and servants, following in order. Everyone was well behaved, and no one dared to speak out of turn. They all knew that the young master whom the second young miss had married was a true immortal master. This matter had been boasted about by Mrs. Ding for a long time. They all shared in the honor. As they reached the doorway, Ding thought she must be seeing things, and quickly rubbed her eyes, then looked again at the goddess before her. She hadn't seen wrong. It was indeed her youngest daughter, Ding Yuyao. Her complexion was radiant, her skin as smooth as jade, and she looked like a fairy descended from heaven, dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. She was simply breathtakingly beautiful. MRS, Ding immediately embraced Ding Yuyao. Yao, you're so heartless. You've been gone for 4 years without even coming back to visit me. Ding Yifan looked at Shen Xian. The clan had sent a letter informing him that his daughter, Ding Yuyao, had married a Fu Si. Everything was fine, except that he was slightly older, nearing 60. However, the Shen Xian before him was composed and calm, with an extraordinary demeanor. He looked to be just over 30, mature and steady, with not a trace of old age. Unbelievable. Your humble son-in-law, Shen Xian, greets his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Shen Xian bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Ah, my dear son-in-law, no need for formalities. Please come in quickly. Ding Yifan hurriedly returned the gesture. This is a divine master. There is a distinction between immortals and mortals. He dared not act presumptuously in front of Shen Xian. After entering the house, Ding Yifan ordered a grand banquet to be prepared to welcome his son-in-law. Ding Yuyao then brought out one gift box after another and presented them to her family members. Mother, this is the elixir of longevity. Mortals can only take one pill, which extends life by 10 years. Keep it safe. Eldest brother, this is an evil-repelling talisman. Hang it in the study to ward off evil spirits and protect against harm, and to calm the mind. Sister-in-law, this is a spirit-nourishing incense. Burn 1 stick each time to calm the mind, strengthen the body, and improve sleep. Ding Yuyao distributed the gifts one by one. These cultivation artifacts were merely low-grade items in the cultivation world, worth only 2 spirit stones in total. In the secular world, however, they were family heirlooms. Sister, you're back. At the door, a beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ding Yuyao walked in. It was her older sister, Ding Yujiong. Upon seeing Ding Yuyao's face, Ding Yujiong couldn't help but stare in surprise. Sister, you've become so beautiful. Originally, she had felt sorry for her sister. A pampered daughter of an official, she had rejected the county magistrate's son's proposal and chosen to marry an elderly hermit nearing retirement age. Ding Yujiong looked at Shen Xian sitting in the seat of honor, his demeanor extraordinary, even her father was smiling humbly. Then she looked at her timid husband, who had only achieved the rank of scholar, and a touch of jealousy arose in her heart. So the hermit my sister married is actually like this. If I had known this, I should have married the hermit too. After the banquet. In the study, Ding Yifan cautiously asked, does my son-in-law recognize the immortal master who guards the county? Shen Xian shook his head and said, I don't recognize him. Ding Yifan sighed deeply. Does my father-in-law have something to ask of him? I won't hide it from you. The drought in Hongqing County is severe, and the county magistrate is ill and unable to rise. He asked me to find that guardian immortal to perform a rain-invoking ritual. But the guardian immortal refuses to perform the ritual, because the county magistrate hasn't provided the spiritual stones. He keeps making excuses. The two of them are now dueling, and I've been caught in the middle. I went to see the guardian immortal yesterday, but he wouldn't even open the door for me. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian smiled faintly. How many spirit stones does the guardian immortal demand? Following the usual practice, 2 spirit stones for each rain-invoking spell. Shen Xian asked, why won't the county magistrate give them? The county treasury has no spirit stones, and the county magistrate refuses to pay out of his own pocket. That's understandable. 2 spirit stones are a significant sum for these ordinary mortals. Coincidentally, I was planning to visit the Taoist temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. I will accompany my father-in-law tomorrow. What do you think? Then I'll be counting on you, my son-in-law. The next day, Shen Xian and Ding Yuyao got up early and accompanied Ding Yifan to the Taoist temple guarded by the immortal master. Emir Ding, the Taoist master, said he won't be receiving visitors for the time being. The temple attendant apologized to Ding Yifan. Shen Xian smiled slightly. A massive divine consciousness pressure gently enveloped the attendant. The attendant's heart trembled violently. A terrifying aura he couldn't describe made him gasp for breath, lower his head, and go limp all over. Looking at the person beside Ding Xiansheng, he emanated a faint glow, towering like a mountain, making one feel like an ant before a deity, unable to resist kneeling in reverence. It's a divine master. It's an immortal master even more powerful than Ding Xianshi. The attendant struggled to lift his head. Go inform Ding Xianshi that King Longwan Fu Si Shen Xian has come to pay a visit. Shenxian withdrew his spiritual pressure and spoke calmly. Yes, Master Shen, please wait here. I will go report to Master Ding immediately. The attendant struggled to his feet and rushed into the Taoist temple. Ding Yifan's gaze toward Shenxian suddenly grew peculiar. The tone of his son-in-law seemed to disregard the status of the guardian immortal master. Could it be that his son-in-law's status and position were even higher than that of this guardian immortal master? Chapter Subtut, casting a spell to summon rain. Please continue reading. The mystery was soon resolved. The guardian immortal hurried out to greet them. Master Shenfu, your presence honors this humble abode. I am Ding Mingyan, the guardian cultivator of Hongqing County. It is an honor to meet you, Master Shenfu. Shenxian's divine sense swept over Ding Mingyan imperceptibly, revealing that he was only at the second level of qi cultivation. Shenxian, the talisman master, greets you, Ding Daoyu. This is my wife, Ding Yuyao, and my father-in-law, Ding Yifan. Ah, Emir Ding, you have such an outstanding son-in-law. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Ding Mingyan immediately changed his expression. We've known each other for over a decade, how could I hide this from you? Shenxian smiled and said, please don't blame my father-in-law, Emir Ding. My wife and I only returned home for the first time yesterday. I see. In the secular world, amidst the dust of the mortal realm, it's not conducive to cultivation. How could a symbolist like you come down so easily? Upon entering the Taoist temple, Ding Mingyan had someone bring out fine tea to entertain Shenxian and the others. The drought in Hongqing County required us to perform rituals to summon rain. It was our duty as guardian cultivators. However, that county magistrate of Hongqing is truly despicable. He dared to offer only 100 taels of gold as compensation. In 3 days, officials from Songjiang Prefecture will arrive in Hongqing County to inspect the autumn harvest. I had planned to wait until the county magistrate held me accountable before performing the rain-invoking ritual. Since Master Shenfu has arrived, I will set up an altar tomorrow and perform the rain-invoking ritual. What seemed like an impossible task to Ding Yifan, Shenxian hadn't even spoken yet, but Ding Mingyan had already agreed to take it on. Then I thank you, Ding Daoyu. Shenxian handed over a premium-grade breath suppression fu and a premium-grade invisibility fu, worth 2 spirit stones. Ding Mingyan's eyes lit up as he quickly took them with both hands, but he said, Master Shen, you're too kind. It's just a small matter, there's no need to mention it. Upon returning, Hongqing County posted an announcement stating that the town's guardian immortal would set up an altar and perform rituals to pray for rain on behalf of the people. The next day, Ding Mingyan set up an altar on the mountaintop to perform the ritual, while Shenxian watched from the side. With just one glance, Shenxian knew that the technique Ding Mingyan was using was the cloud and rain technique, a common spell among water element cultivators in the cultivation world. However, water cultivators used it to condense spiritual rain and cultivate spiritual plants. Ding Mingyan, however, was merely gathering ordinary clouds and mist, transforming them into rain. Without spiritual energy, the rain naturally lacked the life-giving power inherent in water-based spells. After watching for a while, Ding Mingyan had been casting the spell for half an hour, having summoned roughly 5 millimeters of rain, before his spiritual energy was completely depleted, leaving him panting heavily. Ding Daoyu, let me try. Shenxian had also studied the cloud and rain technique, but rarely used it. At that very moment, he felt an urge to try it himself. All right. Ding Mingyan quickly stepped aside. Shenxian stood before the altar, recalling the incantation of the cloud and rain technique in his mind. He remembered that back then, when he had performed it, it had caused a spiritual rain to fall within a 10 zhang radius, nourishing the spiritual fields and increasing the yield of spiritual rice. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his body was at least 10 times that of back then. He also possessed the water control talent. The cloud and rain technique had advanced from the beginner stage to the proficient stage. Shenxian activated the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, and the vast spiritual energy within his body erupted suddenly, the 5 elements spinning like a vast ocean, surging and roaring. Talent, water control mastery Samsei Ba. Cloud and rain technique, proficient Yi Sabat Yi Ba. On the mysterious jade talisman, golden ancient characters flickered and shifted. Shenxian clasped his hands in a seal, and the sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds gathered overhead, layer upon layer, far more intense than when Ding Mingyan had cast his spell. A thunderous bolt of lightning flashes across the sky. The sky seemed to tear apart, and a fierce wind arose, pouring down a torrential rain like a waterfall. Ding Mingyan was instantly frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. Is this a talisman master? The same cloud and rain technique, yet in Shen's hands, it possessed such overwhelming power. The area it covered was dozens of times larger than his. It directly enveloped the entire Hongqing County city. Half an hour later, Ding Mingyan seemed to recall something. Shen Fusher, enough. The rain is enough. Stop gathering the dark clouds. Otherwise, the drought will turn into a flood, which will be even more troublesome. Oh. Shen Xian felt a bit reluctant to stop. Earlier, while casting the spell, he sensed that his water control technique had improved slightly. Talent, Water Control Mastery Lok Sei Ba. After advancing to the mastery stage, the proficiency of the water control talent improved very slowly. That day, Hongqing County was in a state of wild celebration. Torrential rain fell for a day and night, bringing 2 inches of rain, more than enough to alleviate the drought. Ding Yifan and his wife looked at the invitations before them, feeling as though everything were a dream. The senders of these cards were either wealthy or powerful, the true rulers of Hongqing County. Even the county magistrate, who had been seriously ill, suddenly recovered and personally came to apologize to Ding Yifan. As soon as the county magistrate left, the prefect of Songjiang Prefecture paid a personal visit, inquiring about their well-being. Following that came the appointment letter for the county magistrate of Hongqing County. Upon hearing that Shen Fusher had returned to Qinglong Bay with his wife, the prefect expressed deep regret. If the honorable son-in-law returns, please inform this official. This official obeys your orders. Ding Yifan replied respectfully. He knew deep down that everything he had gained today was because he had a good daughter, and had married her to a good son-in-law. After performing the rain-invoking ritual at the summit of Daoguan Mountain, Shen Xian stayed at the Ding family's residence for 2 days before setting off with Ding Yuyao to return home. During this time, Ding Yuyao was constantly harassed by her older brother, sister-in-law, older sister, brother-in-law, and a large group of nephews and nieces. One after another, they used the pretext of building relationships to openly and covertly ask her for elixirs, talismans, and spiritual stones. Rumors spread in the village that Ding Yuyao was blessed with good fortune, having married a powerful immortal master who could grant immortality and eternal youth, and possessed an endless supply of elixirs and talismans. The initial warmth of family bonds gradually soured under the constant demands of her relatives. After spending too much time in the mundane world, even breathing felt strained. Her skin seemed to lose its former smoothness and radiance. Therefore, after much reflection, Ding Yuyao resolutely decided to return to Qinglongwan Market with her husband ahead of schedule. This return visit allowed her to see her parents and siblings, effectively resolving a lingering matter. Ding Yuyao no longer felt any attachment to life in Hongqing County. Compared to Qinglongwan Market, this place lacked the spiritual energy that nourished the soul, and there were no sweet and delicious spiritual rice or demon beast meat. Moreover, she was aging particularly quickly. She hoped to live with her husband in Qinglongwan Market, sharing a harmonious life and growing old together. Thank you, Master Shen Fu. Taking a spirit stone, the old coachman Lu thanked him repeatedly. If Master Shen Fu needs to go out, just give me a shout. All right. I'll come find you next time I go out. Shen Xian was quite satisfied with old Lu's service. He didn't say much, but he was well versed in the customs and geography of the mortal world, making him an excellent guide. As soon as he entered the house, Zhao Chunxing hurriedly arrived. Master Shen, do you still have any of the premium rejuvenation charms from last time? There are some left, but not many. Why didn't you make more? I just returned from visiting my wife's family. Oh. Master Shen, the price of your premium rejuvenation charms has gone up. It turned out that Zhao Chunxing had taken some premium rejuvenation charms to sell. Some demon hunters had been injured while hunting demon beasts, and used Shen Xian's premium rejuvenation charms, finding the effects remarkably effective. They found Zhao Chunxing and specifically requested to purchase this special water-based premium rejuvenation charms. Before, they all used the wood-based spring revival charms. Out of respect for me, they bought some water-based spring revival charms. I never expected the effects to be so good. Zhao Chunxing rubbed his hands together, as if he could see shimmering spirit stones beckoning to him. Chapter Sabba, The Sect's Bounty. Please keep reading. The price of the spirit talismans he was selling on consignment had gone up, which was a good thing for him. The premium-grade rejuvenation amulet, which used to sell for 2 spirit stones each, now fetches 3 spirit stones per piece. For every talisman sold, Shen Xian pays him a 10% commission. This is risk-free income with no costs involved. Just casually selling them around, he could earn 10 or so spirit stones each month. Where in the world could you find such a good deal? That's all. Shen Xian emptied his storage pouch, and had only 7 or 8 high-quality rejuvenation charms left. This left Zhao Chunxing deeply disappointed. Don't worry, Zhao Daoyu. These past few days, I've been in seclusion, focusing on crafting rejuvenation charms, to earn some spirit stones first. Originally, Shen Xian had planned to devote himself to refining the rejuvenation charms for a period of time, aiming to master the craftsmanship. The application range of the rejuvenation charms was broader than that of the water control charms, so there was no issue with selling them. Moreover, he could use them himself, although he had seized the self-healing talent. But enhancing this talent is troublesome and only effective at the proficient stage. If used in conjunction with the rejuvenation symbol, the healing and recovery effects would undoubtedly be even better. However, Zhao Daoyu, are those demon hunters reliable? Shen Xian was a bit concerned. Zhao Chunxing is not a talisman master, suddenly selling a large quantity of water-based rejuvenation charms. As long as one is determined, one can find Shen Xian through him. Reliable? Zhao Chunxing didn't think much of it. Besides, what's so strange about being able to create high-quality rejuvenation charms? You're being too cautious. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, talisman making is less difficult than alchemy, array formation, or weapon forging. Symbol making is the easiest of the 6 foundational arts of cultivation. However, this doesn't mean it's easy. Almost all cultivators possess 1 or 2 talisman making techniques. But those who can become symbol masters are few and far between. Among wandering cultivators who have reached the late Qi cultivation stage, the vast majority possess at least one special skill. Shen Xian has dedicated over 40 years to symbol making in the Qinglong Bay marketplace. After advancing to the rank of mid-tier symbol master, he was able to mass-produce high-quality rejuvenation symbols, which was entirely reasonable. In the cultivation world, many cultivators accumulate knowledge and experience over time, then suddenly achieve enlightenment, leading to rapid improvements in their skills. In Zhao Chunxing's view, Shen Xian had been stuck at the early stage of qi cultivation for too long, developing a cautious and overly prudent personality. Zhao Daoyu, be careful. As usual, I'll give you a 10% commission. Shen Xian thought for a moment and instructed Zhao Chunxing. Even after paying Zhao Chunxing his commission, the selling price of the premium quality rejuvenation symbol would still be much higher than what he could get from Ding's shop. Sure enough, when he went to the Ding family shop to purchase materials for making the rejuvenation charms, the shopkeeper Ding told him some bad news. The cinnabar and talisman paper for the rejuvenation talisman have increased in price. Originally, a bottle of cinnabar and 120 sheets of talisman paper only cost some spirit stones. Now it had risen to 36 spirit stones. Shen Xian was immediately displeased. Amateur Ding, that's not very fair. Are you trying to take advantage of a regular customer? Ding the shopkeeper hurriedly explained. Master Shen, please calm down. In 2 months, the Qingyun sect will be dispatching cultivators to open new territories. Rejuvenation charms are commonly used talismans. The prices of the materials we source have also been rising. Shenfu sure, this is actually good news. As the price rises, so does the demand for the revitalization symbol. I can increase the purchase price by 10% for regular revitalization symbols, and 10% for premium ones. Shen Xian knew that Ding the shopkeeper was trying to curry favor. He was now a major customer of the Ding family's shop. Purchasing talisman materials and selling spiritual talismans allowed the Ding family shop to make a double profit. Alright. Shen Xian agreed. In one go, he purchased 306 subsets of talisman making materials, paying 108 spirit stones. He had almost emptied his storage pouch. He planned to focus on the rejuvenation talisman in the near future to earn spirit stones and purchase other cultivation resources. After advancing to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, he plans to purchase an offensive magical artifact. Additionally, he must continue to plunder demon beast talents to enhance his spiritual root potential. All of this required spirit stones. Upon returning home, he and Ding Yuyao first engaged in a warm-up match of dual cultivation. Since their residence lacked privacy, they didn't engage in any intense physical activity during their outing. Now, Shen Xian finally got to give it his all. Let Ding Yuyao know what it means to be like a parched land receiving rain. It was quite refreshing. Afterward, Shen Xian instructed his young wife to stay home and not go out. Stay home and don't go out. No one was to be allowed inside except Zhao Chunseng. Over the next month, Shen Xian devoted himself entirely to training and crafting the rejuvenation charms. He made a dozen rejuvenation charms every day. 360 sets of talisman making materials were completely depleted within a month. Rejuvenation charms, mastery Lok Sei Ba. After a month of hard work, he finally mastered the art of creating rejuvenation charms. Like the water control symbol, the success rate was around 40%. Out of 360 materials, 130 rejuvenation charms were crafted, with 30 being premium quality pieces. Due to my current cultivation level, the rejuvenation symbol technique has reached its current limit. Shen Xian thought to himself. According to the price given by Ding the shopkeeper, these rejuvenation charms could be sold for Yi Bak Yesub spirit stones. That would earn him Yebak spirit stones in a month. His biggest expense was the spirit gathering array in his training room, which consumed 30 spirit stones per month. Apart from that, the cost of accommodation and food for him and his wife, when broken down monthly, amounted to no more than 3 or 5 spirit stones. With the 60 spirit stones left over each month, I can acquire the innate ability of another demon beast. Shen Xian divided the completed rejuvenation charms into 3 portions. 10 high-quality rejuvenation charms were kept as his personal reserves and stored in his storage bag. 100 ordinary rejuvenation charms were sold to the Ding family shop in exchange for talisman making materials and a small amount of spirit stones. 20 high-quality rejuvenation charms were handed over to Zhao Chunseng for resale. According to his cultivation progress, he would break through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation in another half-year. At that time, his cultivation realm would have improved, and his talisman-making skills would also reach a new level. After emerging from seclusion, Shen Xian first took a bath and changed his clothes, then found his charming young wife with eyes full of autumn waves, and spent the entire night fulfilling his duties. It turns out that farming is so hard. The next morning, he entered the Ding family's shop early. Upon entering, he saw that the prices of spiritual pills, talismans, magical artifacts, spiritual wine, and other cultivation items in the shop had all risen. It seemed to have risen more sharply than in previous years. Could it be that the Qingyun sect had some hidden motives for this land reclamation project? Regardless, Shen Xian would never volunteer for the land reclamation labor. The Qingyun sect had never disclosed the number of cultivators who had perished. It is said that in every expedition, at least 10% of the wandering cultivators are left behind in the wilderness forever. Upon seeing Shen Xian enter the shop, Ding the shopkeeper warmly greeted him, invited him into the VIP room, and personally brewed him some spiritual tea. Wow, Shen Fusher truly lives up to his reputation. You managed to create 100 rejuvenation charms so quickly. He presented 360 sets of talisman making materials and 12 spirit stones. Shen Fusher, why are there no premium rejuvenation charms? I managed to make a few premium spring revival charms by chance, but I kept them for myself as a backup. Shen Xian said casually. Ding the shopkeeper nodded in understanding, and did not mention it further. Master Shen, the Qingyun sect really went all out for this expedition. Oh, tell me more. The Qingyun sect has offered 10 foundation building pills as rewards for the top 10 contributors to the expedition. Wow, that's truly generous. A single foundation establishment pill is priced at over 10,000 spirit stones. Especially those produced by the Sect, which are of guaranteed quality and in high demand, making them extremely difficult to obtain. Even Shen Xian, a cautious cultivator who prioritizes safety above all else, couldn't help but be tempted. For cultivators with average spiritual root qualities, foundation establishment pills are essential for breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Some cultivators even prepare to be cautious. Safety comes first. I have a mysterious jade talisman. Steady cultivation is the way to go. No need to take risks. Shen Xian repeatedly reminded himself in his heart. This finally suppressed his urge to join the pioneering labor service. The Qingyun sect is offering such a generous reward. There must be a reason. Chapter Subgao, the Praying Mantis Demon Shrimp. Please keep reading. Indeed. Ding the shopkeeper told him that the Qingyun sect had discovered a hidden spiritual site in the barbarian wastes, containing a third-tier spiritual vein and several second-tier spiritual veins. However, the area around the hidden spiritual site was inhabited by numerous demonic birds and beasts in vast numbers. This expedition aims to eliminate the demonic beasts and birds surrounding the hidden spiritual site. A third-tier spiritual vein. This is a high-grade cultivation site suitable for cultivators at the Dan formation stage. As expected, high returns often come with high risks. Shen Xian thought to himself. A third-tier spiritual vein likely harbors a third-tier demon king. Such beings are terrifying entities on par with Dan-forming cultivators. For Qi cultivation cultivators, a third-tier demon king wouldn't even consider them worth a meal. At most, they're just a tiny sprout, not even enough to fill its teeth. The central region of the barbarian wastes is geographically complex, teeming with demon beasts, and shrouded year-round in toxic mist that blocks spiritual perception. Therefore, the Qingyun sect needed a large number of wandering cultivators to enlist as conscripts, serving as cannon fodder to explore and clear the way for them. Thinking of this, Shen Xian immediately abandoned his plans to join the frontier expedition. Returning home, Shen Xian sold 20 high-quality rejuvenation charms at a discounted price to Zhao Chunseng. He only charged 50 spirit stones. He gave up 10 spirit stones in the price difference, allowing Zhao Chunseng to make a profit. After the transaction, Zhao Chunseng's face lit up with joy. Master Shen, will there be more next month? Yes, there will be. That's great. Zhao Chunseng smiled broadly. To be honest, Master Shen, these premium rejuvenation charms have already been pre-ordered. If there are none left in the future, I wouldn't dare to step out of the house. You. Shen Xian shook his head. Take it easy. Don't make too many promises. After sending Zhao Chunseng on his way, Shen Xian changed his attire, cast the breath concealment technique, and disguised himself as a young cultivator at the third layer of Qi cultivation, then went out for a stroll. After wandering around the market for a while, he didn't spot any water attribute demon beasts that caught his interest. Later, he entered a bookstore. The shop sold cultivation techniques, spell jade tablets, and various cultivation classics, such as various cultivation legends, travel notes, and cultivation insights, among others. However, these cultivation classics were not guaranteed authentic, and they were cheap, selling for only 1 spirit stone per volume. Shen Xian flipped through them, but they were all commonplace items, not worth spending spirit stones on. Sir, you've been looking for so long. Is there anything you like? The shop assistant approached and asked in a low voice. These are too ordinary, Shen Xian replied, making an excuse. Why spend spirit stones to buy something you can read for free? The shop owner came over to attend to him personally. What can I assist you with, fellow cultivator? Do you have any books or manuals about various demon beasts? Of course we do. The shopkeeper took a jade slip from the bookshelf. Shen Xian took the jade slip and saw the title on the cover. The Demon Beast Atlas of the Barbarian Wastes. The place where the Qingyun sect first settled was called the Barbarian Wilderness, a remote and desolate region. Spanning tens of thousands of miles, it featured swamps, forests, deserts, wetlands, barren mountains, and more, with harsh environments and unpredictable weather. However, what was more abundant were various demonic beasts, demonic birds, demonic insects, spiritual plants, spiritual flowers, spiritual herbs, and cultivation minerals. For cultivation sects that had overexploited their resources and found them increasingly depleted, this was a treasure trove of resources, a true feng shui paradise. The Qingyun sect organizes annual expeditions of wandering cultivators to explore the wilderness, seek out hidden spiritual sites, and acquire demon beast flesh, spiritual flowers and herbs, various minerals, and alchemy materials at low prices, all in pursuit of cultivation resources. This book, The Bestial Creatures of the Barbarian Wilderness, is illustrated with text and images, detailing the characteristics and abilities of all known demonic beasts discovered in the barbarian wilderness. How many spirit stones? 4 spirit stones. 3 spirit stones. Shenxian instinctively haggled. Sorry, we don't haggle here. I want to try it first. Alright. Shenxian pressed the jade slip against his forehead and scanned its contents with his divine sense. He could only see descriptions of a dozen or so demon beasts before being restricted by the jade tablet's seal. 4 spirit stones. I'll take it. Give me a book on cultivation techniques. The shop owner reluctantly agreed. Don't say I didn't warn you. These cultivation insights aren't guaranteed to be authentic. You can look at them, but don't try to practice them randomly. If you end up going off the path, don't blame me. Thank you for the warning, shopkeeper. Shenxian selected the book with the most prominent title. The Random Notes of the Pure Void Immortal. True Immortal. Only cultivators who have reached the Dan formation realm are qualified to be called true immortal. Shenxian flipped through it, but found no cultivation techniques or spells, nor any cultivation insights. Instead, it contained some leisurely essays. This one will do. Regardless, this is the masterpiece of a true immortal who has reached the Dan formation stage. Upon returning home, Shenxian eagerly began flipping through the casual writings of the clear void true immortal. Most of it recorded his amusing anecdotes and reflections. Wealth, companions, methods, and location. I believe that location is the most important. Without a spiritual location, cultivators are like water without a source, unable to make any progress. The Xian Yuan continent was originally one whole, but later split apart due to certain events. The primordial spiritual lands transformed into countless smaller spiritual lands, each giving rise to their own spiritual veins and dispersing spiritual energy on their own. After reading the random notes of Qingxuzhenren, Shenxian gained a general understanding of the cultivation continent. For cultivators, the most important aspect of cultivation is absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it for personal use. The source of spiritual energy is closely tied to spiritual veins. The major sects have claimed the high-grade spiritual veins of the Xian Yuan continent. The remaining smaller sects divide the medium-grade spiritual veins among themselves. The remaining lower-grade spiritual veins are occupied by various cultivating families. The entire Xian Yuan continent has formed a clearly defined hierarchical pyramid structure. The number of wandering cultivators is the largest, living at the bottom of the hierarchy, serving as laborers for the cultivators above them. The higher a cultivator's cultivation realm, the greater their need for high-grade spiritual veins to supply spiritual energy. When high-tier cultivators descend into the mortal realm, their cultivation rapidly declines, and they themselves become sources of spiritual energy. The surrounding mountains, rocks, and trees may all benefit, transforming into spirit beasts. Therefore, demon beasts have a reason for devouring cultivators' bodies. In the eyes of demon beasts, cultivators are simply walking sources of spiritual energy. Essentially, they are also plundering the spiritual energy of cultivators. It is not just cultivators. Artifacts also require spiritual energy to nurture them. Even the most powerful magical artifacts, if left in a spirit-deprived place like the mundane world, will lose their spiritual essence and eventually become worthless scrap metal. Spiritual pills, talismans, and the like all follow the same principle. Therefore, special medicine bottles and jade boxes are required for storage. Like the principle of a spirit gathering array, they confine spiritual energy within a certain range. Qingxuzhenren believed that spiritual energy is the foundation of cultivators, and spiritual veins are the foundation of spiritual energy. Whether they are cultivators or demon beasts, they are all spiritual beings that absorb spiritual energy. The more concentrated the spiritual energy within the body, the higher the cultivation level. Spiritual power, demonic power, and so on are all external manifestations of spiritual energy. This entire essay is essentially Qingxuzhenren's reflections on spiritual energy. The principle is straightforward. No wonder it's only sold for one spiritual stone. For ordinary cultivators, reading it is like not reading it at all. Shen Xian seemed to have an epiphany, piercing through the fog and pointing directly to the core of the matter. In his view, the mysterious jade talisman that steals innate talents is actually siphoning the hidden spiritual energy from demon beasts' bloodlines, converting it for personal use to enhance one's own spiritual power and amplify the effects of spells. This principle is the same as cultivators refining demon beast cores into spiritual pills to enhance their cultivation realm. Demon cultivators devouring essence blood and extracting souls to refine their spirits were essentially treating cultivators as spiritual bodies to be absorbed. The Qingshu Zhenren's casual notes contained only a few thousand words and was quickly finished. Shen Xian flipped through the primitive wilderness demon beast atlas again. It records over 3,000 common demon beasts of the barbarian wastes, ranging from first-tier lower grade to third-tier demon kings, with a wide variety of types. Water attribute, first-tier middle grade, with a special bloodline talent. The more the better, but the price shouldn't be too high. These were the requirements for the demon beast whose talent Shen Xian intended to plunder. Finally, he found a suitable target demon beast. The mantis shrimp, a demon shrimp that delivers powerful punches in water. Chapter Yisup, the Ding family crisis. Please keep reading. The news that Qingyun Sect was willing to offer 10 foundation establishment pills to recruit wandering cultivators for land reclamation was finally made public. Upon hearing that they could exchange pioneering merits for foundation building pills, many wandering cultivators became excited, and the number of applicants exceeded previous years. The prices of spiritual pills, talismans, and magical artifacts used for cultivation continued to rise. Shen Xian, however, sensed an uneasy atmosphere in the Qinglong Bay marketplace. Such matters were not something Ding the shopkeeper would share with him. Shen Xian sought out Zhao Chunxing for information. The patriarch of the Ding family is advanced in age, with little time left to live. And among the 200 cultivators of the Ding family, not a single new foundation establishment cultivator has emerged. Zhao Chunxing did not continue. Shen Xian understood immediately. The Ding family has no heirs. If anything were to happen to the patriarch of the Ding family, the spiritual land of Qinglong Bay that the Ding family had occupied would be difficult to defend. In the cultivation world, strength is everything. There were many other cultivation families in the vicinity, all watching with bated breath. How many years of lifespan does the Ding family's ancestor have left? Who can say for sure? Perhaps 20 or 30 years, or perhaps as soon as tomorrow. Who is most likely to take advantage of the situation? The Zhao family of Purple Maple Mountain, the He family of Tiger Lying Ridge, and the Tao family of 10,000 Bamboo Forest. These three families are all foundation establishment clans, and each has at least 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Seeing Shen Xian's worried expression, Zhao Chunxing comforted him. Shen Fushi, there's no need to worry too much. You're not a member of the Ding family, and you're a mid-tier symbol master. Regardless of which family settles in Qinglong Bay, they will treat you well as a talented individual. Shen Xian sighed and said, I hope so. In his heart, the Ding family was still decent. Having spent over 40 years in Qinglong Bay, he had grown accustomed to life there. If another cultivation family were to settle here, it was hard to predict how things would turn out. After all, he had married the Ding family's ordinary daughter. We must quickly enhance our own strength to ensure our own safety. As long as the Ding family's ancestor is still alive, Qinglong Bay will remain safe. In the cultivation world, the strength of high-ranking cultivators determines the strength of their families. A single foundation establishment cultivator is more intimidating than 10 Qi condensation cultivators at the peak of their cultivation. However, Shen Xian must also prepare for the future. If the Ding family patriarch were to suddenly perish, he would definitely have to relocate from the Qinglong Bay marketplace. He, however, has an advantage. He can conceal his cultivation, has the ability to become invisible, and possesses a natural talent for water manipulation. All he needs to do is jump into the Longza River outside the Qinglong Bay market to escape. But his wife, Ding Yuyao, is merely an ordinary mortal. Even if she cultivates internal energy and becomes a second-rate martial artist, she would still be no match for cultivators. If the situation changes, have the lady retreat to the secular world first. That is also an option. The Qingyun sect has issued an order: wars between cultivator clans must not involve the secular world. This is also a universal rule on the Xianyuan continent. Ding Yuyao is an ordinary mortal, and not a true member of the Ding family. That evening, Shen Xian, alone, registered his identity, and left the Qinglong Bay marketplace. Not far from the marketplace was a port. A winding river stretching thousands of miles flowed eastward, rushing into the East Sea. This was the Longza River. Shen Xian walked alone along the riverbank of the Longza River. Soon, his figure vanished into the night. Breath control technique. Invisibility technique. Shen Xian looked at the Longza River before him and slowly walked forward. This was his first time entering the water. After a dozen breaths, Shen Xian's entire body was submerged beneath the river's surface. Water control technique. At that moment, an indescribable sense of familiarity and comfort spread throughout his body, giving him the illusion of being as comfortable as a fish in water. Shen Xian seemed to have transformed into a blue-feathered fish. The pressure and resistance of the river water diminished to the point of being negligible. Not only that, the water currents within a 3-zhang radius around him obeyed his commands, fluctuating according to his will. He could split the water into separate channels, or converge them to exert pressure. Moreover, within the river, his spiritual perception was relatively unaffected. His perception range shrinks from 30 zhang to 10 zhang. Within 10 zhang, he can sense the movements of every living being. The speed of the Qingyu fish is 1,000 li per hour. I wonder how fast I can go. Shen Xian took a deep breath and activated the divine sea hiding technique within his body. In the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow leaving the string, slicing through the river's depths and leaving a trail of afterimages as he sped out to 100 zhang away. The Qingyu fish's speed is over 130 meters per second. Currently, I only possess 30% of its speed. Shen Xian thought to himself. 40 meters per second, that speed is 4 times faster than the world record for a sprinter in my previous life. It was even faster than the late-stage qi cultivation cultivators who could fly through the air on swords. Let's try the condense water into a blade technique. Shen Xian channeled his spiritual awareness, and soon a crescent-shaped icy blade materialized in his hands. It was cold and transparent, seemingly without substance, and shot out at an incredible speed. Excellent. Even at a depth of 3 zhang in the river, it still has lethal power. This is in water. A rifle with a range of 400 meters has an effective lethal range of only 1 or 2 meters in water. Half an hour later, Shen Xian emerged from the Longza River. Not a single drop of water could be seen on his clothes. As long as I escape the marketplace and jump into the Longza River, I can leave safely. With 4 innate abilities: water control, breath suppression, invisibility, and self-healing plus the water condensation blade technique, Shen Xian's combat prowess in water was off the charts. Ordinary qi cultivation cultivators were no match for him. Even foundation establishment cultivators couldn't touch him in the Longza River. Shen Xian had little connection to the Ding family. He would not bind his life to the Ding family. The path of immortality is fraught with dangers. Shen Xian trusts only himself. After planning his retreat route, he continued his cultivation. Zhao Chunxing brought him some mantis shrimp. Each time, there were 7 or 8 pounds. This stuff is cheap, only 2 spirit stones per pound. Thank you for your trouble, Zhao Daoyu. In the training room, Shen Xian used a mysterious jade talisman to extract the mantis shrimp's bloodline talents. Abilities that can be extracted: water control, iron fist, critical strike. Shen Xian selected the critical strike talent. Talent, critical strike sup lok yet ba. Taoist essence, sup. It seems that this critical strike talent is relatively easy to steal, but the Dao essence is average. Shen Xian plundered the mantis shrimp's talent primarily to enhance his spiritual root potential, obtain Dao essence, and increase his spell attack power, without needing to create new talismans for the new talent. With this, we can speed things up a bit. Subsequently, Shen Xian instructed Zhao Chunxing to increase the procurement of mantis shrimp. Thanks to the production of the rejuvenation symbol, he had a surplus of over 60 spirit stones per month, all of which he invested into the talent plundering of the mantis shrimp. At this point, he couldn't afford to be picky. Fortunately, mantis shrimp were common aquatic beasts. As a late-stage Qi cultivation demon hunter, Zhao Chunxing could acquire some first-tier mid-grade demon shrimp without attracting attention. While Shen Xian was secluded in meditation, the higher-ups of the Ding family were in a state of chaos. The patriarch of the Ding family had little time left, and the surrounding foundation-building factions were growing restless, beginning to test the waters. We must assist the Ding family's foundation establishment seeds in establishing their foundations as soon as possible. At the Ding family elders' meeting, the tone was set. To obtain foundation establishment pills, the Ding family intensified its recruitment efforts among the scattered cultivators in its territory. The merits earned by these wandering cultivators during their land reclamation efforts are credited to the Ding family. Rewards are first distributed to the Ding family, who then allocate them based on merit. Increase the recruitment of corvée labor. No delays in paying substitute labor taxes. Anyone who fails to pay substitute labor taxes, or refuses to perform conscription duties will be suppressed without exception. Chapter Yi Subya, Qi Cultivation Level 5. Please continue reading. Ding Family Shop VIP Room. Are you hoping to increase the purchase volume of the rejuvenation charms? Upon hearing Ding the shopkeeper's request, Shen Xian fell into deep thought. Ordinary rejuvenation charms were one thing. The premium rejuvenation charms, however, were reserved for Zhao Chunxing to sell. Not only did this hide his talisman-making abilities, but it also allowed him to use Zhao Chunxing to work for him. After all, a demon hunter at the late Qi cultivation stage could save him a lot of trouble. Master Shen, consider our 40-year friendship and give me a hand. Ding the shopkeeper said with a forced smile, one premium grade can be exchanged for two. With your skills, you can produce over a dozen a month. This is the elder's decision. Without a premium grade rejuvenation symbol, I wouldn't be able to account for it to the elder. Ding the shopkeeper said helplessly. Upon hearing Ding Zhonggui's request, Shen Xian grew wary. A mid-tier talisman master was like a cash cow. Shen Xian purchased talisman-making materials in the Qinglongbei market and sold spiritual talismans. The Ding family could earn dozens of spirit stones from him each month. Forcing him to sell premium-grade rejuvenation charms was akin to intensifying the exploitation. As for his marriage to a commoner from the Ding family, a mere commoner's daughter, the Ding family wouldn't give her a second thought. Shen Xian pondered for a moment. In the end, he agreed to sell 10 more premium rejuvenation charms to Ding the shopkeeper each month. However, as soon as Shen Xian returned home, he heard some bad news. Zhao Daoyu is going to enlist for corvée labor to clear land? There's no choice. If I don't go, the substitute tax is 40 spirit stones. Zhao Chunxing said helplessly. The substitute tax for cultivators in Qinglongbei was determined based on their cultivation level. At the initial stage of Qi cultivation, it's 6 spirit stones, at the intermediate stage, 15 spirit stones, and at the advanced stage, 40 spirit stones. The higher the cultivation level, the more likely one is to be conscripted for corvée labor, and the higher the substitute tax. This is the last batch of mantis shrimp. If you need to purchase spirit fish, or demon shrimp, or sell spirit talismans, you'll have to wait until I return from clearing the land. No problem. After sending off Zhao Chunxing, Shen Xian looked at the mantis shrimp in his fishing bag, feeling heavy-hearted. For some reason, he felt an uneasy premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. He had married Ding Jiafan's daughter. According to the agreement, he was not required to perform conscripted labor. Nevertheless, he still felt uneasy. In the training room, the mysterious jade talisman retracted its golden light. All the mantis shrimp in the fishing bag flipped over, exposing their bellies. Talent, critical strike beginner Yi Yep Ba. Taoist essence, Ca Sup Yi. Spiritual root, water Sup Lok Yep Ba. This time, Shen Xian obtained the mantis shrimp's critical strike talent in just half a year. Shen Xian closed his eyes and slowly sensed the mantis shrimp's life experiences. There were many water attribute demon beasts of the first tier middle grade, but those that were abundant, inexpensive, and possessed special talents were rare. Fortunately, the Qinglongbei market was built along the Longzi River, providing a steady supply of inexpensive spirit fish and demon shrimp. Shen Xian chose the mantis shrimp because of its unique bloodline talent. The mantis shrimp has a pair of mandible claws, which are extremely powerful. When folded, they resemble heavy hammers capable of shattering armor, and when extended, they pierce like sharp spikes. When attacking prey, it can launch its jaws in a fraction of a second, reaching speeds several times that of a handgun bullet. The friction generated instantly produces high temperatures, causing sparks to fly from the surrounding water, making its destructive power extremely formidable. And this is all happening underwater. Imagine if Shen Xian's water condensation blade technique were enhanced with the water control innate ability, then further boosted by the mantis shrimp's critical strike innate ability. The power would be greatly amplified, capable of severely injuring a late-stage Qi cultivation cultivator. The critical strike talent points can be improved through diligent practice. Shen Xian allocated all 70 points of his Dao essence to the self-healing talent. Talent, self-healing proficiency 39 His water spirit root had reached 16 points. It was time to break through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Earlier, Shen Xian had sensed the opportunity to break through. However, to enhance his water spirit root potential, he had suppressed it for a short while. He tried circulating the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, and the spiritual energy flowed through his meridians more smoothly. Indeed, it is the quality of the spiritual root that determines the upper limit of cultivation. As long as he continues to enhance his spiritual root, Shen Xian will be able to continuously break through the limitations of his cultivation realm. It's time to break through. Shen Xian didn't hesitate further, and activated the spirit gathering array. He sat cross-legged, focused his mind, and circulated his spiritual energy, beginning the breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Divine treasure of the vast sea technique began to circulate. After several cycles through his body, the spiritual energy gradually accelerated, surging and roaring under his divine will, growing increasingly vast and mighty. His spiritual energy was like the vast ocean, boundless and vast, flowing through his meridians and spreading throughout his entire body. This left Shen Xian brimming with energy, like a taut bowstring. When he sensed the critical moment, Shen Xian crushed the 2 spirit stones in his hands. Pure spiritual energy was drawn into his dantian from his palms, igniting like oil on a fire, surging violently and filling his meridians. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later. Having built up his strength, Shen Xian seized the opportunity and broke through the constraints with a single burst of energy. His aura surged once more. Shen Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with joy. He had broken through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Easier than he had imagined. No wonder he has a water spirit root with a sensitivity rating of 16. His meridians were completely unharmed. His spiritual awareness and spiritual energy had both increased by a full 20%. At 65 years old, it took 4 years to break through 1 layer. That's truly no easy feat. This was despite Shen Xian having recently purchased a spirit gathering array and recharging spirit stones daily. Otherwise, breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation would have taken another 2 years. Fortunately, after the sensitivity of the water spirit root reached 16 points, breaking through the minor bottleneck only required 2 spirit stones, making it a natural progression. Lifespan, 65-115. Technique, divine treasure of the vast sea mastery, 132-400. Realm, Qi cultivation 5th layer, 100. Lifespan increased by 3 years. The divine treasure of the vast sea technique remains at the mastery stage. It seems that to advance to the minor achievement stage, one must wait until breaking through the late Qi cultivation stage. Breath control technique. Shen Xian gathered his Qi and disguised himself as a Qi cultivation stage Sei practitioner. In the days that followed, Shen Xian diligently crafted rejuvenation charms to earn spirit stones. 2 months later, he had saved up 100 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Shen Xian approached Ding the shopkeeper and selected a mid-grade magical artifact. A pair of divided water ame daggers. 1 foot long, thick in the middle, and tapering to a point at both ends. The tips were flattened into a diamond shape with sharp edges. There was a circular ring in the middle, which could be slipped onto the middle finger and rotated freely. This magical artifact was forged from mystical ice-cold iron, making it ideal for combat in water or at night. Shen Xian gave it a try. When he exerted all his strength, the pair of water-splitting ame spikes felt like an extension of his body, moving as smoothly as his own limbs. Divine treasure of the vast sea technique. The spiritual energy flowing through the water-splitting ame daggers was unimpeded. These water-splitting ame daggers are water-attributed magical weapons, perfectly suited for Shenxian's use. After some haggling, Shenxian finally purchased this mid-grade magical artifact from Ding the shopkeeper for 40 spirit stones. Deep into the night, in the Longza River, 100 feet deep, pitch black and devoid of light at the bottom of the river. This was the deepest part of the Longza River, a place of utter darkness, coldness, and silence. The overwhelming water pressure was so intense that even ordinary cultivators dared not approach. However, at this moment, the calm is shattered. Shenxian's figure darted forward at an incredible speed, emanating a faint green glow. This was the water control talent he had seized from the Qingyu fish. Even at the depths of the riverbed, his speed reached 40 meters per second. And ahead of him, a group of unknown spirit fish, each with sharp, odd-shaped teeth half a foot long, numbering in the hundreds, swam in the riverbed, forming a military formation to hunt various river creatures. Chapter Yi Sup Yi, Critical Strike Talent. Please keep reading. 2-meter-long dolphin was gracefully swimming at the bottom of the river. When it realized it was surrounded by the strange fish, a panicked expression appeared on its adorable face, and its streamlined body accelerated rapidly, trying to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hundreds of strange fish swarmed toward it, baring their fangs, clinging to the dolphin like an ant colony. In no time, they devour its flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton to slowly sink to the riverbed. Shenxian watched quietly as the strange fish finished their meal. The next moment, Shenxian darted through the water at incredible speed, the terrifying water pressure and immense resistance seeming to have no effect on him. 50 meters per second. Exhilarating rush. At that moment, he felt as though he were a fish in water, as if he had returned home. The vast Longza River had become Shenxian's absolute domain. His divine consciousness flickered. The aura around him no longer restrained itself. A powerful, violent aura erupted from Shenxian, spreading out in all directions. The strange fish suddenly sensed Shenxian's presence, as if they had encountered the most terrifying predator in the world, and scattered in all directions with shrill screams. Trying to escape? Shenxian smiled faintly. 2 split water ame spears were already in his hands. He then activated the water condensation blade technique. Under the enhancement of the water control and critical strike innate abilities, the split water ame daggers instantly swelled, forming half-moon-shaped icy blades at both ends, each over 10 feet long, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. In the next instant, the 2 split water ame daggers transformed into 4 icy divine dragons, emanating a terrifying, heart-stopping aura of destruction. Go! As Shenxian shouted, the 4 icy divine dragons suddenly shot forward, seeming almost tangible, constantly devouring the water essence in the river, unleashing a colossal energy, slicing through the waves, and fiercely charging toward the group of strange fish. Splash! Amidst deafening explosions, the 4 icy divine dragons formed from the split water ame spears swept in, their terrifying power instantly tearing the strange fish into pieces, causing the surrounding waters to tremble. The strange fish that had fled earlier were all reduced to scattered fragments, sinking to the riverbed. What a pity! Shenxian sighed inwardly. Under the combined effects of the water control and critical strike talents, the water condensation blade technique, performed using the Fenshui ame spear, was incredibly powerful, reducing the group of valuable strange fish to nothing but debris. If he could have obtained the intact strange fish, such a large quantity would have fetched at least a dozen spirit stones. Swarms of unknown small fish swam over greedily, devouring the fragments of the strange fish. With the water-splitting ame dagger, and the water control and critical strike talents, the power of the water condensation blade technique exceeded his imagination. The range of its destructive power in the river water had more than doubled, reaching 7 or 8 zhong. This was in the river. If on land, Shenxian estimated it could reach 100 zhong. I wonder if, at the late stage of qi cultivation, I can withstand my full power strike. A single whale's cry, and the sea falls silent. A single whale's dive, and all things come to life. Shenxian watched silently for a moment before refraining from acting. He dived into the shallow water, walked on the waves, and returned to the riverbank, heading straight home. In the days that followed, Shenxian continued to craft the rejuvenation charms to accumulate wealth, while traveling to the depths of the Longza River to enhance his critical strike talent. Every time he cast a spell, his critical strike talent proficiency increased. Shenxian was extremely cautious. He always left at midnight. Walking along the riverbank, he first cast the breath control technique and invisibility technique, blending his figure into the darkness. After circling around a few times and ensuring no one was around, he quietly submerged himself into the depths of the Longza River. At the bottom of the Longza River, Shenxian practices for half an hour each time, consuming half of his spiritual energy before quietly returning to the riverbank. He used the same techniques, breath control and invisibility. As he neared the entrance to the marketplace, he revealed his form and registered his return home. It took 3 months to master the critical strike skill to the expert level. Talent, critical strike mastery Samyepa. The range of his lethal attacks in water had increased to 10 zhang. Moreover, the 4 icy divine dragons formed at the ends of the split water ame stab technique could now be summoned at will by Shenxian. In the Longza River, with a mere flick of his divine consciousness, the 4 icy divine dragons would materialize. Moreover, these 4 icy divine dragons seemed to possess a sentient spirit, clinging to the 2 ends of the Fenshui Ame stab, and emitting a soul-stirring low dragon's roar. The temperature in the surrounding 100 zhang water area plummeted suddenly. Shenxian could now control them at will. He withdrew the spiritual energy of the condense water into blade technique. The 4 icy divine dragons vanished back into the Fenshui Ame spikes, ready to strike at any moment. Their attack speed was extremely fast. From casting the spell to the icy divine dragons appearing, transforming into afterimages, and darting forward, the distance of 15 zhang was covered in just half a second. It was essentially an instant cast. With such terrifying attack power and speed, Shenxian was certain that ordinary late-stage qi cultivation cultivators would be unable to withstand the attack without summoning a high-grade defensive artifact. At the very least, Shenxian had to summon his mid-grade defensive artifact, the Water Cloud Shield, and activate the water control talent to barely withstand the attack from the water-splitting Ame spear from a distance of 10 zhang. That day, Shenxian stepped out of the talisman making room as usual. Whispering voices of 2 women could be heard from the inner courtyard. One of them was Jiang Sueki, the wife of Zhao Chunseng. After Zhao Chunseng was conscripted for corvée labor, Jiang Sueki often came to the Shen household to keep Ding Yuyao company. When Shenxian entered, he saw Ding Yuyao with a look of panic on her face. "What's wrong?" "Husband," Jiang's sister said that several corpses of cultivators have appeared outside the Qinglongwan marketplace. Ding Yuyao looked toward Jiang Sueki. "Master Shen, yesterday, 4 corpses of cultivators were discovered in the forest 10 miles outside the Qinglong Bay marketplace. They were completely naked and unrecognizable. It is highly likely that a band of bandits has set their sights on Qinglong Bay." Upon hearing this, Shenxian's brows immediately furrowed. The security in Qinglong Bay market had always been good. Group-related murders were rare. The shantytowns on the outskirts of the market town were home to thousands of impoverished wandering cultivators. The forest 10 miles away was actually located at the edge of the shantytown. "Don't worry, my lady. As long as we stay within the market town, we'll be safe. For now, don't go out," Shenxian instructed. "All right, I'll obey my husband." Ding Yuyao nodded in agreement. However, just a few days later, several more bodies of cultivators were discovered at the outskirts of the shantytown. They were equally mangled and gruesome, with all their belongings stripped away. Jiang Sueki looked even more worried. She was worried about her husband Zhao Chunseng, who had volunteered to clear the land. The bandits are acting so brazenly, something must be wrong with the Ding family. Shenxian hurriedly tried to calm her down. "Jiang Daoyu, please don't speak recklessly, it might bring trouble upon us." Jiang Sueki remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Shenfu, I have an unreasonable request. I wish to move here and keep company with Yuyao." Upon hearing this, Shenxian couldn't help but pause. "Why do you say that, Jiang Sueki?" "Lately, I've been feeling restless and uneasy. Moving to your place, we can stick together and face challenges together, which is better than going it alone." Shenxian was speechless. He possessed innate abilities such as breath control, invisibility, and water manipulation, allowing him to escape at any moment. Jiang Sueki, on the surface, was a mid-stage qi cultivation demon hunter with considerable strength. If something were to happen in the marketplace, her strength alone wouldn't be enough. What's wrong? Shenfu, I'm a demon hunter at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. You don't want to team up with me? No. Shen Xian thought for a moment. Out of respect for Zhao Chunxing, he reluctantly agreed. Here are some premium grade talismans: the breath concealment talisman, the invisibility talisman, the water control talisman, and the rejuvenation talisman. Please accept them, Jiang Daoyu. Shen Xian generously pulled out over a dozen premium talismans. If anything goes wrong, we'll work together to break out. Chapter Yi Subsam, The Master's Ascension. Please continue reading. Jiang Shuiqi's eyes sparkled brightly. Master Shenfu, no wonder my husband is willing to work for you. You sure are generous. She had married Zhao Chunxing for the sake of their 2 children, and had always been accustomed to living frugally. She had never encountered a fellow cultivator who would so freely gift over a dozen premium talismans on their first meeting. Shen Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, Master Jiang is too kind. This concerns the lives of my wife and me. We will rely on you in the future. Rest assured. I won't take these talismans for free. Jiang Shuiqi had lived in this area for over a decade and knew Shen Xian well. A cautious and diligent cultivator, he had only broken through to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation after reaching his 60s. Though he was a mid-tier talisman master, no one had ever heard of him engaging in combat with others. Jiang Shuiqi returned home to pack his belongings, then moved into Shen Xian's residence, sharing a room with Ding Yuyao. Shen Xian, meanwhile, rested in either the training room or the talisman-making room. To be safe, Shen Xian stayed within the town and avoided the Dragon Zat River bed for cultivation, focusing instead on crafting the rejuvenation symbol to earn spirit stones. Soon after, the shanty towns of Qinglong Bay Market began to see the bodies of cultivators appearing one after another. The Ding family's enforcement team conducted on-site investigations and confirmed that the deceased were wandering cultivators from the shanty town. For a time, the scattered cultivators in the shanty town were filled with panic. Some gathered enough spirit stones and hid within the town. Others moved out of the shanty towns and sought new places to settle. Most of the wandering cultivators, however, remained indifferent. They were already at the bottom of the cultivation world. If they had spirit stones, they wouldn't be living in the shanty towns. As a result, the Ding family intensified patrols and enforcement in the shanty towns. After more than 10 days, news began to spread. High-ranking cultivators from the Ding family intervened and apprehended a group of bandits who had been robbing and killing people. After a public trial, all were hanged at the entrance of the marketplace. That's great. Bandits deserve to die. No wonder they're from the Ding family of Qinglong Bay. What a relief. Those living in the shanty towns, who tapped into the spiritual energy of Qinglong Bay's marketplace, were also required to pay rent to the Ding family. However, it was much cheaper than in the market, only 2 spirit stones per year. The Ding family's high-ranking cultivators intervened to stabilize the morale of the wandering cultivators in the marketplace. After all, these wandering cultivators worked tirelessly year-round, toiling like beasts of burden to earn spirit stones for the Ding family. Shen Xian did not leave the market district. Cultivation, talisman making. Life was fulfilling yet monotonous. Looking at the ever-increasing number of spirit stones, Shen Xian was filled with determination. Since the Ding family announced that they had captured the bandits who had hanged themselves, the security in Qinglong Bay Market had returned to normal, with no disturbances, and no cultivators were being robbed or killed in the shanty towns. As for areas outside the marketplace, the Ding family had no jurisdiction and chose not to intervene. That day, Shen Xian received a letter. The letter was sent from the Longmen Market in Qingyan Mountain. That was where Yan Fuji had settled later. It was directly affiliated with the Qingyun sect and had good public order. As the master passed away, after reading the contents of the letter, Shen Xian felt a deep sorrow in his heart. Master Yan was his mentor, who had discovered him from the mundane world. He taught him the ways of the Tao, showed him how to channel qi into his body, and took him to participate in the Qingyun sect's sect entrance exams. Even after discovering his inferior spiritual roots, Master Yan did not give up on him, gifting him the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, and writing letters to his old acquaintances to recommend him to the sect. Master Yan's old friend was a seasoned spirit plant cultivator who, out of respect for Master Yan, taught Shenxian the cloud and rain technique for free. Shenxian discovered that the life of a spirit plant cultivator was too harsh, so after farming for a year and saving some money, he decisively switched to studying talisman making. Now, upon learning of Master Yan's passing, he suddenly realized that it had been 49 years since they parted ways. His former classmates, how are they faring now? The Qingyun sect was one of the top sects in the Song Kingdom, with several golden core cultivators residing within its walls. The journey from Qinglong Bay to Qingyun Mountain spans 3,000 miles. Old Lu's carriage was pulled by sweat-blood horses, making it very fast. Upon hearing that Shenxian was in a hurry, they raced non-stop day and night. In just 3 days, Shenxian arrived at Longmen Market. This place is already very close to Qingyun Mountain and serves as the outpost of the Qingyun sect. To reach Qingyun sect from the west, Longmen Market is a must-pass location. At the entrance of the market, Shenxian presented his identity jade token from Qinglong Bay, registered, and entered. Old Lu drove the carriage to rest in the secular world. Shenxian left a communication talisman. When he exits the market, he will send a message to Old Lu to return to Qinglong Bay together. Following the address indicated in the letter, Shenxian quickly located the former residence of Yanfuji. At the door, a plump man dressed in mourning attire waved him over. Shenxian, come quickly, over here. Shenxian's eyes lit up. This man was none other than his former classmate, Wang Fugue. As he approached, Wang Fugue skillfully helped Shenxian change into a hemp robe and fasten the white cloth. You're just in time. We'll stay here all night, the funeral will be tomorrow. Shenxian followed Wang Fugue inside, looking at the portrait of Master Yan on the altar, and couldn't help but shed tears. He stood solemnly, bowing deeply in respect. He then picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them over the candle flame, extinguished the incense, and once again knelt before Yanfuji's spirit tablet, bowing his head in reverence. After standing up, Shenxian carefully placed the incense sticks in the incense burner, his eyes brimming with tears. 50 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The youthful vigor of his days as a student, and the voice and appearance of Master Yan, seemed as though they were just yesterday. Master Yan had no children, and the 2 disciples kneeling beside him as family, were the last 2 disciples he had taught. That night, Shenxian and Wang Fugue personally kept vigil over Yanfuzi's spirit. What about the other classmates? We've sent letters to all of them. Wang Fugue, with his inferior spiritual root, had been rejected in the sect's tests and immediately chose to marry into a Lu family that practiced cultivation nearby. He was also the most lively among the 7 classmates from back then. 27 years ago, Ling Jinfeng died. It is said he perished in a war between cultivating families. In Shenxian's mind, an image of a 16-year-old black-clad youth with a determined gaze appeared. Ling Jinfeng was the son of a martial arts clan, and had impressive martial arts skills. Who would have thought that someone with the same inferior spiritual root would die so young? Li Chang'an is not bad. Like me, he married into the Yu family of cultivators, and has a large family. When Wang Fugue mentioned the topic of son-in-laws, he showed no signs of unusual emotion. Becoming a son-in-law of a cultivation family wasn't something to be taken lightly. Spiritual roots, background, temperament, and moral character, all these factors are carefully considered. Although Li Chang'an also had a poor spiritual root, his earth spiritual root was as high as Gao points, making him very suitable for farming. As for Zhao Sujin, she married well and gave birth to 2 sons, both of whom have spiritual roots. Zhao Sujin has a lower grade spiritual root, and is a female cultivator. After the sect's assessment, Master Yan personally vetted her, and arranged a good marriage for her. The young Marquis and the new Moon Princess have entered the Qingyun sect, you know that. Wang Fugue suddenly hesitated. I heard, just heard. Princess Xinyue has established her spiritual foundation, and it's of exceptional quality. Really? Upon hearing this, Shenxian was also taken aback. In his memory, Princess Xinyue was still that cold and elegant young lady, like a snow lotus from Mount Tianshan. What about the young Marquis? Wang Fugue shot Shenxian a disapproving glance. Big brother, it's about building a foundation. It's not that easy. Don't mention the cultivation base when the young Marquis arrives. Alright. It was midnight, the dead of night. A carriage raced up and stopped at the entrance of the spirit hall. Soon, a woman dressed as a female cultivator entered. It was Zhao Sujin, whom they hadn't seen in years. She bowed, lit the incense, knelt down, and kowtowed in respect. After placing the incense sticks, Zhao Sujin also changed into a hemp robe and donned a white cloth. "You're here." Zhao Sujin did not speak, merely nodding her head. She sat quietly to the side, quietly sobbing, tears streaming down her face. After a while, a burly man rushed in, hurriedly lighting incense and kneeling in worship. It was Li Chang'an, who had married into the cultivating family, covered in the smell of dirt. "Shenxian, Wang Fugue, Zhao Sujin, I'm late." Li Chang'an stammered, as if he had done something wrong. "It's not too late. Go change your clothes and join us in keeping vigil." Wang Fugue comforted him. "All right." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden clanging sound of swords echoed outside the funeral hall, ringing out like thunder, sharp and urgent. Someone dared to fly through the air wielding a sword in the bustling streets of Longmen Market. Chapter Yi Sapse, Foundation Building. Classmates, please continue reading. There are rules in the marketplace. No cultivator is permitted to engage in private duels within the market, let alone fly on swords. Of course, there are always exceptions to every rule. The sound of swords clashing suddenly ceased. Lu Jingying, dressed in the purple robes of an inner disciple of the Qinyan sect, sheathed his flying sword and walked in casually. After offering incense, he, dressed in fine robes, glanced at the 4 people kneeling beside the coffin, and nodded in acknowledgement. "You're here." He then turned his gaze toward Wang Fugue. "Have you delivered the message to the princess?" "Yes, I did. 7 years ago, after the princess established her spiritual foundation, she has been in seclusion, diligently cultivating to solidify her realm. I wonder if she has time to come." Lu Jingying glanced at the 4 of them once more. His gaze fell on Shenxian. "Shenxian, you've reached the 4th layer of qi cultivation?" Shenxian replied respectfully, reporting to the young marquis, "4 years ago, I used a spirit exploding pill and managed to break through by sheer luck." "Not bad." Lu Jingying suddenly smiled. "Now that we've all embarked on the path of cultivation, let's stop using mundane titles. From now on, we'll address each other as fellow cultivators." "As you say, Master Lu." Shenxian complied readily. However, he couldn't help but feel that Lu Jingying was deliberately distancing himself. He hadn't even changed out of his fine robes, still dressed in luxurious attire. Thinking about it, it made sense. In Lu Jingying's eyes, Yan Fuji was merely a cultivator's guide hired by the marquis. Without Yan Fuji, even with his mid-grade spiritual root, he could still embark on the path of cultivation. Unlike Shenxian and the others, they were all born into commoner families. Without Master Yan's discovery, they might have spent their entire lives in mundane obscurity. The fact that he was able to come here to pay his respects to Master Yan, it was likely because of his connection to Princess Xinyue. If the new moon princess were to come, and he were not present, he would miss the opportunity to curry favor with her. That would be a major breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Jingying, who has reached the peak of qi cultivation, is over 60 years old, with declining vital energy and blood. To establish his Dao foundation, he would inevitably need the princess of the new moon's assistance and guidance. Lu Jingying sat down nearby, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. At dawn, the sky was still dim. A ray of sunlight gently fell into the spirit hall from outside. Lu Jingying opened his eyes, his face filled with irritation. At that moment, "Fellow students, Qin Yuehan is late. I apologize." A clear, bell-like female voice rang out. Her voice was cold yet carried an air of nobility, making it impossible to underestimate her. Everyone instinctively looked over. A female cultivator as radiant as a flower of wealth and prosperity, her feet glowing with spiritual light, glided gracefully toward them. "Princess Xinyue, you're here. The timing is perfect, I just arrived as well." Lu Jingying hurried forward to greet her. Qin Yuehan nodded slightly. After lighting incense and paying respects, she asked Wang Fugue, "When will the funeral procession depart?" "At the first hour of the morning." "All right. Let us accompany the master on his final journey together." No one objected to Qin Yuehan's words. Upon seeing Qin Yuehan change into mourning attire, Lu Jingying quickly donned the mourning garments. Noon. Longmen Market, Jiuxian Tower. In the best Tianzi private room. Qin Yuehan, Liu Jingying, Wang Fugue, Zhao Sujin, Shen Xian, and Li Chang'an were all gathered around the table. The seats were not arranged in order, and Qin Yuehan naturally took the seat of honor. Beside him were Liu Jingying and Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue switched seats with Shen Xian. All right. Realizing what was happening, Wang Fugue quickly pulled Shen Xian to switch seats. This caused the other four to unconsciously scan Shen Xian with their spiritual sense. Qin Yuehan was a foundation establishment cultivator. As classmates, she wouldn't randomly switch Shen Xian's seat. In the cultivation world, strength was always the ultimate measure of respect. Unless Liu Jingying scrutinized Shen Xian repeatedly. After all, he was a cultivator at the peak of the qi cultivation stage. Over time, he noticed something amiss. Under the spiritual pressure of his qi cultivation realm peak cultivation, Shen Xian remained composed and showed no signs of distress. Whoa! Liu Jingying sucked in a sharp breath. This meant that Shen Xian's cultivation level was definitely not at the fourth layer of qi cultivation. Moreover, his spiritual energy was extremely pure, allowing him to withstand his spiritual pressure without flinching. At this moment, the others also realized the situation. Qin Yuehan had moved Shen Xian to her side, because his strength surpassed the other three. Li Chang'an was no exception. After all, with his inferior spiritual roots, the third layer of qi cultivation was his limit. Wang Fugue and Zhao Sujin exchanged glances. They were both lower-grade spiritual roots, having reached the fifth layer of qi cultivation. Yet Shen Xian could actually overpower both of them. How is that possible? Wang Fugue was a clever man. He didn't ask any questions, but instead joked around, recounting amusing stories from their school days to lighten the mood. Back then, when they parted ways, Qin Yuehan was still a 15-year-old beauty in the making. Now she was an accomplished cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, a senior elder of the sect, her status far surpassing everyone else. Even the arrogant Liu Jingying observed Qin Yuehan's expression, and spoke with a forced smile. Among the six, Shen Xian had changed the least. Whether it was due to his cultivation of the divine treasure of the sea technique, Shen Xian appeared to be only in his 30s, with his appearance unchanged, though slightly more mature. Wang Fugue has gained a significant amount of weight. Zhao Sujin has transformed from a young girl into a middle-aged woman. Li Chang'an had grown significantly taller, with a much more robust build. Liu Jingying seemed as vibrant as ever, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and the white hair at his temples were particularly noticeable. He carefully served food and poured wine for Qin Yuehan, keeping his status extremely low. Although they had both entered the Qingyun sect, one was an inner disciple, and the other a foundation establishment elder. The gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. It was only at this banquet that he could address her as Princess Xinyue. Outside, he had to respectfully address her as Senior Qin. Under Wang Fugue's deliberate guidance, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. They exchanged insights on cultivation, discussed the sect, and the strange tales of cultivating families. An hour later, the banquet came to an end. Qin Yuehan suddenly pulled out a letter. "This is a letter my master wrote to me recently." At her gesture, Liu Jingying picked up the letter and began to read it aloud. "I am now 123 years old. I am old." In Master Yan's letter, he specifically mentioned the thing he was most proud of, taking the 7 of them as disciples and guiding them into the realm of cultivation. The death of Ling Jinfeng had left him deeply troubled. Therefore, upon learning that Qin Yuehan had established her cultivation foundation, he specifically wrote to her, asking her to look after his former classmates. After Liu Jingying finished reading the letter, everyone fell silent. After a moment, Qin Yuehan spoke softly, "We are all disciples of Master Yan, having studied together for 3 years. Now that we are all cultivators, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask. If I can help, I will certainly do so." The new moon princess speaks wisely. Shen Xian, Wang Fugue, Zhao Sujin, Li Chang'an, if you have any matters, write to Qingyun sect. If the new moon princess is busy, I will run errands for you. Liu Jingying responded enthusiastically. Among those present, Qin Yuehan's status and prestige were the highest. Since she had spoken up and offered to look out for her classmates, it was a tremendous blessing for the others. The face of a Qingyun sect foundation building elder was so valuable that even if it were pledged to a pawnshop, it could fetch several spirit stones. Then, should we gather here once every 10 years? Wang Fugue suggested. Everyone turned to look at Qin Yuehan. Agreed. Upon hearing Qin Yuehan's agreement, the other 5 were overjoyed. Even Lu Jingying couldn't help but feel that this trip had been well worth it. It seems that the new moon princess still values her school ties. Perhaps she can help me collect some foundation-building spiritual items within the sect. At 64 years old, he had already reached the peak of qi cultivation, and was preparing for foundation establishment. Looking out for his former classmates was merely a minor favor for him. Wang Fugue and the others were equally overjoyed. Since Qin Yuehan had made such a statement, they could certainly benefit from her connections. After the banquet ended, everyone bid farewell, exchanging blessings for smooth progress on their paths. Shenxian, wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Just before parting, Qin Yuehan suddenly spoke up to hold someone back. Chapter Yi Sup The Demon of the Fairy's Heart. Please keep reading. 10 miles outside the Longmen Market, atop a green mountain peak, Qin Yuehan stood facing the wind, her robes fluttering in the breeze, resembling a fairy from the clouds. Shenxian stood silently by her side. 7 years ago, I prepared myself and attempted to break through to the foundation establishment stage. My physical body, spiritual energy, and divine soul all narrowly passed the tests. But when I finally reached the stage of establishing the Tao Foundation, I encountered my inner demon. Qin Yuehan turned around, her eyes hazy, as if shrouded in a veil of unspoken words. Shenxian's heart sank, as if he had suddenly lost his balance and plummeted downward. He wasn't a naive young man. That look was clearly filled with complex emotions that defied words. However, soon, Qin Yuehan's eyes regained their clarity. In the end, I slew my inner demon and finally succeeded in establishing my foundation. Qin Xianzi, a virtuous person, will always be protected by heaven. Under Qin Yuehan's gaze, Shenxian stammered. The first time he had seen Qin Yuehan, she was only 12 years old. Shenxian was merely following the teachings of his strict master, taking care of his younger female classmate. He had merely explained the Taoist scriptures to her and guided her in channeling qi into her body. It wasn't really anything special. As a time traveler from an ancient civilization, he had his principles. No matter what, he could never have any feelings for a 12-year-old girl. Later, as he grew older, Shenxian deliberately kept his distance to avoid trouble. She was a princess. Even an unloved princess is not someone a commoner like him could afford to associate with. As for the demon that arose during Qin Yuehan's foundation building phase, what does that have to do with him? Even if she looked like him, she was merely a figment of Qin Yuehan's imagination. The real Shenxian was completely different from that person. Qin Yuehan fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, I heard you got married? Yes. 5 years ago, with no hope of advancing on the Tao path, I married the daughter of the Ding family from Qinglong Bay. Qin Yuehan looked at him deeply. Your wife is a fortunate woman. His tone seemed slightly relieved. Shenxian hesitated, then thought for a moment, and decided not to say more. Such matters were best left unsaid. Silence was golden. I must return to the Qinyan sect. If there is anything in the future, you may write to me. All right. Qin Yuehan said no more, summoned a cloud scarf, mounted it, and flew away. Shenxian shook his head and smiled bitterly as he descended the mountain. Hey, Shenxian, are you coming down alone? Where's Elder Qin? Outside, Lu Jingying still referred to Qin Yuehan as senior, out of respect. She's returned to the Qinyan sect. Oh. Lu Jingying's gaze kept lingering on Shenxian. What is your cultivation level? 5th layer of qi cultivation. Shenxian answered honestly. By the way, do you need any spirit stones? I can lend you some. Thank you for your kindness, Master Liu. I can manage for now. By crafting the rejuvenation charms, Shenxian had accumulated another 100 spirit stones. He didn't want to owe Lu Jingying a favor. Since you've made the trip to Longmen Market, why not buy some spiritual pills or talismans to take back? Most of the cultivation items here are produced by Qinyan Sect, so the quality is guaranteed. Never mind. My wife is waiting at home, so I plan to return to Qinglong Bay. The cultivation items sold in the shops of Longmen Market were even more expensive than those in Qinglong Bay Market, so there was no need to purchase them here. He also didn't want to cause trouble or get into trouble while he was out. You've gotten married? Lu Jingying was taken aback. Yes, I married 5 years ago. My wife is the daughter of the Ding family. Ah. Lu Jingying asked cautiously, have you considered taking another spouse with spiritual roots? Never. Shen Xian laughed and said, I can't afford a Dao companion. An ordinary woman is better, she doesn't require much spiritual stone. Lu Jingying chuckled. You huh? After parting ways with Lu Jingying, Shen Xian returned to the entrance of the Longmen market. He sent out a communication talisman, and old Lu arrived in a horse-drawn carriage to pick him up. Let us go. Shen Xian climbed into the cart, pulled back the curtain, and looked out at the bustling Dragon Gate market, unable to suppress a deep sigh. The next time he would return would be 10 years later. Shen Xian asked Lao Lu to slow down the carriage, closing his eyes and dozing off. In truth, Qin Yuehan's willingness to associate with them, and acknowledge their school ties, was their connection to the Qingyun sect. A sect couldn't compare to a cultivating family. They controlled high-tier spiritual veins, and possessed numerous rare cultivation resources. Various cultivation techniques, spells, spiritual pills, magical treasures, talismans, arrays, spiritual plants, and more. Sect disciples are inherently superior to others. Especially someone like Qin Yuehan, a foundation establishment elder. Simply by virtue of his connection, as a classmate of Qin Yuehan, he could shield them from harm, and provide a protective umbrella. Shen Xian was well aware of this kindness. 7 days later, Shen Xian returned to the Qinglong Bay marketplace. After paying a spirit stone for the fare, old Lu departed with endless gratitude. Upon returning home, Shen Xian was surprised to find that Jiang Sueki had moved back in. Zhao Chunxing has returned from clearing land, Ding Yuyao explained. So soon? Wasn't it supposed to take half a year? It's only been 3 months. Zhao Chunxing was injured, I heard he was poisoned. Oh, no wonder he came back early. Shen Xian looked outside, the sky was growing dark, and the setting sun was casting a golden glow. Never mind, I'll go visit him tomorrow. He then stared at Ding Yuyao, sizing her up from head to toe. What's wrong, my lord? Nothing. Prepare some hot water, I'll take a bath first. All right. Shen Xian took a comfortable hot bath, washing away all his fatigue. Yao Yao, bring some more hot water over here. Coming right away. Ding Yuyao entered the bathroom carrying a half bucket of hot water. Just as she poured the hot water into the basin, Shen Xian grabbed her by the arm and pulled her inside. His clothes were soaked by the warm water. Husband, what are you doing? Ding Yuyao scolded playfully. Of course I'm going to. His voice was very low. Ding Yuyao tried to struggle, but Shen Xian gently pulled her, causing her entire body to plunge into the warm water, sending droplets flying everywhere. She let out a startled cry like a frightened deer. Be good, Yao Yao, let's take a love bath together. Shen Xian made Ding Yuyao understand what it meant to feel like a fish in water, unable to tear oneself away. Afterward, Ding Yuyao lay exhausted in Shen Xian's arms. In Shen Xian's mind, the image of that 15-year-old cold and noble royal maiden floated unbidden. He shook his head, as if trying to shake off something. These were merely fleeting distractions. The woman in his arms was the one he would protect with all his heart. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Shen Xian bought some spiritual fruits and demon beast meat, and went to Zhao Chuanxing's house. The door was opened by Jiang Sueki. Jiang Daoyu, has Zhao Daoyu returned? He's back. Husband, Shen Fu sure has come to see you. As Jiang Sueki entered the house, Shen Xian noticed how extremely frugal the two lived. Zhao Chunxing hurried out to greet the guest, took the gift, and handed it to his wife. Master Shen Fu is too kind. Why bring gifts? It's nothing valuable, I just bought it on the street. Are you injured? There was a faint scratch on Zhao Chuanxing's face. While clearing the land, our team encountered a second-tier snake demon that spat out poisonous mist, knocking down a large group instantly. Fortunately, I acted quickly and retreated immediately. I only came into contact with a tiny bit of the poisonous mist, so it's not a big deal. Shen Xian was curious, didn't you use any detoxification pills? Encountering poisonous demon beasts is common during land reclamation. Every pioneer cultivator carries some detoxification pills. We did, but it didn't work well. I heard that only mid-grade detoxification pills are effective, and each one costs 20 spirit stones. Chapter Yi Sup Lo, Iron Bone Forging. Please continue reading. A second-tier snake demon is equivalent to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. The poisonous mist it exhales is difficult to remove with ordinary detoxification pills. This level of toxicity I can suppress with my spiritual energy and recover slowly. It's a good excuse to go home, Zhao Chunxing chuckled. Shenxian was speechless. He hadn't expected that as a late Qi cultivation stage cultivator, Zhao Chunxing would be so stingy. Though the toxicity was shallow and could be suppressed with spiritual energy, it would take time to heal. However, over time, it would inevitably affect his foundational cultivation, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. However, judging by Zhao Chunxing's demeanor, he didn't seem to have much enthusiasm for cultivation anymore. His focus was on earning spirit stones and cultivating his 2 sons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been living in a low-grade residence all this time. After exchanging some polite small talk, Shenxian said a few words about taking good care of himself, gave him 2 high-quality rejuvenation charms, and then returned home. In the days that followed, Shenxian returned to his routine of cultivation, talisman making, and training his wife. His storage pouch gradually swelled, containing over 100 spirit stones. With his current talisman-making skills, focusing solely on crafting rejuvenation charms, he could earn 70 to 80 spirit stones per month. After deducting the costs of the spirit-gathering array and daily necessities, he could save 40 spirit stones each month. I must find another water-attributed demon beast that can steal talents. Shenxian flipped through the primitive wilderness demon beast atlas. Though there were many demon beasts listed, few met Shenxian's requirements. First-tier mid-grade, water-attributed, abundant in quantity, and affordable. Those that met the criteria were mostly various spirit fish, shrimp, and crab demons from the Longza River. Water-attribute demon beasts on land were not only difficult to hunt, but also expensive. After flipping through the book for a while, Shenxian finally settled on the iron-backed crab. He activated his breath-concealing technique, transformed his appearance, and donned a brown short-sleeved outfit before heading alone to the market to investigate. How much for these iron-backed crabs? Ming Xian stopped in front of a vendor. 6 spirit stones per crab. A single iron-backed crab weighed roughly 2 pounds, which equated to 3 spirit stones per pound, quite expensive indeed. With its shell, there was at most 3 ounces of meat per pound. Can you give me a discount? I'm serious about buying. The vendor glanced up at Shenxian. How many do you want? Shenxian thought for a moment. 4. These days, he had become increasingly familiar with the mysterious jade talisman. Each time he plundered a talent, the golden light emitted could only envelop a limited number of demon beasts. Additionally, there was a certain cooldown period. For beasts weighing 8 pounds each was roughly the upper limit of the mystical jade talisman's golden light range. 11 spirit stones, not a single one less. Alright. But you have to pick a big one for me. Shenxian handed over the spirit stones. The vendor skillfully bound the 4 iron-backed crabs with magic ropes and handed them to Shenxian. Friend, be careful. These demon crabs are extremely powerful. Don't untie the magical rope. Thanks, I'll be careful. After leaving the market, Shenxian circled around outside a few times, ensuring no one was following him. He then transformed his form in a secluded corner and hurried home. In the training room, as the golden light from the mysterious jade talisman swept over them, the 4 bound iron-backed crabs fell silent. Plunderable talents, water control, iron bones, self-healing. Shenxian selected the iron bones talent. Talent, iron bones 16 Dao essence, 12. Shenxian was slightly disappointed. He spent 20 spirit stones, yet the talent progress was only 16 points. Moreover, his Dao resonance was only 17 points. It seems that the quality of this iron bone talent is somewhat lacking, and the Dao resonance is even worse. However, his primary goal was to enhance his spiritual root potential, so he could tolerate the slightly lower talent and Dao Yun. In the future, if I get the chance, I should go to the nearby celestial city by the East Sea. There are plenty of water attribute demon beasts there, and they're cheap with strong talents. Shenxian thought to himself. Fortunately, he had initially chosen a water attribute spiritual root. If it had been any other attribute, the demon beasts would be much harder to obtain and several times more expensive. In the days that followed, Shen Xian transformed his form every 10 days to go out and purchase iron-backed crabs. 3 months later, Shen Xian successfully obtained the iron-backed crab's iron bone talent. Talent, Iron Bone Beginner Yi Yet Ba. Dao Resonance, Lok Sub Ba. Spiritual Root, Water Sub Ba Yet Ba. The iron bone talent tempers the entire skeleton, making it as hard as iron and endlessly powerful. Shen Xian activated the iron bone technique, channeling threads of spiritual energy into his bones, continuously tempering and strengthening their hardness. Not bad. At least, cultivation will be faster. Iron bone technique is comparable to top-tier body refinement techniques, yet it doesn't require expensive medicinal potions, making it a practical innate talent. Shen Xian immediately channeled all the Dao essence he had obtained into his self-healing talent. Talent, Self-Healing Proficiency Sub Yi Ba. Shen Xian planned to rest for a while, first advancing the iron bone talent to mastery, further tempering his physical body to make it even more resilient. Perhaps one day in the future, he might even achieve physical enlightenment. Shen Xian was still very eager to see the effects of the iron bone talent. A few days later, Zhao Chunxing and Jiang Sueki returned for a visit. Has the toxicity in Zhao Daoyu's body been completely purged yet? Not that quickly. That was a second-tier snake demon. Zhao Chunxing shrugged it off. Only a small portion remains. It should be completely removed in another month or so. Zhao Chunxing had come to inquire about Shen Xian's plans moving forward. He was convalescing at home with no income, living off his savings, and growing increasingly anxious. Of course, I'll still need to trouble Zhao Daoyu to help me sell the rejuvenation charms and purchase demon beasts. Shen Xian gave him a reassuring pill. These two matters could both earn Zhao Chunxing some spirit stones. However, Shen Xian did not wish to expose himself, fearing trouble. In truth, with his current strength, he should be superior to Zhao Chunxing. No problem. Shen Fushi is a man of great deeds. Such trivial matters are no trouble for Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunxing swore solemnly, pounding his chest. Just then, the doorbell rang. Shen Xian found this odd. He had lived in Qinglongwan Market for 50 years, rarely venturing out, and had never made many friends. He opened the door. A young man in green robes stood at the door. The aura emanating from him was clearly that of a late-stage qi cultivation practitioner. He stepped aside, and a young cultivator walked over. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an air of distinction, with the refined elegance of a nobleman in a turbulent world. Shen Xian, this is Ding Yijin, the young master of the Ding family, the old servant said politely, his face filled with respect. Shen Xian was startled. Behind him, Zhao Chunxing's voice echoed. The eldest son of the Ding family, a foundation-building disciple of the Ding clan. Shen Xian felt puzzled, but forced a smile. Emir Ding, your presence is an honor. Please come in. Ding Yijin smiled slightly. Master Shen, there's no need to be so formal. I am of the same generation as Yu Yao. You may simply call me Yijin. Emir Ding is too kind. Shen Xian replied respectfully. He had been in Qinglongbei Market for quite some time, but aside from the Zhao Chunxing couple, he had no familiar cultivators. Moreover, he was the direct heir of the Ding family, a promising disciple being groomed for the future. He dared not presume to associate with him. With a brief sweep of his divine sense, he could tell that this person's cultivation realm was also above his own. He was only slightly inferior to Lu Jingying. He was likely at the peak of the qi cultivation stage. Shen Xian's heart began to race with alarm. Someone of such noble status wouldn't just come to visit him for no reason. For a moment, Shen Xian's mind raced, trying to figure out where he had gone wrong. Although Shen Xian had hidden his true abilities, he had previously purchased the condense water into a blade technique, the water cloud shield, and the water-splitting Ame dagger. If the Ding family had any intentions, they would certainly have noticed that his talisman making skills far surpassed those of an ordinary mid-tier talisman master. Had they come to investigate? Chapter Yi Sub Tut, the Ding family extends an olive branch. Please continue reading. Ding Yijin and the old servant in green entered the house and saw Zhao Chunxing and his wife. Who are these two? My good friend Zhao Chunxing and his wife Jiang Sueki. Ding Yijin nodded. A friend of Shen Fu's is my friend. Did Zhao Daoyu get poisoned by a snake? Zhao Chunxing said shamefacedly. To be honest, during the land clearing, I was exposed to some second-tier snake demon poison mist. However, I'm feeling much better now, and it should be completely purged shortly. Ding Yijin beckoned with his hand, and whispered a few words to the old servant in green robes. The old servant looked at Zhao Chunxing, and handed him a porcelain bottle from his storage pouch without saying a word. This is a mid-grade detoxification pill. Zhao Daoyu, you might as well give it a try, Ding Yijin said casually. Zhao Chunxing quickly took it. Thank you, Mr. Ding. I'll take it. This Ding Yijin, as soon as he entered the room, pulled out a mid-grade detoxification pill worth 20 spirit stones, and gave it to Zhao Chunxing. What was his true intention? It didn't seem like he was testing his talisman making skills. Rather, it seemed like he was deliberately trying to befriend him. Shen Xian speculated in his mind. Mr. Ding has business with Master Shen, so my wife and I will take our leave. Master Shen, I'll come find you again in a few days. Zhao Chunxing said with an apologetic expression. Having already received the favor, staying any longer would be ungrateful. Just do your job properly. Shen Xian said impatiently. After Zhao Chunxing and his wife left, Ding Yi entered and sat down. Where's Yu Yao? She's in the kitchen. I told her to come see you. Upon hearing that the eldest son of the Ding family had arrived, Ding Yuyao hurriedly washed up and entered the reception room. Yuyan, when you got married, I was away and couldn't return. This soft whip is my wedding gift to you. A servant in a blue robe stepped forward and handed over a silk-lined box. Ding Yuyao glanced at Shen Xian. Shen Xian nodded slightly. Ding Yuyao took the brocaded box from the old servant's hands with both hands. Upon opening it, she found a pitch-black soft whip coiled together, measuring 3 zhang in length. The main material is made from the hide of a barbarian cow, mixed with some snow ox tendons, making it extremely durable. It is more than sufficient to handle cultivators at the initial stage of qi cultivation, the old servant in green robes explained beside him. Shen Xian couldn't help but be impressed. This whip was of a quality very close to that of a lower-grade magical artifact. Moreover, it was perfectly suited for Ding Yuyao to use. It was clear that Ding Yijin had prepared it with great care. However, a soft whip. This thing reminded Shen Xian of some interesting games. Ding Yuyao gripped the whip handle and swung it a few times, producing a series of crackling sounds in the air, looking graceful and heroic. Thank you, Mr. Ding. Ding Yuyao happily put away the soft whip. Following Shen Xian's gesture, she quietly stepped back. Mr. Ding, it's rare for you to visit my humble abode. Is there anything I can assist you with? Being in Qinglongwan Market, Shen Xian did not wish to offend the Ding family unless absolutely necessary. In his estimation, Ding Gongzi had gone out of his way to befriend him, likely hoping he would provide more premium rejuvenation charms. Out of respect for his wife, Ding Yuyao, he would oblige to some extent. To his surprise, Ding Yijin smiled. Master Shen, don't read too much into it. I've heard of your reputation for a long time, but never had the chance to visit. Today, I finally have some free time, so I came by to pay you a call. Shen Xian didn't believe him for a second. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ding Yijin, a foundational disciple of the Ding family, accompanied by an elderly servant at the late qi cultivation stage, approached the soft whip near the magical artifact and handed over a mid-grade detoxification pill without batting an eye. He had no ulterior motives. Did he really think the Ding family was running a charity? In the shanty towns outside the marketplace, there are countless destitute wandering cultivators who can't even afford to eat their fill of spiritual rice, let alone pay their rent. Every year, many elderly, weak, and disabled people freeze to death during the harsh winter. Yet the Ding family never waives the rent or distributes spiritual rice. Master Shen's living quarters are a bit too shabby. Uncle Ren, I recall there are a few second-class mansions in the market district. Let us select one for Shenfu to live in. The rent can be 72 spirit stones per year. Second-class mansions are located in the inner city of Qinglongwan Market, intended for cultivators in the late qi cultivation stage. Not only is the security good, but the spiritual energy is also more concentrated, and the cultivation room is a first-class upper-tier cultivation site. The annual rent for such a residence is at least over 100 spirit stones. Ding Yijin casually mentioned it, and 3/10 of the rent was waived. Shen Xian was tempted. After all, the Ding class residence he currently lived in had sparse spiritual energy and a cramped space, making it unsuitable for his cultivation. Thank you very much, Mr. Ding. Shen Xian accepted Ding Yijin's offer without hesitation. Regardless of what the Ding family had in store for him, he would take the bait first and worry about the consequences later. Ding Yijin exchanged a few polite words. As he stood to take his leave, he casually asked, "Is Shen Fushi acquainted with Qin Xianzi of the Qinyan sect?" Shen Xian snapped out of his daze. More than 3 months had passed since the gathering at Longmen Market, and Qin Yuehan's connections were finally bearing fruit. During my time studying in the secular world, I was a classmate of Qin Xianzi for 3 years, Shen Xian said softly. Oh, I heard that you all gathered together recently. Ding Yijin's smile grew even broader. Our master passed away, and we, his former classmates, accompanied him on his final journey. Besides Qin Xianzi, the inner door disciple Liu Xingying was also present. Shen Xian suspected that the information had been deliberately leaked by Liu Xingying. Among the group, Liu Xingying was the most proactive, desperately hoping to gain Qin Yuehan's assistance. Ding Yijin nodded after listening. He had already been aware of these details. Otherwise, how could he have been so generous in his actions? Do they really think the Ding family's spirit stones are blown in by the wind? It's a pity we didn't know earlier. We only married an ordinary woman to Shen Xian. It is said that Shen Xian has mastered the art of talisman making, and no longer seeks a spiritual partner. If Master Shen has any matters, he may come find me. If I am not present, please have Uncle Ren relay the message. Upon learning the reason, Shen Xian felt relieved. I want to go take a look at the second-class mansion, and move there sooner. This place is really too shabby. Not taking advantage of a good opportunity is foolish. Ding Yi smiled. You can handle this matter through Ren Shu. Ren Shu left a few communication talismans. Shen Xian was willing to accept the Ding family's kindness, which was a good start. Even with the status of a mid-tier talisman master, he was worth the Ding family's efforts to recruit him. Moreover, there was the connection to the Qinyan sect's female elder at the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps, once the time is right, Shen Xian could invite Qin Xianzi to visit Qinglong Bay. Even just making an appearance could add a few points of deterrence for the Ding family. Shen Xian politely saw off Ding Yijin and Ren Shu. Upon returning home, he sat in meditation for a while. A second-class mansion can save over 30 spirit stones a year. This opportunity is too good to miss. Currently, Shen Xian can earn 70 to 80 spirit stones per month by crafting the rejuvenation fu. Though it seems like a lot, it's 3 times the income of a late Qi cultivation stage practitioner's stipend. However, his expenses were also high. The monthly cost of the spirit gathering array alone is as high as 30 spirit stones. Purchasing water attribute demon beasts also requires a significant investment. Recently, when he was plundering the iron-backed crab's innate talent, he had to cover a deficit of over 20 spirit stones each month. The spirit stones in his storage bag now amount to only 80-odd pieces. I'll go take a look tomorrow. If it's suitable, we'll have to move. I heard that second-class mansions are all standalone courtyard houses with 2 training rooms. If Zhao Chunxing and his wife split the rent, that would be even better. Shen Xian instinctively wanted to pull Zhao Chunxing in front of him. As a late-stage Qi cultivation cultivator, renting a second-class mansion was perfectly normal. If you want to do it, just do it. On the second day, Shen Xian brought Ding Yuyao to Zhao Chunxing's house. A second-class mansion? Only 72 spirit stones. Zhao Chunxing hesitated. The price was definitely reasonable, but he didn't have the budget for it. Shen Xian said indifferently, Zhao Daoyu, what I mean is that the 2 families could share the rent, each paying half. Ah! Zhao Chunxing was speechless. Could there really be such a good deal in the world? Chapter Yisapbat, second-class mansion. Please continue reading. For just 36 spirit stones, the couple could move into a second-class mansion and continue their cultivation. This was like manna from heaven. As for Shen Xian and his wife, Ding Yuyao is an ordinary mortal, and would hardly utilize the cultivation resources of a second-class mansion. Shen Xian is a symbolist, currently at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Compared to Zhao Chunxing at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, and Jiang Sueki at the 5th layer, they are completely unequal. This doesn't seem quite right. Zhao Chunxing rubbed his hands, his eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. This advantage is a bit too much. He had just taken a mid-grade detoxification pill, and the remaining toxins had been completely purged. That mid-grade detoxification pill had been given to him free of charge by the Ding family, out of respect for Shen Xian. Even someone as thick-skinned as him felt a bit guilty toward Shen Xian. Let's go take a look first. Master Shen Fu is right. Let's go together. Jiang Sueki spoke up at the right moment. Shen Fusher contacted Ren Shu using a communication talisman. Under Ren Shu's guidance, the four of them eagerly toured the second-class mansion. There were 5 vacant second-class mansions. When it came to selecting a mansion, Jiang Sueki and Ding Yuyao were clearly more excited. As soon as they entered the second-class mansion area, Shen Xian, Zhao Chunseng, and Jiang Sueki couldn't help but take a deep breath. The lingering spiritual energy in the air was absorbed into their bodies by the three, refined into threads of spiritual power, at a speed 10 times faster than in the Ding-class residence area. Within Shen Xian's dantian, threads of jade-green spiritual energy spread out, flowing through his 5 viscera and 6 organs, like the vast ocean, surging and never ceasing. This was merely within the second-class mansion area. If they were in the cultivation room of a second-class mansion, where there were dedicated spiritual veins supplying spiritual energy, the speed. No wonder even slightly ambitious wandering cultivators would go to great lengths to gather enough spirit stones and move to a suitable cultivation site. The training rooms of a second-class mansion meet the standards of a first-class cultivation site. The outskirts of the marketplace have a concentration of only 1/10 of this area. And in the shantytowns outside, practitioners can only scrape by on the scattered spiritual energy that escapes. Without the 4 essentials, wealth, companions, dharma, and a suitable place, even having a cultivation site is out of the question. Aspiring to advance in cultivation is nothing but a pipe dream. Struggling at the bottom for a lifetime, one can at most reach the mid-stage of qi cultivation. This is the harsh reality for the vast majority of wandering cultivators. Fortunately, Shen Xian possesses a mysterious jade talisman that allows him to seize demon beast talents, continuously enhancing his spiritual root potential, and his path to cultivation is bright. The 4 of them patiently inspected all 5 second-class mansions, before finally selecting the Samlok mansion in the second-class category. Master Shen has excellent taste. This mansion is already quite close to the grade A core area, and the spiritual energy here is denser than in the other mansions. It's a standalone courtyard with a spiritual pool inside, where some spiritual lotus flowers are planted, perfect for a water-based cultivator like Shen Fu. As for Zhao Chunseng and his wife, a pair of demon hunters, they were of no consequence in Ren Shu's eyes. Shen Xian was quite satisfied. Let's go inside and take a look. Ren Shu took out the access jade token. The defensive array recognized the jade token's information and silently opened the gate. From now on, as long as you input your aura into the access jade token, you can come and go as you please. Each second-class mansion is separated by at least 2 li, and is protected by a first-grade upper-tier defensive array, which even the spiritual sense of foundation establishment cultivators cannot penetrate or detect. Moreover, the mansions were extremely spacious. Not only do they have separate courtyards, but they also come with Puito spiritual pools and spiritual plant gardens. Each second-class mansion is akin to a small castle. Wow, so many rooms. Upon entering the second-class mansion, Ding Yuyao and Jiang Sueki could no longer contain their excitement and began exploring the buildings inside. Excluding the basement, there are 3 floors in total, with each floor consisting of 4 rooms and 2 halls. 2 training rooms were set up. Although there was no spirit gathering array, the concentration of spiritual energy inside was sufficient for cultivators at the late stage of qi cultivation to practice. Master Shen, let's go upstairs and take a look, said Ren Shu, leading Shen Xian to the 2nd floor. The structure of each floor was similar. However, on the 3rd floor, there is an additional small rooftop terrace that offers a panoramic view of the entire Qinglong Bay marketplace. Let's go check out the spirit pool. The spirit pool contained several ordinary spirit lotus flowers, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a unique and charming scene. Shen Xian stood by the spirit pool, feeling the fresh spiritual energy from the water wash over him, bringing a sense of indescribable comfort. Near the spirit pool is a small spirit plant garden, where some common first-tier spirit plants are cultivated. This mansion will do, Shenxian said contentedly. The spirit pool was what he valued most. The more water there was, the stronger his sense of security felt. All right. Renshu handed over the access jade token with practiced ease. Write the name of Zhao Daoyu on the house key. Uncle Ren hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Shenxian's instructions and registered Zhao Chunxing as the homeowner. Shenxian pulled out 72 spirit stones and paid a year's rent in advance. After Uncle Ren left, Shenxian returned to the second-class mansion, where two women were chatting animatedly. The women were even more particular about the quality of the house. It's settled. 72 spirit stones for a year, with Zhao Daoyu as the house owner. I've paid the rent for the first year in advance. Jiang Sueki excitedly shook Zhao Chuanxing's arm. Husband, when should we move? Wife, be quiet. You're giving me a headache. Zhao Chunxing rubbed his hands and turned to Shenxian, saying, then we'll be indebted to Shen for sure. You'll pay half the rent, 36 spirit stones, right? He carefully counted out 36 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Shenxian. After putting away the spirit stones, Shenxian said, we'll take the third floor, you two can have the second floor, and the first floor will be for receiving guests. Is that okay? No problem. Shenxian took out the access token and had the four of them imprint their energy into it. From now on, the four of us can come and go freely. No one else is allowed to open the door. Zhao Chunxing hesitated slightly and said, Shen Fusher, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. He seemed unable to speak, turning to look at Jiang Sueki beside him. Jiang Sueki bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Master Shen, you're a good person. We've benefited from your kindness. Technically, we shouldn't be making such a request. But, just say it. We have two children. We can't move into a second-class mansion while they stay in the apprentice dormitories. So that's it. Then let them move in too. Shenxian didn't think much of it. Each floor has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, 2 more teenagers won't be a problem. Master Shenfu, you've done us a great favor. Zhao Chunxing will never forget this. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Zhao Chunxing looked so moved that he was almost in tears, which made Shenxian feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Daoyu, stop being so sentimental. I can't stand it. Shenxian shook his head and pulled Ding Yuyao to the 3rd floor to inspect the rooms. Behind them, Jiang Sueki also had tears in her eyes. It's just a shared second-class mansion. Is it really worth all this? Shenxian mused to himself. However, he soon figured out the underlying issue. How heartbreaking it is to be a parent. Zhao Chunxing and Jiang Sueki had been striving tirelessly for the future of their 2 children, determined to provide them with better opportunities. For this, they had no qualms about sacrificing their own comfort and settling in a 4th-class residence. It wasn't that they didn't want to move into a better mansion, it was simply that they lacked the spiritual stones. The 2 families shared the house, with the addition of Shenxian, a cultivator. In reality, the Zhao family reaps the majority of the benefits of the second-class residence. In essence, this is equivalent to giving Zhao Chunxing 70 or 80 spirit stones each year. How could this not move him to tears? After all, cultivators value interests more than ordinary people, and trust between them is extremely low. Zhao Chunxing and his wife aren't fools. Purchasing demon beasts, selling talismans, and making a profit from the price difference is quite normal. After all, Zhao Chunxing put in the effort. Renting a second-class mansion, at a discounted rate from the Ding family, was entirely due to their consideration for Shenxian. The number of cultivators between the 2 families was also 4 to 1. No matter how you look at it, the Zhao family is the clear beneficiary of this arrangement. Zhao Chunxing and his wife were deeply grateful. Shenxian suddenly turned around and said to them, let's make this clear beforehand, the spirit pool is mine, and you must not touch it. The spirit plant garden is yours to keep. Chapter Yi Sup Gao, The Hidden River of the Spirit Pool. Please keep reading. On the way back, the 2 women were still excited beyond words. Let us move tomorrow. They had reached a consensus. Looking at the second-class mansion, and then at their 4th-class dwelling, they didn't want to stay another day. The rent had already been paid, staying 1 day less would be a waste. Upon returning home, Ding Yuyao was as energetic as if she had been injected with adrenaline, packing her belongings all night long. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. Apart from some personal belongings, the rest were just worthless odds and ends. It's fine. Watching Ding Yuyao's busy figure, Shen Xian felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. But soon, he snapped back to reality. Snap out of it, Shen Xian. Don't let your guard down. The path of cultivation is perilous, safety comes first. This time, you benefited from Qin Yuehan's influence. It doesn't reflect your own strength. In the cultivation world, strength is everything. Quickly improving your strength is the only way forward. After repeatedly reminding himself, Shen Xian's mood gradually calmed down. I'm only at the 5th layer of qi cultivation. If anything happens in Qinglong Bay Market, I wouldn't even be able to protect myself. And my wife, she's just an ordinary mortal. Thinking of this, Shen Xian felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. He then hurried into the training room and immersed himself in cultivation. The next day, at dawn, Ding Yuyao woke Shen Xian and carried the packed belongings to the second-class mansion. The bag contained only a worthless personal item. The valuable items had already been placed in Shen Xian's storage pouch. This is way too early, Shen Xian muttered. But when they arrived at the second-class mansion, they were surprised to find that Zhao Chunsheng and his wife had already moved in. Upon entering the house, they saw two teenagers, around 14 or 15 years old, cleaning under Jiang Sueki's instructions. Come over here and call Uncle Shen. Shen Xian was older than Zhao Chunsheng. Uncle Shen. The two teenagers obediently stood before Shen Xian and bowed in respect. Zhao Dahu, Zhao Eru. Zhao Chunsheng stepped forward to introduce them. The older brother, Zhao Dahu, was tall and slender, with a mid-grade fire spirit root, and a Danya apprentice. His younger brother, Zhao Eru, was strong and muscular, with a mid-grade earth spirit root, and an apprentice weaponsmith. What good fortune! Shen Xian couldn't help but praise them. Having two children, both with spiritual roots and capable of reaching the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Chunsheng and Jiang Sueki were indeed blessed individuals. If only he had such good fortune. Better not have any. Shen Xian didn't want to be burdened by children. His ambition was to ascend to immortality and attain enlightenment. Shen Xian casually handed over a few high-quality talismans as a token of their meeting. The two young men happily accepted them. Unfortunately, before they could even warm up, they were forced by their mother, Jiang Sueki, to hand them over to their father, Zhao Chunsheng. They were probably planning to sell them for spirit stones. The two young men looked dejected but dared not resist. Shen Xian smiled and said nothing. It wasn't his business, and he couldn't be bothered to get involved. Soon, Ding Yuyao excitedly went to the 3rd floor to arrange the items. Shen Xian, however, went alone to the spirit pool. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this spirit pool. The spirit pool was an acre in size, brimming with spiritual energy, and housed hundreds of spirit lotus plants. The pool water was calm and still, appearing perfectly normal. However, Shen Xian, who possessed the water control talent, could sense something extraordinary about the spirit pool. Seeing that no one was around, Zhao Chunsheng and the others were busy tidying up the rooms. Shen Xian slipped into a blind spot and activated his invisibility technique. After breaking through to the 5th layer of qi cultivation, his invisibility and breath suppression talents had reached the initial stage of mastery. Soon, his body turned transparent and vanished completely into the air. He then donned the water-splitting Ame daggers and activated his water control technique, submerging himself into the spiritual pool. Sure enough, at the bottom of the spirit pool, there was a hidden chamber. 2-meter-wide underground river flowed there, shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy, its currents calm and steady. I wonder if this underground river has an exit. Shen Xian controlled the water flow and swam toward the underground river. He could sense that the original water flow in the underground river did not exert strong resistance under his pressure. This indicated that there was an exit on the other side. It wasn't stagnant water. Let's go inside and take a look. To be safe, Shen Xian activated the water condensation into blade technique. 4 icy divine dragons formed on the split water peaks, ready to strike. Then, Shen Xian entered the underground river slowly, like a blue-feathered fish. The dark river had no light source, shrouded in darkness and silence, overgrown with unknown water plants and green moss. Along the way, Shen Xian encountered only a few spirit fish. However, what excited him was that these spirit fish seemed to be a specialty of the Longza River. Shenxian drove the spirit fish away, and followed them as they swam forward. The river wound and twisted, with the narrowest section measuring only half a meter in diameter. Without Shenxian's mastery of the water control technique, it would have been impossible to pass through. An hour later, Shenxian found himself in an open space. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had anticipated. The exit of the underground river led directly to the Dragon Zat River. Shenxian was overjoyed. This meant he could freely enter and exit the Qinglong Bay market, and practice his water techniques in the Longza River. After circling the area near the Dark River's exit, he detected no unusual demon beasts, only a few first-tier lower-grade spirit fish feeding nearby. On his way back, Shenxian sped up. Transforming into a green-feathered fish, he moved at 50 meters per second. It took him only a quarter of an hour to return to the spirit pool of the second-class mansion. He cast the invisibility technique and quietly made his way ashore. With a slight tremor, all the water droplets on his clothes vanished. "Husband, where did you go? Why didn't you come to help me?" Ding Yuyao finished arranging her belongings and lay back comfortably on the wide, soft bed. "I was just looking around. By the way, have you finished tidying up my talisman making room?" Ding Yuyao's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, the talisman making room. I forgot about it. It's okay, rest. I'll handle it myself." Shenxian designated a room as the talisman making room, took out the talisman brush, talisman paper, cinnabar, talisman making manuals, incense burners, hand washing basin, and inkstone, and arranged everything neatly. Then, Shenxian focused intently on crafting the rejuvenation symbol. Several days later, Shenxian's original residence. Ding the shopkeeper looked at the tightly closed door in front of him, and instructed a young female cultivator with long legs who was practicing at the second level of qi cultivation. "Xiao Qian, I told you before that Shen Fusher is a mid-tier talisman master, and he reportedly has deep connections within the Qingyun sect. Shen Fusher prefers young and beautiful women, and he only married an ordinary woman from our Ding family. If you can marry him, you'll be a legitimate symbol master's wife, and a good life awaits you. If it weren't for your father's sake, such a good opportunity wouldn't have come your way." The tall, slender young female cultivator blushed slightly. "I will seize this opportunity. Although Shen Fusher is older, having passed his 60th birthday, but he possesses the skills of a mid-tier symbol master, making him a true wealthy individual, earning hundreds of spirit stones each year." After the news spread within the clan, countless female cultivators from the clan expressed interest in marrying Shen Fusher. Her father had to beg and promise great rewards before Ding the shopkeeper agreed to bring her along to secure the advantage. Ding ding. After ringing the doorbell, the door opened quickly. Ding the shopkeeper was startled to see a stranger at the door. "Where is Shenxian Shenfusher?" The stranger spoke cautiously. "Are you here to see Shenxian, the talisman master? He has already moved away." "Move? Do you know where Master Shenfu moved to?" The stranger glanced at the young female cultivator. "Master Shenfu has moved to a second-class mansion with a private courtyard." "What? A second-class mansion?" Ding the shopkeeper looked astonished. The young female cultivator also froze. "A second-class mansion? That's a place only those in the late stages of qi cultivation can rent." It turned out she had a little grievance. She was only 18, and the man proposed to her was over 60. An old man at the fourth layer of qi cultivation, even if he were a mid-tier symbolist, what good would that do? But now, she regretted it deeply. If she had gone there earlier, maybe she could be living in the second-class mansion with him now. The young female cultivator couldn't help but say, "Grandpa Qingtao, why don't we go to the second-class mansion district?" Emir Ding shook his head and sighed, "Forget it. Shen the symbolist is no longer the same as before. He wouldn't look at someone with such inferior spiritual roots like you. Find another match." Chapter Samsup, The Gift of Longevity. Please continue reading. After moving to the second-class mansion, Shenxian returned to his daily routine of practicing martial arts, crafting talismans, and training his wife. Occasionally, after putting his wife to sleep, he would use the breath control technique and invisibility technique to fly from the third floor to the spirit pool, then swim through the underground river to the Dragon Zat River to enhance his water-related talents. In his spare time, he wrote 5 letters, each addressed to Qin Yuehan, Liu Jingying, Wang Fugue, Zhao Sujin, and Li Chang'an. The most important recipients were Qin Yuehan and Liu Xingying, the others were merely secondary. In the letters, Shen Xian provided his new residence address, inviting them to visit King Longwan Market when they had the chance. The letters were written for the Ding family to read, to maintain ties with his former classmates. After all, having received their kindness, he felt it was only proper to show some gratitude. As for whether Qin Yuehan and the others would come, Shen Xian didn't hold out much hope. They were all getting older, each with their own responsibilities. Every family had its own set of challenges. Who would go out of their way to visit an old friend from so far away? A month later, he had advanced the iron bone technique to the mastery stage. At this time, Zhao Chunxing also brought good news. After accumulating strength over time, he moved into a second-class mansion, purged the snake venom from his body, and with one final push, finally broke through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. This made him unusually generous, and he hosted a banquet to treat Shen Xian and his wife to a feast. Actually, my fire spirit root is only Yi Supa points. Whether I break through or not isn't that important. As long as one has the will, one can endure and eventually reach the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. After drinking some wine, Zhao Chunxing spoke a bit more freely. Well, companions, methods, and environment without spirit stones, even the highest cultivation realm is meaningless. Shenfu, let me tell you why demon hunters can't save spirit stones. They struggle on the brink of life and death. Once they hunt down a big target and earn spirit stones, they spend them all on eating, drinking, gambling, and prostitution, numbing themselves with the money they risked their lives to earn. Therefore, being a demon hunter has no future. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Zhao Chunxing vented, "They call me a rabbit demon hunter behind my back, mocking me for being cowardly and but venture deep into the shadow forest to hunt. They don't know anything. In this world, nothing is more important than life. I'm different from them. I have a wife and children. I'm going to live a comfortable life in the future. Risking your life for a few spirit stones? It's not worth it." Shen Xian smiled at Jiang Sueki's pleading gaze, picked up his teacup, and gently clinked it against hers. "Zhao Daoyu is right. I agree with him. Wife, look, even Shen Fu agrees with me." That night, Zhao Chunxing was particularly excited and drank himself into a stupor. The next day, Shen Xian arrived at the Ding family shop with the completed rejuvenation charms. As soon as he entered the door, Ding the shopkeeper hurriedly greeted him with enthusiasm. "Master Shen, it's been a long time. I heard you've moved to a second-class mansion." Shen Xian was taken aback. It was introduced by Ding Yijin, the young master of the Ding family. "Didn't you know Mr. Ding? Mr. Ding is a busy man with important matters to attend to. Such trivial matters wouldn't be worth mentioning to us. What is the current price for the spring revival fu? The initial phase is over, so the price has dropped a bit. 10 pieces for 11 spirit stones, and double the price for premium quality." Shen Xian shook his head. As a result, his profit had also decreased slightly. However, the price of the spring revival charms paper and cinnabar has also decreased accordingly. Shen Xian took out a large stack of ordinary rejuvenation charms. Exchanged them for sambatlok sheets of talisman paper and 1 bottle of cinnabar. The rest can be exchanged for spirit stones. Alright. After working hard for a month, meticulously crafting rejuvenation charms, he only managed to exchange them for the materials needed to make the charms and a few dozen spirit stones. Fortunately, there were still over 20 premium rejuvenation charms in his storage pouch. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford a small spirit gathering array. Or maybe we should just skip the spirit gathering array for now. The training room in a second-class mansion, a first-grade upper-tier cultivation site, was sufficient for his cultivation. No way. Time is of the essence. After using the spirit gathering array, breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation would only take half the time, just 3 years. Shen Xian had an unusual obsession with improving his strength. He always felt that the Qinglongbei market wasn't safe enough. After leaving the Ding family shop, Shen Xian bought some spirit rice, demon beast meat, and spirit fruits and vegetables. They and Zhao Chuanxing's family each cooked their own meals. This way, they could avoid many disputes. Upon returning to the mansion, he summoned Zhao Chunxing, who had sobered up. "These 20 premium rejuvenation charms, please help me sell them. As usual, you'll receive a 15% commission. Additionally, find a way to dispose of this exploding spirit pill for me. Zhao Chunseng took the talismans and the exploding spirit pill and hurriedly left. In the evening, upon returning, he handed over 95 spirit stones to Shen Xian. 54 spirit stones for the premium quality rejuvenation charms, and 41 spirit stones for the exploding spirit pill. Shen Xian handed 10 spirit stones to Zhao Chunseng. You've worked hard. What's there to be tired about? It's just a errand. No one's watching, right? Shen Fushi, you're too cautious. I'm an 8th tier Qi cultivation demon hunter. Such a small amount of goods? What could possibly go wrong? You're underestimating me. Regardless, better safe than sorry. Safety comes first. After giving a few more instructions, Shen Xian returned to his cultivation and talisman making. With over 80 spirit stones in his pocket, Shen Xian flipped through the primitive wilderness demon beast atlas. If he could capture another first-tier mid-grade water attribute demon beast, he could raise his spiritual root to Yi-sup points. 20 points meant a mid-grade spiritual root. With a bit of luck, there might even be a sliver of hope for foundation establishment. After flipping through the primitive wilderness demon beast atlas several times, he couldn't find a demon beast he wanted to capture. Water attribute demon beasts were the cheapest, but most were in the East Sea. Those near the Longza River are abundant and affordable, but those with special innate abilities are few and far between. In the end, Shen Xian set his sights on the water cloud turtle. A first-tier mid-grade demon beast, an adult water cloud turtle can weigh hundreds of pounds, with each one priced at 400 or 500 spirit stones. Water cloud turtle meat is highly nutritious, and is said to have longevity-enhancing effects. Additionally, its turtle shell is extremely hard, making it the raw material for the defensive artifact, the water cloud shield. Adult water cloud turtles are too expensive to buy. I wonder how much the juveniles cost. Fortunately, water cloud turtles have strong reproductive capabilities, laying hundreds of eggs each time, with only a tiny fraction of juvenile water cloud turtles surviving to adulthood. I'll go back and consult Zhao Chunseng. Young water cloud turtles? It depends on their size. The smaller ones are only fist-sized, and 2 spirit stones for one. Shen Xian thought for a moment. What about ones the size of a bowl? That size? They weigh 1 or 2 pounds, so it'll cost 5 or 6 spirit stones. Shen Xian did the math. With his savings of 80 spirit stones, and a monthly net income of 60 or 70 spirit stones, he could barely afford it. Help me purchase some juvenile water cloud turtles. Don't get too many at once, 3 or 4 will do. Got it. I'll handle it. Master Shen, rest assured, no problem. Zhao Chunseng speculated that Shen Xian possessed a secret technique to extract essence blood from water-attributed demon beasts, thereby enhancing his talisman-making abilities. However, that had nothing to do with him. In the cultivation world, every cultivator has their secrets. Shen Fushi was not skilled in combat, and was timid and afraid of trouble, making him the perfect candidate for procurement and sales. Simply running errands could earn him a commission. Why not take the opportunity? A few days later, 3 juvenile water cloud turtles were placed on the stone table in Shen Xian's cultivation room. A mysterious jade talisman flickered with golden light. Stealable talents, longevity, hardened teeth, water arrows. Shen Xian was startled. He recalled that a first-tier lower-grade Xian water turtle should have the abilities to control water, suppress breath, and extend lifespan. A first-tier mid-grade water cloud turtle should not lack water control and breath suppression. Could it be that his own water control and breath suppression talents were too powerful, preventing him from plundering similar talents from lower-tier creatures? In the end, Shen Xian chose the longevity talent. Talent, longevity Yi Sup Ba. Dao resonance, Sup Ba. He spent 18 spirit stones, advancing his talent by Yi Sup points, with Dao resonance reaching an impressive Sup Ba points. It seems that this longevity talent is of excellent quality, with Dao resonance far surpassing that of the mantis shrimp and ironback crab. Chapter Sam Sup Mid-grade spiritual root. Please continue reading. In the days that followed, Shen Xian devoted himself to cultivating and crafting talismans. He didn't even have time to attend to his young wife's training. He had already tried various methods, and now lacked novelty and excitement. He continued to focus on the rejuvenation symbol, as this type of spirit symbol yielded the highest profits. Occasionally, when he grew tired, he would switch to the breath concealment symbol and invisibility symbol. As his cultivation level and talisman making skills improve, the mental and spiritual energy required to create these two types of talismans decreased significantly, making the process almost like a leisure activity. With the addition of Zhao Chuansing's family of 4, the household had gained a lot more warmth and vitality. Zhao Dahu was a gentle and refined man, while Zhao Era was restless and always on the move. Whenever he returned home, he would linger around Shen Xian, helping him run errands and handle chores. Shen Xian occasionally gives him a few breath-concealing charms and invisibility charms. The emperor doesn't waste soldiers, and Shen Xian never uses people for free. Surprisingly, Qin Yuehan replied. Ren Shu specially delivered the message in person. The content was simple: he was currently too busy to go out. If he happened to pass by Qinglong Bay, he would come to visit him. In response, Shen Xian smiled and didn't think much of it. As for the Ding family, upon seeing that Qin Yuehan had indeed replied, they became even more enthusiastic toward him. The others, including Lu Jingying, also replied in turn. The content was largely the same, stating that they would not come for now, and would consider it later. Wang Fugue even enthusiastically invited him to the Longmen market, where he had recently opened a new shop selling some cultivation-related items. Shen Xian replied to each of them with greetings. He also politely declined Wang Fugue's invitation due to lack of time. Currently, Shen Xian is fully dedicated to his cultivation. He procured a young water cloud turtle, and used a spirit-gathering array. Although the costs were enormous, but the visible improvement in his strength has filled him with hope for his cultivation. After moving to a second-class mansion, there was another advantage. The neighbors are too far apart and rarely interact. This suited Shen Xian, who disliked socializing, perfectly. Now, when he walked down the street, a smile couldn't help but spread across his face. As a mid-tier symbolist residing in a second-class mansion, with spirit stones in his pocket, and a beautiful wife at home, his path in cultivation was bright. Sometimes, he would pass by the Tianxiang pavilion, watching the beautiful and alluring little demons waving at him. He thought to himself, "One day, I'll show you all how powerful I am, Shen Xian." But his footsteps never pause, and he hurries away. At that moment, he dared not provoke these beautiful little demons. They were no ordinary female cultivators. Many of them were registered disciples of the Union Sect. They were skilled in the art of energy absorption, taking yang energy to replenish yin energy. Many inexperienced young cultivators, once they fell into their tender embrace, their spiritual stones are drained, and they are left drained as well. Unless one is exceptionally powerful, able to solidify one's essence and lock away yang energy, or even reverse the heavens to absorb yin energy and replenish yang energy. Shen Xian could only think about it in his heart. He dared not take such risks lightly at his current state. Returning home, Jiang Sueki suddenly came up to him and gave him a meaningful glance. "There's a guest here." As he stepped inside, he saw a stunningly beautiful female cultivator sitting in the first-floor parlor. She appeared to be in her late 30s, dressed in luxurious attire, still radiating elegance. Her aura was powerful, indicating at least the late stage of qi cultivation. The female cultivator was talking to Zhao Chunseng. As soon as Shen Xian entered the room, she noticed him. "This must be Shen Xian, the Shunfu master." Shen Xian hurriedly replied with respect, "This one is Shen Xian. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" The female cultivator smiled and said, "I am Leng Ningxiang, an inner disciple of the Hahuan Sect, and the head of the Tianxiang Pavilion in Qinglong Bay." "Ah, it's Lady Leng, the pavilion master in person." Shen Xian is truly ignorant, and has committed a great offense. Shen Xian quickly bowed in respect. The Hahuan sect was a major sect spanning several countries. Coldlingxiang's status and position were among the top few in Qinglong Bay. Shen Xian dared not take her lightly. Zhao Chunseng stepped forward to introduce Master Leng, heard of Shunfu's Spring Revival Fu for its excellent quality and reasonable price, and has come personally to place an order. "Not at all, it's just your kind words," Shen Xian replied modestly. The three exchanged pleasantries for a while. Zhao Chunseng mediated, and Shen Xian and Leng Ningxiang signed a sales agreement. Going forward, Shen Xian would supply 20 premium spring revival charms each month, with a fixed price of 50 spirit stones. Regardless of market fluctuations, this price would remain unchanged. The spiritual contract would be temporarily signed for 1 year. After 1 year, the parties will decide whether to renew the agreement. As Shen Xian escorted Ling Ningxiang out of the house, she suddenly handed him a jade token. This is the VIP jade token of the Tianxiang Pavilion. No matter which Tianxiang Pavilion you go to, all expenses except the head wrapping fee will be discounted by 30%. The head fee is the direct payment customers make to the fairies for their services. Shen Xian instinctively wanted to refuse. Master Shen, take it for now. It might come in handy someday. Cold Ling Xiang's lips curled into a mysterious smile, her eyes flickering with a hint of mockery. Shen Xian could only reluctantly put it away. Back inside the house, Zhao Chunxing still looked disappointed. From then on, Shen Xian's premium, rejuvenation symbol, no longer needed his help to sell. The cold pavilion master came looking for you. I heard that your water technique rejuvenation symbol has special effects in certain areas. Ah! Shen Xian heard this for the first time. Master Shen, you don't even know yourself? I've never used it. Shen Xian possessed the self-healing talent, whose effects were superior to those of the premium rejuvenation symbol, so he had never used it. What did the cold pavilion master give you earlier? Shen Xian showed it to him. 30% off VIP jade token. That's a good thing. From now on, when you go to the Tianxiang Pavilion to play, you'll save a lot of spirit stones. Can I borrow it to use a few times? No need. This jade token has a serial number, lending it out is invalid. Shen Xian then noticed that the VIP jade token from Tianxiang Pavilion had a series of small characters engraved on the back. Qinglong Bay, Section A, number 108. 2 months later. In the training room. As the golden light of the mysterious jade talisman shone, the essence blood of 3 juvenile water cloud turtles was extracted. Talent, longevity initiation, 100. Taoist resonance, 96. Spiritual root, water, 21. Looking at the lifespan again. Lifespan, 66,125. Wow, just at the beginner level, and already gained 10 years of lifespan. Shen Xian cast the life extension technique, causing the energy within his body to grow faint, and his metabolism seemed to slow down significantly, entering a state of tranquility. His breathing became steady, each breath longer than before. It felt as though he were a giant turtle floating in the vast ocean, with strands of jade-green water essence entering his body with each breath, flowing like a gentle stream, nourishing his internal organs, and ultimately converging at his dantian. Talent, longevity technique beginner 300. A single small cycle of the microcosmic orbit increases 1 point of proficiency. Good. The proficiency of the talent can be increased through cultivation. The Tao essence points obtained were added to the self-healing talent by Shen Xian. Talent, self-healing mastery subse ba. Seeing that the self-healing talent had advanced to mastery, Shen Xian exhaled deeply. At this moment, the effect of his self-healing technique should be 3 to 5 times that of a premium rejuvenation scroll. Does that mean I've become an unstoppable force? Shen Xian mused to himself. As long as he didn't suffer a fatal blow that killed him instantly, he could recover. Then, Shen Xian activated the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, and the flow of his spiritual energy was smoother than it had been in recent days. His sensitivity to the water-based spiritual energy in the training room became even clearer. Guided by his divine consciousness, the circulation of spiritual energy within his body accelerated, giving him a lightness akin to a sparrow in flight. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. He carefully sensed the spiritual energy within his body. He couldn't suppress his excitement. In just 1 hour of cultivation, his spiritual energy had grown even stronger. At this rate, he would only need another 4 years of cultivation to break through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. If he activated the spirit gathering array, the time could be compressed to 2 years. No wonder he has a mid-grade spiritual root. His cultivation not only progresses quickly, but his spiritual energy is also purer. Chapter 3, Divine Eagle's Blood. Please continue reading. In the days that followed, Shen Xian devoted all his thoughts to cultivation and talisman making. Occasionally, he would spend some time with his young wife to maintain a peaceful mindset. This seemingly monotonous life was a source of contentment for Sun Xian. Each day of cultivation brought new insights, motivating him to train even harder. He was already 66 years old. In the cultivation world, the optimal age to establish a solid foundation is before 60. After 80, it becomes extremely difficult to succeed in this endeavor. Now, with his spiritual root having reached the middle grade, he saw a glimmer of hope for establishing his foundation. Each day, I spend 4 hours in cultivation in the morning and evening, 4 hours crafting talismans, and the remaining 4 hours after eating and sleeping summarizing my cultivation and talisman crafting experiences and reading cultivation classics. Sun Xian sighed inwardly. His schedule was too tight. After deducting time for cultivation, talisman making, and sleep, he had only half an hour left for free time. Fortunately, the Ding family's shop was located in the marketplace, making it convenient to travel back and forth. Perhaps I could reduce the time spent on talisman making and produce fewer rejuvenation talismans? However, Sun Xian quickly dismissed the idea. With 4 hours of talisman making per day, including rest and recovery, he could consume 360 pieces of rejuvenation talisman materials in a month, producing around 150 rejuvenation talismans, with about 30 being premium quality ones. At the current price of the rejuvenation charms, he could earn a pure profit of 90 spirit stones per month from charm making. Just maintaining the spirit gathering array for 2 hours each day costs 30 spirit stones per month. There were also rent, food expenses for himself and Ding Yuyao, and other miscellaneous costs. Recently, to obtain the bloodline talent of a juvenile water cloud turtle, he spent all his spirit stones. He could only save 50 spirit stones each month, and to obtain the bloodline talent of a first-tier mid-grade demon beast, it would cost at least 100 spirit stones. Forget it, let's save some spirit stones first. There's only half an hour left of free time, so we'll have to cut back on our couple's cultivation time. Each time, he speeds up to finish the intense exercise as quickly as possible. Sun Xian shook his head. Suppressing distracting thoughts, he continued his arduous cultivation of talisman making. 10 days later, Zhao Chunxing returned home with a smug expression. He had gone out on a trip to participate in a demon hunting expedition, and had made a significant haul. It was said that he had earned over 10 spirit stones. Shenfusher, next time, I'll take you with me to hunt demons. How about it? No way, it's too dangerous, and I'm not good at combat magic. No problem. You just stay in the back and cast some rejuvenation charms for your teammates. Sun Xian thought about it seriously. He decided to refuse decisively. Zhao Chunxing was a cautious person. The demon hunting team he joined was always conservative and not very dangerous. But Sun Xian felt there was no need to risk his life for such money. He had finally settled down, moved into a second-class mansion, and was living a harmonious and stable life. He cherished this life and didn't want to take any risks. With the longevity talent, Sun Xian conservatively estimated that upon reaching the peak of the qi cultivation stage, his lifespan could reach 100 years. His spiritual root quality had improved to the middle grade. Before reaching 100 years old, he still had a chance to establish his foundation. Now, he was only 66 years old. With over 30 years remaining, there is no need to rush. 2 months later, at the Ding family shop, after selling ordinary rejuvenation charms and exchanging them for talisman making materials, Sun Xian was about to leave. Ding the shopkeeper called him over. Master Shen, do you have any extra premium rejuvenation charms? Out of consideration for their long-standing relationship, Sun Xian sold him 10 premium rejuvenation charms. All the premium rejuvenation charms for this month have been purchased by the Tianxiang Pavilion. These are my last remaining stock. Ding the shopkeeper sighed wryly. Times have changed. He dared not give Shenfusher the cold shoulder. News from the clan confirmed that Sun Xian indeed had a classmate who had successfully established a foundation at Qingyun Sect. And she was a female cultivator. In the cultivation world, female cultivators are generally rarer than male cultivators, and are held in higher esteem within sects. Thank you, Shenfusher, for looking after my business. Ding the shopkeeper lowered his voice and said, Master Shen, the Ding family will be organizing a small auction soon. This is the entry token for the event. They specifically instructed me to set one aside for you. The items up for auction are rare spiritual treasures that are hard to find in the marketplace and cannot be purchased from shops. Shenxian glanced at the auction jade token. Ding, attending the auction isn't necessarily about bidding on cultivation items, is it? Of course. We'll only bid on items we truly desire. If we don't find anything to our liking, it's still a chance to broaden our horizons. Thank you, Ding. Shenxian took the jade token and turned to leave Ding's shop. Currently, he only had 100 or so spirit stones, which was far from enough to purchase any cultivation items at the auction. Fortunately, aside from demon beast essence blood, he didn't have any other urgent need for cultivation artifacts. With a mid-grade spiritual root, he had enough to break through to the late stage of chi cultivation. He was an optimistic person. Though the best age for foundation establishment was before 60. But for him, even at 100 years old, there is still a possibility of foundation establishment. Why risk everything to obtain various cultivation artifacts? Moreover, the most crucial foundation establishment pill is not available to the Ding family. Such precious breakthrough pills are rare resources tightly controlled by the Sect. Last time during the land reclamation campaign, the Qingyun Sect unprecedentedly released 10 foundation establishment pills to incentivize wandering cultivators to participate in the corvée labor. It is said that as many as 1/4 of the cultivators perished during the land reclamation corvée. The cultivators affiliated with the Ding family hadn't accumulated enough Sect merits to exchange for that precious foundation establishment pill. Go take a look, just to broaden your horizons. Soon, the day of the Ding family's auction arrived. Shenxian disguised his cultivation level as 4th layer chi cultivation, and made his way to the designated auction hall. Along the way, few of the cultivators he encountered had weaker auras than his own. In the Qinglongbei market district, the inner city, outer city, and outskirts were clearly demarcated. The auction hall was located in the inner city of the market district. Generally, those who lived and moved about here were mostly at the late chi cultivation stage. A small number of mid-stage chi cultivation practitioners also had special status. For instance, Shenxian, a mid-tier symbolist. In the cultivation world, ranks are strictly defined. Power is everything. Only those who are strong will be respected by others. Shenxian silently reminded himself. He took out his auction identity jade token, registered, and a member of the Ding family responsible for guiding guests approached him respectfully and said, "Master Shen, please follow me." They entered a secret room, where the Ding family member handed him a mask. Shenfu sure, this mask was specially crafted by the Ding family. Wearing it will block spiritual perception. After the auction ends, you may leave first and return the mask to the Ding family shop. Upon hearing this, Shenxian couldn't help but praise them in his heart. The Ding family truly lived up to its reputation as a 1,000-year-old foundational family. They really do think of everything. After putting on the mask, the cultivators attending the auction no longer had to worry about their identities being exposed. Shenxian put on the mask and followed the Ding family members into the auction hall. Inside, the scene was orderly, with around 200 people present, all remaining silent. Most wore masks, suppressing their aura, well versed in the art of discretion. A few individuals were maskless. All of them were at the late chi cultivation stage, or above. Shenxian found a secluded corner, and watched quietly. He had come to the auction merely to observe, and had no intention of purchasing anything. Gaining experience, observing prices. Preparing for future moves. He didn't sit for long before the auction began. The auctioneer, after delivering the opening remarks, began the auction. The items up for auction were diverse and varied, including elixirs, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, array flags, spiritual plants, and more everything imaginable. The starting prices were also quite low, attracting many attending cultivators to raise their bidding cards and bid enthusiastically, creating a lively atmosphere. Many of the items were things he had only heard of before, but had never seen in person. Shenxian never expected that demon beast essence blood would be up for auction. 1 bottle of flaming divine eagle essence blood. Chapter Sam, walking on thin ice. Please continue reading. As soon as the host finished speaking, many cultivators immediately turned their intense gazes toward the stage. The flame divine eagle was a 2nd-tier fire attribute demonic bird. Its essence blood is a primary ingredient for many spiritual pills. The Ding family truly has deep roots. Even such a precious spirit beast is being put up for auction. Starting bid, 300 spirit stones. Bids must increase by at least 10 spirit stones each time. Upon hearing the price, Shenxian shook his head. He couldn't afford it. 300. 400 spirit stones. 500. The voices grew louder and louder. Shenxian was completely speechless. The blood of a second-tier demonic bird, just a small bottle of it, had been auctioned off for 680 spirit stones. Shenxian felt a sudden realization. It seemed that purchasing demon beast essence blood wasn't such a rare thing after all. He had been too cautious before. Many cultivators used demon beast essence blood for cultivation and alchemy. As mentioned in the random notes of the Clear Void Immortal, cultivators absorb spiritual energy and transform it into their own use. Demon beast essence blood, like demon beast meat, is one of the sources of spiritual energy that cultivators absorb. Therefore, I can directly purchase water attribute demon beast essence blood without being limited to live demon beasts. However, Shenxian sighed softly. Even the essence blood of a first-tier mid-grade demon beast is not cheap. With only 100 or so spirit stones in his storage pouch, he couldn't afford even 1 or 2 bottles, which wouldn't be enough to obtain the bloodline talent. He'd better earn more spirit stones first. At this stage, his primary goal was to cultivate and advance his realm, craft talismans to earn spirit stones, and practice the life extension technique to improve his proficiency. As for other cultivation items like Danzunfu Hei Gimzik that were hard to buy outside, he planned to auction them off one by one. Shenxian watched with a curious attitude, his eyes wide open. Especially a first-grade superior quality flying sword, which fetched a staggering Yetsin-Sambak spirit stones, leaving him speechless. The auction concluded. Over 200 cultivators gradually exited the auction hall. Shenxian had already left the venue earlier. He returned home. Thinking about the cultivation artifacts at the auction, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. I'm still too poor. Originally, he had thought that having 2 mid-grade magical artifacts was quite decent. In the end, their value didn't even amount to a fraction of a high-grade flying sword. This made Shenxian deeply doubt himself. Could it be that, as a mid-grade talisman master, I'm still just a lowly peasant in the cultivation world? After returning from the auction and seeing the prices of various cultivation artifacts, Shenxian finally came to his senses. There was no doubt that, with his recent smooth sailing, he had indeed become arrogant. He was no longer as calm and cautious as before. The moment he let his guard down, it could lead to his downfall. Recently, the Ding family had been showing him such favor, and it wasn't merely because of his status as a mid-tier symbolist. It is because he has a fellow classmate from the same sect who has reached the foundation establishment stage. Only he knows this. This so-called classmate is merely a connection from years past. If something were to happen, he wouldn't be able to intimidate the other party. When he goes out, his vigilance has noticeably decreased. The Qinglongbei marketplace was indeed well secured. After moving to the second-class mansion, his activities were confined to the inner and outer cities of the district, and he had never ventured beyond the district's outskirts. But this is not why he let his guard down. Life is precious. Even Zhao Chunxing knew that life was more important than anything else. Dedicate yourself to refining talismans, be cautious and vigilant, and prioritize safety above all else. In the evenings, after practicing his arts and crafting talismans, Shenxian would go to the backyard to instruct Ding Yuyao in whip techniques. When Ding Yijin presented the soft bullwhip, a box contained a copy of the Divine Snake Whip technique, a renowned martial arts manual from the secular world. Ding Yuyao had practiced the Jade Maiden's True Classic for 6 years, cultivating Taoist internal energy, which she channeled into the soft whip, giving it considerable power. At this point, her martial arts skills rivaled those of the top masters in the secular world, giving her an added layer of self-defense. Husband, do you also know whip techniques? You say that. How could your husband not understand whip techniques? The most important aspect of a soft whip is its ability to be both soft and hard, alternating between the two. Techniques such as wrapping, swinging, sweeping, hanging, throwing, striking, flogging, binding, and hooking when broken down, these are the basic techniques, which can be combined in various ways. Shen Xian gripped Ding Yuyao's hand and infused a thread of spiritual energy into the manhwa soft whip. Sure enough, it danced like a serpent. My lord, you're truly amazing. Ding Yuyao's eyes sparkled with little stars. After 6 years of marriage, Shen Xian not only showed no signs of aging, but seemed to grow more vibrant and energetic each day. In every aspect, he made Ding Yuyao increasingly satisfied. Let's go back and bathe. Later, I'll let you experience another whip technique. Ding Yuyao's ears turned red. Her husband was perfect in every way, but he occasionally said strange things that made her heart race for no apparent reason. However, in their marital life, she does her utmost to satisfy her husband's various preferences. My husband is a mid-tier symbolist, yet he married only me, a mere mortal. If I cannot satisfy him, what right do I have to stop him from taking more wives or concubines? Ding Yuyao pondered in her heart. Late at night, Shen Xian skillfully employed his whip techniques. Ding Yuyao's face was flushed with a rosy glow, her breath coming in gasps, and she cooed softly. Afterward, she collapsed into Shen Xian's arms. Yao Yao, how was your husband's whip technique? It was wonderful. Ding Yuyao murmured as if in a dream. Days passed one after another. Before she knew it, autumn had arrived. Everything withered away. The streets and markets grew quiet. Zhao Chunxing returned from hunting. This trip yielded little, leaving him anxious. Shen Xian's premium talismans were purchased by Tianxiang Pavilion. Recently, no one had commissioned him to acquire demon beasts. His income relied entirely on his hunting expeditions. If it were just him and his wife Jiang Sueki, they wouldn't need to spend much spirit stone. But the tuition fees for his 2 sons amounted to 10 spirit stones each month. Alchemist apprentices and weapon forging apprentices, it's not that easy to master their crafts. He approached Shen Xian. Master Shen, we've recently discovered the tracks of an adult water cloud turtle. Shen Xian looked puzzled. If you found it, go hunt it down. An adult water cloud turtle is worth 7 or 800 spirit stones. Even if we form a team of 7 or 8 people, each person could get 100 or so spirit stones. Zhao Chunxing explained that adult water cloud turtle is at the bottom of the Longza River. It's quite large and may have reached the first tier upper grade. Our team only has 1 water cultivator, and he's only at the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Dealing with that water cloud turtle will be quite challenging. A first-grade upper-tier water cloud turtle? That's worth thousands of spirit stones. Shen Xian was tempted. The essence blood of an adult water cloud turtle should be able to increase the proficiency of his longevity talent. But upon considering the difficulty of hunting a water cloud turtle in the water, he shook his head and politely declined. Zhao Daoyu, I'm not skilled in combat and can't be of much help. I'll pass. The longevity talent can be cultivated slowly, it will eventually advance. Water cloud turtles not only have exceptional defense, but also control water and suppress their breath. Their teeth are sharp and powerful, with an astonishing bite force they're not easy to deal with. Demon hunters who venture out on hunts face not only demon beasts, but also cultivators with ulterior motives. As a 5th-tier chi cultivation level healing type talismanist, he would undoubtedly become the primary target in a chaotic battle. If you manage to catch that water cloud turtle, just sell me some of its essence blood. Zhao Chunxing looked disappointed. A few days later, he set out on his journey. According to Jiang Sueki, their team had found 2 skilled hunters to join them on the hunt for the water cloud turtle. I hope Zhao Chunxing has good luck. Shen Xian could understand Zhao Chunxing's feelings. The poorer one is, the more they long for sudden wealth. For this reason, even the usually cautious Zhao Chunxing, upon seeing an opportunity for sudden wealth, would throw caution to the wind and charge forward. Shen Xian stayed at home, practicing his talisman making skills daily, and occasionally had a friendly match with his beautiful wife to spice up his life. A month later, Zhao Chunxing returned home covered in wounds, carrying a small bucket of demon beast blood. Shen Fu Si, this is the fresh blood of a water cloud turtle. How many spirit stones do you think it's worth? Chapter Samsupse, Earth-Shattering Thunder. Please keep reading. Shen Xian took the water cloud turtle's blood, set it aside, and stepped forward to examine Zhao Chunxing's injuries. It's nothing, just a superficial wound. The water cloud turtle isn't poisonous, and my skin is thick. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. There were too many people watching that water cloud turtle. Our group only managed to get some turtle meat, and they gave me this blood. How many spirit stones is that worth? Zhao Chunxing asked eagerly. This was the reward he had risked his life to obtain. Shen Xian glanced at the water cloud turtle's blood. He didn't know the market value either. I'll test its effectiveness first, then I'll calculate the price for you later. Alright, whatever you say, Shen Fusher. I trust you. In Zhao Chunxing's heart, Shen Xian was still a man of integrity. He had never haggled with him before. Shen Xian shook his head and carried a small bucket of water cloud turtle blood into the training room. He then poured out about a quarter of it into a small basin, and placed it on the stone table. Guided by his divine consciousness, the mystical jade talisman emitted a golden glow, enveloping the water cloud turtle blood in the basin. Soon, the water cloud turtle blood lost its color, and turned into a pool of yellow liquid. Talent, longevity mastery yi yetba. Taoist essence, yi sabbat. The effect exceeded his imagination. The longevity talent, which had started at ba sabbat points at the beginner level, had directly jumped to yi points at the proficient level, equivalent to half a month of practice. Looking at the mysterious jade talisman again. Lifespan, 67,132. Longevity. The talent advanced to proficient, adding another 8 years to his lifespan. Not only that, but his Tao essence increased by a full yi sabbat points. Truly worthy of a first-tier superior grade water cloud turtle in its adult form. The remaining water cloud turtle blood must be divided into several days to absorb. Shen Xian sat in meditation to rest for a while. When he emerged again, Zhao Chuanxing's complexion had noticeably improved. Zhao Daoyu, to be honest, the water cloud turtle blood has been quite effective for my cultivation technique. 80 spirit stones. How about that price? Alright. 80 spirit stones. It's worth the effort. Old Wu even mocked me for only asking for the water cloud turtle blood, and not the turtle meat. Hearing that it could fetch 80 spirit stones, Zhao Chunxing visibly relaxed. Don't go there again. It's too dangerous. Shen Xian advised. Actually, I don't necessarily need the blood of these demon beasts for my cultivation. Zhao Chunxing said gratefully, Shen Fu, you're a good person. But in these times, good people have it tough. If I don't go, what will happen to my 2 children? Are you going to let them follow in my footsteps and live the life of a demon hunter, where every day is a gamble, and you never know if you'll make it through the night? They're meant to become alchemists and weaponsmiths. The fortune teller said I'll have good fortune in my old age. The older I get, the more blessed I'll be. Jiang Sueki wiped away her tears and said, You. Stop bragging. If something happens to you, what will happen to me and the children? It won't happen. I'm being careful. In that chaotic battle, if someone hadn't ambushed me from behind, I wouldn't have been injured at all. As Shen Xian had anticipated, the greatest threat in hunting a first-tier superior grade water cloud turtle came from the cultivators with ulterior motives. Only 3 teams had actually started the hunt, but there were 7 or 8 more teams lurking nearby, watching intently. Once the water cloud turtle was trapped, they swarmed in, tearing it apart like a swarm of bees. Zhao Chuanxing's team had 7 members, including 2 late Qi cultivation stage practitioners, making them a formidable force. The 7 worked together, managed to secure a water cloud turtle's leg, and retreated hastily. In just a dozen breaths, all 7 sustained injuries of varying severity. Zhao Chunxing was the luckiest. One of his teammates, a mid-stage Qi cultivation practitioner, had his arm broken. Thankfully, there was Shen Fusher's premium spring revival fu, which saved his arm. Zhao Chunxing excitedly recounted the demon hunting chaos. When we retreated, those people were still fighting over the turtle shell. A first-grade superior quality water cloud turtle shell can fetch 7 or 800 spirit stones. Shen Xian countered, which is more important, life or spirit stones? Life is more important. But without spirit stones, life doesn't matter. Shen Xian shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. Respect others' destinies. Shen Xian had already done him a favor by buying Zhao Chuanxing's water cloud turtle blood at a fair price. Over the next 10 days, Shen Xian completely refined all the water cloud turtle blood. Talent, longevity mastery yi sub se yetba. Dao rhythm, yetba ling lo. Shen Xian allocated all his Tao essence points to the self-healing talent, which was the only talent he couldn't currently practice. Talent, self-healing mastery sei sub yi sei ba. Therefore, I do not urgently need these existing demon beast essences. What I need is demon beast essence blood that can enhance my spiritual root potential. Until I find a suitable new demon beast, I'll focus on creating talismans to store spirit stones. Money is always in short supply when you need it. In the cultivation world, many problems can be solved with spirit stones. If you can't solve it, it's because you don't have enough spirit stones. Shenxian pondered carefully and clarified his direction of effort. He told Zhao Chunxing that he wouldn't need any demon beast essence for the time being. I'm out of money. I need to make talismans to store spirit stones. Zhao Chunxing felt quite regretful. After finally finding a source of income, it was cut off again. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Zhao Chunxing returned in a hurry. He brought bad news. The Ding family's foundation pill was wasted by the second young master of the Ding family, Ding Yixi. Shenxian was startled and hurriedly asked, Zhao Daoyu, what exactly happened? The stability of Qinglong Bay was crucial to his safety. If the Ding family were to face trouble, Qinglong Bay would inevitably descend into chaos. Zhao Chunxing sighed and said, the news has spread throughout the marketplace. The second young master of the Ding family, Ding Yixi, resented the family's favoritism toward the eldest son, Ding Yijin, so he stole the foundation pill and attempted to forcefully establish his foundation, but failed. Shenxian asked in disbelief, but didn't they say that the Ding family didn't obtain any foundation establishment pills during the last land reclamation? Zhao Chunxing replied, the Ding family indeed lacked sect merits. They used their family savings to exchange sect merits from other cultivation families, and only then managed to obtain a foundation establishment pill from the Qingyun sect. Can sect merits be exchanged for spirit stones? What else? Shenxian was speechless. He had finally settled down, and was diligently cultivating, with a promising future ahead. But the Ding family pulled this stunt. The Ding family has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. How could such a thing happen? Shenxian said angrily. Zhao Chunxing said, Shenfu, this is the foundation building pill. For the sake of the foundation building pill, brothers turn against each other, and fathers and sons kill one another. Such things have always happened. What's so strange about it? Moreover, Ding Yixi and Ding Jiajin are half-brothers, competing against each other. What brotherly love could there be between them? However, the Ding family's ancestor is still alive. With a foundation establishment expert overseeing things, the Ding family won't fall into chaos, and can hold on for a while. But if the Ding family's ancestor also perishes? Zhao Chunxing didn't continue. Shenxian sighed softly. It seemed he needed to make preparations as well. However, at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, relocating to another place to settle down was no easy task. He also had a mortal wife with him. The journey was long. The new place was also likely to be plagued by bullies. I hope the Ding family can hold on. Back to the training room. Shenxian's mind was wandering, unable to settle down. His heart felt heavy, as if a boulder were pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. The Ding family was already weak. They had finally managed to obtain a foundation building pill, only to waste it. If anything were to happen to the Ding family's ancestor, the Ding family would inevitably decline. The Qinglongwan market will inevitably descend into chaos. What would he do then? If it were just him, he could dive into the spirit pool, swim through the underground river to the bottom of the Dragon Zat River, and escape safely. But what about Ding Yuyao? In a time of crisis, abandoning his wife and escaping alone. Shenxian cannot do that. Chapter Samsupn, a glimmer of hope. Please keep reading. That night, Shenxian couldn't stop worrying. A strong sense of unease kept him awake for hours. With the chaos in Qinglong Bay market, someone like him, a symbolist with no combat experience, was easy prey for cultivators seeking to steal cultivation resources. Although the second-class mansion was protected by array formations, and could defend against attacks from cultivators at the late Qi cultivation stage. However, they were merely first-tier superior-grade array formations. Over time, even magical artifacts could break through the array restrictions. We must prepare as soon as possible. Shenxian opened his storage pouch. A water cloud shield, a pair of water-dividing ame daggers, over 70 high-quality talismans, and over 100 spirit stones. This was all he had. Fortunately, he had the mysterious jade talisman. Talents: breath control, invisibility, water manipulation, self-healing, critical strike, iron bones, longevity. Breath control and invisibility were at the initial stage, while the rest were mastered. Looking at these talents, Shenxian's unease gradually subsided. Divine treasure of the vast sea technique mastered, condense water into a blade technique mastered. As long as he hides in water, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be powerless against him. 7 years of arduous cultivation have yielded abundant results. In terms of true combat power, Shenxian was confident that he surpassed Zhao Chunsheng. Shenxian gave it a try. The water cloud shield and the water-splitting Ame dagger consume very little spiritual energy and divine perception. When he unleashed them to their fullest, he could simultaneously activate both of these mid-grade magical artifacts. As for the high-grade talismans, there was no need to activate them. His innate magical techniques far surpassed the effects of premium-grade talismans. The next morning, after Ding Yuyao woke up, Shenxian informed her of the impending danger. "What are your plans, my lord?" "My wife, I have made up my mind. If the situation worsens, we will first have old Lu, the horse driver, take you to Hongqing County." Shenxian spoke thoughtfully. According to the rules set by the Qingyun Sect, cultivators are not allowed to act against ordinary people on their own. The wars between cultivator families must not spread into the secular world. "You will be safe there." Ding Yuyao looked determined. "Husband, I won't leave. I will stay with you no matter what. But if the situation changes, I won't be able to protect you." Shenxian spoke frankly. Ding Yuyao was merely a mortal with little power. If she were to encounter a powerful cultivator, she wouldn't stand a chance. In that case, she would become a burden to Shenxian. Thinking of this, Ding Yuyao's face grew somber. "I will follow my husband's lead. Rest assured, the situation may not deteriorate to that extent. I am merely preparing for the future." "Then, my lord, will you come to fetch me once you've settled down?" "Of course I will. You're my wife." Ding Yuyao couldn't help but smile through her tears, wrapping her arms around Shenxian's neck and clinging to him. "My husband is so kind." The next morning, Shenxian arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion. This was his first time entering a high-end entertainment venue. Even the spiritual fruits and wines on the table cost 10 spirit stones, 10 times the market price. That's outrageous. Shenxian took out his VIP jade token and paid 7 spirit stones. While waiting, he angrily packed up all the spiritual wine and fruits and put them away. Soon, Ling Ningxiang entered. "Hey, Shenfusher, just sitting there? Didn't you call a girl to serve you?" "Cold Sect Master, I came here specifically to find you." Cold Ningxiang covered her mouth and laughed. "Shenfu, so you have a taste for this. My worth is far greater than those girls." "Are you sure?" Shenxian stared speechlessly at Ling Ningxiang before him. After a moment, he slowly said, "Cold Pavilion Master, I'm here to purchase intelligence." The Tianxiang Pavilion not only deals in dual cultivation, but also in intelligence. "Speak. What do you want to know? How much lifespan does the Ding family patriarch have left? And what is the current status of Ding Yijin and Ding Yisi's foundation building preparations?" Shenxian replied without hesitation. The stability of the Ding family is crucial to the safety of the Qinglong Bay market. Wars between cultivating families are always fierce and bloody, with countless casualties. There is no room for complacency. Ling Ningxiang smiled. "Considering our cooperation, I'll give you a discount on this information, 30 spirit stones." After paying the spirit stones, Ling Ningxiang handed him an information jade slip. With this jade slip, any future intelligence updates can be purchased by Shenfusher for a small fee of spirit stones. "Thank you." Shenxian's divine sense probed into the jade slip to browse through it. As expected of information worth 30 spirit stones, it detailed the important members of the Ding family, their cultivation levels, primary cultivation techniques, commonly used magical artifacts, family background, and more. It even vaguely mentioned the Ding family's rival factions, personnel, and the origins of their grudges. The Ding family patriarch he was closely monitoring had only 10 years of lifespan remaining. As for Ding Yisi, it was indeed as rumored in the marketplace. She had stolen the foundation establishment pill originally meant for Ding Yijin and secretly attempted to establish her foundation, but failed. However, at the end of the intelligence report, it mentioned that the Ding family had mortgaged the profits from the Qinglongbei market to take out large loans, and had exchanged them for a foundation establishment pill from the Qingyun sect. Master Shen Fu need not worry. As long as the Ding family patriarch is alive, the Qinglongbei marketplace will not fall into chaos. As she departed, Ling Ningxiang spoke softly. A few days later, the head of the Ding family, accompanied by his two sons, Ding Yijin and Ding Yixi, appeared at the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion in Qinglongbei Market to host a banquet for their close relatives and friends. During the banquet, the patriarch of the Ding family appeared, with the demeanor of an immortal, a rosy complexion, and a vibrant spirit. He did not appear to be nearing the end of his lifespan. The head of the Ding family announced that the rumors about Ding Yixi stealing the foundation building pill and failing to establish his foundation were pure fabrications. It was a malicious smear campaign orchestrated by hostile forces targeting the Ding family. Effective immediately, Ding Yijin would enter seclusion to cultivate and strive for foundation establishment. The appearance of the Ding family patriarch and others brought a sense of calm to the people of Qinglongbei Market. After all, hearing is one thing, seeing is another. In front of so many people, the patriarch of the Ding family still exuded his former might, while Ding Yijin and Ding Yixi showed brotherly respect, and the Ding family's prestige remained undiminished. Shen Xian, who was already aware of the situation, focused on cultivation and talisman making. He had spent 37 spirit stones in one go. The spirit stones in his storage pouch made him feel insecure. He instructed Zhao Chunxing to stay home and protect his wife and children for the time being. Do not go out hunting. Zhao Chunxing obeyed without question. For cultivators, the foundation establishment stage only takes about 10 days, and before he knew it, the time had passed. Soon, news spread through the marketplace that Ding Yi had successfully completed his foundation establishment. Ding Yijin has established a mid-grade Dao foundation. The Qingyun sect has specially sent envoys to celebrate. The Zhao family of Purple Maple Mountain, the He family of Tiger Lying Ridge, and the Tao family of 10,000 Bamboo Forest have all sent representatives to settle in Qinglongbei Market. Upon hearing this news, Shen Xian exhaled deeply. With Ding Yijin's successful foundation building, the Ding family now had 2 foundation building cultivators, making their position as solid as a rock. It seems that this time, the Ding family has made the right bet. The strength of cultivation families has always been determined by their highest combat power. Soon, the Ding family posted an announcement. 10 days later, a grand celebratory banquet would be held at the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion in the marketplace. As a mid-tier symbolist, Shen Xian also received an invitation. Shen the symbolist is renowned far and wide. The Ding family even sent you a VIP invitation. Zhao Chunxing said with a touch of envy. He had also received an invitation. However, it was the standard version. He could only bring his wife and children to the buffet and eat and drink as much as he wanted. Zhao Daoyu, why don't we swap? Master Shen, don't joke around. The VIP seats require you to announce your gifts, and I don't want to waste that money. It's better to just go to the buffet and get by. Zhao Chunxing immediately backed down. Shen Xian shook his head. Zhao Chunxing was right. This banquet was a sure loss. Once you're seated at the VIP table, the gifts you bring must be of some substance. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face for the Ding family. It would have been better to follow Zhao Chunxing's example. For the guests at a banquet, you can just give them a token gift, bring your wife and children, and the 4 of you can eat your fill. You'd end up eating the value of the gift back. I hope things will calm down. After finally securing a stable and safe environment for cultivation, Shen Xian doesn't want to be wandering around in a world of swords and daggers. Chapter Samsuplok, Foundation Building Celebration. Please keep reading. The news of Ding Yi's foundation establishment celebration, fueled by the Ding family, spread throughout the surrounding areas. At this point, no one cared about the rumors that Ding Yixi had stolen the foundation establishment pill. Everyone only knew that the Ding family had a capable heir, and that a new foundation establishment cultivator had emerged. The Ding family heavily promoted Ding Yijin, praising him for his exceptional intelligence, virtue, and talent, as well as his kindness to scholars and respect for the elderly, ensuring his smooth succession to the position of family head. Of course, among the praise for Ding Yijin, there were also some murmurs of dissent. Rumors suggested that Ding Yijin's success in achieving foundation establishment was not solely due to his own efforts, but also because he had received the full support of the entire Ding family. There were also rumors that Ding Yijin had average talent, and the foundation he had built was of low quality, casting doubt on his future prospects. However, Shen Xian paid no heed to these rumors. He only needed the Ding family to remain stable for 7 or 8 years. Before the patriarch of the Ding family passes away, he plans to break through to the late Qi cultivation stage, gain some self-defense capabilities, and then find a way to leave Qinglong Bay Market with his wife. The immortal city of the East Sea is the most suitable place for his cultivation. On the day of the celebration, the Ding family patriarch personally presided over the event. The head of the Ding family greeted the distinguished guests at the entrance of the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion. Those holding VIP invitations included representatives from nearby cultivation families, renowned cultivators at the late Qi cultivation stage or above, and alchemists, weapon masters, and talisman masters of the middle rank or above. The Zhao family of Purple Maple Mountain, the He family of Reclining Tiger Ridge, and the Tao family of 10,000 Bamboo Forest all sent foundation establishment cultivators to attend. Today's Qinglong Bay Market was much livelier than usual. Shen Xian arrived at the entrance of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion with Ding Yuyao, who was dressed up elegantly. Symbolist Shen Xian, presenting 10 premium, rejuvenation symbols, as a gift. As the Ding family member in charge of reception finished speaking, the head of the Ding family approached with a beaming expression. Master Shen, please come in. As the head of a foundation establishment family, the Ding family head personally greeting Shen Xian was a great honor. Emir Ding, you go ahead. My wife and I will enter on our own. Shen Xian said, feeling both honored and a bit overwhelmed. Aha, this must be Yu Yao. Your family now, don't be so formal. The head of the Ding family smiled and waved his hand, and a young Ding family member dressed in fine robes stepped forward. Old 7, this is Shen Fushi, your elder brother's close friend. You must personally escort him inside and ensure he is treated with the utmost respect. Yes. Please follow Yi Xian inside, Emir Shen. Seeing the head of the Ding family's attitude toward Shen Xian, the nearby cultivators couldn't help but be surprised. After all, he was merely a mid-stage Qi cultivation cultivator. Even if he were a mid-grade symbol master, he wouldn't deserve such favor from the head of the Ding family. Shen Xian also sensed that the smile on the head of the Ding family was not merely polite. For the Ding family head to be so enthusiastic, could it be? Shen Xian followed Ding Yixuan into the VIP lounge. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he sensed a familiar powerful aura. Without giving it a second thought, Shen Xian blurted out, Princess, what are you doing here? Seated at the head of the VIP box, dressed in snow-white robes with a dignified demeanor, was none other than Qin Yuehan, the newly promoted foundation establishment elder of the Qinyan Sect. Soon, Shen Xian realized he had overreacted. In the VIP room, besides Qin Yuehan, there were also the Ding family patriarch, Ding Yijin, and 3 other foundation establishment cultivators he didn't recognize. Shen Fushi, hurry and take your seat. The Qin fairy has graced us with her presence, and you dare to arrive so late? You deserve a punishment. Ding Yijin approached with a friendly smile to smooth things over. 7th brother, take Yu Yao and the other women to the Yun family's quarters. Yes. Seeing her husband nod slightly, Ding Yuyao obediently followed Ding Yixuan out. Wait. Qin Yuehan stood up from his seat and approached Ding Yuyao. After scrutinizing Ding Yuyao several times, he nodded. Sister-in-law, I am Shen Xian's South classmate and close friend. Did he not mention me to you? When the master passed away, my husband mentioned it once. He had 6 close friends from his secular studies back then. However, my husband did not mention their names or any details. My name is Qin Yuehan, an elder of the Qinyan Sect. As a token of our first meeting, I'd like to present this bracelet to you as a gift. Qin Yuehan removed the purple jade bracelet from his wrist and placed it into Ding Yuyao's hands. Qin Xianzi, this is too valuable. A bracelet worn by someone at the foundation establishment stage is extremely valuable. Shen Xian instinctively refused. This bracelet is called the Purple Jade Sword Heart Bracelet. It contains the essence of my 9 sword intents. Once you cultivate true qi, you will be able to activate it. Under Ding Yuyao's captivating gaze, Shen Xian nodded slightly, indicating he would accept it. Thank you, Qin Xianzi, for bestowing this treasure. May Qin Xianzi be blessed with endless fortune. Ding Yuyao joyfully accepted the purple jade sword heart bracelet, and bowed deeply in gratitude. She had no idea how precious the bracelet was. Women, by nature, are naturally drawn to such crystal clear, beautiful jewelry. After Ding Yuyao left, Ding Yi introduced each of the guests seated at the table to Shen Xian. Zhao Tianxing of Purple Maple Mountain, He Zhongcheng of Reclining Tiger Ridge, and Tao Xingda of 10,000 Bamboo Forest. All were patriarchs of cultivating families, having reached the foundation establishment stage. Shen Xian bowed respectfully with clasped fists. The difference in status between foundation establishment and qi cultivation was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Shen Xian's presence at this table was entirely due to Qin Yuehan's influence. Everyone present was well aware of this. Everyone returned to their seats. Fine spirits and delicacies were served one after another. Shen Xian sipped the spiritual wine, observing discreetly. He noticed that Qin Yuehan had only tasted a small amount of the spiritual fruit, and had not touched any of the delicacies on the table. Her demeanor was calm and composed, exuding an air of authority, without needing to raise her voice. He already exuded the aura of a leader. The 5 foundation establishment cultivators present all treated him with respect. As disciples of the sect, their status was inherently higher than that of cultivators from cultivation families. This disparity in status was something Shen Xian could deeply empathize with. After all, he was merely a wandering cultivator, not even as good as a cultivating family. At the banquet, Qin Yuehan remained cold and aloof, never initiating conversation with others. Only the 5 foundation establishment cultivators present dared to raise their cups and toast her. After sitting for a while, Qin Yuehan took her leave from the Ding family patriarch. Shen Xian, escort me part of the way. Outside the Qinglong Bay marketplace, Shen Xian followed closely behind Qin Yuehan, walking forward in silence. Their figures occasionally crossed and intertwined. Under a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, Qin Yuehan came to a halt. Shen Xian, has your spiritual root improved? Shen Xian was startled. Clearly, Qin Yuehan had seen through his cultivation level. The breath-concealing technique at the initial stage couldn't fool the spiritual sense of a foundation establishment cultivator. After some thought, Shen Xian confessed honestly. I obtained a secret technique that can enhance spiritual root potential. Can it be enhanced to the middle grade? It should be possible. That's good. Qin Yuehan stared at the white clouds in the distance, as if murmuring to herself. To establish a foundation, one must at least have a mid-grade spiritual root. She turned around and smiled gently at Shen Xian. It's been 2 years since we last met, and your cultivation realm has improved significantly. Thanks to Miss Qin's kindness, the Ding family has been very generous to me. Qin Yuehan slowly approached Shen Xian, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted toward him. Her beautiful eyes fell on Shen Xian's face, flickering with a hint of confusion. After a moment, she spoke, my sister-in-law is doing well. The purple jade sword heart bracelet I gave her, take good care of it. It could save your lives in a critical moment. Shen Xian pondered for a moment and said, Qin Xianzi, I am not the 17-year-old boy you imagine. I am 67 years old. I know. Qin Yuehan spoke softly, 50 years in a dream. Today I finally realize who I truly am. Shen Xian, your talent is average, but your resolve is unwavering. If you can elevate your spiritual root to the middle grade, you may still have a chance to establish a foundation. Though she spoke thus, Qin Yuehan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, Shen Xian was too old. If he had obtained the secret technique to enhance his talent earlier, and joined the sect, perhaps he could have stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Now, one mistake leads to another. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Qin. Shen Xian smiled. Qin Yuehan's kindness was well-meaning, but he could only accept it in his heart. I must go now. Stay in touch, and write to me if you need anything. Qin Yuehan summoned her cloud veil, and rode off swiftly. Only Shen Xian remained, walking alone in the twilight, heading back to the marketplace. Chapter Samsaptut, The Blood of the Azure-Scaled Snake. Please keep reading. Ding Yi successfully completed his foundation establishment, which was like a shot in the arm for the Ding family. The Foundation Establishment Elder of Qingyun Sect personally attended the Foundation Establishment celebration, and the three major cultivator families Zhao, He, and Tao had all settled in Qinglong Bay. This also signified that the Ding family had weathered its most challenging period. Zhao Daoyu, if you manage to hunt a water attribute demon beast, you must share its blood with us, Zhao Chunseng said as he was leaving. All right. He agreed readily. At this time, the relationship between Shen Xian and Qin Yuehan, the newly promoted elder of Qingyun Sect, was the talk of the town in Qinglong Bay Market. With such connections, the Ding family was extremely enthusiastic toward Shen Xian. Ding Yijin personally referred to Ding Yuyao as his younger sister. As a result, Zhao Chunseng's status among the demon hunters also rose sharply. After all, his entire family was renting a place together with Shen Fusher. Now, Shen Xian's confidence had grown slightly. It turns out that many cultivators also require demon beast essence blood for their cultivation, not just him alone. Alchemy, weapon forging, array formation, and talisman creation all require demon beast essence blood. Even enhancing one's spiritual roots isn't that rare. Many rare treasures can enhance spiritual root potential. There are even special elixirs designed to enhance spiritual root potential. However, the cost of enhancing spiritual roots is extremely high when they are too low. Moreover, the further one progresses, the more difficult it becomes to enhance. The sect's tests are akin to talent recruitment in the previous life. Everyone is a bachelor's degree holder. But only those from top-tier universities like Gaobak and Yibak are the ones being recruited. Ordinary bachelor's degrees don't even have a chance to qualify. The better the spiritual root potential, the easier it is to cultivate. There are certainly hidden gems, but no sect would go to great lengths to uncover them. With a relatively fixed number of spiritual veins, cultivators on the Xian Yuan continent are heading toward a surplus. Shen Xian focused on cultivating and creating talismans. Occasionally, he would guide Ding Yuyao in her whip techniques. Simplifying the complex, he uses the simplest techniques to achieve his goals. He admonished Ding Yuyao not to carelessly activate the purple jade sword heart bracelet on her wrist. It contained the 9 sword intents cultivated by Qin Yuehan. Shen Xian speculated that it must be the sword intent from when Qin Yuehan was in the qi cultivation stage. Foundation building sword intent cannot be activated solely with true qi. A month later, Zhao Chunseng returned home with a bucket of demon beast blood, smiling broadly. Shen Xian asked, "What is this?" "It's the blood of a green-scaled snake." "Shen Fu, try it out." "All right." Shen Xian carried the green-scaled snake blood into the training room. He poured a quarter of it into a blood basin. Before this, he had studied the Qingxuzhenren's random notes repeatedly. He had a bold hypothesis. Adult water attribute demon beasts could also steal innate abilities. Talents are hidden within the bloodline. With enough demon beast blood, it could be attempted. And the required amount of blood must be at least the entire blood supply of an adult demon beast. The blue-scaled snake is a first-tier mid-grade water attribute demon beast, several zhang in length, capable of living in both water and on land, and non-venomous. Shen Xian silently recalled the description of the green-scaled snake in the Primitive Wilderness Demon Beast Manual. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Why think so much? He was just a 5th-layer qi cultivation cultivator, who had finally activated his divine ability, allowing him to plunder demon beast bloodline talents and enhance his spiritual root potential. What was he being picky about? The blue-scaled snake is a first-tier mid-grade demon beast. It must have bloodline talents worth stealing. A mysterious jade talisman emitted a golden light. Stealable talents: Insight, Agility, Devour. Shen Xian selected the Insight talent. Talent: Insight 28 Dao Essence 28. As expected, the blood of a mature demon beast can also be used to plunder bloodline talents. This green-scaled snake's talent is quite good, and its Dao Essence is quite high. The blood of a single green-scaled snake is enough for a beginner. He exited the training room. 80 spirit stones. Shen Xian directly counted out 80 spirit stones, and handed them to Zhao Chunseng. Zhao Chunseng's face broke into a wide smile. Still, Master Shen is so generous. The same Lin snake demon blood, sold in the market, fetched no more than 60 spirit stones. Master Shen, if you have any more water attribute demon beast blood, would you buy it? Yes. But it must be from a different type of demon beast. Shenxian said decisively. As long as there were spirit stones, he would invest them in demon beast talent plundering. As his spiritual root qualities improved, his cultivation became smoother and smoother. He needed to enhance his strength as soon as possible. Over the next half-month, he successfully seized the talent of the azure-scaled snake. Talent, Insight Beginner Yi 100. Dao Resonance, 106. Spiritual Root, Water Yi Sub Yi 100. Shenxian first tested the Insight talent. It was an intuitive ability similar to soul perception, allowing him to keenly detect the slightest movements, facial expressions, and sound fluctuations of nearby living beings. This ability is akin to a snake's forked tongue, capable of sensing the slightest vibrations in the air. A very practical talent. It allows one to perceive the slightest details, discern the intentions of others, and distinguish right from wrong. This talent allows Shenxian to avoid many unknown dangers. Additionally, when Shenxian uses the Insight ability, the proficiency of the talent increases accordingly. Therefore, he channeled his Tao essence into his self-healing talent. Talent, Self-Healing Mastery by Subsam Seiba. Over the next 6 months, Zhao Chuanxing's luck wasn't very good. The demon beasts he hunted were of other attributes. This left him deeply frustrated. When it came time to divide the spoils, if he had demanded the demon beast's blood and sold it to Shenxian, he could have earned more spirit stones. However, Shenxian was not in a hurry. With a water spirit root quality of Yi Sub Yi points, he had enough potential to break through to the late Qi cultivation stage. All he needed to do now was to continue cultivating and improving his cultivation realm. Focus on crafting the rejuvenation charms to earn spirit stones. As for the blood of water attribute demon beasts, having it is better, but it's not urgent if he doesn't have it. As long as he had spirit stones, he could always purchase it later. Since moving into the second-class mansion, Ding Yuyao has never gone out without Shenxian by her side. As an ordinary mortal living in the inner city of the district, she stood out conspicuously. As for the Ding family, from time to time, some female cultivators of similar age would come to the Shen family's house as guests, addressing Ding Yuyao as their sister. Shenxian was well aware of this. The Ding family remained undeterred, still hoping to lure him into their ranks. He could only pretend not to know. Every time the female cultivators from the Ding family came, he would hide in the training room or the talisman making room. Practicing martial arts and making talismans were strictly off limits to others. Ding Yuyao understood her husband's intentions. She would never allow these flirtatious women to approach her husband. Jiang Sueki also helped her, pulling the young women away from the training room and the talisman making room. After some time, the Ding family seemed to have understood Shenxian's intentions. The female practitioners of the Ding family gradually reduced their visits to the Shen household. However, they would occasionally send servants to deliver gifts during festivals. Shenxian reciprocated with high-quality rejuvenation charms of equal value. The focus was on not making a profit. He did not wish to become too entangled with the Ding family. The 4 major cultivation families in this area each had 2 foundation establishment-level cultivators, appearing to be evenly matched and maintaining harmonious relations on the surface. However, the patriarch of the Ding family is nearing the end of his lifespan. When the time comes, the Ding family will still be the weakest. Meanwhile, Qinglong Bay is a prime feng shui location. Not only is it abundant in spiritual energy, but it also controls a port on the Longza River, where they collect taxes. Ding Yi's successful foundation establishment seems to have brought peace and stability. But in reality, it is all surface strength. He was well aware of the inner workings. The profits from the Qinglong Bay marketplace must be divided, with a significant portion going toward repaying the debts incurred from the cultivation pills. Zhao Hitao and the other 3 families took advantage of the situation, each setting up shop in Qinglong Bay Market. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending it away is hard. In the distribution of interests, there are never permanent enemies or friends. He didn't want to get involved in the power struggles among the 4 major cultivation families. Unless the Ding family continues to grow in strength. Unless a 3rd Ding family cultivator successfully establishes their foundation. Otherwise, once the Ding family's ancestral patriarch passes away, no one can predict how the situation will unfold. Chapter 34, Qi Cultivation Level 6. Please continue reading. Spring comes and goes. Another spring has begun, and hearts are filled with hope as they embrace the season. In the training room, Shen Xian, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, his heart filled with joy. I've reached the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. It took 3 years, but his cultivation level has once again advanced. No wonder it's a second-class mansion. With the spirit gathering array, cultivation progress is indeed faster. Shen Xian sighed in admiration. A first-grade upper-tier cultivation site was already rich in spiritual energy, and with the spirit gathering array continuously replenishing it, cultivation progress far surpassed that of ordinary Qi cultivation mid-stage practitioners. After his water spirit root reached Yi Sup Yi points, breaking through the minor barrier was as natural as water flowing downhill, with little difficulty. It only took 3 years to break through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. It was smoother than he had imagined. As his innate talent improved, his physical body became much stronger than before. At this moment, his primary cultivation technique, the divine treasure of the vast sea, was nearing completion. Pure jade-green spiritual energy, originating from the Dantian, flows like vast seas, circulating through the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, endlessly renewing itself. The circulation speed of the spiritual energy grew faster and faster, with the qi in his Dantian surging like a vast ocean. His 5 senses had become highly sensitive, and everything in the world seemed to come alive. Even without using his innate ability, he could clearly perceive the slightest changes within 10 zhang of his surroundings. Insight technique. His spiritual awareness expands to 30 zhang, rivaling the peak of qi cultivation. Within 30 zhang, everything in the world slows down, as if in slow motion. The light rain falling on the window lattice, the dust particles floating in the air, the insects crawling inside the house, the minute stains on his robes. All the traces that were previously invisible to the naked eye suddenly unfolded before Shen Xian's eyes. Not only that, but Shen Xian's mental focus had clearly been strengthened. Various pieces of information were captured by his divine consciousness, transmitted to his spiritual sea, and instantly processed and assimilated by him. Now I finally have a little self-defense ability. Shen Xian slowly withdrew his energy and exhaled deeply. Even now, he had never engaged in combat with anyone, and had no idea of his true strength. However, according to the cultivation classics he had read, he should possess the strength of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. If he were in water, he would be on par with someone at the peak of Qi cultivation. He glanced at his lifespan. Lifespan, 68,135. Just breaking through a minor obstacle has added 3 years to his lifespan. The added lifespan exceeds the time consumed by cultivation. If this continues, wouldn't I achieve immortality? It's just self-deprecating humor. As cultivation levels rise, the time required for cultivation increases. Meanwhile, the effectiveness of life extension diminishes with age. Regardless, today I successfully broke through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. This calls for a celebration. In the inner courtyard, Ying Yuyao, who was meditating and practicing the Jade Maiden's true classic, let out a shriek. A massive figure, moving like a whirlwind, knocked her onto the soft bed. Skipping the preliminaries, a series of familiar movements caused her to gasp softly in pleasure. Afterward, Ying Yuyao awoke. Her husband was 68 years old. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that I have grown weaker? Impossible. I have practiced the Jade Maiden's true scripture for 8 years, and have already reached mastery, comparable to a top-tier expert. It must be my husband who has grown stronger. Ying Yuyao was filled with doubts. Could it be that cultivators can truly reverse aging, growing younger with age, and returning to childhood? At that moment, Shen Xian was at the bottom of the Longzi River. On the Fenshuame peak, the 4 icy divine dragons formed by the condensed water into blade technique emitted a terrifying, heart-stopping aura of destruction. Go! As Shen Xian shouted, the 4 icy divine dragons suddenly shot forward, their terrifying force causing the surrounding waters to tremble and churn. The lethal range within the river reached 12 zhang. This was a 20% increase from before. This also meant that his spiritual power had increased by 20%. A minor breakthrough had already increased his spiritual energy by 20%, nearly reaching the upper limit for Qi cultivation cultivators. Shen Xian swam back to the spirit pool from the hidden river at the bottom of the Longzi River, then stepped ashore to evaporate the water from his body. I've reached the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. The time required to use the spirit gathering array has doubled. It now consumes 2 spirit stones every 4 hours. The speed at which I'm currently earning spirit stones is still too slow. If Zhao Chunxing heard this, he would be speechless. Shenxian produced rejuvenation charms every month, with a pure profit of 80 to 90 spirit stones. That's over 1,000 spirit stones a year, 3 times the amount a typical late-stage Qi cultivation practitioner would contribute as offerings. Yet Shenxian still found it too slow. Doubling the time spent in the spirit gathering array means consuming 60 spirit stones per month. He also needs to use spirit stones to purchase demon beast essence blood. He also needs to prepare for breaking through to the late Qi cultivation stage, when he will purchase a first-grade superior quality magical artifact. During this period, he participated in 4 or 5 auctions organized by the Ding family. He now has a clear understanding of the prices for various cultivation artifacts. A slightly better first-grade high-quality magical artifact starts at 500 spirit stones. If it's a defensive artifact or a flying sword artifact, the price can even reach 1,000 spirit stones. He couldn't very well break through to the late Qi cultivation stage and still use a mid-grade magical artifact. It's not just a matter of face. It has a substantial impact on a cultivator's combat capabilities. Among cultivators of the same rank, the difference often lies in the power of their artifacts. A cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation can easily overwhelm a cultivator at the 9th layer if their magical artifact is of higher quality. Perhaps I should practice my combat abilities? Shenxian mused to himself. He had almost no practical combat experience. This was his weakness. No matter how high one's cultivation level is, if one cannot perform effectively in battle, it is all for naught. Why not join Zhao Chuanxing's team and hunt demon beasts to gain experience? Shenxian pondered this question seriously. He believed his strength far surpassed Zhao Chuanxing's. Over the past few years, Zhao Chunxing had managed to stay safe. He couldn't possibly be worse than Zhao Chunxing. Better be cautious and stick to the riverbank. As long as he was near the Longza River, with a water source nearby, Shenxian was confident he could escape. His water control talent allowed his speed in the river water to reach 50 meters per second. The water condensation blade technique's power in the river water is 10 times that of a cultivator of the same rank. Back home, Shenxian inquired about the demon hunting team from Zhao Chunxing. Demon hunters are mostly composed of cultivators who know each other well, each with their own specialties, supporting one another, and hunting together. Zhao Chunxing spoke candidly, providing a detailed explanation of how demon hunters form teams, and the basic knowledge of their operations. Shenxian pondered and asked, "Are there any restrictions between teammates?" Rest assured, they are all close friends who have known each other for years. Besides, they have all sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao, vowing to stand together through thick and thin. Zhao Chunxing asked with an expectant expression, "Shen Fusher, do you wish to join our demon hunting team?" Shenxian replied seriously, "Zhao Daoyu, you know me well. I've been cultivating for 50 years, and have never engaged in combat. It's always better to be prepared, so I want to gain some combat experience. And earn some spirit stones to purchase the essence blood of water attribute demon beasts." Zhao Chunxing was a seasoned demon hunter. Moreover, he had a family to support. Cultivators with families are more reliable. No problem. Shenfu's name is already well known in the marketplace. If you're willing to join, they'll be more than happy to have you. Zhao Chunxing said with a smile. With Shenxian joining, his influence within the demon hunter team would grow even stronger. Shenxian didn't rush to make a decision, but instead inquired about the current members of the team. Currently, Zhao Chuanxing's demon hunting squad had only 6 members. Besides him, there were 2 late-stage Qi cultivators and 3 mid-stage Qi cultivators. These were long-time partners, reliable in character and compatible in temperament. They were all cautious and unwilling to take on too much risk. When you have time, invite them over so we can meet and discuss things together. No problem. Zhao Chunxing agreed readily. Chapter Samsupgao, First Hunt. Please keep reading. Half a month later. Marshy area along a tributary of the Longza River. A demon hunting squad of 7 members, having activated the breath suppression charms, moved cautiously along the edge of the marsh. At the front was the puppet master Shi Xiangdong, Wood attributed practitioner, at the 8th layer of Chi cultivation, commanding a 3-foot-tall golden-bladed mantis puppet beast to clear the path. As the golden blade swung, large patches of reeds were sliced open, revealing a rarely trodden path. The mantis puppet's triangular compound eyes scanned the surroundings, rotating some 360 degrees without blind spots, its vision extremely sharp. Shi Xiangdong imbued a thread of his divine consciousness into the mantis puppet beast, enabling it not only to clear the path ahead, but also to observe any movements in front and issue swift warnings. Following behind Shi Xiangdong were the Iron Brothers, both at the 6th layer of Chi cultivation, earth attributed, and dual practitioners of both spiritual martial arts and physical cultivation. They wore helmets and armor, wielding massive shields forged from refined gold and black iron. In the center was Wen Zijian, the highest-ranked member of the squad, at the 9th layer of Chi cultivation, with a metal affinity, wielding a pair of sun-moon double blades that could shatter anything. Further back was a round-faced female cultivator named Xiaomuqing, at the 6th layer of Chi cultivation, with water attributes. She had a cheerful appearance and a slightly plump figure, currently observing Shenxian beside her with curiosity. Shenxian disguised himself as a 5th layer Chi cultivation practitioner, walking alongside Xiaomuqing in the middle of the group, appearing calm and composed. In reality, he had already activated the insight technique, monitoring every subtle movement within a 30 zhang radius. At the rear of the group was Zhao Chuntsung, an 8th layer Chi cultivation practitioner with fire attributes, wielding a high-grade magical artifact, the Fire Phoenix Blade, keeping watch and guarding the rear. This small team had already formed a complete offensive and defensive strategy before Shenxian joined, with all 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth represented. What Shenxian didn't expect was that the team leader was Zhao Chuntsung. He was responsible for gathering intelligence, planning operations, and distributing loot. This also gave Shenxian some peace of mind. After all, Zhao Chuntsung was a cautious individual, earning him the reputation of the rabbit demon hunter. This time, their target was a first-tier high-grade water attribute demon beast, the iron-armored crocodile, which had appeared in the swamp area. The iron-armored crocodile is a solitary demon beast with extremely tough crocodile skin and razor-sharp teeth. Shenfu, you're new to the team and lack experience. When the demon beast appears, stay behind me, Xiaomuqing said kindly. However, before he could finish speaking, Shenxian furrowed his brows. Be careful. A warning cry came from Shi Xiangdong ahead. A buzzing sound like a swarm of bees echoed from all directions, engulfing Shenxian and his demon hunting team in an instant. The Iron Brothers raised their shields to protect both sides. Wen Zijian's expression grew serious, and a pair of sun and moon wheels appeared in his hands, emitting a faint glow. Xiaomuqing's expression grew tense, instinctively shielding Shenxian behind him. In everyone's line of sight, countless deep yellow poisonous bees swarm the sky, forming a dense cloud. Their tails extend poisonous stingers as they fly toward Shenxian and the others. Fellow cultivators, these are yellow-striped poisonous bees, first-tier lower-grade demonic insects. Their stingers are highly toxic. Shenxian recognized the bees and quickly explained. Those mere yellow-striped poisonous bees dare to attack us? You're asking for death. Zhao Chuntsung, holding the Fire Phoenix sword, said coldly. Suddenly, the Fire Phoenix sword in his hand swelled in the wind, emitting a brilliant red light, sweeping toward the swarm of yellow-striped poisonous bees. The next moment, piercing screams echoed endlessly as countless yellow-striped poisonous bees turned to ash and fell from the sky. Mao Daoyu, protect Shenfu Shi. We'll go help. The Iron Brothers spoke in unison, and in an instant, they summoned their sturdy shields and swung them at the surrounding yellow-striped poisonous bees. Though numerous, these yellow-striped poisonous bees were merely first-tier lower-grade demonic insects with limited power. On the other side, Shi Xiangdong controlled the mantis puppet beast, constantly patrolling the area. Wen Zijian held the sun-moon twin wheels, refraining from intervening, and remained nearby to provide support. Seeing that Zhao Chuntsung and the Iron Brothers were gaining the upper hand and fighting with great enthusiasm, Shenxian did not intervene. Instead, he activated the insight technique, silently monitoring the movements within a 30 zhang radius. These yellow-striped poisonous bees were numerous, but not difficult to deal with. Soon, the yellow-striped poisonous bees had lost half their numbers. The remaining ones screeched and turned to flee. Everyone began to recover and tend to their wounds. Zhao Chunsen carefully collected the remains of the black shield poisonous bees he had slain. These things aren't worth much, only the venomous stingers on their tails can be traded for some spirit stones. After a while, the group continued on their way. Half an hour later, they came to a halt at a marshy grassland. Zhao Chunsen flipped through the geographical jade tablet. The intelligence we've gathered indicates that the iron-armored crocodile's activity range is right around here. Everyone be careful. The iron-clad crocodile is a first-tier upper-grade creature, water attributed, with copper hard bones and iron armor. Its attack and defense are both extremely powerful. As soon as Zhao Chunsen finished speaking, Shi Xiangdong, who was ahead, smiled and said, "Zhao Daoyu, with so many of us here, including Wen Daoyu, a master of his caliber, what's there to fear from a mere first-tier upper-grade demon beast? Once we spot the iron-clad crocodile, spread out. I'll handle it." Wen Zijian spoke without emotion. His tone was brimming with confidence. The group continued searching. Shenxian followed behind Xiaomuqing. They were walking along. Shenxian suddenly sensed an unknown object approaching from ahead. It was moving extremely fast. "Watch out." Before he could finish warning them, Shi Xiangdong's mantis puppet beast was struck by a massive force, shattering into pieces with a loud crash. Wah! A loud roar suddenly echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, a massive, dark brown iron-clad crocodile burst out of the swampy grassland and charged toward them at breakneck speed. A foul wind swirled. Its massive jaws, adorned with sharp, white fangs, lunged forward, aiming for Shi Xiangdong at the front. Clang! At the last possible moment, Wen Zijian's sun blade will suddenly erupted with a brilliant spiritual light, dashing forward to meet it. At the same time, Shi Xiangdong's body was enveloped in a protective spiritual barrier, and a green wooden shield appeared in his hands, constantly rotating with spiritual energy fluctuations, shielding his body. Boom! The massive form of the iron armor crocodile collided violently with the sun blade wheel, producing a deafening clang, before both were sent flying backward. The iron-clad crocodile let out a mournful cry before vanishing into the swamp. Shenxian's hands were already clad in the water-splitting ame daggers, as he activated the condense water into blades technique. 4 icy divine dragons lurked at the tips of the daggers, ready to strike. Seeing that Wen Zijian had acted promptly and Shi Xiangdong was prepared, the iron-clad crocodile had gained no advantage, and could only quietly withdraw the spiritual energy channeled into the water-splitting ame daggers. Back to the original spot. Wen Zijian withdrew the sun blade wheel and glanced at it. The spiritual light on it had dimmed slightly. What a formidable ironclad crocodile. A first-tier upper-grade beast, it's the one. Wen Zijian turned to look at the other 6 and said quickly, "I'll go after it, you follow closely behind." With that, he stepped onto the moon blade wheel, held the sun blade wheel in his hand, and sped across the swamp's surface, searching for the ironclad crocodile's trail. Just as Wen Zijian was scouting back and forth across the swamp, the iron-clad crocodile suddenly burst out of the water. Water sprayed into the sky. It was like an explosion. Its massive body shot out of the water like a bolt of lightning, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging directly at Wen Zijian. "You vile beast, come and die." Wen Zijian remained unfazed, his sun blade spinning in the wind, slashing heavily toward the iron-clad crocodile's forehead. Clang! The sound echoed like metal clashing against stone. The iron-clad crocodile was struck on the forehead, the pain overwhelming it. Its gaping maw failed to reach Wen Zijian, and it plunged back into the water, disappearing into the swamp. Damn, that's tough. Wen Zijian flew above the water's surface, daring not to enter the water. As a practitioner of the Golden Law, he was powerless against the iron-clad crocodile once he entered the water. However, the iron-clad crocodile did not lurk or swim away. The vengeful creature refused to let Wen Zijian off the hook. It would occasionally leap out of the swamp, roaring and snarling as it lunged forward to bite. In the swamp water, the iron-clad crocodile's swimming speed was significantly faster than its running speed on land. Boiling spiritual energy fluctuations spread outward continuously, accompanied by the relentless clanging of metal and stone, echoing through the swamp. The intense battle caused the marshland to tremble, as if the ground were about to collapse at any moment. Chapter 6 up. Remarkable move. Please continue reading. Within the hunting squad, Wen Daoyu is engaged in combat with that ironclad crocodile. Let's hurry and go help him. Zhao Chunxing stared intently at the battle ahead, a look of anxiety creeping across his face. The swamp was the ironclad crocodile's home turf, and even as a golden law cultivator, Wen Zijian might not be its match. He had been partners with Wen Zijian for years and knew him inside out. Wen Zijian wielded the sun-moon twin wheels, whose attack power was astonishing, rivaling that of a qi cultivation realm expert. However, his weaknesses were equally evident. His defensive capabilities were average, and he had little effective means against water-dwelling demon beasts. Based on his understanding of Wen Zijian, if he cannot quickly break through the demon beast's defenses, prolonged combat will only work against him. Now, just by listening to the sounds of the battle, it was clear that Wen Zijian was under significant pressure. Xia Daoyu, think of a way to force the iron-armored crocodile ashore. Among the original team, Xia Muqing was a water elemental cultivator. Zhao Chunxing suggested instinctively. Shenfu, once the fight begins, everyone will be too busy to look out for you. Make sure you stay safe. Zhao Chunxing instructed Shen Xian. Zhao Daoyu, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Shen Xian nodded. At that moment, Xia Muqing charged to the edge of the battle, pulled out a white silk-like magical artifact, and stirred the water in the swamp. The Iron Brothers held sturdy shields, guarding Xia Muqing's side. Shi Xiangdong recalled the mantis puppet beast, and released 2 slender dog puppet beasts to patrol and keep watch around the area. Zhao Chunxing wielded the fire phoenix sword, leaping into the air to attack the iron-clad crocodile that had exposed its head from the water. Shen Xian summoned the water cloud shield and gave chase. In the line of sight, Wen Zijian and the iron-clad crocodile were locked in a fierce battle. Zhao Chunxing periodically slashed with the crimson flame blade, assisting from the side. However, the situation was not looking good. Zhao Chunxing's crimson flame sword qi struck the iron-clad crocodile, leaving only a shallow red mark, causing no damage. Meanwhile, Wen Zijian stood on the moon blade wheel, relying solely on the sun blade wheel, and was equally unable to break through the iron-clad crocodile's scales. Wen Daoyu, let me help you. Xia Muqing's white silk scarf, like a spirit snake, bound the iron-clad crocodile, wrapping it tightly in several layers. However, the next moment, the iron-clad crocodile roared furiously, its demonic body swelling once more, and its rampaging demonic energy shattered the white silk sash. Xia Muqing's body involuntarily fell backward, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Shen Xian reached out and gently pressed his hand, releasing a gentle stream of water-like energy to support Xia Muqing and help her absorb the force. At the same time, he activated a premium-grade rejuvenation fu and gently tapped it on her back. Master Shen, thank you. With her magical artifact damaged and her spiritual energy chaotic, Xia Muqing felt a pure stream of water-based spiritual energy enter her body, guiding her spiritual energy to circulate. The spiritual energy released by the premium-grade rejuvenation fu swiftly repaired the damaged meridians within her body. This filled Xia Muqing with deep gratitude, and her gaze toward Shen Xian grew more puzzled. As fellow water elemental cultivators, why was Shen Fusher's spiritual energy so pure? It far surpassed her own, despite her being at the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Wen Zijian's voice rang out. Don't come any closer. This iron-clad crocodile has grown too powerful, you can't break through its defenses. Should we keep fighting? Zhao Chunxing shouted. Forget it. The iron-clad crocodile is submerged in water, I can't do anything to it for now. You all retreat first, we'll regroup later. Unexpectedly, the iron-clad crocodile dived into the water, swiftly swimming to the edge of the swamp. Its massive demonic form suddenly leaped out of the water, charging directly toward Shen Xian. The ferocious demonic energy and killing intent were almost suffocating. In his line of sight, Xia Muqing and the Iron Brothers were overwhelmed by the iron-clad crocodile's demonic pressure, their limbs going limp and their stance unsteady, as if their minds had been shattered. This is bad. Zhao Chunxing roared, slashing out a crimson flame blade, but it was completely ignored by the iron-clad crocodile. At that moment, Shen Xian, standing at the rear, suddenly darted forward at an unimaginable speed, closing the distance to Xia Muqing in an instant. His hands were already clutching a pair of water-splitting ame daggers. In his pupils, the iron-clad crocodile's demonic form grew larger, and he could even clearly see the foul-smelling saliva hanging from its mouth. You like biting people, do you? Let me see how hard your head is. Clang! Water condensation blade technique activated at maximum speed. 4 emerald green ice dragons instantly formed at the tips of the split water ame daggers, emanating a bone-chilling coldness and a fierce, destructive aura. Water control technique. Critical strike technique. Empowered by the 2 innate abilities, the 4 icy divine dragons swiftly expand to 3 zhang in length, their terrifying aura causing the Iron Brothers and Xiaomuqing behind them to bristle with fear. Go! As Shen Xian shouted. In the terrified eyes of the iron-clad crocodile, 2 emerald green icy divine dragons, clawing and snarling, darted forward. There was no thunderous roar as expected. Instead, it sounded like the smooth slicing of flesh. The demonic energy on the iron-clad crocodile's body instantly became chaotic and dispersed. Its head continued to rise due to inertia. But from the neck down, it began to plummet downward. A thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Ahead, Wen Zijian's face was filled with anger, and a deep sense of regret welled up within him. He never expected the iron-clad crocodile to abandon him and attack his teammates. The iron-clad crocodile, which he had fought to a standstill with all his strength, was now charging toward his teammates, who were only at the mid-stage of chi cultivation. The consequences were dire. He dared not imagine the outcome. In his understanding, the Iron Brothers would be no match for the iron-armored crocodile. Don't even think about it, Xiaomuqing. Yao Chunseng, though at the 8th layer of chi cultivation, was a fire attribute cultivator, and against a water attribute demon beast, he was naturally at a disadvantage. Among the teammates, there was also Shen Xian, who could not be allowed to fall. This man was an honored guest of the Ding family, and had deep connections within the Qingyun sect. He had agreed to let Shen Xian join the team with the intention of using him to establish connections with the Ding family and the disciples of Qingyun sect. I hope it's not too late. When Zijian cast aside all distractions, channeling all his spiritual energy to control the moon blade wheel, which sped after them. Save one if you can. The next moment, he witnessed an astonishing sight. The sun blade wheel struck the immovable iron-clad crocodile multiple times, but 2 green light blades flashed across its neck, splitting it in 2. The 2 halves fell limply before his eyes. The demonic energy emanating from it quickly weakened. Is the iron-clad crocodile dead? The edge of the swamp fell into a deathly silence. The members of the demon hunting team stared at Shen Xian, as if they had seen a demon. Shen Xian had no time to explain. He summoned a storage pouch. He sucked all the iron-armored crocodile's blood floating in the air into it. At the same time, he commanded the remaining 2 emerald green ice dragons to wrap around the iron-clad crocodile's head and body, dragging it to the grassy edge of the swamp. This was a first-tier superior demon beast. Every part of it was a treasure, worth thousands of spirit stones. Zhao Chunseng slowly walked up to Shen Xian, his expression complex. He had always believed that Shen Xian, the demon beast master, was not skilled in combat and needed his protection, which was why they shared a residence. Asking him to procure demon beasts and sell spirit talismans was for the same reason. Now he realized it was nothing like that at all. Wen Zijian, a golden law cultivator at the 9th layer of chi cultivation, wielded his high-grade magical artifact, the sun blade wheel, striking the iron-clad crocodile multiple times. The effect was far inferior to the power of Shen Xian's mid-grade magical artifact, the cold ice blade. He had assumed it was just a novice looking to gain experience. But it turned out to be a master. At that moment, the others finally reacted. A series of gasps echoed through the air. Especially Xiaomuqing. She thought about having Shen Xian stand behind her. She suddenly felt utterly ashamed. Shenfu Shi. You're really a water technique cultivator at the 5th layer of chi cultivation? Chapters say subject, immune to all poisons. Please continue reading. Xiaomuqing looked at Shen Xian with a puzzled expression, biting her lip before finally asking. A woman's curiosity is often stronger. Yes. I've just broken through to the 5th level of chi cultivation. Is there a problem? Shen Xian replied calmly. After casting the breath concealment technique, chi cultivation practitioners couldn't discern his true cultivation level. No problem. Xiaomuqing shook her head quickly. She thought for a moment and asked again, Shenfu, are you really out hunting for the first time? Really? If you don't believe me, ask Zhao Daoyu. Shen Xian looked at his teammates with a puzzled expression. Aren't we supposed to hurry up and deal with this ironclad crocodile? We agreed beforehand that the crocodile blood is mine. Zhao Chunxing snapped out of his daze. We'll talk later. Come help out. If we attract other demon beasts, we'll be in trouble. The Tai brothers hurried forward and joined Zhao Chunxing in cleaning up the ironclad crocodile. Shen Xian continued collecting the crocodile blood. To collect the demon beast's blood, he had even bought a new storage bag. He didn't want to end up like Zhao Chunxing, carrying a blood bucket and reeking of a foul odor. When Zijian and Shi Xiangdong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They did not approach but remained on guard nearby. Xiao Muqing watched Shen Xian collect the crocodile blood with curiosity. A first-grade superior iron-clad crocodile. Its skin, teeth, claws, and bones are all excellent materials for refining weapons. The meat can also fetch a good price. Compared to that, crocodile blood is the cheapest. Xiao Muqing seemed to be muttering to himself, but he was actually reminding Shen Xian. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian felt a warm glow in his heart. Shenfu, take the crocodile blood first. The rest can be divided later. Zhao Chunxing explained. As the team leader, he always distributed loot based on merit. Given Shen Xian's contributions, giving him only the crocodile blood was clearly unfair. It's fine. We agreed beforehand that the crocodile blood is mine. The rest is up to Zhao Daoyu to distribute. His primary goal was the fresh blood of water attribute demon beasts. Second was earning spirit stones. A single tree cannot form a forest. In the future, he would need to rely on his teammates to hunt demons together. There's no need to be so petty. He also believes that Zhao Chunxing will distribute the spoils relatively fairly. Otherwise, morale will falter, and the team will fall apart. Upon hearing Shen Xian's statement, the teammates' gazes toward him began to shift subtly. Each of them was filled with gratitude. Zhao Chunxing led the Iron Brothers in dismantling the materials from the iron armor crocodile. Shen Xian had also finished collecting the crocodile's fresh blood. At that moment, a group of demon hunters approached from the distance to watch. When Zijian stood on the moon blade wheel, holding the sun blade wheel, his face cold and expressionless, blocking the way ahead. The group of demon hunters lingered for a dozen breaths. Seeing that Wen Zijian was no one to mess with, they eventually slipped away silently. When hunting outside, you can trust no one but your teammates. Xiao Muqing explained beside him. Xiao Daoyu speaks wisely, Shen Xian nodded slightly. Half an hour later, the ironclad crocodile had been mostly dismantled. Only a pile of crocodile meat remained. The Iron Brothers took out 2 large beast bags and stuffed all the crocodile meat inside. Ironclad crocodile meat isn't very tasty. But this is a first-grade superior demon beast. Each pound can fetch 5 or 6 spirit stones. Xiao Muqing said with a smile. That's 400 pounds of crocodile meat. Worth over 2,000 spirit stones. This doesn't even include the price of the alligator skin, teeth, claws, and bones. Shen Xian was secretly astonished. Hunting demon beasts can be so profitable. We're lucky this time. It's rare to hunt such a complete high-quality catch. Zhao Chunxing looked around warily. He waved his hand, signaling Shi Xiangdong to control the 2 slender dog-like puppet beasts to scout ahead. Let's go back. Everyone be careful. He and the Tai brothers loaded the demon beast materials onto their backs, and when Zijian voluntarily moved to the front of the group, Xiao Muqing and Shen Xian walked side by side at the rear. The group of 7 cautiously made their way back. Along the way, they encountered 3 groups of demon hunters. One of the groups even followed them for a distance with ill intent. After Wen Zijian exposed their intentions, they finally gave up. This experience deeply impressed Shen Xian with the hardships faced by demon hunters. They were not only facing vicious demon beasts, but also fellow demon hunters who were even more terrifying than the beasts themselves. This is still the better outcome. We are all demon hunters, we know each other's capabilities. We won't resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. As the entrance to the marketplace came into view, Xiao Muqing couldn't hide his joy. The most terrifying are the cultivation bandits. They don't care about your loot. In their eyes, cultivators are just spirit stones. Speaking of which, there are also demon cultivators, who are even more terrifying than demon hunters. They extract souls, refine spirits, raise corpses, and summon souls. There's nothing they want to do. With this haul, we can rest and recover for several months. The Iron Brothers also wore their joy on their faces. Iron Lauda chuckled, all thanks to Shenfu Shi. Iron Second spoke in a deep, resonant voice, Master Shenfu is a good man. Shenxian rolled his eyes. These two brothers don't know how to compliment people. We're all teammates, right? We promised to look out for each other. Wen Daoyu and Shi Daoyu are the hardest working members of the team. Not at all. It's our duty. Wen Zijian and Shi Xiangdong humbly replied. This made Zhao Chunsen glance at the two of them a few more times. These two always liked to argue with him for no reason. When had they become so easygoing? Upon entering the Qinglongwan marketplace, everyone relaxed completely. The remaining matters were left for Zhao Chunsen and the others to handle. Shenxian returned home first. He reported the good news to Jiang Sueki. The demon hunting team had returned safely and successfully obtained the high-quality cargo they had sought. Afterward, he enjoyed a comfortable hot bath in the bathhouse, washing away the dust and grime of the journey. Their first hunting expedition had been eventful but uneventful. He also gained a lot of valuable experience. Compared to the ferocity of demon beasts, the treacherous hearts of humans are far more dangerous. He also gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. On land, with the blessings of his innate talents, his attack power was on par with that of a Qi cultivation master at the peak of their cultivation. As for in water, though he hadn't tested it yet, comparing it to his usual training, his strength had increased tenfold. Shenxian speculated that in water, he could withstand the attacks of other attribute-based foundation establishment cultivators. Although he possesses innate abilities such as longevity, self-healing, and iron bones to enhance his physical body. However, as he ages, the decline of his vital energy is inevitable. I must strive to achieve Qi cultivation perfection as soon as possible, and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Shenxian mused to himself. He had a keen sense of his own lifespan and physical condition. I must strive to establish the foundation before I turn 90. He was suddenly inspired and made a decisive decision. An old horse may be retired, but its heart still yearns for the 1,000-mile race. He vowed to grow stronger with age, becoming an evergreen tree in the cultivation world, achieving immortality and enlightenment. After taking a hot bath, Shenxian felt his mind clear. After restoring his spiritual energy, he challenged his wife, Ding Yuyao, to a friendly match. Ding Yuyao had been married to him for 8 years. She was a completely different person. From the young girl she once was, she had become a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure. She had shed her youthful innocence, maturing into a woman so alluring that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. Her body had become even softer and more supple. A fierce battle ensued, leaving the sky dark and the earth in chaos. After Ding Yuyao begged for mercy repeatedly, Shenxian ended the battle and returned to the training room with a proud expression. He poured out a quarter of the iron-clad crocodile blood from his new storage bag. The mysterious jade talisman flickered with golden light. Plunderable talents, bite nails and chew iron, immune to all poisons, copper bones and iron armor, death roll, stealth and camouflage. No wonder it's a first-tier superior demon beast. It has 5 bloodline talents. Shenxian compared them carefully before finally choosing the immunity to all poisons talent. Talent, immunity to all poisons yi sabat yapa. Taoist essence, tsasap yi. Shenxian was stunned. The Tao essence obtained from plundering the iron-armored crocodile's talent was much higher than he had imagined. Chapter Say Sup Yi, Overnight Wealth. Please keep reading. Deep into the night. The bottom of the Longza River. A green figure flickered and darted past in an instant. It was Shenxian, who had secretly swum through the underground river to practice. Underwater, he kept his eyes open, moving his body like a blue-feathered fish while carefully feeling the power of the condensed water into a blade technique as it manifested on the split water-piercing spear. Occasionally, he circulated his spiritual energy, causing a jade-green ice dragon to condense at the tip of the spear. With the sound of rushing water, it shot out swiftly, cold and sharp. It was likely due to having absorbed the bloodline talents of numerous demon beasts that this body had an extremely high potential limit. Even now, he had yet to sense any signs of a bottleneck. His current speed in water was over 50 meters per second. The ice dragon formed by his spiritual energy has an effective attack range of 12 zhang in water. Such speed and attack power would be absolutely extraordinary in his previous life on Blue Star. However, in the Xian Yuan continent, a world of cultivation, it was still just a lowly ant. What brings him some comfort is that this lowly insect now possesses a few more skills. Especially in water, he has truly mastered the art. In the past, he had always felt uncertain about his own strength. He subconsciously believed himself to be slightly stronger than Zhao Chunsheng, who was at the 8th layer of qi cultivation. However, these wandering cultivators who spent their days hunting in the wild and struggling on the brink of death, which one of them didn't have abundant combat experience? And who among them didn't have a few hidden tricks up their sleeves? Shen Xian had always assessed his own strength as barely crossing a minor realm. Until he witnessed the battle between Wen Zijian and the iron-armored crocodile. He finally realized, actually, my greatest weakness is a lack of real combat experience. With the enhancements of water control technique, critical strike technique, and iron bone technique, the condense water into a blade technique now boasts attack power far surpassing that of the late qi cultivation stage. No matter how many techniques one possesses, they are insignificant in the face of overwhelming power. One force overcomes 10 skills. Shen Xian thought to himself as his body shifted suddenly, moving like a blue-feathered fish, transforming into a blue shadow, and instantly shooting 10 zhang away from his original position. At the same time, the splitting water ame dagger spun in his palm, and 4 emerald green ice dragons charged toward the same direction one after another. 10 zhang away, a first-tier lower-grade spiritual fish was cautiously peering around in search of prey. Before it could react, it was struck simultaneously from 4 directions by the 4 icy divine dragons. Boom. The first-tier lower-grade spirit fish was reduced to shuizha. Stay calm during battle, act swiftly. If you don't strike at all, but when you do, strike with the force of a thunderclap. Shen Xian's body darted through the depths of the Longza River, moving swiftly left, right, forward, and backward, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His speed was beyond belief. In his mind, he simulated the attacks of surrounding enemies. The water-splitting ame spikes whistled as they spun continuously, unleashing a series of terrifying icy divine dragons. The next morning, as Shen Xian got out of bed and went downstairs, he saw Zhao Chunsheng with a delighted expression. Master Shen, everything's taken care of. Here's the bill, take a look. So fast? Zhao Dao is quite skilled. Not at all, everyone was being considerate. Zhao Chunsheng said with a smile. Crocodile skin, crocodile teeth, crocodile claws, and crocodile bones were sold for 1,700 sub-spirit stones. The crocodile meat sold for 1,300 sub-spirit stones. Crocodile blood, approximately 60 pounds, was converted into 100 sub-spirit stones. Shen Xian was a bit puzzled. Crocodile blood is so cheap? Zhao Chunsheng explained, the blood of demon beasts has always been cheaper than their meat. Demon beast meat is nutrient-rich, contains more spiritual energy, and is easier to refine. Demon beast blood, aside from special uses by alchemists and talisman makers, is of little use to ordinary cultivators. This first-grade superior quality iron-scaled crocodile fetched 1,700 sub-spirit stones. The distribution of loot was based on merit. Shen Xian ranked first in merit and received 800 sub-spirit stones. Second place went to Wen Zijian, who received 700 sub-spirit stones. Next were Zhao Chunsheng, Shi Xiangdong, Xiao Muqing, and the Tai brothers. Even the Iron brothers, who received the least, each got over 400 spirit stones. I get so much? What about Wen Daoyu and Shi Daoyu? Don't worry. Since we're the captain, we have to be fair. The distribution plan was approved by everyone's vote. Zhao Chunsheng said nonchalantly. Shen Fu, I'm not criticizing you. If I had known you were so strong, I wouldn't have held back. If the two of us teamed up, who in the Qinglongbei Market's demon hunting team would dare to challenge us? Watch your tongue. Shen Xian snapped. There are always those more skilled than us. Zhao Daoyu, you're being too arrogant. I can't trust you anymore. I'll have to find another partner. To prevent you from causing trouble everywhere and dragging me down. Zhao Chunsheng reluctantly admitted his mistake. Enough. Shen Fu, here are 7 mid-grade spirit stones. Sign the spirit contract and keep them safely. I need to gather intelligence and prepare for the next hunt. I won't disturb your seclusion any further. Zhao Chunxing fled the scene as quickly as he could. He couldn't figure it out. Despite his immense power, Shen Fushe was still so cautious and meticulous. Even compared to him, the rabbit demon hunter, he was timid and cowardly. No wonder he's called the turtle symbolist. Zhao Chunxing sighed softly. Thinking of the 6 mid-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch, his mood instantly brightened. While the going's good, let us pull off a few more jobs. We need to keep Shen Fushe in good spirits and prevent him from leaving the team. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to explain to the other teammates. Shen Fushe needs a water attribute demon beast. Zhao Chunxing pondered as he eagerly sought out his unscrupulous friends to gather information on demon beasts. In the training room, the mysterious jade talisman retracted its golden light. Talent, immunity to all poisons bat yet bat. Taoist essence, yi bat bat sub bat. After plundering the last bloodline talent from the iron armor crocodile. Spiritual root, water yi sub yet bat. Increased water spiritual root potential by some points. This is 1.5 times that of the water cloud turtle from last time. Not only that, but the Dao essence obtained was several times more than that of the previous demon beasts. Shen Xian slowly closed his eyes, feeling the immunity to all poisons talent. His blood seemed to have absorbed some special substance from the iron-plated crocodile, circulating much faster. It wasn't just resistance to poison. His immune system had been greatly enhanced. No wonder it's one of the most primitive creatures, a descendant of the ancestral dragon. Shen Xian circulated his qi through his body. After completing the exercise, the proficiency points for the immune to all poisons talent increased by 1. Excellent. There's no need for deliberate practice. The resistance to poison will continue to improve as your physical body grows stronger. Subsequently, Shen Xian allocated all the Dao essence points he had obtained to the self-healing talent. Talent, self-healing mastery yet bat lok sub se bat. As the value of the self-healing talent continued to rise, he finally felt slightly reassured. Defense is still too low. Besides the condense water into blades technique, Shen Xian also knew 2 basic techniques, water shield technique and water blade technique. The latter was almost useless. The former, however, might still be useful with the enhancement of water control technique. However, relying solely on water shield technique, and the mid-grade magical artifact water cloud shield, Shen Xian couldn't completely put his mind at ease. He recalled the top-tier basketball games from his previous life. They always claimed that offense is the best defense. But defense is what wins the championship. Perhaps I should purchase a high-grade defensive magical artifact? The 7 sparkling mid-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch tempted him to splurge. Murder and arson get you a gold belt. Demon hunters are indeed a profession that can make a fortune in spirit stones. A single outing yielded 7 mid-grade spirit stones, and over 60 pounds of iron-clad crocodile blood. That's way faster than making talismans for spirit stones. No, Shen Xian, stay calm, don't get carried away, safety first. Shen Xian shook his head violently, as if trying to shake off those unrealistic fantasies. Demon hunters don't make spirit stones that easily. It's all about risking your life. If it were that easy, how could Zhao Chunxing have ended up so poor? Chapter 6 Sam, the water-splitting rhinoceros. Please continue reading. A single lucky big score does not represent the overall income of demon hunters. Without a golden law cultivator like Wen Zijian, who has reached the 9th layer of qi cultivation, to hold the fort, we would have had to fight countless battles on the way back to bring the prey back safely. No one can succeed by chance. I'm no exception. After calming down, Shen Xian reviewed the details of this hunting expedition, feeling a mix of emotions. Facing a first-tier upper-grade demon beast for the first time, he failed to control his strength, exposing most of his true power. However, with his current connections and status, there was no need to hold back in the Qinglong Bay market. Which cultivator doesn't have a few secrets? Background and strength are the fundamental determinants of a cultivator's status. Lately, he had been frequently attending the auctions organized by the Ding family. Due to his limited funds, he only looked but didn't buy. However, he still has a general understanding of the basic prices. A first-grade upper-tier magical artifact, even a slightly better quality one, starts at 400 or 500 spirit stones. If it's a defensive artifact, or a flying sword type offensive artifact, the price can easily reach over 1,000 spirit stones. He is currently at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, with spiritual perception and spiritual energy far surpassing his peers, allowing him to control at least one first-grade high-quality magical artifact. I'll save up spirit stones first and wait until I break through to the later stages before purchasing a high-grade artifact. Hunting demon beasts is like going on a hunting expedition, but crafting talismans is my main focus. With that thought, Shen Xian put aside his thoughts and entered the talisman, making room to continue crafting the rejuvenation talisman. In the days that followed, Shen Xian continued his cultivation and talisman making. Over the course of half a year, Zhao Chunxing organized 3 gatherings. None of them yielded significant results. Either he failed to track down the target demon beast, or someone else beat him to it, or there were too many demon hunters lurking nearby, making it difficult to act. This also gave Shen Xian a deep understanding of the volatile income of demon hunters. Besides one's own strength, the amount of harvest also depends heavily on luck. Fortunately, the iron-clad crocodile yielded a bountiful harvest, and his teammates remained in good spirits. They were all seasoned demon hunters with years of experience, and they knew this was the norm. A smooth hunt like the one for the ironclad crocodile was the exception. Almost every late night, Shen Xian would swim from the spirit pool's underground river to the bottom of the Dragon Tsat River to hone his practical combat skills. On this day, after completing his talisman-making practice, Shen Xian unexpectedly received a letter. Lu Jingying had successfully established his foundation. Thinking back, it had been 4 years since their last gathering. The letter was personally written by Lu Jingying. It invited him to attend the foundation establishment celebration. The letter mentioned that Qin Yuehan, Wang Fugue, Zhao Sujin, and Li Chang'an had all been invited. Qin Yuehan will definitely attend. Lu Jingying didn't say it explicitly. Shen Xian speculated that Qin Yuehan must have provided some assistance to Lu Jingying during his foundation establishment. After reading the letter, Shen Xian smiled. The letter sent by Lu Jingying had both a boastful intention and an aim to strengthen ties. Shen Xian thought it over and decided to politely decline. They had agreed on a 10-year pact. 6 years later, they would meet again. There was no need to go out of his way to the Qingyun sect. It would be a waste of time and effort. Shen Xian took out paper and ink and wrote a reply to Lu Jingying. He congratulated the other party on establishing their foundational cultivation base and being promoted to elder of the Qingyun sect. He discussed his own cultivation progress, presented 20 premium rejuvenation charms as a gift, and attached them to the reply. May Elder Lu Jingying's path be bright. At the end of the letter, Shen Xian expressed his heartfelt wishes with sincere emotion. For Shen Xian, Lu Jingying's successful foundation building was an expected outcome. However, the discovery of new purple essence copper mines in the Luoying Mountains, where Qinglong Bay was located, came as a great surprise to Shen Xian. The Ding family had established a stronghold in Qinglong Bay, owning numerous spirit fields and spirit lakes, where they cultivated spirit fields and raised spirit fish. However, these were only sufficient to meet the daily needs of the Ding family and the cultivators in the market town. While they could earn some spirit stones, the total amount was limited. Throughout the year, the amount was not significant, estimated at around 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. But spirit mines are different. Mining is different from farming or fish farming. As long as there's enough manpower, production can be scaled up at any time. Spirit mines are byproducts of spirit veins and are typically used to refine various materials for weapon forging. Occasionally, demon beasts appear. Various spirits and monsters are also born there. There is a certain level of life risk. As a result, the Ding family has recruited miners, offering quite favorable terms. Upon completing mining tasks, the annual base salary is as high as 12 spirit stones. The more you work, the more you earn. Additionally, after signing a spiritual contract, one can receive a year's worth of compensation in advance. This was an enormous temptation for cultivators desperately in need of spirit stones. Especially for those scattered cultivators living in shantytowns who wished to move to the outskirts of the town. Coincidentally, the annual base salary is exactly the same as the annual rent for housing in the outskirts of the town. In other words, by signing the mining contract, you can move your family into the outskirts of the town. Upon seeing the mining recruitment notice, Shenxian felt a bit puzzled. The Ding family seemed desperate. Was it to quickly repay the debt from the foundation building pill? It was said that many wandering cultivators in the slums of the town, and even some low-level cultivators on the outskirts, were eagerly signing up. Among them were even some at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Mining is indeed exhausting, and the working conditions are poor. But it's much safer than the unpredictable life of a hunter. Most importantly, the income is stable. For low-level cultivators without any special skills, mining is also a viable option. As long as one can endure it and save up spirit stones. After 3 or 5 years, you can continue your path of cultivation. Life is tough. According to Zhao Chunxing, many of the former neighbors had signed up. Shenxian sighed softly. But that was all. He still needed to make the most of his time, practicing talisman making and improving his innate talent and skill. With the spirit stones, the spirit gathering array could be activated for 4 hours each day, consuming 2 spirit stones in total. Additionally, Shenxian's appetite had increased, and he was now eating medium-grade spirit rice and mid-grade demon beast meat, causing his food expenses to skyrocket. The profits from talisman making could barely cover daily expenses. Fortunately, Zhao Chunxing finally brought some good news. He had obtained intelligence that someone had spotted the tracks of a water-splitting rhinoceros. Shenxian was overjoyed upon hearing this. The primitive wilderness demon beast atlas had relevant information. The water-splitting rhinoceros is a first-tier, high-grade water attribute demon beast. It resembles a common blue ox, with a spiritual glow protecting its body and pearl-shaped scales on its skin. It excels at water manipulation, causing water currents to automatically part around it. Water divider rhinoceroses are commonly found near the coast. Surprisingly, one was discovered near the Longza River. Is the intelligence reliable? Reliable? That kid even knocked 2 spirit stones out of my hands. Zhao Chunxing was even more excited than Shenxian. We need to act quickly. Who knows, that kid might try to sell it to multiple buyers. Alright. Let's set off tomorrow. The next morning, Wen Zijian, Shixiangdong, and Xiaomuqing gathered at the entrance of the marketplace as soon as they arrived. This time, speed is key. The Iron Brothers aren't suited for teamwork. Zhao Chunxing and Shenxian explained. The Tai brothers were tank-type warriors. They were not suited for long-distance raids. Wen Zijian summoned a flying boat and gestured for everyone to board. Is this a flying artifact? Shenxian asked enviously. A flying vessel is a specialized flying artifact, significantly faster than artifacts of the same tier. Wen Zijian's small flying vessel could carry 7 or 8 people. The weight it carries affects its flight speed. Wen Zijian activated the flying technique, and the flying vessel quickly began to soar through the air. Fly along the surface of the Longza River, Shenxian suddenly said. Wen Zijian glanced back. Seeing no objections, he lowered the flying vessel's altitude and continued along the surface of the Longza River. Shenxian, who had been tense, finally exhaled softly. Earlier, when the flying vessel had risen to a high altitude, he had suddenly felt an intense sense of unease. Lowering the altitude and getting closer to the river surface, the unease gradually faded. The closer we get to the Longza River, the more stable my mind becomes. Shenxian knew this was an unconscious warning. It was telling him not to stray too far from the Longza River. Water-based cultivators, if they find themselves in a waterless environment, their power would plummet dramatically. Chapter 6 Invisible Assistance. Please continue reading. Shixiangdong stood at the bow of the flying boat, his eyes as sharp as lightning, with a puppet eagle perched on his shoulder. Even on the flying vessel, he remained vigilant. Shenxian and Xiaomuqing sat in the middle. Zhao Chunxing sat at the stern. Wen Zijian focused all his attention on piloting the flying vessel. After hunting the iron-clad crocodile last time, he had finally saved enough spirit stones to bid for this flying vessel. A first-grade superior quality flying artifact, priced at a staggering 1,000 spirit stones. It was even more expensive than a first-grade superior flying sword. As a qi cultivation 9th layer cultivator, purchasing a flying artifact was essential. In the future, when the demon hunting team distributes spoils, the contributions of the flying vessel would also be taken into account. Along the way, they encountered several demon hunting teams. They were also traveling by flying vessel. Their flight altitude far exceeded ours. Trouble. It's old use group. Their flying boat is heading in the same direction as ours. I knew that kid couldn't be trusted, selling goods to multiple buyers. Zhao Chunxing said angrily. When Zijian silently took out a mid-grade spirit stone. He shoved it into the flying vessel's formation. He swiftly activated the spell, causing the flying boat's speed to suddenly accelerate. Don't worry. They have more people, but our flying boat is faster than theirs. Shi Xiangdong focused his gaze and quickly reached a conclusion. Once we find the water-splitting rhinoceros, Shen Fu will attack with full force, Xia Daoyu will assist, Shi Daoyu, and I will keep watch, and Wen Daoyu will control the flying boat and be ready to provide backup at any time. Zhao Chunxing assigned everyone their duties. If anyone approaches within 30 zhang of us, sound the warning first. If anyone comes within 10 zhang of us, attack first, no matter who they are. A ruthless expression flashed across Zhao Chunxing's face. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shen Xian silently praised Zhao Chunxing's decisive and ruthless nature. The rabbit demon hunter was merely cautious, not a pushover. Having been a demon hunter for so many years and still standing tall, his experience couldn't be lacking. Half a month later, the flying vessel arrived at the target area. A shallow branch of the Longza River came into view. The water was as clear as washed blue silk, quiet and serene. Beside it stood ancient trees thousands of years old, casting shade over the intense sunlight. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the tree shadows to dance and sway, creating a beautiful scene. When Zijian landed the flying boat on the shore of the shallow lake. As soon as he touched down, Shen Xian seemed to sense something and fixed his gaze on the depths of the forest. It's nearby. Upon hearing Zhao Chunxing's confirmation, Shi Xiangdong released two slender dog-like puppet beasts, which sprinted forward to scout the area. Rest for now. Everyone, prepare for battle. Shen Xian sat cross-legged in silence. Insight technique activated silently. When Zijian looked into the depths of the forest and asked, Zhao Daoyu, is that water-splitting rhinoceros in the forest? That's correct. The water-splitting rhinoceros is in the nearby forest. Its combat strength is quite formidable. All fellow cultivators must be cautious when facing it. Zhao Chunxing spoke solemnly, simultaneously distributing the high-quality rejuvenation charms, water control charms, breath suppression charms, and invisibility charms he had prepared earlier to everyone. These are premium spiritual talismans crafted by Shen the Talisman Master. When the time comes, they will be distributed in the same manner as when Daoyu's flying boat deduct the consumption first before distributing the spoils. That makes sense, everyone replied in unison. Xiaomuqing received an unusually large number of premium talismans. There were over 30 of them. Xia Daoyu, you should not participate in the battle. Assist Shen the Talisman Master and activate as many talismans as possible. Zhao Daoyu, rest assured. I am a water magic cultivator. These water-attributed spirit talismans are perfect for me. Xiaomuqing said with a smile. Everyone, we've discovered something. The fine dog puppet beast has spotted the water-splitting rhinoceros. Shi Xiangdong exclaimed excitedly. Let's go into the forest and finish this quickly. Many demon hunters are on their way. Delaying will only cause trouble. Zhao Chunxing said resolutely. Shi Xiangdong flew ahead, leading everyone deeper into the forest. Soon, the group came to a stop on a small hill, each of them carefully concealing their aura. Xiaomuqing cast a high-quality breath suppression fu and invisibility fu on each person. Under deliberate suppression, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around them became exceptionally weak. Amidst the thunderous roars of lightning, powerful demonic energy quietly spread out. Up ahead, 7 demon hunters, each wielding their magical artifacts and talismans, surrounded and attacked a water-splitting rhinoceros. Zhao Daoyu, what should we do? Shi Xiangdong turned back and asked. It's Qin the Bald and his men. These guys are ruthless. There are 4 late Qi cultivation stage practitioners in their group, and they're no pushovers. Zhao Chunxing's eyes were filled with resentment. After finally obtaining valuable intelligence, they had rushed here for half a month, consuming numerous spirit stones and talismans, only to find the target demon beast, the water-splitting rhinoceros. Yet they could only watch helplessly as it was surrounded and attacked by other demon hunters. The Pai Shui Subjet had thick, hard skin covered in pearl-like scales, a protective aura of spiritual light, and occasionally raised its head to emit a deep, bull-like moo sound, resembling the roar of a dragon, while shooting out sharp water arrows. However, the number of demon hunters surrounding it was simply too great. 7 demon hunters, 4 of whom were late Qi cultivation stage practitioners, surrounded it from 4 directions, continuously attacking its neck and throat. This was its weak point. The remaining 3 mid-stage Qi cultivators continuously activated spirit talismans, distracting the water-divining rhinoceros, while restoring the spiritual energy of their 4 teammates. The water-repelling rhinoceros fought back desperately, trying to break through the encirclement. But no matter which direction it tried to break out, it couldn't run more than a few steps before being intercepted by numerous magical artifacts and spirit talismans. The water divider Rhino won't hold out much longer. Wen Zijian said coldly. Everyone's gaze turned toward Zhao Chunseng. He was the team leader and the mastermind behind this demon hunting squad. If the water-splitting rhinoceros breaks through and is surrounded and killed by us, according to demon hunter regulations, the prey belongs to us. Zhao Chunseng looked at Shen Xian. Shen Fu Shi, is there any way to temporarily enhance the water-splitting rhinoceros' strength? Should we reveal our identities? It's best not to reveal our identities. Shen Xian nodded. The next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. At the initial stage of the invisibility technique, combined with the breath suppression technique, even a cultivator, at the Qi condensation stage couldn't detect his presence from 10 zhang away. I never expected that the seemingly insignificant cloud and rain technique could play such a crucial role. Shen Xian thought to himself. He flew to the top of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree and formed a hand seal. Soon, the sky suddenly darkened and heavy clouds gathered. As the first bolt of lightning flashed, a torrential downpour began. The group of cultivators attacking the water-splitting rhinoceros were immediately taken aback. Chen Tuozu, the leader, quickly increased the power of his magical artifact attacks. Quick, attack with all your strength. However, it was already too late. A large amount of rainwater gathered around the water-splitting rhinoceros, revitalizing it. With a thunderous bellow that echoed across the heavens, Shen Xian saw the divine light on the water-splitting rhinoceros's body erupt, and countless raindrops condensed into a mist, carrying a bone-chilling coldness that spread out in all directions. The water spirits in the vicinity erupted violently, as if drawn by an invisible force, swiftly converging toward the water-repelling rhinoceros. Be careful! Chen Tuozu shouted in warning. The next moment, dozens of water arrows took shape, forming a shower of arrows that poured down on Chen Tuozu and the others. These water arrows were noticeably sharper than the previous ones. As they sliced through the air, they emitted a chilling SSSS sound. This was the sound of the water arrows absorbing the water essence from the air. As they flew, they continued to expand. Chen Tuozu and his companions swiftly activated their magical artifacts, and activated spirit talismans to fend off the attack with all their strength. 3 practitioners at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation within the group all let out agonizing screams. The demonic energy contained within the water arrows was far too powerful. They collided heavily with their defensive magical artifacts. The immense impact force sent them flying dozens of feet away. Chapter Say Something, Water-Splitting Talent. Please continue reading. The water-splitting rhinoceros did not linger in battle, breaking through the gap in the encirclement and charging out like a bolt of lightning. Its hoofs pounded the forest floor with a thunderous thud as it raced swiftly toward the Longza River. Pursue! Chen Tuozu roared angrily, leading the remaining 3 late Qi cultivation demon hunters in pursuit. Block them! The water-splitting rhinoceros is mine. Shen Xian, who was in stealth mode, returned to the group and said to Zhao Chunseng and the others. All right. Wen Daoyu, Shi Daoyu, let's go. Xia Daoyu, stay behind and keep your distance. Wen Zijian was the first to reveal his form, summoning the sun and moon double wheels, seemingly intending to attack the water-splitting rhinoceros, but he couldn't catch up. Zhao Chunseng and Shi Xiangdong appeared one after another. The 3 of them blocked Chen Tuozu and his 4 companions' path. Zhao Daoyu, what do you mean by this? Chen Tatzi and the others stopped in their tracks, their faces darkening as they asked. We're hunting the water-splitting rhinoceros. It just ran past us. Zhao Chunseng said regretfully, we came here specifically for it. I never expected this demon beast to be so powerful. We couldn't stop it at all. He suddenly realized something and said, Chen Daoyu, did you drive this water-splitting rhinoceros over here? He quickly stepped aside, adopting a respectful posture. However, by then, the water-splitting rhinoceros had already sprinted out of the forest and was heading toward the Dragon Zat River. Forget about Chuntuzu and the others catching up. Even if they did catch up, near the Longza River, with its abundant water spirit energy, they wouldn't stand a chance against the water-splitting rhinoceros. Moreover, the water-splitting rhinoceros could dive into the Longza River at any moment. They weren't water elemental cultivators. Even if they were water elemental cultivators, they wouldn't stand a chance against the water elemental demon beast, the water-splitting rhinoceros, in the water. Chuntuzu scrutinized Zhao Chunxing repeatedly. The rabbit demon hunter, acting out of character, must have a reason. He didn't believe for a moment that Zhao Chunxing would act so recklessly. Glancing over, he saw Wen Zijian standing ready in formation. This was a renowned expert among demon hunters. He was at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, with a metal affinity, and possessed a set of high-quality magical artifacts, the Sun and Moon Twin Wheels. By his side, Shi Xiangdong summoned 3 attack-type puppet beasts, all on high alert. A puppet eagle soared in mid-air. 2 puppet wolves guarded him from the front, baring their teeth and snarling. Looking at Zhao Chunxing. Though he had stepped aside to clear the path, the fire phoenix sword was tightly gripped in his hand, emitting faint wisps of scorching heat. 4 against 3. Without absolute certainty, it was difficult to act. Moreover, there were 3 injured comrades to tend to. The enemy might have more teammates hiding in the shadows. After assessing the strength of both sides, Chuntuzu gave a wry laugh. Zhao Daoyu, we'll meet again someday. They retreated voluntarily, helped their 3 injured companions to their feet, and turned to leave. After assessing the strength of both sides, Chuntuzu and his group did not wish to provoke further conflict. They were well aware. The sudden downpour earlier must have been the work of Zhao Chunxing and his group. As experienced demon hunters, they could tell at a glance whether it was a natural downpour, or someone had cast a cloud control spell. Once Chuntuzu and his group had moved far away, Zhao Chunxing chuckled. They were clever. The tension that had been building up finally eased slightly. If Shenfusher had been present, any conflict would have ended in certain defeat for Chen Tatsi and his men. The problem was, Shenfusher wasn't there. He had gone to pursue that water-repelling rhinoceros. By the way, can Shenfusher handle that water-repelling rhinoceros? Shi Xiangdong asked softly. A gleam of greed flashed in his eyes. That water-repelling rhinoceros is a big catch. Its value is even higher than that of an ironclad crocodile. Don't worry. I've known Shenfusher for years. I know his temperament inside out. Master Shenfu is even more cautious than I am. He wouldn't act without absolute certainty. If he acts, success is certain. Let's hurry and follow them. Be careful of other demon hunters. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all rushed toward the water-splitting rhinoceros. At that moment, the water-splitting rhinoceros charged forward at full speed. Driven by its instinct for survival, it gave it everything it had. Soon, it reached the banks of the Longza River. Without hesitation, it leaped into the river. A miraculous scene unfolded. The waters of the Longza River parted automatically, creating a dry path for the water-parting rhinoceros. Following closely behind, Shen Xian marveled in silence. He had intentionally let the water-parting rhinoceros enter the Longza River. The water-parting rhinoceros is not a water-dwelling demon beast. In the Longza River, I should have the upper hand. Plus, it makes it easier to shake off other demon hunters. Shen Xian continuously cast the invisibility technique, breath suppression technique, and insight technique. In theory, the water-splitting rhinoceros should not be able to detect his presence. However, the beast's instincts and intuition sensed danger. 100 zhong below the river. The water flowed apart on its own. The water-splitting rhinoceros, its hooves glowing with a mystical light, sprinted forward as if running on land. Behind it, Shen Xian, who had activated the water control technique, followed at a leisurely pace. He could clearly sense the slightest changes in the water currents within a radius of 15 zhong. It's about time. Let's finish this quickly to avoid any complications. The spiritual energy within his body suddenly erupted, propelling him forward at an accelerated pace. Shenxian darted forward like an arrow leaving the bow, swiftly overtaking the water-splitting rhinoceros. Although the water-splitting rhinoceros had activated its innate ability, the water-splitting technique, its speed was extremely fast. However, Shenxian's water-control divine ability, obtained from the Qingyu fish, was even more extraordinary. With a slight effort, he was already several paces ahead of the water-splitting rhinoceros. Before arriving, he had studied the primitive wilderness demon beast Atlas. He had identified the critical weak points of the water-splitting rhinoceros. The attack directions of Chintuzu and the others also confirmed his suspicions. The water-splitting rhinoceros's throat. The water-splitting ame needle was sheathed between his fingers, emitting a cold, eerie glow. Water control technique. Iron bone technique. Critical strike technique. After consecutively casting 3 innate techniques, Shenxian's figure accelerated, charging toward the water-splitting rhinoceros. He didn't want to waste the water-splitting rhinoceros' blood. Therefore, he chose close combat. Sure enough, as he had anticipated, the moment the water-splitting rhinoceros spotted him, the rhino horns began to emit imperceptible vibrations. The river water around Shenxian vanished completely. His body suddenly floated into the air. Water condensation blade technique. Shenxian's eyes locked onto the water-parting rhinoceros's throat. At the bottom of the 100-zhang deep Longzi River, visibility was obstructed. Even water element cultivators found it difficult to discern the moving form of the water-splitting rhinoceros. However, Shenxian had activated the insight technique. He could clearly sense the slightest movements nearby. At that moment, 4 emerald green ice dragons condensed at the tip of the Fenshui Ame spear. The dragon heads raised their heads toward the water-splitting rhinoceros' throat. A deep, thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the air. 2 emerald green blades erupted suddenly, like brilliant stars suddenly lighting up the night sky. The pitch-black depths of the water were instantly filled with dazzling, icy brilliance. On the other side, the water-splitting rhinoceros's reaction was no slower. Dozens of sharp water arrows erupted wildly. In the next instant, the water arrows, shimmering with a metallic glow, continuously struck the 2 emerald green blades. Boom! Explosions echoed endlessly. The water-splitting rhinoceros's divine light flared up, automatically forming a protective light shield that firmly enveloped it. Pearl-like scales covered its body in layers, completely enveloping it. The 2 jade-green blades roared as they severed countless water arrows, piercing directly into the water-splitting rhinoceros's body. The protective light barrier trembled, and the demonic aura of the bead-like scales dimmed. However, the 2 emerald green blades had exhausted their spiritual energy and eventually dissipated into specks of green light, vanishing into the air. Shenxian's body continued to swiftly approach the water-splitting rhinoceros. Under the enhancement of the iron bone technique, his body glowed with an unusual silver-white light, as if he had endless strength, charging forward like a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Puff! At that moment, Shenxian resembled a massive green dragon, ready to engulf the water-splitting rhinoceros before him. Moo! The angry roar of the water-splitting rhinoceros echoed in his ears. His demonic power surged, and his divine light shone brightly. Lowering his head, he charged forward like a raging wild bull. The water-splitting rhinoceros channeled all its demonic energy, its momentum as powerful as 1,000 tons. The surrounding river water suddenly trembled. With the water-parting rhinoceros at its center, the river automatically split into channels, forming a vast open space. Chapter 6 Upload. Tensions run high. Please continue reading. In the water attribute demon beasts hold a significant advantage over cultivators. Even water attribute cultivators are no exception. However, Shenxian was an exception. Water control, critical strike, iron bones. With the enhancement of these innate abilities, the power of his condensed water into blades technique has increased tenfold. Facing the charging water-splitting rhinoceros before him, Shenxian's water-splitting ame dagger spun and changed direction. The other 2 emerald green ice dragons at the tip roared and shot forward. Go! Time seemed to freeze. The massive body of the water-splitting rhinoceros froze in place. Its throat was pierced deeply by the 2 water-splitting ame daggers. The icy blades emanating from them pierced through the water-splitting rhinoceros' throat, shattering its bones and meridians. In the blink of an eye, the water-parting rhinoceros was slain by Shenxian. Divine light dispersed, and demonic energy dimmed. The water currents split apart by the attack surged Fenghuang Ly toward him. Shen Xian swiftly tapped his fingers, sealing the water-piercing rhinoceros's throat wound. This was the first-grade superior-grade water attribute demon beast's blood he desperately needed. Not a drop could be wasted. At the same time, Shen Xian cast the water control technique, gently enveloping the water-splitting rhinoceros. Using the power of the water currents, he floated upward. In just a few breaths, the corpse of the water-splitting rhinoceros floated to the surface of the Longza River. Hurry over here. Shen Xian, who sensed his teammates using the insight technique, poked his head out and shouted at them. When everyone rushed over, they saw that the water-splitting rhinoceros had its eyes tightly closed and was no longer moving. They all rejoiced. When Zijian quickly summoned his flying boat, towering wave suddenly surged upward. It was Shen Xian exerting force underwater, using the power of the current to pull the water-splitting rhinoceros into the flying boat. The immense force caused the flying boat to sink rapidly, nearly crashing into the surface of the Longza River. When Zijian clenched his face, gritted his teeth, and continuously performed incantations to stabilize the flying boat, Shen Xian leaped onto the flying boat from the water and opened his storage pouch. A massive blood-red fountain erupted from the throat of the water-splitting rhinoceros. Fortunately, Shen Xian was prepared and cast a spell to collect the water-splitting rhinoceros's blood into his storage bag. That was close, almost wasted. Shen Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Killing the water-splitting rhinoceros at the bottom of the Dragon Tsat River was not difficult. The challenge lay in not wasting the blood and flesh essence of the water-diverting rhinoceros. Just as he had safely stored the storage bag filled with the water-repelling rhinoceros's blood, Shen Xian's expression changed. Someone's coming. 2 flying boats were breaking through the air from both sides ahead. Old Wei, why did you come together? Zhao Chunxing stood at the bow of his flying boat, smiling broadly as he greeted the 2 demon hunters. You rabbit demon hunter! How dare you steal our prey? Old Wei, clearly a hothead, immediately labeled the situation as such upon arriving. Zhao Chunxing's expression darkened. Wei, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to rob us? Steal from you? Before Old Wei could finish, he was covered by the demon hunters behind him. Zhao Daoyu, you're quite skilled. Let's be straightforward, we're here for the water-divining rhinoceros as well. It seems you beat us to it. Lao Yu said with a smile. Zhao Chunxing hadn't responded yet. Piercing sound rang out again from behind. We were the ones who attacked first. They used underhanded tactics. Chen Tuozu and his 7 companions arrived on a flying boat, breaking through the air. 3 flying boats silently surrounded Shen Xian and the others. I knew it. That rain was suspicious. It turns out there was a master sorcerer at work in the shadows. Chen Taozi's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Shen Xian. All of them were demon hunters making a living in the Qinglong Bay marketplace. They knew each other's capabilities well. Clearly, Shen Xian, the newcomer, was the key figure that Zhao Chunxing and the others had targeted to capture the water-repelling rhinoceros. Lao Yu too and the others were equally well informed. He bowed his fist and asked Shen Xian, esteemed friend, you seem unfamiliar. May I ask who you are? Shen Xian looked at Zhao Chunxing. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Fear? Of course not. On the Dragon Tsat River, let alone these demon hunters. Even against a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could hold his own for a while. He was confident he could escape safely. However, he might not be able to look out for his teammates like Zhao Chunxing. You don't know him? Zhao Chunxing looked utterly disbelieving. Let me enlighten you all. This is Shen Xian, the symbol master Shen Fu, the brother-in-law of Ding Yijin from the Ding family, and a close friend of Qin Yuehan and Liu Jingying, the Foundation establishment elders of the Qinyan Sect, for 60 years. You wouldn't dare to chongdut my prey here, and then kill us all to silence us, would you? Zhao Chunxing slowly looked at the cultivators on the 3 flying boats. Even if all of us were to perish here, can you guarantee that none of you will betray us? No sooner had the words left his mouth. Lao Yu laughed. Zhao Daoyu, don't joke around. We are all fellow demon hunters, how could we resort to such treacherous deeds? Shen Fu, I have heard of your fame. It is an honor to meet you today. After returning to the marketplace, I will host a banquet to invite Shen Fu to drink and apologize to you. Old Wei stamped his foot and said, "You Daoist, we had an agreement." "How could you?" Old Yu's expression darkened, cutting him off. "What did we agree on?" "Wei Daoyu, with Shenfu here, don't speak recklessly." Those in the know whispered behind Old Wei. He was seething with anger, but dared not act on it, only glaring fiercely at Zhao Chunseng. "Today, we'll give Shenfu your face. Let's go." However, someone wasn't having it. "Shenfu, you've just joined the demon hunter squad. You don't know many of the rules yet. I won't blame you. Zhao Chunseng, Wen Zijian, Shi Xiangdong, you three are veterans of the demon hunters. What right do you have to chongdu our prey?" Chen Tuzi shouted loudly. With Lao Yu and Lao Wei gone, he was left alone to face them. The rules of King Longwan Market stipulate that no violence is allowed within the market. Outside the market, each must accept their fate. Zhao Chunseng revealed Shen Xian's identity. They truly had no way to deal with Shen Xian. Not to mention the two foundation establishment elders of the Qingyan sect. Even Ding Yijin, the future head of the Ding family, was not someone they could afford to offend. But as the prey worth over 10,000 spirit stones was about to fall into their hands, it was secretly ambushed and stolen. Chen Tuzi couldn't swallow his anger. "Nonsense! Demon beasts are born of heaven and earth. We hunted them with our own skills. What business is it of yours? Just because you saw it first doesn't make it yours. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Zhao Chunseng remained unfazed. When it came to verbal sparring, he had never been intimidated by anyone. "You cast a spell in secret and summoned a downpour. You helped the water-repelling rhinoceros break through our encirclement. Nonsense! If it's going to rain, what's that got to do with us? If you want to steal it, just say so, and we'll fight you for it." Lao Yu and Lao Wei backed down, leaving only Chen Tatzi and his 6 men, plus 3 wounded. Zhao Chunseng's tone grew firmer. He was well aware of Shen Xian's strength. On par with the peak of Qi cultivation. "Wait. Chen Daoyu, make yourself clear. You will act as a witness." Chen Tatzi saw an opening and briefly recounted what had just happened. "So that's how it was?" Old Yu asked. "Chen Daoyu, did you see the cultivator who cast the spell?" Chen the Bald glanced at Shen Xian and hesitated before saying, "No." "Is there any evidence to prove that it was a cultivator from Zhao Daoyu's side who cast the spell?" "No. However, there were only them nearby. When we were chasing the water-splitting rhinoceros, they deliberately blocked our path. If it wasn't them, then who else could it be?" Zhao Chunseng sneered. "We came here for the water-splitting rhinoceros. We saw it and went to hunt it. That's perfectly normal, isn't it? From start to finish, we didn't lay a finger on you. We even kindly let you pass. You admit you can't beat us, so retreat." When we were returning to the marketplace, we happened to encounter the water-splitting rhinoceros and scored a big catch. Lao Yu shook his head. "All right. Let me speak fairly. Chapter 6 The Cultivators, Ambush. Please continue reading." For a moment, all the cultivators present turned their gaze toward Old Yu. Old Yu sighed. His face betrayed a look of regret. "Chen Daoyu, just give it up." "This?" Chen the Bald looked unwilling. Shen Xian's lips moved slightly, transmitting his voice to Wen Zijian. Wen Zijian nodded silently, indicating he understood. "Let's go." The flying boat then lowered its altitude, skimming close to the surface of the Longza River. As everyone looked on in confusion, Shen Xian swept his sleeve. The river water churned violently, spraying water droplets into the air. Waves crashed against the riverbanks, then coalesced into a massive surge. Propelled by a towering wave, the flying boat suddenly accelerated, soaring away at an unimaginable speed. It was 2/3 faster than the flying boat's usual speed. That speed! Lao Yu, Lao Wei, Chen Tatzi, and the other demon hunters all stared in disbelief. Their flying boats couldn't keep up at all. "Chen Daoyu, don't be ungrateful. I saved your lives. If it comes to a fight, your entire team wouldn't stand a chance against that Shenfu master. Don't you use your brain? How did they manage to hunt down the water-splitting rhinoceros?" Lao Yu tossed out a few words, waved his hand, and turned back without looking to direct the flying boat to return. The technique Shen Xian had just displayed demonstrated his powerful control over water spirit energy. Even Lao Yu, who had reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, felt a chill run down his spine. This Shenfu sure has mastered water techniques? Wen Zijian steered the flying boat along the surface of the Longza River, moving swiftly forward. Half an hour later, he finally relaxed and slowed down. Sure Daoyu, Xia Daoyu, don't just stand there. Let's work together to deal with this water-splitting rhinoceros. Without the Tai brothers, the three of them would be much slower at this kind of work. Shenxian looked at the water-repelling rhinoceros's horn and felt a connection. Fellow cultivators, the horns of the water-parting rhinoceros are highly beneficial for my cultivation. May I have them? No problem. Zhao Chunxing swiftly cut off the water-repelling rhinoceros horn and handed it to Shenxian. Shenxian didn't take it directly, but looked at Wen Zijian and Shi Xiangdong instead. Don't worry, Zhao Daoyu is the team leader. He's in charge of distributing the spoils, and he's always been fair. We have no objections. I have no objections either. Shi Xiangdong and Wen Zijian spoke up one after the other. Only then did Shenxian take the water-repelling rhinoceros horn. As soon as he took it, he could feel the surging water-controlling Dao intent within the horn, profound and mysterious, captivating his mind and spirit. Shenxian took out an empty jade box, placed the water-repelling rhinoceros horn inside, and then stored it in his storage pouch. This was a precious treasure. The water-repelling ability of the water-repelling rhinoceros must be manifested through this horn. There were also many other valuable materials. Cowhide, cow bones, and cow tendons are all highly sought-after materials for refining artifacts. However, the most valuable item is the rhinoceros beef. Weighing 2,000 pounds, after removing the bones, organs, and other parts, the net weight of the beef alone is a staggering 1,200 pounds. 1 caddy of meat is worth 6 spirit stones. Just this rhinoceros beef alone could fetch 7,200 spirit stones. Zhao Chunxing was full of enthusiasm, using his high-grade magical artifact, the Fire Phoenix Sword, as a meat cleaver. Add to that this intact hide, along with the tendons and bones, and we could fetch around 10,000 spirit stones. Even Wen Zijian, who rarely smiled, couldn't help but let a hint of a smile show on his face. This haul was truly bountiful. Include the rhinoceros horns and blood in the total, and deduct them from my share, Shenxian reminded him. Don't worry. I, Zhao Chunxing, may not be skilled in other areas, but my arithmetic is top-notch. That's right, buying low and selling high is your specialty. Xiaomuqing teased him rarely. Shi Xiangdong reminded everyone must be careful. You're traveling along the riverbank and have taken some detours. Shi Daoyu is right. Demon hunters may not dare to act, but that doesn't mean no one else has ulterior motives. Zhao Chunxing packed all the rhinoceros meat into several prepared beast bags, tied them to the flying boat, and secured them with tight knots. The storage bags have limited space. Qi cultivation practitioners typically only have storage bags with a space of 2 or 3 cubic feet, which are already filled with various valuable items and unsuitable for storing demon beast meat. Shenxian had specially prepared a new storage bag to hold the demon beast's blood. He asked, will we encounter bandits? Definitely. Zhao Chunxing replied firmly. Many demon hunters secretly collude with bandits. They can even switch identities at any time. Shenfu has been in this line of work for a short time. With more experience, he will understand. In the wilderness, you can trust no one except your teammates. Even clan members and sect disciples aren't trustworthy. Shenxian nodded, I have learned my lesson. These were words of wisdom. Experience gained through countless blood, tears, and scars. Wait, if you see any bandits blocking the path, don't hold back. Shenfu Shi, what is your plan? Following the riverbank was Shenxian's idea. The teammates also understood that Shenxian's water techniques were even more powerful on the Dragon Zat River. Does the bandit have anything valuable on him? I heard that killing bandits can lead to sudden wealth. Shi Xiangdong looked speechless. Xiaomuqing explained, raiders are all a bunch of penniless vagabonds. The poorer they are, the less they fear death. There's no need to fight them to the death. We have prey worth tens of thousands of spirit stones on our flying boat. Returning safely is our top priority. Shenxian smiled apologetically. Sure enough, novels are all lies. They're so poor they're robbing others, and you still want to steal their loot? Then let's force our way through. If any bandits block our path, I'll use the water cloud shield to protect the flying boat. We should be safe. The flying boat has some defensive capabilities. But not much. If the enemy's attacks are strong enough, they can easily damage the flying boat, forcing it to slow down and make an emergency landing. Alright. Zhao Chunxing agreed immediately. As for the water cloud shield, which was only a mid-grade defensive artifact, he didn't even bother to consider whether it could withstand the demon cultivator's attacks. In his eyes, Shen Xian's strength was on par with that of a qi cultivation realm expert. Even an ordinary mid-grade defensive artifact could unleash tremendous power. The water-splitting Ame dagger in his hand was also an ordinary mid-grade artifact, yet it could instantly kill a water-splitting rhino. As expected. 10 days later. On the surface of the Longza River ahead, smoke swirled, and faint fluctuations of spiritual energy could be felt. Soon, 3 pirate hunting flying boats appeared. All painted black, ideal for nighttime operations. Even the flags of the bandits were flying from the ships. Shen Xian was completely baffled. Just a few days ago, Xiaomuqing had told him that bandits were all penniless vagabonds. How could beggars afford 3 flying ships? The flying ships were stolen. Only the flying ships and magical artifacts are worth any spirit stones. Xiaomuqing explained. We were lucky. We encountered the most notorious and powerful group of bandits in the area. Black Wind Pirates. That was the name of this group of bandits. It is said there are over 20 of them, with at least 10 at the late Qi cultivation stage. Their leader, Black Wind, is a Qi cultivation master with a metal affinity and a sword cultivator. Zhao Chunxing asked in a low voice, sounding a bit uneasy, a sword cultivator at the peak of Qi cultivation, can the water cloud shield hold them off? It can hold them off. Shen Xian replied firmly. If it can't hold, I'll be there. The flying boat just keep moving forward. Returning is out of the question. More calamity cultivators might be chasing us from behind. Prey worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Enough to make these bandits fight to the death. Wen Daoyu, rest for a moment. I'll use the giant waves to propel us forward and speed past them. Alright. A dozen breaths later. On the Longza River. Water erupted in explosions. Giant waves roared and thundered. The flying boat suddenly accelerated, sending countless waves flying, like arrows leaving the string, charging toward the gap between the 3 hijacked flying boats ahead. How dare you! A furious shout rang out. Chapter 6 A Windfall from Heaven. Please continue reading. The leader of the bandits, Heifeng, flew on his sword toward the flying boat. Originally, he intended to negotiate and exchange some polite words. But unexpectedly, Shen Xian and the others charged straight toward him. Since that was the case, he saw no need to hold back. Attack! At the command from the 3 pirate repair ships, various magical artifacts, spells, and talismans unleashed their attacks, transforming into a dazzling array of colored lights that swept toward Shen Xian's ship like a sudden storm. The corner of the masked figure's mouth curled into a cold smile. He had just received a message from Chen Tuzu. A group of demon hunters had captured a complete water-repelling rhinoceros, worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Moreover, this group of demon hunters was of average strength. They were currently returning along the Dragon Zat River toward Qinglong Bay Market. This is a rare opportunity to ambush them. He had been collaborating with Chen Tuzu for years. Without hesitation, he immediately gathered his team and set up an ambush here. Sure enough, they successfully intercepted them. Windfall from heaven. He had never seen such a reckless demon hunter before. Facing 3 fully armed pirate ships. Instead of turning to flee, he charged straight toward them. How utterly foolish. However, the next scene left him wide-eyed. The waters of the Longza River roared and boiled, constantly gathering water-based spiritual energy to form shields that surrounded the flying ships. This was the common technique of water elemental cultivators, the water shield technique. However, others typically only form a single water shield. How could there be over 100 water shields? A water cloud shield suddenly materialized at the tip of the flying vessel, swelling in the wind to envelop the entire craft. The various attacks launched by over 20 Gipsao were all blocked by the water shields. A few attacks managed to reach the flying vessel, but they were easily dispersed by the massive water cloud shield. You bald-headed fool, dare to deceive me. Heifeng was a sword cultivator at the peak of the Qi condensation stage. At a glance, he could tell that there were high-tier water cultivation practitioners aboard the flying vessel. Moreover, their water techniques were extremely proficient, likely nearing mastery. With just the attacks from the hijackers, there was no way to stop the flying vessel. Now it seems we're in a bind. Heifeng's expression darkened. If Shen Xian and the others are allowed to escape easily, morale will collapse, and the team will be difficult to lead. At this point, he had no choice but to take action himself. Go! Golden sword beam suddenly flashed, shattering 7 or 8 water shields in succession, before crashing heavily into the water cloud shield. It was Black Wind's full-power flying sword technique. The golden sword beam flickered and vanished. A dark golden flying sword was forcefully embedded into the water cloud shield, continuously reducing the speed of the flying vessel. Shen Xian furrowed his brows slightly. The water spirit energy on the water cloud shield was slowly dissipating. After all, it's just a mid-grade magical artifact. Despite the enhancement of the water control technique, it was still blocked by the Black Wind flying sword. A sword cultivator at the peak of chi cultivation, their attack power is indeed formidable. That flying sword is at least a high-grade artifact. If we were to seize it and auction it off, it would fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. Shen Xian seemed to see a pile of shimmering spirit stones beckoning to him. These days, everyone is struggling. Who would turn down more spirit stones? Shen Xian's divine sense flickered. Water control, critical strike, iron bone, condense water into a blade technique. The waters of the Longza River seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, forming massive waves that swirled around Shen Xian. The water-splitting Ame dagger in his hand suddenly emitted a 3 zhang long, deep blue glow, and 4 emerald green ice dragons coalesced at the tip. Within a 30 zhang radius, water spirit energy continuously gathered onto the icy divine dragons, their aura growing increasingly powerful. Go! Shen Xian pointed at the Black Wind. The 4 emerald green ice dragons rushed forward in a frenzy. The ordinary condense water into blade technique could only solidify a single icy divine dragon. Shen Xian's water condensation into blade technique split the water, with the tips of the Ame spears continuously solidifying into ice dragons. Every few breaths, 4 more appeared. They continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the Longza River, endlessly and relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Within 100 zhang radius, everything was within the attack range of the ice dragons formed by the water condensation into blade technique. With multiple innate talents enhancing it, Shen Xian's water condensation into blade technique, though still at the mastery stage, possesses power far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators who have reached the peak of their cultivation. In just a dozen breaths, over a dozen ice dragon beasts emerged, clawing and darting through the air. Whoosh! On the Longza River, the rushing water surged and churned violently. The 3 flying boats blocking the path were filled with cultivators whose faces were as pale as paper. They summoned their magical artifacts and talismans to counter the icy divine dragons emanating a destructive aura. Boom! One after another, the icy blades of the divine dragons broke through the various magical artifacts and talismans, colliding violently with the pirate cultivators' flying boats. The 3 pirate ships' protective auras flickered for only a few breaths before fading away, leaving the ships riddled with gaps cut by the relentless icy dragon, shattering into pieces and crashing down with a thunderous crash. At the same time, 7 or 8 ice dragon of the frozen abyss all charged toward the Black Wind. Shen Xian still gave the Chi Cultivation Perfection Sword Cultivator some face. Heifeng's expression changed drastically. Only then did he realize he had made a fatal mistake. The water-based demon hunters on the flying boat were far stronger than he had imagined. So powerful that he couldn't even defend himself. He slapped his waist. A golden ring-shaped magical artifact appeared before him, spinning rapidly. However, this high-grade defensive artifact could only withstand 2 icy divine dragons before it could no longer hold on, its spiritual light growing dim. This bought Black Wind a couple of breaths of time. He roared angrily, his body transforming into a black smoke as he fled swiftly. He didn't even have time to retrieve his flying sword and golden ring. Shen Xian casually retrieved the flying sword and golden ring, gazing at Black Wind's receding figure with a sense of frustration. If he had been in water, he could have chased after him. But Heifeng knew he was a water-based cultivator, so he fled toward the sky. This also made Shen Xian hesitate. The farther he was from the water, the more his strength diminished. After some internal deliberation, Shen Xian ultimately abandoned the pursuit. Safety comes first. Without absolute certainty, there was no need to force a battle. The flying boat accelerated and sped away. Shen Fushi, don't pursue a desperate enemy. Let's return to the marketplace. Alright. Shen Xian immediately withdrew the water cloud shield and stood firm at the front of the flying boat. He had guaranteed that the flying boat would return safely. After a moment, he noticed that Xiaomuqing's mouth had been wide open the entire time and hadn't closed once. Xia Dao Yu. Xiaomuqing reached out, pressed her chin, and rubbed her stiff cheeks. Shenfu Shi, what is your cultivation level? 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Impossible. Xiaomuqing looked utterly disbelieving. I'm also at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, and I'm also a water technique cultivator. How come I feel like there's a bit of a gap between us? Shi Xiangdong nodded and said, it is a bit. It's huge. This was Wen Zijian's assessment. Shen Xian smiled faintly. The cultivation techniques and spells I practice are all secret teachings of our sect. Moreover, a few years ago, I suddenly awakened certain mysterious bloodline talents. Regarding Shen Xian's explanation, Xiaomuqing could only believe it. Everyone has their secrets. Shen Xian had no need to explain further. Master Shen, do you still take apprentices? Can I become your disciple? Will you teach me? Shen Xian looked apologetic. I'm sorry, but the martial arts techniques and spells are all subject to clan restrictions and cannot be passed down privately. Xiaomuqing tried to plead further. Diao Chunxing snapped, enough. If there is anything to discuss, we'll talk about it back in the marketplace. We're not out of danger yet. Chapter Sei Sup Gao, all eyes on them, please keep reading. Shortly after their flying boat departed, black wind slowly soared down from the sky. Fortunately, as the leader of the Gipsao, he had several spare magical artifacts. However, the two best ones, the flying sword and the golden ring, had already been taken by Shen Xian. All 3 Gipsao flying boats were shattered and damaged. Seeing his subordinates struggling to climb ashore from the Longza River, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. This business deal was a huge loss. You gave me false information, trying to use me as a pawn. Chen the Bald, I'm not done with you. Heifeng was certain that Shen Xian and the others were no easy targets. That water-based demon hunter could easily kill him on the surface of the Longza River. Where did this demon come from? Despite his low cultivation level, he has mastered water techniques and can unleash such powerful water attribute spells. 5 days later, the flying boat finally arrived safely at Qinglong Bay Market. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the market, they caught the attention of nearby cultivators. Damn. That beast bag is so heavy. Did you catch a big one this time? SHH. Keep your voice down. That is Shen Xian, the Shenfu master. He's Shen Xian, the one with deep connections in the Qingyan sect, and whom the Ding family couldn't even marry into. He's not that impressive. He's not as handsome as me. A slap landed on the back of the person's head. Don't talk nonsense. Are you looking for trouble? Do you know that Shen Xian isn't just a symbolist? He is also a demon hunter who has mastered water techniques. I heard that this time, they relied entirely on Shen Xian to hunt down complete water-repelling rhinoceros. Is that true? They're going to strike it rich this time. The Qinglong Bay marketplace was still quite safe. With the 2 foundation establishment-level cultivators from the Ding family stationed there, no one dared to cause trouble in the marketplace. Shen Xian and Zhao Chunxing exchanged greetings with the others, left the remaining matters to them, and returned home to rest. Along the way, constantly, cultivators bowed and saluted Shen Xian. Some were familiar faces, others were strangers. Shen Xian didn't stop his steps, politely returning each greeting. Upon returning home, Ding Yuyao rushed into his arms like a joyful little bird. After a month apart, both of them had missed each other dearly. Husband, you seem to have lost some weight. Go take a hot bath first. I'll prepare a delicious meal to help you regain your strength. Alright, thank you for your trouble, my dear. Shen Xian didn't indulge in sentimentality. On the way back, his nerves had been on edge, and he had just fought a fierce battle with the bandits. He truly needed to relax. While soaking in the hot bath, Shen Xian reviewed the entire hunting process. Cloud rain technique helped the water-repelling rhinoceros break through. I used invisibility technique and breath control technique. Even if they knew it was me, they wouldn't have any evidence. Instantly killing the water-repelling rhinoceros at the bottom of the Longza River. The choice of battlefield and timing were both decent. Demon hunters must demonstrate their strength to avoid unnecessary conflicts. On the surface of the Longza River, there was an endless supply of water spirit energy. Even a Qi cultivation realm cultivator, at the peak of their cultivation, would have had to flee in disarray. Unfortunately, we missed the opportunity for a decisive strike, allowing the Gipso leader to escape, leaving a potential threat behind. Still lacking experience. After reviewing the battle, Shen Xian gave himself a score of 7 out of 10. Good. Still a bit short of excellence. Wife, bring me some hot water. Ding Yuyao carried a bucket of hot water and poured it into the bathtub. But unexpectedly, Shen Xian suddenly stood up and pushed her against the edge of the bathtub. Husband. In the bathhouse, thick steam filled the air, carrying a peculiar scent that made one's blood boil. At that moment, Shen Xian was fully engrossed in his conquest. He was unaware that his actions had already caused a stir in the vicinity of Qinglong Bay. In the tavern of the marketplace, a group of demon hunters were discussing Shen Xian. The symbolist Shen Xian has mastered water techniques. That old turtle symbolist who's over 60 and still at the initial stage of Qi cultivation? Exactly. You don't know, but they say this guy entered the demon hunter profession and made a name for himself overnight. How did he make such a name for himself? He defeated the water-splitting rhinoceros in an instant. Wow. That's truly making a name for oneself. No way, maybe he's exaggerating. Looks up your old symbolist at the initial stage of Qi cultivation, how strong could he be? Some people shook their heads in disbelief. You don't know anything. I just heard the news. The Black Wind Bandit, leading his followers, intercepted them on the Longza River. Guess what happened? Hurry up, don't keep us in suspense. All 3 of the Black Wind's flying boats were destroyed. Black Wind didn't even manage to retrieve his flying swords, he fled in disarray. No way, Black Wind is a Qi cultivation master. However, more and more people confirmed the news. Some witnessed Black Wind being beaten by Shen Xian and fleeing into the sky. Mastery of water techniques. In just a few breaths, he shattered 3 pirate ships. His companions hadn't even moved yet, and over 20 pirate cultivators were already defeated. Black Wind was smart to run away quickly. If he had gone to retrieve the flying swords, he wouldn't have survived. After the commotion subsided, in the Qinglong market, some of the Foundation establishment-level factions watching Shen Xian fell into silence. They had assumed Shen Xian was merely relying on his connection to Qin Yuehan of the Qingyun Sect, and that the Ding family was looking out for him. But they never expected his strength to be this formidable. The Ding family values Shen Xian not merely because of Qingyun Sect's Qin Yuehan. Even a Qi cultivation realm sword cultivator couldn't match him. This person must be hiding his true strength and skilled in concealing his aura. The Ding family's council hall. The Ding family patriarch, the Ding family head, and Ding Yijin sat side by side. Below them, Ding the manager kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Earlier, he had been recalling Shen Xian's circumstances. He began with Shen Xian's life at 17, when he worked the fields, and continued to his 18th year, when he began crafting talismans. He spoke for over an hour. That was it. The 3 main decision makers of the Ding family were still unsatisfied. Ding Qingtao, you've known Shen Xian for 50 years. Haven't you noticed anything unusual about him? Ding Yijin asked with some dissatisfaction. He had seriously misjudged Shen Xian. Abnormal? Does intense cultivation count? And he has a talent for creating talismans. Ding the shopkeeper stammered. There was one more thing he dared not mention. He was cautious and prudent. Timid and afraid of trouble, unwilling to cause trouble. Go away. Ding Jiazhu waved his hand, signaling Ding Zhonggui to step back. It's not Qingtao's fault. I've also kept an eye on Shen Xian. My old eyes have failed me, I misjudged him. Ding Jiazhu sighed. Thinking about it, if he were truly mediocre, how could Qingyun Sect's Qin Yuehan and Lu Zhengying favor him so much and exchange letters with him? Why not choose a female cultivator from the Ding family and give it another try? Ding Yijin asked. The elderly patriarch of the Ding family, who had been closing his eyes to rest, slowly opened them. There's no need. If he truly had any intentions, he would have made them clear by now. Relying on external forces is not the way to go. The revival of the Ding family ultimately depends on our own people. The head of the Ding family and Ding Yijin nodded in agreement. The same scenario unfolded in the Zhao family of Purple Maple Mountain, the He family of Crouching Tiger Ridge, and the Tao family of 10,000 Bamboo Forest, among other cultivating families. The discussions in the marketplace were exactly what Shen Xian had anticipated. Displaying one's strength was precisely his intention. Appropriately showcasing one's strength can avoid many troubles. Having read extensively in his previous life, he had long understood this principle deeply. When you are weak, others will only think of bullying you. Once you demonstrate sufficient strength, others will not dare to provoke you lightly. The survival of the fittest is the most basic law of nature. That's why, when facing a crisis, he chose to display his abilities in public to establish his authority. Different stages require different strategies. After fully releasing his tension, Shen Xian stepped out of the bathhouse with a satisfied expression. Ding Yuyao was already limp in the bathtub, soaking in the hot water, too exhausted to stand up. My wife, rest well. I'll go practice. Entering the training room, Shen Xian began to absorb the bloodline talents of the water-splitting rhinoceros. The blood basin on the stone table contained only about 10 pounds of the water-splitting rhinoceros's fresh blood. This was the maximum amount of demon beast blood that the mysterious jade talisman could refine at once. As one's cultivation reaches higher realms, the amount of demon beast blood that can be refined will gradually increase. But for now, this is all we can do. Shen Xian guided his divine consciousness, activating the mysterious jade talisman. After the golden light faded, abilities that can be plundered, water division, armor transformation, water arrow. Shen Xian chose the water division talent without hesitation. Talent, water division 28 Taoist essence, 88. Chapter 50. Fencing channels. Please continue reading. Shen Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had begun to discern the factors influencing the numerical changes of the mysterious jade talismans. The higher the Tao essence, the better the quality of the innate talent for plundering. After plundering the blood of a demon beast once, with roughly the same amount used, the Tao essence of the water-splitting rhinoceros was higher than that of the iron-armored crocodile before. The golden light of the mysterious jade talismans has a cooling period of several days, which should gradually shorten in the future. Shen Xian estimated. The cooldown period for the mysterious jade talisman is roughly 7 or 8 days. He took out the rhinoceros horn. This is the most crucial part of the water divining rhinoceros. Insight technique. Shen Xian focused his mind and stared intently at the rhinoceros horn. His thoughts gradually grew fuzzy. Within the white rhino horn, a faint divine light flickered. Shen Xian gently touched it and infused it with spiritual energy. A faint, mystical divine light erupted from the rhino horn, shaking his very core, as if it were evolving into some form of transformative principle. Shen Xian silently pondered its meaning. It seemed to have increased his affinity with water spiritual energy. He gained a faint understanding of the water-splitting technique. Looking back at the mysterious jade talisman. Talent, water division 29 gained 1 point of experience. Shen Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, this rhinoceros horn is the essence of the water-diverting rhinoceros. After 2 hours of cultivation, a piece of spirit stone in the spirit-gathering array turned into stone debris, and Shen Xian finally stepped out of the training room. Zhao Chunxing had already returned, his face betraying his unhidden pride. Shen Fusher, take a look. Is this distribution acceptable? The invoice was simple. The cowhide, cow bones, and beef were sold separately, totaling 108 spirit stones for this water-repelling rhinoceros. This did not include the rhinoceros horn and rhinoceros blood. Shen Xian's share, after deducting the rhino horns and rhino blood, plus several dozen high-quality talismans, amounts to 17 spirit stones. I seem to be getting a bit too much. Do Wen Daoyu and Shi Daoyu have any objections? Shen Xian asked. What objections? I'm the team leader, I make the decisions. Seeing Shen Xian's piercing gaze fixed on him, Zhao Chunxing softened his tone and said, they've all seen it and have no objections. This hall has set a new record for our hunting expeditions. Shen Xian nodded. No objections is good. On the bill, Wen Zijian added the cost of the flying boat, and divided 2,100 spirit stones. Even the Iron Brothers, who didn't go, each received 100 sub-spirit stones. What about the Iron Brothers? Isn't that a bit too little? Zhao Chunxing shook his head helplessly. That's the rule for demon hunters. Those not in the team aren't eligible for the spoils. I've been generous enough. They were sworn long-term partners, having made a fortune. They shared a portion with the Iron Brothers. Shenxian said no more. On this hunting expedition, he had put in the most effort. The rewards were also the greatest. Besides spirit stones, rhinoceros horns, and rhinoceros blood, he also seized 2 high-grade magical artifacts from the leader of the bandits, Heifeng. A golden ring and a flying sword. Based on his experience at auctions, each item was worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, as second-hand loot, they wouldn't fetch that price. Zhao Daoyu, I'd like to trade these 2 high-grade metal magical artifacts for 2 high-grade water-attributed magical artifacts. Is that possible? Zhao Chunxing looked envious. Shenfu sure, these are the artifacts of the leader of the Gipsao, Heifeng. If you want to maximize their value, it's best to sell them to Black Wind. Shenxian was speechless. Zhao Chunxing was indeed cut out for business. Do you have connections to sell it to him? No. Zhao Chunxing thought for a moment. But I know who does. But Black Wind hates you with a vengeance. If he gets his hands on these 2 magical artifacts, Zhao Chunxing said with some concern. It doesn't matter. Shenxian shrugged it off. In the face of spirit stones, a mere Black Wind cultivator was nothing. As long as there's a water source nearby, even if Heifeng retrieves the flying sword and golden ring, he still wouldn't be a match for him. Next time we encounter him, I'll just take those 2 magical artifacts back. If the price is right, Shenxian doesn't mind selling them a few more times. Zhao Chunxing's mind was in a daze. In the end, he decided not to think about it anymore. Shenfu sure, think it over for 2 more days. Once you've made up your mind, I'll take you to sell them. 3 days later, Zhao Chunxing brought Shenxian to a forge shop. The sign above the shop read, by Lian Feng, in large characters. Father, Uncle Shen, what brings you here? A sturdy young man in his late teens named Zhao Era greeted them. Is Master Gu here? He's here. I'll go tell him. Zhao Era rushed toward the back courtyard of the forge shop. Soon, he came running back out. The master is free right now. I'll take you to see him. In the back courtyard of the forge shop, Shenxian met the ancient master. He was tall and muscular, with bulging muscles, and his cultivation level was likely at the peak of the qi refining realm. Shenxian took out the high-grade magical artifact flying sword and golden ring. Golden rainbow sword. Golden ring. The ancient master recognized them at a glance. This must be Shenxian, the master of symbols. Shenxian greets Master Gu. Zhao Chunxing chuckled, Master Gu, Shenfu is my sworn brother. He wishes to present these 2 high-grade magical artifacts. The ancient master nodded. I wonder how much Master Shen is asking for them. Shenxian smiled and said, I would like to exchange them for 2 high-grade water-attributed magical artifacts. Upon hearing it was an exchange, the ancient master smiled. Shenfu, all the magical artifacts here are brand new. Your 2 are both used items. I'll make up the difference. Shenxian said decisively. At the Ding family auction, high-grade water-attributed magical artifacts were rarely seen. Compared to the 100 refined forge, the prices here are only higher. Master Gu, don't worry. My brother is a straightforward man. If you have any good items, bring them out quickly. Zhao Chunxing chimed in from the side. Get out of here. I'll discuss this with Shenfu sure alone. The ancient master wasn't as polite to Zhao Chunxing. Follow me. Shenxian followed the ancient master to the outer room of a collection chamber. The old master performed a series of hand gestures, activating multiple array formations and restrictions. Upon exiting, he held 7 silk-lined boxes in his hands. These are the last 7 high-grade water attribute magical artifacts remaining. Shenfu sure, you may select them here. Shenxian opened the first silk-lined box. The artifact inside spontaneously drew in the sparse spiritual energy in the room, emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. These high-grade magical artifacts are all rare treasures that can't be purchased at the Ding family auction. Each one was meticulously crafted over several years. You've come to the right person. Seeing the magical artifacts in the silk-lined box, the old master's face brimmed with pride as he began to introduce each one to Shenxian. This artifact is called the Azure Dragon Umbrella, made from. This is the heavy water seal. Time passed slowly. After examining the 7 magical artifacts for a full hour, Shenxian finally made his choice. Finally, he selected 2 high-quality magical artifacts. One was the sea-subduing bell. The ancient master had said that this bell possessed extraordinary defensive power. The bell body was forged from premium-grade 10,000-year-old yuan copper, making it exceptionally sturdy and capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a cultivator at the initial stage of the foundation establishment realm. Additionally, it contains a bell clapper. When activated by spiritual energy, it strikes the bell's surface, generating shockwaves and launching sonic attacks. The range and power of the sonic attack depend on the user's spiritual energy. The other item is the heavy water seal. Crafted from spirit sea gold sand infused with water affinity spiritual energy, it weighs 1,000 pounds. When a cultivator infuses it with spiritual energy, it continuously absorbs nearby spiritual water, increasing its weight and transforming into a massive seal. This follows the path of proving one's cultivation through raw power. Shenxian was highly satisfied with these 2 high-grade magical artifacts. The power of a magical artifact is closely tied to the cultivator's spiritual energy. They have a very high upper limit. They are far superior to his original water cloud shield and water-splitting Ame dagger. Shenxian thought to himself, with his current spiritual energy and divine perception, he should be able to control a high-grade magical artifact. If there were a water source nearby, controlling 2 high-grade magical artifacts would be no problem. Chapter Subject, Heavy Water Subdues the Sea. Please continue reading. These 2 will do. Master Gu, how many spirit stones? The sea-taming bell costs 1,200 spirit stones. The heavy water seal costs 1,000 spirit stones. Master Gu pondered for a moment and said, the golden rainbow sword and the golden ring, together are worth 1,300 spirit stones. Please compensate me with an additional 900 spirit stones. Based on their actual value, the golden rainbow sword and the golden ring are no less valuable than the sea-binding bell and the heavy water seal. However, water-attributed artifacts are of the highest grade, and the Qinglong Bay market is the only place in the region that sells them, with no branches elsewhere. The golden rainbow sword and the Vajra ring are also second-hand stolen goods. He was well aware of this. After the ancient master took the golden rainbow sword and the golden ring, he would definitely resell them to the Black Wind bandits to maximize his profits. Alright. Shenxian did not haggle. He also had a personal interest in befriending the ancient master. After paying the difference in spirit stones, the ancient master's attitude became noticeably more enthusiastic. If you have any magical artifacts that are difficult to sell, feel free to come to me. Then I'll thank the ancient master in advance. In the training room. After the mysterious jade talisman emitted a flash of golden light. Talent, water manipulation proficient Subyi Yetba. Taoist essence, Subyi. The fresh blood of the water divider Rhino has been completely depleted. Combined with the insights gained from the rhinoceros horn, the water-splitting talent has directly advanced to the proficient stage. The Tao essence also retained over 500 points. Keep it for now. The self-healing talent at the mastery stage is sufficient for now. In the future, if there are better talents, you can quickly allocate points to enhance them. Spiritual root, water yi sabbat yetba. Why did the spiritual root quality only increase by some points? According to Shenxian's understanding, the bloodline talent of the water-splitting rhino should definitely surpass that of the iron-plated crocodile. Could it be that the higher the spiritual root potential, the harder it is to improve? This made Shenxian feel a bit uneasy. Then, Shenxian examined his dantian. The high-grade magical artifact had already developed a sentient nature, and could be freely shrunk and nurtured within his dantian. The Zhenhai bell and the Chongshui seal were enveloped and nurtured by Shenxian's pure water spiritual energy. Breath control technique. Invisibility technique. Shenxian's body completely vanished. An hour later, at the bottom of the Longza River, a figure in green robes appeared. It was Shenxian, who had emerged from the hidden river of the spirit pool. He first tested the water-splitting technique. With a slight movement of his divine consciousness, he could directly dispel the external water spiritual energy. This was entirely different from the water control technique. Water control technique involves manipulating and harnessing water spiritual energy for one's own use. Water splitting technique is about blocking and excluding, preventing water spiritual energy from being controlled. This is a technique of suppression. At its highest level, it can prevent water-based techniques from forming in the surrounding area. In other words, water spiritual energy can be repelled by me, and water-based techniques cannot harm me. That night, Shenxian was on the Longza River, repeatedly testing his abilities. Like the water control technique, the water repulsion technique also has a range limitation. Once the distance becomes too great, the effect is significantly reduced. Therefore, even if I encounter a water spell practitioner in the river, I now have the ability to protect myself. Shenxian speculated that he could easily dismantle the spell attacks of water-based cultivators. Excellent. I'll use the water splitting technique against water-based cultivators, and the water controlling technique against others. As long as there's a water source nearby, my strength will far surpass that of my peers. Shenxian took out the water diverting rhino horn. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he cast the water diverting technique again, expanding its effective range from 1 zhang to 2 zhang. Therefore, if there's time, we should go find the ancient master, and have the water-diverting rhinoceros horn forged into a high-grade magical artifact. The water-diverting rhino horn was merely an auxiliary magical artifact, highly compatible with Shenxian's own spiritual energy, requiring only a small amount of spiritual energy to control. Then, Shenxian summoned the Zhenhai Bell and the Chongshui seal. Shenxian channeled his spiritual energy into the Zhenhai Bell, causing it to swell rapidly in the wind. Finally, when it reached a height of over 10 feet, the diameter of the bell's mouth had grown to half a zhang. A jade-green spiritual light surged, and countless water spiritual energies continuously gathered within the bell's body. Shenxian guided his divine consciousness, and gently shook the internal bell tongue. Ding! Ding! A series of ancient bell sounds echoed, transforming into waves of energy that reverberated outward. Waves rolled and surged, sweeping away like a tsunami. A group sonic attack that can target divine souls, but the attack power is still lacking. Shenxian closely observed the airwave attacks unleashed by the Zhenhai Bell. On the surface of the Longza River, a swarm of spirit fish and demon shrimp soon appeared. All of them had been stunned unconscious by the Zhenhai Bell. Shenxian had chosen the Zhenhai Bell for its defensive capabilities. The Fenshuame dagger was sheathed in his hand, with 4 icy divine dragons condensing at its tip. Go! The 4 icy divine dragons charged toward the Zhenhai Bell with claws outstretched. Clang! The divine light on the Zhenhai Bell dimmed slightly, before quickly returning to its original state. Looking at the 4 icy divine dragons formed by the condense water into blade technique, they all shattered into water droplets in the massive collision. What defensive power! Shenxian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He continuously increased the intensity of the condense water into blades technique. With the water control technique, critical strike technique, and iron bone technique all activated. When unleashed with full force, the solidified ice dragons were able to push the Zhenhai Bell back 3 zhang. However, the Zhenhai Bell floated on the river's surface, unscathed, continuously absorbing water essence from the river to restore its spiritual glow. My full power strike on the river's surface is on par with the initial stage of foundation establishment. Master Gu wasn't exaggerating, he can indeed withstand a full power strike from the early foundation establishment stage. The prerequisite is that the opponent's magical artifact isn't too powerful. At the foundation establishment realm, one uses upgraded versions of magical artifacts, known as magical treasures. After putting away the Zhenhai Bell, Shenxian began testing the heavy water seal. After infusing it with spiritual energy, it swelled in the wind until it reached the size of a millstone. Its entire body was pitch black, with the surface resembling the vast, surging waves of the ocean. The sound of rushing water echoed endlessly. Countless strands of water essence energy flowed endlessly from the depths of the Longza River toward the heavy water mark. Shenxian sensed the changes in the heavy water mark, and gently guided it with his divine consciousness. The first sensation was immense heaviness, like a massive mountain. Even with the enhancement of the iron bone technique, he still found it somewhat taxing. Starting at 1,000 pounds. But once infused with spiritual energy, it can absorb surrounding water spirits and reach 10,000 pounds. As heavy as a mountain, capable of overturning rivers and seas, the immense force was sufficient to crush any living being into dust. Like a legendary black hole, it absorbs the water essence from the heavens and earth, condensing it into heavy water, its aura extraordinary. Shenxian found it quite challenging to control. This is still on the river. If we were on land far from a water source, I doubt I could even control it. It seems I must dedicate myself to cultivation, and strive to break through to the late Qi cultivation stage within a year. After putting away the heavy water seal, Shenxian fell into deep thought. Now, he could be considered quite wealthy. His storage pouch contained a staggering 1,000 baht spirit stones, more than enough to indulge himself for a while. The rumors about him in the marketplace were growing increasingly outlandish. This made Shenxian grow increasingly vigilant. Tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. I've been too flashy lately. This is a good opportunity to take a break. However, before I retreat to meditate, there's one more thing I must do. A few days later. Ding Family Auction House. The host smiled and announced loudly, as usual, let's start with a warm-up. 1 youth-preserving pill. Starting bid, 30 spirit stones. Each bid must increase by 1 spirit stone. Please place your bids. The youth-preserving pill wasn't particularly rare or valuable. It is a first-grade mid-tier pill that can slow down the aging of one's appearance. In fact, most cultivation techniques have similar side effects. Some techniques are even far superior to the youth-preserving pill. Take Shenxian, for example. Practicing the divine treasure of the vast sea technique inherently possesses effects of nourishing yin, preserving health, and delaying the decline of bodily functions. Combined with the longevity talent he had obtained, there were subtle signs of reverse aging. The older he gets, the more vibrant and charming he becomes. However, for low-tier cultivators, especially for female cultivators, the youth-preserving pill is an extremely rare luxury item. Their prices in the market remain sky-high. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone bid. $30. 35. 40. Soon, the price rose to 50 spirit stones. At 50 spirit stones, the number of bidders began to dwindle. Bids were now being raised in increments of 1 stone. Shenxian participated in over a dozen auctions. The youth-preserving pill appeared over a dozen times. The final price settled around 60 spirit stones. Seeing that fewer bidders were left, Shenxian raised his bid. 62. Chapter Yi, Late Qi Cultivation Stage to be released tomorrow. At the auction, most of the attendees were late Qi cultivation stage cultivators. Those bidding on the youth-preserving pills were not purchasing them for personal use. After Shenxian made his bid, there was a moment of silence. Then, only 2 people followed suit and raised the bid. When Shenxian called out 65, no one else bid. For the remainder of the time, Shenxian watched the proceedings with ease. After the auction ended, Shenxian returned home. He had a huge surprise in store for his wife. Husband, can't you wait to tell me later? I'm in the middle of practicing. Is practicing more important, or is your husband more important? Ding Yuyao's ears turned red. You're more important. But it's still early, we have plenty of time tonight. Shenxian chuckled inwardly. What are you thinking about, my wife? I bought you a gift to show you. If you don't like it, I'll just return it. Shenxian moved his mind slightly, and a delicate porcelain bottle flew to the table. Open it and take a look. Ding Yuyao opened the porcelain bottle with curiosity. Inside was a single spiritual pill. The fragrance was overwhelming, and it emitted a 5-colored spiritual glow. Husband, what kind of spiritual pill is this? Ding Yuyao wasn't stupid. She had simply never seen such a pill before. Judging by the exquisite porcelain bottle alone, she knew the pill must be of great value. Can't you read? The name of the elixir is written on the bottom of the porcelain bottle. Ding Yuyao picked up the porcelain bottle and flipped it over to look. Her eyes widened instantly. Youth-preserving pill. Husband, is this the youth-preserving pill? Ding Yuyao couldn't believe it. This was the youth-preserving pill. It was the pill that many young female cultivators of the Ding family had longed for. And she was just an ordinary mortal. What qualifications does she have to deserve such a miraculous pill? Ding Yuyao was already 26 years old. She has been married to Shenxian for 10 whole years. When she married, she was still a young maiden. Now, though she resides in a second-class mansion, it is abundant in spiritual energy. Additionally, her cultivation of the Jade Maiden's True Classic has yielded results, granting her the benefits of longevity and health preservation. However, her anxiety about her appearance has never diminished. Her husband, Shen Xian, seems to have been completely transformed. It was as if he had suddenly awakened some latent talent. His cultivation has reached new heights, and his spiritual realm continues to rise. His reputation grew ever larger. The household expenses have also been steadily increasing. What's even more peculiar is that, despite being 70 years old, my husband seems to be growing more vibrant with each passing day. When masters face off, victory often hinges on a single thought. Yet in recent years, during their friendly matches, her husband has consistently emerged victorious. He would only stop and rest after she begged for mercy and admitted defeat. The cultivators of the Ding family treat her with such kindness. Although my husband has all sorts of unusual ideas, and has made her do many things she cannot even speak of. But he has always remained pure and upright. He has never been involved with anyone else. He has never used the VIP Jade token from Tianxiang Pavilion. Even Jiang Sueki asked her in private what kind of spell she had secretly cast on Shen Xian. Otherwise, given Shen Xian's status and power, how could he be so deeply infatuated with her? Having multiple wives and concubines is merely ordinary for a successful man. Let alone the cultivation world. Even in the mundane world, it would be hard to find someone like Shen Xian. Ding Yuyao stared blankly at the youth-preserving pill, warm tears slowly falling. She had heard of this spiritual pill. Once taken, it had an age-defying effect. Though aging would still occur, the process would be significantly slowed. Each pill costs as much as 50 or 60 spirit stones. Now, she still looked young and beautiful. Her husband still has a strong desire to explore her body. If another decade passes and her appearance fades, her skin loses its luster, and she resembles an old woman, will her husband still treat her this way? Now, her anxiety has finally been released. Husband, you're so kind. Ding Yuyao threw herself into Shen Xian's arms and murmured, the youth-preserving pill is such a precious spiritual pill. How could I, a mere mortal, deserve it? Shen Xian found it amusing. Just say whether you want it or not. If you don't want it, I'll return it. That's 65 spirit stones. Ah, of course I want it. It's a gift from my husband. Ding Yuyao kissed Shen Xian, losing herself in the moment. Husband, let's go take a bath. I'll serve you well tonight. Shen Xian whispered a few words in her ear. Let us try. Ding Yuyao's face turned bright red. She nodded gently. A year later. In the training room. Shen Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, palms facing upward, circulating the divine treasure of the vast sea technique. On the mysterious jade talisman. Technique, divine treasure of the vast sea technique mastery 399 Realm, Qi cultivation 6th layer, 99 The breakthrough was imminent. In his dantian, emerald green water qi gradually condensed, flowing in threads through his 5 viscera and 6 organs, forming a miniature universe teeming with vitality. Under the nourishment of the water-like spiritual energy, Shen Xian's internal organs and meridians grew increasingly robust. With the assistance of the spirit gathering array, the dense spiritual energy in the training room, resembling mist and smoke, permeates his body with each breath. The time has come. Shen Xian focused his mind, crushed the 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands, and a pure stream of water attributed spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, spreading through his meridians and throughout his entire body. Boom! It sounded like thunder. Shen Xian's body trembled violently. In an instant, his body felt as though certain stagnant joints had been unblocked. Breaking free from constraints, he ascended to a new realm. An immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, instantly filling every inch of his body. The water-like spiritual energy that had been swirling around him like mist and smoke was suddenly drawn toward him with tremendous force, rushing madly into his body. The light of the spirit gathering array trembled slightly, also drawn toward Shen Xian. The spiritual energy flowed rapidly, stirring up a whirlwind in the training room that swept toward Shen Xian. Shen Xian took a deep breath. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in the training room surged toward him like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, and he swallowed it all into his abdomen. Within his dantian, the color of the water spirit energy suddenly deepened, faintly taking on a liquid-like substance. His spiritual awareness, spiritual energy, physical body, and even his sensory abilities were all greatly enhanced. 7th layer of Qi cultivation. I've entered the late stage of Qi cultivation. As he circulated the spiritual energy within his body, Shen Xian couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. During the Qi cultivation period, each minor stage increases spiritual energy by 1 to 2%. Each minor realm increases spiritual energy by 30% to 50%. From the 6th to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, Shen Xian's spiritual power had increased by over 50%. He had reached the upper limit of a Qi cultivation realm cultivator. Without exaggeration, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. His spiritual perception and spiritual energy were on par with those of a Qi cultivation realm master at the peak of their cultivation. If he were in an area with a water source, he could easily defeat a Qi cultivation perfection cultivator. That's no easy feat. 71 years old. Shen Xian has finally entered the late stage of Qi cultivation, breaking free from the ranks of low-level cultivators. Lifespan, 71-138. Indeed, extending one's lifespan is no easy feat. Even with the life extension talent at the mastery stage, breaking through a minor realm only added 3 years to his lifespan. Spiritual root, water 28. This year, he did not plunder any demon beast talents, and his water spiritual root remained at 28 points. During this time, he tried some first-tier lower-grade water attribute demon beast blood, but it had no effect. Shen Xian sighed softly, deeply feeling the hardships of cultivation. In a second-class mansion, it's equivalent to a first-tier upper-grade cultivation site. Even with a spirit-gathering array to enhance it, it still takes 3 years. In the future, breaking through will only be harder. In theory, those with middle-grade spiritual roots have a chance to achieve Qi cultivation perfection and establish a Dao foundation. However, those who successfully establish a Dao foundation are mostly those with high-grade spiritual roots. Moreover, the Dao foundation also has quality classifications. A lower-grade Dao foundation limits one's path and stops at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. A middle-grade Dao foundation can break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Only high-grade and top-grade Dao foundations have a chance of forming a Dan. Of course, there are also a very small number of cultivators who defy heaven and alter their fate. They condense an inner Dan using a Dao foundation of inferior quality. The Dao has 50 aspects, and the heavens manifest 49. The one that escapes is the variable, a rare and unforeseeable occurrence. Such special exceptions are not something Shen Xian dwells on. Build the foundation before the age of 90. The goal remains unchanged. Shen Xian stabilized the spiritual energy within his body, his Dao heart remaining unwavering. In the late Qi cultivation stage, various innate talents can continue to be enhanced. Additionally, I need to obtain more demon beast bloodline talents to enhance my water spirit root potential. Therefore, what I must do is leave Qinglong Bay and find a suitable location near the East Sea. The vast number of demon beasts in the East Sea can provide me with more water-attributed demon beast talents. The water-attributed demon beasts in the Longza River are still too few. The Eastern Sea Islands are more suitable for Shen Xian's cultivation. Moreover, the marketplace in Qinglong Bay harbors a major Yanwan. The patriarch of the Ding family is nearing the end of his lifespan. Chapter 13, Preface to the release. Thank you to all new and returning readers. The book will be released tomorrow at midnight. After release, there will be a Samsupday period with 1,000 words per day. Please consider subscribing, voting, and adding to your favorites. Updates will be posted at midnight. This is a commoner-style story, starting with 1,000,000 words. Thank you. Chapter 13, Turmoil in the Marketplace 1,000 word update. Please subscribe. The intelligence purchased at great expense from the Tianxiang Pavilion years ago revealed that the patriarch of the Ding family had only 3 or 4 years of lifespan remaining. However, matters of lifespan cannot be entirely predicted with certainty. It was merely a prediction. Shen Xian couldn't wait for the Ding family patriarch to pass away before proceeding with the relocation plans. If the Ding family patriarch were to pass away prematurely, the Qinglongwan market would inevitably face turmoil. With Ding Yijin's current strength, he cannot hold down the Qinglong Bay region. The purple essence copper mine within the Luoying Mountains, which belongs to Qinglong Bay, is growing larger and larger. This has indeed allowed the Ding family to make a quick fortune over the years. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The greater the interests at stake, the more unpredictable the changes become. The Qingyun sect is still manageable, it is powerful, and has always been arrogant, looking down on these low-grade spiritual lands. However, the nearby smaller sects are not all as accommodating as the Qingyun sect. Especially one called the Crimson Rainbow sect, which has always been domineering in its ways, constantly expanding into surrounding areas, and has already. Chapter Massacre begins. Get man updates, please follow and subscribe. Calm down, let me think. The situation is clear. The Ding family discovered a valuable mine. Upon hearing the news, Master Du Dan and the ancient artifact master immediately fled with their trusted disciples. The Ding family probably won't let the wandering cultivators from the marketplace leave easily. If he were the head of the Ding family, he would certainly organize the wandering cultivators in the marketplace to defend the Tian Men copper mine. They would fight a fierce battle, inflict losses, and then negotiate with the other side. As for the lives of the wandering cultivators in the marketplace, they are insignificant compared to the Ding family's legacy. What about the flying boats? Are there any? None. 2,000 spirit stones per vessel, I can't afford that. Didn't Wen Daoyu buy one? He's rich. Is there any way to get a flying boat, even a used one? Lady Ding Yuyao and Zhao Chunxing's wife and children are of low cultivation. The best option is to board a flying vessel, with Zhao Chunxing at the helm. Chapter Escaping the Path. Get man updates, please follow. Sure enough, the entire marketplace erupted into chaos, with the sound of voices and commotion filling the air. Screams echoed throughout the marketplace. Wife. Shen Xian felt a pang of anxiety. He opened the window and looked out at the sky above the marketplace. The protective spirit shield had already been activated over the marketplace. In the night sky, countless spiritual lights, emitting various brilliant colors, flew toward the town. They collided with the protective spirit shield, producing thunderous sounds. It's the spiritual energy cannons of the spaceships. At least 7 of them. The Qinglong Bay market cannot hold out. Soon, Shen Xian made his judgment. Looking inside the marketplace, flames shot into the sky. Many cultivators were taking advantage of the chaos to loot. Summon the flying vessel and return. Zhao Chunxing quickly summoned the flying boat he had just refined. As soon as Shen Xian boarded, it shot into the sky. The entire journey was filled with flames. There were accomplices setting fires. Chapter Thunderous Wrath. Get man updates, please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian's expression suddenly changed. It's someone from the Ding family. About 10 or so Ding family cultivators were fighting while retreating. The pursuing troops behind them numbered at least 20, dressed in various attire, and wielding a variety of magical artifacts. Thankfully, the pursuers aren't disciples from the sect. Let's stop here and assess the situation. As he spoke, Shen Xian's figure flickered, and he leaped off the flying boat, holding the water-splitting Ame dagger, standing firm in front of the flying boat. Father, can Uncle Shen hold them off? You're telling me. Zhao Chunxing, having regained his senses, still had a sharp wit about him. Shen Fushi is a cautious man, he never does anything without being certain. Those men, even combined, aren't a match for Shen Fushi. Zhao Dahe was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. There were over 20 cultivators. They were currently chasing after a dozen or so Ding family cultivators, beating them mercilessly. Ding Yishuan was covered in blood. Chapter The Ultimate Flying Sword. Get man updates, please subscribe. Master Shen Fu, spare my life. The cultivator was still begging for mercy. Before he could finish speaking, his head flew into the air. It was Shen Xian, who had already darted forward at lightning speed. His hands wielded the water-splitting Ame daggers, leaving only a faint afterimage. The remaining 4 turned and fled. But where could they escape? 4 icy divine dragons shot out, piercing through the back of their heads. He had chosen to attack these 5 late Qi cultivation stage cultivators up close precisely to avoid destroying their magical artifacts and storage bags. From the moment Shen Xian went into hiding and descended the mountain, to the moment all 20+ cultivators were killed, only a dozen breaths had passed. The wilderness was shrouded in deathly silence. Ding Yishuan stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the most bizarre sight in the world. Shen Xian, oblivious to his surroundings, began to search the bodies one by one. The magical artifacts and storage bags were filled to the brim. These people had looted quite a bit in the chaos. Now it was all his. Chapter Gao, Fierce Battle to Build a Foundation. Yetman updates, please follow. Shen Xian sighed silently. He knew the Crimson Rainbow Sect wouldn't let them off easily. Please forgive my rudeness. I have urgent matters to attend to. I will return to Qinglong Bay in the future to seek your guidance. Bai Xinghe flew into a rage upon hearing this. How dare you, you insolent junior! You are merely a qi cultivation cultivator, no more than an ant. How dare you defy the edicts of the Crimson Rainbow Sect? Shen Xian, do you want to die? Shen Xian shook his head slightly. As a qi cultivation hermit, poverty cannot change one's resolve, and only force can bend one's will. Living at the bottom of society, paying taxes and performing corvée labor, they toil day and night to become beasts of burden. They are the common expendable resources of the cultivating factions in their respective regions. Farming, mining, fish farming, land reclamation, all these tasks require their labor. Those like Shen Xian, who possess a special skill, are even more so the long-term targets of exploitation by the cultivation factions. How could we allow him to leave at will? Please spare him for the sake of Qin Yuehan and Lu Jingying. Chapter looks up, Masters Clash. Yetman updates, please subscribe. Bai Xinghe continued to grip the sword seal. The crimson flame sword emitted scorching crimson flames, transforming into streaks of crimson spiritual light that continuously attacked Shen Xian. The scorching flames illuminated the surrounding sky, turning it a brilliant crimson. Even the cultivators of the Crimson Rainbow Sect standing on the spaceship felt a faint sense of being melted by the terrifying power of the flames. However, Shen Xian remained motionless, half submerged in the Longza River. The emerald water sword was repeatedly struck away by the crimson flame sword, yet it always managed to spiral back. Bai Xinghe's eyes were icy cold. His spiritual energy far surpassed Shen Xian's. Yet he could do little against Shen Xian. The apparent mutual weakness of their techniques was merely superficial. The true reason was that the blue water sword could continuously replenish its water spiritual energy from the Dragon Sat River. This allowed him to compensate for the disparity in spiritual energy. What astonished Bai Xinghe was that Shen Xian seemed to possess extraordinary innate talent. His control over water spiritual energy. Chapter looks up. Yet, farewell to Black Wind. Yetman updates, please follow. Marshy area by the Longza River. A flying boat came to a stop beneath a swamp tree. Zhao Chunxing emerged from the mist outside. Master Shen Fu, everything is set up. Earlier, he had set up a mid-grade illusory array near the swamp tree. It can prevent sudden attacks from demon beasts and cultivators. This is also a basic skill for demon hunters. Shen Xian and the others were sitting cross-legged in the shade of the tree. The swamp mist was filled with a faint fishy smell. The sky gradually grew darker. A small campfire flickered into life. In the open field, it felt particularly warm. Shen Xian opened the beast pouch and threw all 30+ storage bags and over 20 magical artifacts onto the ground. Big tiger, little tiger, come help me sort through these storage bags. The storage bags and magical artifacts all carried the original owner's spiritual essence, which Shen Xian ruthlessly erased without hesitation. Chapter looks up. Yin Yuan Immortal City. Yetman word update, please support with subscriptions. Wife, I'll hold them off. Take roar and escape quickly. The male cultivator, a husband at the 8th layer of qi cultivation, was struggling to hold them off, with several bloodstains on his body and his magical artifacts glow-dimmed. He shouted hoarsely. The beautiful woman, around 40 years old, still radiated elegance, had reached the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Their son, around 15 or 16, was at the 2nd layer of qi cultivation. Two masked male cultivators, both at the 8th layer of qi cultivation, each controlled a magical artifact, driving the couple into a relentless retreat. What a beautiful woman. If you surrender and become my slave, I'll spare your life. One of the bandits summoned a large knife-shaped magical artifact, easily shattering the protective talisman the woman had summoned. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? There are plenty of women at the Tianxiang pavilion. The man with the black mist mask barked impatiently. Got it, boss. The bandit fully channeled his magical power, ready to strike the woman down with his blade. Suddenly, piercing sound cut through the air. Chapter looks up Sam, partnering in business. Get man updates, please follow. Zhao Chunxing instructed his wife and 2 sons. Shen Xian had an ordinary mortal wife, and many matters were inconvenient for her to appear in public. Hiding one's strength and identity made it easier to act in secret. Shen Xian led Ding Yuyao into the house in front of the gates of the immortal city, where they registered their information, paid the spirit stones, and obtained their identity tokens. Shen Xian, Qi cultivation stage Its mid-tier symbolist. He did not disguise his identity. There was no need. He had no enemies. Those who bore him grudges, such as the bandit cultivator He Feng, the wandering cultivator Guobeiling, and the demon hunter Chen Totzi, had all vanished. As for the Crimson Rainbow Sect, this is the territory of the Bishui Sect. The relationship between the 2 sects has always been tense. He has no reason to worry. Moreover, he had no grudges or enmity with the Crimson Rainbow Sect. He has not shed the blood of any disciples from the Crimson Rainbow Sect. To be precise, it is the Crimson Rainbow Sect that owes him a debt. In the future, he will still have to deal with the past. Chapter looks up say, Water Escape Talent. Get man updates, please subscribe. It turned out that Li Chong'an, a former classmate, had married into the Yu family of cultivators and had many descendants. The Yu family was merely a Qi cultivation clan, with limited resources, so they allowed some clan members to venture out on their own to seek opportunities. Wang Fugui took in one of them, Li Chong'an's youngest son, named Yu Zhenxiu, who had a poor spiritual root, and was at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, at the age of 25. I've been training him for 3 years. Why not keep him in the shop as an assistant? Such a small matter, no need to mention it. Zhao Daoyu is in need of an assistant. Out of consideration for their former classmates, Shen Xian agreed on his behalf. After getting rid of the burden, Wang Fugui was in high spirits, and took 500 spirit stones from his principal to make arrangements. Within a few days, with Wang Fugui's help, Zhao Chunxing and Qianji connected with someone, and rented a small shop of only 40 square meters. All shops in Yunyuan Xianqing were uniformly managed. They opened at dawn and closed at dusk, with protective arrays activated during other hours, strictly prohibiting entry. Chapter looks up Sect Water Techniques. Get man updates, please subscribe. Shen Xian sighed. There's no news yet. But it should be fine, they're just ordinary mortals. The Crimson Rainbow Sect is, after all, a cultivation sect, they must have some dignity. Ding Yuyao retorted angrily, if they care about face, why did they raid Qinglong Bay? Therefore, aside from Ding Yixi, all other Ding family cultivators must die. Shen Xian said softly. To be honest, the Ding family had been quite kind to him. They hadn't overworked him excessively. Ding Yuyao asked, what about the other Ding family cultivators? The Ding clan's ancestral patriarch and the clan leader have both perished. Ding Yijin's whereabouts are unknown. Ding Yishuan has fled with the clan's divine disciples. Shen Xian sighed lightly and said, my wife, my husband's strength is insufficient. One day in the future, after I have established my Dao foundation, I will go to Hongqing County in Songjiang Prefecture to visit your family. Hearing her husband speak thus, Ding Yuyao raised her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter looks up Gathering Water Essence. Get man updates, please follow. The shop maid's reaction puzzled Shen Xian. Condense water into a blade technique. Reaching the initial stage shouldn't be too difficult, right? Is there really a need to make such a fuss? Insight technique detected a powerful aura comparable to the peak of Qi cultivation rushing toward him. Looking up, he saw a yellow-robed attendant with a sharp gaze. I am Senior Attendant Wan Sighting of the Bishui Sect. May I inquire about your honorable name? I am Shen Xian, a symbolist. I have come to pay my respects to Senior Attendant Wan. Shen Xian bowed in greeting. Are you proficient in the water condensation blade technique? I wouldn't call it mastery, just proficient at best. Would you be willing to demonstrate it? Seeing Shen Xian hesitate, Wan Sighting explained, our Bishui sect treats wandering cultivators with kindness and opens our doors to them. If you have achieved success in cultivating the Bishui sect's water techniques, we may consider recommending you to join the sect. There is such a good opportunity. Shen Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Chapter looks up the difficulty of foundation building. Get man updates, please subscribe. In the days that followed, Shen Xian lived a leisurely life. He focused on cultivation, crafting the water escape symbol, and improving the proficiency of the water spirit gathering technique and his water escape innate talent. His storage pouch still contained over 5,000 spirit stones. As his water escape talent advanced, his craftsmanship in creating water escape charms also improved gradually. 1 year later, Shen Xian was 74 years old. Talent, water escape mastery 148. Water escape symbol, mastery 128 Water spirit gathering technique, mastery 28. As his mastery of the water escape symbol technique improved, his success rate in creating symbols increased, and the success rate for high-quality water escape symbols grew even higher. Shen Xian calculated that, relying solely on the water escape symbol, he could earn around 200 spirit stones per month. In an ordinary cultivation family, the monthly stipend for a late Qi cultivation stage disciple is around 300 to 400 spirit stones. He on his own was equivalent to Chapter 68, Black Jade Electric Eel Yetman Word Update. Please support with subscriptions. After opening his shop, Zhao Chunsen quickly adapted to his new life as a shop owner. No longer had to fight for survival on the streets, he could fully utilize his sharp tongue. In just over a year, he had established a foothold. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the help of Shen Xian and Wang Fugui. The introduction of the water escape symbol brought fame to his shop, especially the premium water escape symbol, which helped him build some valuable connections. Wang Fugui entrusted him with the acquisition of specific sea demons and materials, allowing him to earn a substantial commission. Other spiritual pills, talismans, and artifacts were all genuine items produced by the Bishui sect. Though the profits were meager, they still managed to make some money. After deducting all expenses for the year, he managed to earn over 3,000 spirit stones. He took 50%, earning 1,700 spirit stones annually, enough to support his family. Shen Xian instructed him to keep an eye out for high-quality water-attributed sea demons, especially those with special talents. The Chapter 69, Overwhelming Sea Thunder Yetman Word Update. Please support with subscriptions. Shen Xian was well prepared and remained calm. Water splitting technique. With Shen Xian at the center, the water within a 3-zhang radius automatically parted. Thunderous electricity spread into the seawater around Shen Xian, surrounding him, yet it could not penetrate his body. This voltage is strong enough. Shen Xian admired the thunderous electricity emitted by the black jade electric eel. After a series of crackling sounds, the dozen or so silver-white electric arcs surrounding him gradually dissipated. As he had anticipated, without the seawater to conduct it, the thunderous electricity from the black jade electric eels had no effect on him. He used the water-splitting technique to part the surrounding seawater, turning the area within 3-zhang into a vacuum. In a vacuum, there is no electrical conductivity. The thunderous electrical power of the black jade electric eels, though immense in power, capable of stunning other demon beasts and cultivators, could not harm Shen Xian. The black jade electric eels one by one revealed human-like expressions of astonishment as they Chapter 70, Extremely Lucky Yetman Updates. Please follow and subscribe. At that moment, a shop attendant from the Bai Shui sect sat on the counter, bored out of her mind as she watched the sparse customers in the shop. These were all bored, aimless wandering cultivators. Her monthly bonus was going down the drain again. Even though they belonged to the same sect in Yunyuan Xian City, the shops within the sect competed fiercely with one another. According to the senior sisters from the inner sect, the sales figures at the sect shops in the core area were 10 times higher than hers. The bonuses are so generous they can't even hold them all. Those living in the East District are all a bunch of poor souls. The maid muttered under her breath. If I get the chance, I'll definitely transfer to the core area. At that moment, the voice of shop manager Wan Siding echoed from behind. Xiaomeng, have you managed to acquire any black jade electric eels? The maid hurriedly stood up, looking disappointed. Master Wan, we've already posted the purchase notice at the shop entrance, but no one is selling it. Not even anyone asking about it? Wan Siding. Not even inquiries? Wan Sidong. Chapter 71, Qi Cultivation Level Bat Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. A month later, in the training room, Shenxian's divine consciousness stirred slightly, and the mysterious jade talisman retracted its golden light. Ancient golden characters began to flicker. Talent, covering the sea with thunder and lightning. Beginner 24,100. Dao resonance 1128. Spiritual root, water 33,100. Shenxian gave it a try. The entry-level covering the sea with thunder and lightning technique had an attack power sub-gay that of natural thunder and lightning. The electric field it creates can only cover an area of 3 zhang on land. In lake water, however, it can cover a radius of over 10 zhang. A group area attack. The intensity of the lightning is far inferior to that of the heavenly tribulation divine thunder. It is difficult to directly electrocute cultivators or demon beasts of the same level. However, it can cause the target to stiffen for a short period of time. As a supplementary attack method, it is still quite useful. Additionally, this talent can be stacked with the condense water into blades technique and water spirit gathering. Chapter 10 10-year reunion Yetman updates. Please follow. 1 month later, Shenxian bypassed Qinglong Bay and arrived at Wulongfang Market. He went straight to the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion to meet up with Wang Fugui. Shenxian, you finally arrived. Come, try some of the famous dishes here. Wang Fugui smiled warmly and personally hosted him. His body had grown another inch, weighing a full 300 pounds. His belly was round and bulging, and he couldn't even see his toes when he looked down. Wang Fugui, did you buy this place? Seeing Wang Fugui directing the servants to serve dishes and tea, he looked every bit the part of an innkeeper. No way. I couldn't possibly afford it. I'm just a worker. Wang Fugui looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. Young master. Shenxian understood. After Lu Jingying had established his foundation, he began to look for ways to acquire properties and earn spirit stones to repay the debts he had incurred during his foundation building phase. This Gathering of Immortals Pavilion had also fallen into his hands. Chapter 10 The Secret of Foundation Establishment Yetman word update. Please follow and subscribe. Shenxian had seen her once a few years ago, and didn't think much of her. Yu Jianqing, however, was peeling a spiritual fruit with one hand, holding a wine cup with the other, his mouth wide open in astonishment. It was only natural. Seeing Qin Yuehan up close for the first time, her breathtaking beauty left everyone speechless. Shenxian, it's been a long time. Qin Yuehan's beautiful eyes swept over the people in the private room, finally settling on Shenxian. Qin Yuehan suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Her icy cold face softened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Shenxian knew that Qin Yuehan had seen through his disguise. On the surface, his cultivation level was at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Therefore, even after Zhao Sujin exposed his identity as a symbolist, Yu Jianqing still ignored him. Who are you? Lu Jingying stepped forward from behind Qin Yuehan and shouted angrily at Yu Jianqing. Chapter 10 Handing over the stolen goods. Yetman word update. Please support with subscriptions. Then I'll thank Miss Qin first. Shenxian raised his wine cup. I'll toast Miss Qin and Elder Liu first. Let us drink to that, and I'll repay you in the future. Qin Yuehan smiled brightly, like a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain, radiant and captivating. She took a small sip. Lu Jingying silently drank the spiritual wine in his cup. He had finally figured it out. Qin Yuehan held great hopes for Shenxian. She truly believed that Shenxian had the potential to lay the foundation for his cultivation. Originally, Shenxian was already exceptionally intelligent. The master held him in high esteem and appointed him as class monitor. Little did anyone expect that, due to his limited spiritual root potential, he wasted 60 years of his life. After awakening his bloodline talent, he persisted relentlessly and caught up swiftly. From then on, Shenxian no longer sought advice on cultivation matters, but instead engaged in casual conversation about the surrounding situation. When the topic turned to the Crimson Rainbow Sect, Qin Yuehan and Lu Jingying exchanged a knowing glance. Lu Jingying. Chapter 10 The Treacherous Nature of Human Hearts. Yetman word update. Please consider subscribing. Between people, mutual interests often lead to longer-lasting relationships. After all, those without any value are not worth associating with. Take Zhao Sujin, who was just kicked out earlier. She came here just to make up the numbers, yet she lacks self-awareness. Bringing her husband and young son to cause trouble. Does she even know her own worth? Li Chang'an, on the other hand, was much smarter. After being sent away by Wang Fugue, he didn't utter a word. A spirit farmer at the initial stage of qi cultivation has no place at the table. His thoughts returned to the present. Shen Xian's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He must quickly gather the necessary herbs for the foundation establishment stage. He would return to seclude himself in meditation, break through to the 9th layer of qi cultivation, and then find a way to hunt demon beasts in the East Sea. He must strive to obtain a high-quality demon core. Relying on talisman making, who knows how many years it would take to save enough spirit stones. No wonder so many qi cultivation realm cultivators haven't even attempted foundation establishment. Chapter 7 Foundation Establishment Ambush. Get Man word update. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian sighed inwardly and swiftly activated the water spirit gathering technique. In the sea of spiritual energy within his dantian, 9 dark spiritual fish shaped like knife blades yingzhuyed. The emerald water sword appeared in his hand. Bai Xinghe, holding the crimson flame sword, glared at Shen Xian. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Shen Xian, hand over your storage pouch and magical artifacts. Follow me to the Crimson Rainbow Sect to await your punishment. Bai Xinghe's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. If you hesitate any longer, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Senior Bai, didn't Qin Xianzi and Lu Elder send you a letter explaining everything? It was just a small misunderstanding. Why are you so insistent, Senior Bai? Shen Xian stared intently at Bai Xinghe. He felt extremely frustrated. He was merely a wandering symbolist from the Qinglong market. You people from the Crimson Rainbow Sect have already taken over Qinglong Bay. Why are you still after him? Qin Yuehan and Lu Jingying did indeed send me letters. But public matters are public, and private matters are private. How could I let personal matters interfere with official business? Chapter 7 Life and Death on a Thread. Get Man word update. Please support with subscriptions. Behind Shen Xian. On the river, towering waves surged, with water columns reaching over 10 zhang in height. Bai Xinghe was utterly shocked. He had calculated everything meticulously, yet he never expected Shen Xian to escape to the banks of the Longza River. In his astonishment, he channeled his spiritual energy, causing it to surge even faster. A massive crimson flame dragon roared toward Shen Xian. This time, Bai Xinghe held nothing back, giving it his all. He knew it well. With access to the water source, Shen Xian's power had surged dramatically. A smug smile suddenly appeared on Shen Xian's face. The emerald water sword hummed like a dragon's roar. Water control technique. Critical strike technique. Iron bone technique. Water condensation blade technique. Water spirit gathering technique. 9 odd-shaped small fish resembling knife blades suddenly leaped out of the sea of qi in the dantian, joyfully merging into the emerald sword, transforming into a dark, sharp blade carrying a terrifying aura. Chapter 8 Destroy the body and erase all traces. Get Man updates. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian retrieved his storage pouch, the crimson flame sword, and the departing fire banner. With a casual sword strike, he shattered Bai Xinghe's skull into fragments. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, he summoned a gust of spiritual wind, enveloping Bai Xinghe's remains and debris, sweeping them all into the Longza River. For the creatures in the Longza River, the flesh and bones of a foundation establishment cultivator were a rare delicacy. Soon, a swarm of spirit fish and demon shrimp gathered, vying to devour the remains. Shen Xian stood quietly by the riverbank. He continuously slapped over a dozen high-quality, rejuvenation charms, onto his body. In battles between cultivators, life and death often hinged on a single moment. Shen Xian took advantage of Bai Xinghe's overconfidence, feigning injury, to lure him to the banks of the Longza River, where he used the terrain to his advantage and fought with all his might. He narrowly emerged victorious. Fortunately, he possessed the self-healing talent, allowing him to recover much faster than Bai Xinghe during the battle. Next, Shen Xian cleaned up the battlefield. He activated a spirit wind card. Chapter 9 Silverhook Sea Snake. Get Man updates. Please subscribe. After finishing his cleanup, Shen Xian exhaled deeply, feeling satisfied. He quickly abandoned his plan to go hunting. He was now a wealthy man. There was no need to risk his life for a few spirit stones. Of course, to avoid drawing attention, he still needed to craft the water escape symbol. This life-or-death battle with Bai Xinghe had been a huge windfall, making him rich overnight. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the more they prefer to carry most of their wealth with them. Just one successful ambush could net him half of that cultivator's fortune. Therefore, either don't act at all, or act without mercy. Unfortunately, I can't use any of these magical artifacts, elixirs, or talismans. Shen Xian felt a hint of regret, but joyfully put away his treasures, and left the training room. Tonight's mood is so good it's only fitting to celebrate. Shen Xian walked toward his bedroom with confidence. He was ready to continue the fierce battle. Ying Yuyao was extremely exhausted. Chapter Pass Up, The Mystical Depths of the Ocean. Yetman word update. Please consider subscribing. The silver hook sea snake originally lived in the deep sea. They rarely appeared near the coast. The finest sea snakes, on the verge of breaking through the underwater spirit realm. Damn it. Shen Xian couldn't help but curse under his breath. The underwater sacred land in the coastal waters is worth a fortune. They could be developed into a second-tier island dojo. Though the construction costs are exorbitant, requiring the deployment of second-tier array masters, and consuming vast amounts of materials. But it's a second-tier training ground that can be passed down to future generations. Any price is worth it. The Jing family of Mingyang Island erupted in excitement. Everyone mobilized, including the veteran water-based foundation-building ancestor of the Jing clan, who emerged from seclusion to personally lead the investigation. That morning, Shen Xian followed a group of wandering demon hunters out of the city. They found a secluded corner, cast the breath concealment technique and invisibility technique, and secretly slipped into the sea. Following the intelligence leads, they arrived at the area where the silver hook sea snake had previously appeared. The sea surface. Chapter Pass Up Yet, Second Tier Sea Demon. Yetman updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian naturally stepped back a few paces. He let the other remaining cultivators stand in front of him. Wen Zijian followed him back as well. Another half-hour passed. Turbulent waves surged in the sea. A massive sea serpent over 10 zhang in length, its body resembling a dragon, or a dragonfish, suddenly burst forth from the water. Water mist shot into the sky. It was like a massive explosion. Powerful demonic energy spread instantly. Its body, standing over 10 zhang tall, was vibrantly colored and extremely beautiful, towering above the sea surface. Its eyes were cruel and venomous, and its mouth resembled a silver hook. The silver-hooked sea serpent, seeing that the area was filled with cultivators, opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous mist, enveloping the surrounding seas. Shen Xian's heart tightened. In the insight technique, this silver-hooked sea snake was no ordinary demon beast. It was clearly a second-tier demon beast. Water control technique. A wave of water surged forward, blocking the path ahead, slightly. Chapter Pass Up Yi, Mastery of Water Techniques. Yetman updates. Please follow. Over the past 7 years, Wen Zijian had trained day and night, finally breaking through to the peak of qi cultivation. Reflecting on himself, he acknowledged that his strength had indeed increased significantly. He believed he was no less skilled than Shen Xian from 7 years ago. But he never expected. Shen Xian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. He could even confront and hold his own against a second-tier sea demon. This made his earlier act of stepping forward look like a joke. Just moments ago, he had been praising Shen Xian in front of Tang Renhao. Now it seemed that this former demon hunter teammate was still hiding his true abilities, being cautious and careful. At that moment, the water erupted once more. A figure leaped out of the sea. The figure glanced at the silver-hooked sea snake engaged in fierce combat, and approached Wen Zijian. What's the situation? This man was none other than Tang Renhao. Wen Zijian lowered his voice and exchanged a few words with Tang Renhao. Tang Renhao also looked at Shen Xian with a puzzled expression. Chapter Pass Up Sam, Master Qing Yuan. Yetman updates. Please follow. Shen Xian smiled slightly. The water spirit gathering essence technique is a technique I purchased from the Bai Shui Sect's magical scroll and cultivated on my own. Water control and water division have nothing to do with the Bishui Sect. They were obtained by Shen Xian by plundering the innate abilities of water-attributed demon beasts. He naturally wouldn't explain this to Qing Yuan Daoist. How long have you been practicing? Shen Xian thought for a moment. I have been cultivating the water spirit gathering essence technique for over 3 years. Qing Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. Over 3 years to master the water spirit gathering essence technique to perfection. Jing Yuan, let us discuss this later. I don't have time to catch up with you all. Then let us divide the sea snakes first. Zhu Elder hurriedly tore open the silver-hooked sea snake's corpse, and retrieved the demon core inside. He then pulled out the dozen or so venomous fangs from the snake's mouth. After securing them, he laughed heartily, broke through the seawater, and headed to assist the 5 poison cultivators from the underwater spiritual realm. Tang Renhao and the others. Chapter Basupse, Second Tier Poison Symbol Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian was unaware of Qingyu and Daozhong's intentions. He only knew that when there was an imbalance in strength, there could be no fair deal. Even if he couldn't sit at the table, he didn't want to become the dish on it. He had no roots in the Bishui sect. He had also demonstrated his mastery of water techniques. If Qingyu and Daozhong had ill intentions toward him, within the sect, he could easily be suppressed by him using his status as a foundation establishment elder. The timing to join the Bishui sect is not yet right. Everything must wait until after foundation establishment before making further plans. As Shen Xian approached his front door, 2 familiar figures were waiting outside. Master 1, Master Zhao, what brings you here? The 2 were none other than Wen Jingjian and Zhao Chunsheng. The 3 entered the house. Ding Yuyao brought out spiritual wine and spiritual fruits to entertain them. Zhao Chunsheng was a man who enjoyed drinking. After a few cups of spiritual wine, they began to talk more freely. He shared the information he had recently gathered. Chapter Basupn, The Power of the Poison Symbol Yetman Updates. Please follow. After deep contemplation, Shen Xian organized over 100 silver hook snake poison symbols. Among them were over 10 premium quality talismans. Shen Xian had originally planned to go out and pay a visit to Tang Renhao and Zhu Jintang. However, as soon as he stepped out of his door, he sensed 2 familiar auras at the entrance. Zhao Chunsheng, Wen Zijian, why have they come again? After a brief exchange, their intentions became clear. Earlier, a spiritual site had appeared near Mingyang Island. The Bishui sect compensated the Jing family with some spirit stones and declared the area under its direct jurisdiction. Soon, the Bishui sect would dispatch its array masters, invest a massive sum of money, and connect the underwater spiritual site, moving mountains and seas to transform it into a second-tier island cultivation site. It was said that it would only take a year. That fast? A year to build a second-tier sea island cultivation site out of thin air? According to previous records, a year should be sufficient. Chapter Basuplo, The 5 Poisons Order Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. This transaction went smoothly, with both parties getting what they wanted. Shen Xian and Tang Renhao's relationship grew even closer. I must thank Senior Tang once again. Now I can join Wen Daoyu in bidding for the foundation establishment spiritual items. Oh, could it be that Shen Fu is also planning to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage? Senior Tang, to be honest, I must give foundation establishment a try. Who knows, maybe I'll succeed. Haha, Shen Fu sure will definitely succeed. Shen Xian took the opportunity to ask Tang Renhao to help him purchase the essence blood of a water-attributed demon beast. Tang Renhao readily agreed. Master Shen Fu, rest assured. We'll prioritize providing you with the finest water attribute demon beast essence once we hunt them down. Thank you very much, Senior Tang. Shen Xian smiled broadly. My talismans will also be prioritized for Senior Tang. The 2 reached an understanding, each pleased with the arrangement. Tang Renhao's circle of friends gained a new genius talisman master. Shen Xian had befriended a foundation establishment demon hunter, laying the groundwork for future collaborations. Chapter Basupta, The 3-Legged Golden Toad Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian nodded. Good. However, I am only an 8th layer Qi cultivation cultivator, while the silver hook snake venom symbol is a 2nd-tier poison symbol, which is quite difficult to create and has a low success rate. So, Shen Xian didn't continue. The meaning was clear. The price of the order couldn't be low. His profits must be guaranteed. I heard that Shen Fu is acquiring the essence blood of water-attributed demon beasts. Zhu Elder clearly came prepared. He handed over another storage pouch. This is the essence blood of a 3-legged demon toad. Will Shen Fu sure be satisfied? Shen Xian's eyes lit up. The primitive wilderness demon beast Atlas had recorded this demon beast. The three-legged demon toad has horns on its head, a red inscription on its abdomen, and is highly venomous. It feeds on moonlight, excels at creating mist, and can ward off misfortune. Shenxian pondered for a moment and said, "How many silver hook snake venom charms do you want to exchange for?" 200. Chapter Basappa, Pure Young Girl Yetman updates, please follow. Over 10 days later, disciples of the Five Poisons sect arrived at the Shen family. There stood a barefoot young girl. She was tall and slender, wearing exquisite silver headpieces, with a silver necklace around her neck. Her features were simple and natural, her long legs bare, as white as jade. She smiled gently, her cheeks blushing with dimples, her face pure and delicate, as if she were a freshly blooming white magnolia, exuding a unique elegance. A hint of surprise flashed in Shenxian's eyes. Such a pure and beautiful young woman, coming alone. And she was a disciple of the Five Poisons sect. In the insight technique, there was not a single trace of poisonous odor on her body. Instead, there was a faint, refreshing fragrance that was soothing to the senses. Fresh and natural. Master Shenfu, I am Zhu Yingying. My father, Zhu Qingsheng, sent this to you. After speaking, Zhu Yingying bit her lip and handed over a storage pouch. Her beautiful eyes looked at him curiously. Chapter Basupgao, The Praying Mantis Catches the Cicada. Yetman updates, please subscribe. The days that followed. Shenxian continued his cultivation and talisman making. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the training room, Shenxian activated the mysterious jade talisman, causing it to emit a golden glow. He seized the demonic blood of the three-legged demon toad. Talent, Beginner's Luck Samyetba. Daoist Resonance, Seiqin Shenxian gave it a try. Avoid misfortune. The talent seems to require no special cultivation. The avoiding misfortune talent will automatically improve as your cultivation level increases. Similar to the intuition of the human race, it increases luck. Shenxian felt quite delighted. Many things are unclear on the surface. But intuition tells you what to do. Looking at the spiritual root again. Spiritual root, water Seisupyetba. A 3-point increase in one go is pretty decent. Being able to enhance the spiritual root is already a significant achievement. Chapter Gaosup, The Sparrow follows. Yetman updates, please follow. Just as Zhu Yingying was about to summon the white jade bees, Hua Shixiang struck her with a crimson beam from his sleeve, hitting her squarely. Ah! Zhu Yingying's face turned pale. That crimson light was actually a poisonous centipede, entirely crimson in color. Her chest was bitten by the demon centipede, causing her spiritual energy to become chaotic, her expression weakening, and she was about to collapse. She was caught by Hua Shixiang in a firm embrace. Soon, he found a storage pouch and handed it to Elder Wei. Elder Wei scanned it with his divine sense and nodded. That old man Zhu really found a way to make a fortune. Master, what should we do? I hear that Shenfu is quite capable. He's been hiding out in Yunyuan Xiancheng, which could cause some trouble. Master, why bother? Isn't this a ready-made bait? Hua Shixiang laughed in a particularly lecherous manner. Just place a few restrictions on this girl, and she won't dare disobey. Chapter Gaosup Born with a Seductive Body. Yetman updates, please subscribe. Master Shenfu, I won't tell anyone. Shenxian looked at the pitiful Zhu Yingying and felt a headache coming on. He had saved Zhu Yingying because her father, Zhu Qingsheng, would inevitably come looking for him. Moreover, Elder Wei and Hua Shixiang were also plotting against him. There's no point in being a thief for 1,000 days, and then spending 1,000 days guarding against thieves. Shenxian took advantage of Wei Laozhi's lack of guard and launched a surprise attack, striking suddenly and hitting his target. He could even use this opportunity to demand a reward from Zhu Qingsheng. After all, he had saved Zhu Yingying's life. But unfortunately, Elder Wei is also a senior disciple of the Wutu sect. In the cultivation world, there are all sorts of bizarre techniques and supernatural arts. Zhu Yingying was an eyewitness, but she was only at the 4th level of qi cultivation. She is easily controlled and could uncover the truth behind Wei Elder's demise. This is extremely dangerous. The cultivation world does not judge right or wrong. It only cares about revenge and retribution. Chapter Gaosup Yi, 10 Years of Cohabitation. Yetman updates, please follow. Shenxian made his decision quickly. He gently tapped Zhu Yingying on the back of her heart. A pure stream of spiritual energy seeped into Zhu Yingying's dantian, quickly flowing through her meridians and into her consciousness. Zhu Yingying suddenly awoke. Seeing herself half naked, clinging tightly to Shen Xian, her face flushed red, she quickly burrowed into the quilt. She was aware of her tendency for her seductive powers to act up. She never expected to have actively embraced Shen Xian. Master Shen, I didn't mean to. Go to sleep. Shen Xian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Zhu Yingying's head peeked out from under the silk quilt, sneakily glancing at Shen Xian, as if she had thought of something. Her face flushed, and she quietly retreated back under the silk quilt, covering her head. The tent was filled with a faint, ambiguous atmosphere. Dawn. Shen Xian had just finished packing, and was about to summon his flying boat to continue his journey. Up ahead. Chapter 93, Attracting Wealth and Treasure Yet word update, please follow and subscribe. The Elder Way's magical treasure, storage bag, and his disciple's magical artifact and storage bag. Shen Xian placed them on the ground. The storage bags haven't been opened. Elder Zhu, open them up and take a look. Let's estimate their value together, and I'll sell them to you at a discount. Zhu Qingsheng didn't refuse. He erased the divine consciousness traces from the storage bags and opened them. Blood Shadow Sword, Black Snake Shield, Spirit Stones, 5 Poison Pills, Heart Devouring Pills, 1000 Machinery Pills, Snake Venom Charms, Golden Light Charms, Toxin Cleansing Pills. Senior Wei's wealth was considered substantial within the 5 Poisons sect. There were over 7,000 Spirit Stones. Shen Xian took them all without hesitation, and stored them in his own storage bag. That comes to a total of Yiman Tutsin Spirit Stones. How about that? Seeing Shen Xian hesitate, Zhu Qingsheng explained, Shen Fushi may not be aware. Poison cultivators, poison pills and talismans are typically cheaper. The Blood Shadow Blade and Spirit Snake Shield are of good quality, but they are easily recognizable and difficult to resell. Shen Xian thought about it. Chapter 94, The Chosen One of Destiny Yet word update, please support with subscriptions. Shen Xian walked out of the training room with great enthusiasm. But as soon as he entered the inner courtyard, he saw Zhu Yingying and his wife Ding Yuyao holding hands, preparing to leave. Husband, Yingying and I have finished eating. We're going to buy some dresses. The food is on the table. You can eat on your own. Since Zhu Yingying moved in, Ding Yuyao had become more cheerful. The two of them referred to each other as sisters and got along very well. Go early and return soon. Shen Xian felt disheartened. With an extra person in the house, everything was inconvenient. At least, one couldn't enjoy oneself during the day. We can only wait until night, and only in the bedroom. Sigh. What kind of situation is this? Finally, night falls. Just as Shen Xian was about to make his move on Ding Yuyao. Outside the bedroom, the doorbell rang repeatedly. Immediately afterward, Zhu Yingying's seductive voice echoed. Brother-in-law, I need to speak with my sister. Chapter 94, Emerald Water and Jade Yetman updates, please follow. 2 hours later. In the private room of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wan Siding stared at the mountain of spirit stones piled on the table, lost in thought. The spellcasting competition was a real name, limited bet event. Each participant is limited to a maximum of 300 spirit stones per round. Such regulations were put in place to prevent high-ranking cultivators from exploiting the competition for personal gain. Shen Xian didn't ask Wan Siding to contribute. He used his name instead. Each time, he bet the full Sambak spirit stones. 7 consecutive wins. Without spending a single spirit stone, he won 2,000 spirit stones. Shen Daoxiong, we can't bet anymore. Wan Siding snapped out of his daze. The organizer of the spellcasting competition is Elder Lei, who has a fiery temper. That's enough. Alright. Shen Xian felt a bit unsatisfied. Insight technique, combined with avoid misfortune and attract wealth, made his intuition shockingly accurate. He won 7 consecutive matches. Chapter 96, Springtime Splendor Yetman updates, please follow. In the bathhouse. Shen Xian was lazily soaking in a hot bath. Over the years, he had developed no particular hobbies. In fact, at his current cultivation level, he could withstand extreme temperatures. But he had grown accustomed to soaking in a hot bath. After a tiring day of training, a comfortable hot bath not only washed away the fatigue of the day, It also relaxed his body, alleviated stress, promoted blood circulation, and improved metabolism. It also helps strengthen physical functions and delay the aging process. Yao Yao, add some hot water. After shouting, Shen Xian suddenly froze. In the insight technique, a slender, graceful figure carrying a hot water bucket entered the bathroom. He caught a faint, refreshingly cool fragrance. Fresh and natural. Unconsciously, the image of Zhu Yingying's intoxicated, breathless expression flashed through his mind. Shen Xian did not turn around. Why are you here? Brother-in-law, my sister asked me to. Chapter 97, Qi Cultivation Level 91 Updates, please follow. Flowers bloom and wither, wither and bloom. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years had passed. In the training room, Shen Xian sat cross-legged. His hands formed a magical seal, and spiritual energy swirled around his body, giving him an aura of divine majesty, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. The 2 mid-grade spirit stones placed on the table quietly shattered. The spiritual energy in the training room grew increasingly dense, forming threads that seemed tangible, swirling toward Shen Xian. The spiritual light surrounding him grew increasingly brilliant and dazzling, with layers of mystical light emanating from his body, shifting and changing in an enigmatic and profound manner. At that moment, the sea of spiritual energy in Shen Xian's dantian suddenly stirred, surging and rolling like a storm. The once still spiritual energy surged upward without pause. As it neared its limit, it seemed as though a faint sound echoed through the air. In an instant, the sea of spiritual energy erupted into massive waves, completely submerging the isolated island formed by his internal organs. The spiritual energy in the training room seemed to find an opening, surging fengquang ly into Shen Xian. Chapter 98, Reunion and Separation Yitman Updates, please subscribe. At that moment, Ding Yuyao lay in her bedroom, her expression calm as water. She was 36 years old. Even after taking the youth-preserving pill and mastering the Jade Maiden's true classic to perfection, she still felt inadequate in her marital life. As Shen Xian's cultivation reached new heights, Ding Yuyao, as a mortal, found it increasingly difficult to bear his love. She decided to gradually reduce their intimate activities and voluntarily cede the battlefield to Zhu Yingying. She was fully aware of this. The time she spends with her husband is growing shorter and shorter. My life has been quite colorful, hasn't it? Ding Yuyao slowly closed her eyes and began her afternoon nap. When Shen Xian emerged from Zhu Yingying's bedroom, she was too exhausted to speak. If you really want to learn, I'll buy you a copy of the water condensation blade technique and teach you once I'm done with this busy period. And I'll get you the water spirit transformation technique too. Chapter 99, The Water Palace Secret Realm Yitman Word Update, please follow and subscribe. Bishui Sect's Eastern City Shop. Shen Xian entered with ease. He addressed the attending maid, the condense water into blade technique, and the water spirit into essence technique. The 2 combined cost 150 spirit stones. Shen Xian had a VIP jade token gifted by Yuan Sighting, allowing him a bafunzi sub discount, so he paid a total of yetbak samsupten spirit stones. Upon returning home, he handed the 2 scrolls of martial arts techniques to Zhu Yingying. Yingying, think carefully. I suggest you master the water control technique first to build a solid foundation before learning these 2. In Shen Xian's eyes, Zhu Yingying's water control technique was merely proficient. The 3 water techniques she was currently practicing, although she had purchased the spell scrolls, were actually innate techniques Shen Xian had seized from demon beast bloodlines. A master can only guide you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. There was a story from the past called the Wheelwright's Argument. Zhuangzi used the story of the carpenter Luan Bian to teach the ruler of Qi. If you can tell me what's wrong with my wheel, I'll give you 10 coins. Chapter Yetba, Flying Sword Tempering Yetman Updates, please follow. Shen Xian decided not to investigate the Water Palace's secret realm. However, he was harassed by cultivators from the Jing family, and he couldn't swallow his anger. The treasure map of the Water Palace secret realm was imprinted onto a jade slip using the cultivator's powerful divine sense. With Shen Xian's current spiritual perception strength, he could easily replicate and back up the map onto a blank jade slip. Next, Shen Xian directly replicated over 100 copies of the Water Palace secret realm treasure map. Deep into the night, Shen Xian sneaked out secretly, casting the insight technique, invisibility technique, and breath suppression technique, and randomly scattered the over 100 copies of the Water Palace Secret Realm treasure map across prominent locations throughout the Divine City. After completing all this, Shen Xian returned home, his mind clear and his mood joyful. Sure enough, the next day, many cultivators found the Water Palace Secret Realm maps. At first, they thought it was a prank. But soon, news spread. The Water Palace Secret Realm maps were genuine. Some water cultivation cultivators followed the map and found an entrance to the Water Palace Secret Realm. Chapter Yet Battling Yet, Know Thy Enemy Yet Man updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian's heart was pounding wildly. The shadow of death loomed over him, leaving him restless. It was just that he had revealed 3 seemingly mastered water techniques. It had actually attracted the covetous gaze of Qingyu and Daozhong, that hypocritical pretender of the sect. Unlike Bai Xinghe from back then, Qingyu and Daozhong was at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, making him even stronger. Moreover, he specializes in water techniques at the Foundation establishment stage. Water division technique has reached perfection. His strength should not be underestimated. Shen Xian truly did not want to deal with these Foundation establishment cultivators. Each of them is seeking to gain an opportunity from him. Unless he is powerful enough, no matter how cautious he is, there will always be those lurking in the shadows, coveting his gains. Shen Xian sighed softly and took out the spirit stones from his storage pouch. Over 57,000 spirit stones lay on the table, sparkling brightly, a sight to behold. Shen Xian counted them once more, 57,321. Chapter Yet Battling Yi, the water technique of the clan leader Yet Man updates. Please subscribe. Subsequently, Shen Xian reviewed the intelligence reports on Qingyu and Daozhong, Jing Clan Patriarch, and Jing Clan Head. Valued at 5,000 spirit stones, the records detailed their cultivation levels, primary cultivation techniques, commonly used magical artifacts, and information about their relatives, mentors, and friends. It even hinted at their rival factions, personnel, and the origins of their grudges. Shen Xian carefully reviewed the intelligence content. Qingyu and Daozhong, mid-foundation establishment stage, water technique cultivator, commonly uses the Qingyu sword, and secretly possesses a shadow sword. His techniques include the water parting technique and water spirit gathering technique, both of which are mastered. Jing Clan Patriarch, mid-foundation establishment stage, water-based cultivator, commonly uses the ice soul sword, and possesses the pure sea bottle artifact, with the water control technique mastered. Jing Family Head, early foundation establishment stage, water technique cultivator, commonly uses the water splitting blade as his treasure, and possesses the water glow shield as an additional treasure, with the water diverting technique mastered. No wonder they're a major power spanning several nations. The Tianxiang Pavilion has taken note of Qingyu and Daozhong, and the Jing clan's elder. Chapter Yet Battling Sam, Slaying the Immortal with Water Chi Yet Man word update. Please support with subscriptions. Selling for as high as Saman spirit stones. Shen Xian thought to himself. In his storage pouch, there were still Saman Yetsin spirit stones. They were originally intended for purchasing Foundation establishment pills. Now it seemed that Foundation building pills were extremely rare. Perhaps he should go hunt a second-tier sea demon, collect suitable demon cores, and have a Dan Si refine them into Foundation establishment pills. With good luck, perhaps I could obtain 2 Foundation building pills. There's even a chance of getting a premium quality one. 3,000 spirit stones is a bit expensive. Senior, could you give me a discount? Shen Xian tried to haggle. Friend, don't bother. The Zhenzong water technique, I never thought it wouldn't even fetch 3,000 spirit stones. Not even worth a single Foundation establishment pill. How tragic. The white-haired old cultivator shook his head bitterly. Senior, please wait. For some reason, a profound sense of loss emerged in his consciousness. It was Chapter Yet Battling Say, Turning the Tide Yet Man updates. Please follow. Come here. Zhu Yingying obediently crawled into Shen Xian's arms. Let me check if your cultivation has improved. I'm already very powerful. Is that so? Let me see how powerful you are. Zhu Yingying's cheeks instantly turned rosy. Soon, the sound of something sensual echoed through the bathhouse. Zhu Yingying's figure was deeply submerged in the bathtub. Shen Xian closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying Zhu Yingying's service. After a moment, Seeing Zhu Yingying's face flush with anger and embarrassment, Shen Xian couldn't help but laugh. That's all you've got? Be a good girl and let me handle it. Water splashed everywhere. The bathtub shook violently. It continued for a long time before gradually calming down. Looking at Zhu Yingying, who was limp and unwilling to move, Shen Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling particularly at ease. She truly was born for this. Chapter Yet Bat Ling The Huang Family's Alliance Yet Man Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. For a battle, a quarter of an hour was already a long time. When masters clash, life and death hang in the balance in an instant. What Shen Xian needed to do next was to combine turning the seas upside down with his other innate abilities to significantly enhance the power of his water techniques. Not just mastery beyond mastery. If cultivation is lacking, talent will make up for it. I refuse to believe that I can't defeat you, an old fossil, who has only mastered 2 water techniques, water parting technique and water spirit gathering formula. Shen Xian thought to himself, lost in thought. He raised his eyes to see Zhu Yingying with a stiff smile. Are you ready? Once we're ready, we'll go back. Zhu Yingying snapped out of her daze. No, I need to practice more. Brother-in-law, come teach me. She blushed and whispered, when we get back, I'll take good care of you. I promise you'll be satisfied. Shen Xian couldn't help but laugh. 2. Chapter Yet Bat Ling Lo, The Holy Maiden of Union Yet Man Updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian and the Huang family head had reached an agreement. These silver-hooked sea snake essences will be exchanged for 100 poison talismans. Among them, 10 were of the highest quality. To this end, Shen Xian spent 3 months crafting over Yet Bat sub-talismans, with over Yi sub being premium quality. After delivering the order to the Huang family, Shen Xian kept 50 poison talismans for himself, including 10 of the finest ones. This was the reward for his 3 months of hard work in making the talismans. Before Shen Xian could find Zhao Chunxing to handle the ordinary poison talismans, the Jing family had already come knocking on his door. This time, it was Jing Jini, the newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator from the Jing family. Shen Xian did not allow him inside. Standing at the entrance of Shen Xian's house, Jing Jini directly made his request. I heard that the silver hook snake venom symbol is Shen Fusher's signature symbol? The silver hook snake venom symbol was made by me. In response, Shen Xian did not deny it, although he had never publicly announced it. However, the matter was already known within the circle. Chapter Yet Bat Ling Tut, Perfect Chi Cultivation Yet Man Updates. Please subscribe. After Zhu Yingying followed the holy maiden away, Shen Xian felt a sense of relief and relaxation. Finally, he no longer had to worry about the Wudu sect investigating the death of Elder Wei. He no longer felt guilty toward Zhu Qingsheng. He didn't have to think about Zhu Yingying's future. Since awakening the mysterious jade talisman, Shen Xian had made up his mind to seek immortality in the cultivation world. His resolve was as firm as iron. All people are but fleeting clouds, including his wife, Ding Yuyao. In the future, he will not take another wife. Dual cultivation is acceptable. Marriage is out of the question. When one is successful, one should benefit all under heaven. When one is in adversity, one should cultivate oneself. Given Shen Xian's cultivation level, being able to cultivate oneself alone is already quite rare. This is a cultivation world where strength reigns supreme, governed by the laws of the jungle, and the survival of the fittest. Earlier, in the reception hall, the holy maiden asked Shen Xian if he was willing to marry Zhu Yingying. Willing. Chapter Yet Bat Ling Bat, The Crimson Carp Demon Core Yet Man Word Update. Please support by subscribing. 1 month later. The depths of the East Sea. A pitch-black seabed where no light penetrates. Here, the depths exceed 1,000 feet, shrouded in pitch-black darkness, utterly silent. Occasionally, flashes of vibrant light would pierce the darkness. Those are the lures used by various sea demons to hunt their prey. No cultivators can be seen here. The overwhelming water pressure is suffocating, deterring even ordinary cultivators from venturing near. At this moment, the silence is broken. Shen Xian's figure darted forward at an incredible speed, his body emitting a faint blue glow. His mastery of the water control technique was nearing perfection, allowing him to move at 70 meters per second. This speed surpasses even that of a flying vessel. The Bai Shui sword emitted a jade-green spiritual light, illuminating the path ahead. Before him stood a massive red-striped carp, Chu Zhonglong, startled by the powerful aura emanating from Shenxian, desperately fleeing. No wonder it was the descendant of the divine beast, the red carp. It's Chapter Yetbat Gao, Slaying the Foundation Building Yetman Updates. Please follow. Shenxian looked utterly astonished. His voice trembled as he spoke. Senior Zheng, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Jingjini shot Shenxian a sideways glance and coldly said, Shenxian, don't say I didn't give you a way out. Hand over your storage pouch and magical artifact, seal your Dantian's spiritual energy, and obediently await your punishment. If you do, I may spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Shenxian shook his head and sighed. Senior Zheng, there is no enmity between me and the Zheng family. If I have done anything wrong in the past, please forgive me. Let us meet again with a smile and put our grievances behind us, shall we? You speak lightly. Do you know that over 10 members of the Zheng family were killed or injured by your poisonous talismans? The family head even suffered a relapse of his old injuries because of this. At that moment, Jing Xuan's bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on Shenxian. He suddenly spoke up, Young master. Chapter Yetbak Yesup, The Lonely Boatman Yetman Updates. Please follow. Hundreds of miles away from Mingyang Island. In a submarine cave. After clearing the scene and searching all the bodies, Shenxian reduced the Zheng family cultivators to Shuizha and scattered them into the East Sea. At that moment, he was hiding in the deep-sea cave, having activated the water division technique, and began to count the spoils from this ambush. The Foundation establishment cultivators from the cultivation families are far inferior to those from the sects. Shenxian recalled the previous battle. He felt a mix of emotions. Jingjini, a Foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't even withstand his full power strike. The reason he had spent so much time was that he had been holding back, monitoring his surroundings. At the same time, he wanted to see how strong the family's Foundation establishment cultivators truly were. He wanted to prepare for his next confrontation with the Zheng family's elder, and the Zheng family head. He never expected Jingjini to be so much weaker than he had imagined. Therefore, the Zheng clan's ancestor, and the Zheng family head are no longer a threat. Chapter Yetbak Yesup Yet, The Dark Shadow Yetman Updates. Please follow. Shenxian was well prepared. In his dantian, spiritual energy surged like a raging sea. A dozen or so dark spiritual fish instantly leaped out, transforming into streams of emerald green spiritual light that enveloped Shenxian layer by layer. At the same time, Shenxian clasped his hands in a seal, imbuing the nearly perfected water control technique onto his protective spiritual barrier. Clang! The Qinyu sword struck directly against Shenxian's protective spiritual barrier. The next moment, to the astonished gaze of Qingyu and Daozhong, Shenxian's protective spirit shield merely trembled slightly. The outer 2 or 3 layers of the shield collapsed and dispersed, quickly returning to their original state. Inside, there were still over a dozen spiritual shields. The Qinyu sword's attack couldn't break through Shenxian's defenses. How is this possible? Water control technique and water spirit gathering formula are both mastered. No wonder he dared to face my attack head-on. Master Qingyuan took a deep breath. He pointed his fingers like swords and swiftly jabbed toward the Qingyu sword. Chapter Yet Yi, The Fall of Qingyuan Yetman Updates. Please follow and subscribe. What a pity. The imagination is beautiful. Reality is cruel. Originally, Qingyu and Daozhong had performed the advanced level water splitting technique, causing the water ahead to automatically part and form a path. But unexpectedly, as soon as the path opened, the water behind it closed again and gathered together. A figure in green robes stood before the seawater. His fingers swiftly changed into various hand seals. Water control technique. Iron bone technique. Critical strike technique. Silver hook snake venom technique. Turning the seas upside down technique. Water condensation blade technique. Water spirit gathering essence technique. Sword of the Heavens water chi technique. When Qingyu and Daozhong's water splitting technique once again split the waterways, Shenxian had already completed his spell. The emerald sword shone with a brilliant light. Go! With a clear shout, the 8 techniques merged into one, unleashing a terrifying sword chi of divine slaying water energy, sweeping forward with overwhelming force. Chapter Yetbak Yesup Sam, Planning the Foundation Yetman Updates. Please follow. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian fell silent. He had indeed considered this issue. As his cultivation reached new heights, Ding Yuyao had gradually become a burden to him. After establishing his foundation, even if he didn't take another dual cultivation partner, it wouldn't be appropriate to live with a mortal wife. I've inquired around. After the Tianqiao sect took over the 2 prefectures and 13 counties originally under the Ding family's jurisdiction, they haven't caused any major disturbances in the secular world. My parents should be safe. Husband, I want to go see them. If. At this point, Ding Yuyao hesitated. In the end, she stammered, if they're still there, I want to spend some time with them and fulfill my filial duty. Shen Xian sighed softly in his heart. He understood Ding Yuyao's meaning. She didn't want to be a burden to Shen Xian and return to the mundane life of the world. I still have an important matter to attend to. Mother. Chapter 114, Unwelcome Guest Man Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Lu Jingying sighed softly. In the end, it all comes down to one's background and connections. After successfully establishing his foundation, Lu Jingying had put in a great deal of effort. He could never find a reliable source of income. Within the sect, factions were numerous, and relationships were complex and intertwined. As a lowly marquis from the secular world, he was no different from the commoners, children in the Qinyan sect. Without a prestigious family background, he was just an insignificant figure in the Qinyan sect. In comparison, Qin Yuehan's status was far superior to his. Within the sect, female cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage already held a higher status. Qin Yuehan not only came from an imperial family, but had also cultivated a mid-grade Dao foundation. Most importantly, she has a Dan-forming master. Lu Jingying took out the sect's identity jade pendant and sent a message to Qin Yuehan. While waiting, he chatted casually with Shen Xian. At that moment, Lu Jingying appeared approachable and unassuming in front of Shen Xian. Chapter 115, Premium Spirit Pill Man Updates. Please subscribe. The final stage of alchemy was the condensation of the elixir. Condense. Gu Danshe clasped his hands in a magical gesture, focusing his spiritual awareness on the pill. Colorful lights shot up from the alchemy furnace, and the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated violently. Lifting the lid of the furnace, 3 spiritual pills enveloped in colorful divine light fell into Gu Danshe's hands. All 3 pills were round and plump, with delicate medicinal patterns on their surfaces, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. Gu Danshe couldn't hide his joy as he carefully removed one of the foundation-building pills. It was crystal clear, with an astonishing 6 medicinal patterns on its surface. Premium foundation-building pill. Gu Danshe couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Not far away, Shen Xian, Qin Yuehan, Lu Jingying, and Lei Yaoyang behind them couldn't help but be moved. Ordinary foundation-building pills only increase the foundation-building success rate by about 20%. Premium foundation pill, however, can increase the foundation-building success rate by around 30%. Though it may seem like only a 10% difference. However, Chapter 116, Foundation Establishment at an Advanced Age. Man Updates. Please subscribe. Advancing to the foundation establishment stage requires cultivators to pass 4 trials. The first requirement is the physical body. Guiding the essence of heaven and earth into the body, the cultivator's physical body must be exceptionally strong. If one has suffered severe injuries, harbors latent ailments, or has damaged their foundational cultivation, this is akin to leaving vulnerabilities in the physical body, making it difficult for spiritual energy to be converted during infusion and causing stagnation in the circulation of qi and blood. Additionally, elderly cultivators with aged bodily functions and declining vital energy will also be affected. Of course, age is not the primary factor. The key lies in the perfection of the physical body. I practice the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, a water-based cultivation method, and have cultivated innate abilities such as iron bones, overwhelming sea lightning, immunity to all poisons, and silver hook venom through constant refinement. My physical body is flawless and comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. In the cultivation chamber, the celestial and earthly qi surged violently. Shen Xian stood at the eye of the storm, as steady as a mountain, calmly channeling the spiritual energy into his body. He resembled a majestic mountain, standing tall and unwavering. Chapter 117, Mid-grade Dao Foundation Yetman updates. Please follow. Qin Yuehan and Lei Yaoyang faced off. The air around them seemed to freeze. The maidservants were so frightened that they hid in the moon-cold pavilion, daring not to breathe. Lei Yaoyang, dare you act so brazenly on Xiaogu Peak? Do you not even respect my master? Qin Yuehan flicked her wrist, and a beam of spiritual light shot into the air. Soon, above the Han Yuxian, a 7-colored crystal flower bloomed, shimmering with brilliant light. It was the unique signal of Xiao Gufeng. Lei Yaoyang's eyes were as sharp as a snake's, fixated on Qin Yuehan. After a few breaths, he let out a cold smile. Miss Qin, I apologize for the disturbance. Since you're in a bad mood today, let's postpone our meeting for another day. With that, he turned and left. Lei Yaoyang ultimately still feared the presence of Yang Zhenren. Qin Yuehan personally closed the door and activated the protective array. No one is to be received except the master. Yes, pavilion master. After giving instructions to the maidservants. Chapter Yetbak Yesupbat, The Hermit of the Lonely Peak Yetman updates. Please follow and subscribe. After Qin Yuehan had left, Lu Jingying shook his head and said, Shen Xian, you're forcing Qin Xianzi to take a risk. Shen Xian was completely baffled. Please enlighten me, Elder Lu. The sect's rules are clear, but there are always exceptions. Lu Jingying pondered for a moment before saying, if Yang Zhenren is willing to do his best, there should be no problem. The question is, why would Yang Zhenren go out of his way for you, a mere wandering cultivator? Shen Xian understood. There's no blood relation or personal connection here. When asking someone for a favor, you must offer something of equal value in return. Even if Master Yang were to help out of consideration for Qin Yuehan, Qin Yuehan would still have to repay this favor. Since things have come to this, let's wait for news. Lu Jingying took his leave and returned. In the cold moon pavilion, only Shen Xian remained. If I can obtain the inheritance of the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, even if it requires some sacrifice, it would be worth it. Shen Xian thought to himself. Chapter Yetbak Yesupgao, Registered Disciple Yetman updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian slowly raised his head. He stared directly at Yang Zhenren and said firmly, Shen Xian comes from a humble background. I have come this far on my own. No matter how difficult life has been, I have never betrayed a friend. Yang Zhenren nodded slightly. A brilliant light filled the void, rippling outward in waves. Yang Zhenren's figure seemed like a vast and boundless world, imbued with mysterious and profound domain rules. A single glance was enough to captivate one completely, making one yearn to throw oneself into that realm and become a tiny part of his figure. Let me see your true strength. Give it your all. Shen Xian stood up. He took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in his dantian began to circulate rapidly. Water control technique. Iron bone technique. Critical strike technique. Turning the seas upside down technique. Water condensation blade technique. Water spirit gathering technique. Sword of the heavens water chi technique. Chapter Yetbak Yisup, The Beginning and End of Destiny Yetman updates. Please subscribe. The Su family of Feiyun Mountain in Qingyang Prefecture. Shen Xian examined the jade tablet containing information about the cultivation families. Qingyang Prefecture is 3,000 li away from Qingyun Sect, with a population of 1 million ordinary people. The region is controlled by the 4 major cultivating families, the Zhao family of Hu Jian, the Wu family of Qi Yan, the Zhou family of Yushou, and the Su family of Feiyun. These 4 major cultivating families have been deeply rooted in Qingyang Prefecture for 1,000 years, occupying the 4 best second-tier superior-grade spiritual lands within the prefecture. Their ancestral elders are all at the late foundation establishment stage. Scattered among them are a dozen or so smaller cultivating families, all vassals of the 4 major families. The 4 major cultivating families of Qingyang Prefecture have formed an alliance for 1,000 years. They are intermarried and deeply intertwined. In the face of external threats, they unite to defend against enemies. In peacetime, they engage in open and covert struggles to vie for cultivation resources. The matriarch of the Feiyun Su family is a female cultivator who never married, and she is the close friend of the reclusive cultivator Gu Feng. However, the matriarch of the Su family passed away 7 years ago. The Su family. Chapter Yetbak Yisup Yet, The Shadow of the Demon Sect Yetman updates. Please follow and subscribe. The next day, Shen Xian took Ding Yuyao and rented a horse-drawn carriage. They unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. It was none other than old Lu, the stable hand from Qinglong Bay Market. It had been over 20 years since they last saw each other. Old Lu was now completely gray-haired. Shenfu sure? He recognized Shen Xian at once. But he couldn't quite believe it. It had been over 20 years. Shen Xian's appearance had actually grown younger over the years. Old Lu, still in this line of work? It's really Master Shenfu and Mrs. Shen. Old Lu hurriedly bowed in greeting. Hongqing County, Songjiang Prefecture. Do you still remember the way? I remember. Let's go. Shen Xian helped Ding Yuyao into the carriage. Drive carefully. Otherwise, I'll deduct it from your fare. Master Shen, rest assured. Old Lu may not have many skills, but I've been driving for 50 years. I'm steady as a rock. The horse. Chapter Yetbak Yi Sup Yi, A Sea of Beauties. Yetman updates. Please subscribe. The gray-robed man's body trembled slightly. Unbeknownst to them, the Holy Sun had secretly planted spies within the Qingyun sect. The Holy Sun is well informed and strategic. He must have a plan. The Lonely Peak Immortal is merely reluctant to break ties with the past. As for Shen Xian, though he is a second-tier symbolist, he is already over 80 years old. He risked his life to establish his foundation, and joined the Qingyun sect through connections. He poses no threat. The blood shadow sighed softly. What concerns me are the remaining three major foundation establishment families of Qingyang Prefecture, the Zhao family of Hujian, the Wu family of Qiyan, and the Zhou family of Yushu. All three have late-stage foundation establishment cultivators stationed there. Are you worried that these three families will block your plans to seize Flying Cloud Mountain? No. They won't stop us. The blood shadow shook his head. Master Luo, you are too kind-hearted. They will initially stand by and watch, but once the dust settles, they will rush in under the pretext of eliminating demonic cultivators to seize the fruits of victory. In his heart, Feiyun Mountain was already his. Chapter Yetbak Yi Sup Sam, offering oneself as a pillow. Yetman word update. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected the Su family's welcome to be so grand. They immediately resorted to using a beauty trap on him. Clearly, the Su family was aware of certain circumstances regarding themselves. Shen Xian had guessed correctly. As an established and powerful family, the Su family had already investigated his background. They knew that Shen Xian was deeply loyal to his emotions, and had only married an ordinary woman. Now that Shen Xian had established his Dao foundation, it was the perfect time for him to seek a dual cultivation partner. Although she is slightly older, he could still be a senior disciple of a major sect, disciple of a true immortal, a second-tier symbolist, or a foundation establishment cultivator, among other titles, granting him an exalted status. In Qingyang Prefecture, Shen Xian's conditions are top-notch. As long as his body can handle it, even if he takes 10 or 8 concubines, there would be those willing to serve him. Master Su is joking. I currently have no plans to marry. Shen Xian shook his head, and politely declined the offer from the Su family. Su Daoyu is joking. Chapter Yetbak Yi Sup Say, A Spring Breeze. Yetman updates. Please follow. Listening to the Rain Pavilion. Early morning. Shen Xian lay on the soft bed, slowly opening his eyes. The bedroom was scattered with a pile of young women's garments. A pale yellow silk dress, a pink undershirt, white silk stockings, and exquisitely embroidered shoes. The bed was filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl. A beautiful, slender body with skin as smooth as jade. White lotus-like arms wrapped around Shen Xian's neck. A pair of long, slender legs tightly clasped around Shen Xian's body. This caused Shen Xian's passion to surge once again. He tapped her part behind. Su Shuer opened her starry eyes, her delicate face revealing a hint of fatigue. Looking at the energetic Shen Xian, she bit her silver teeth and voluntarily crawled into the blankets. Shen Xian gently stroked Su Shuer's forehead, wearing a satisfied expression. Last night, Su Shuer had come to him voluntarily, confessing that she was still a virgin and willing to serve Shen Fu in bed. As she spoke, Su Shuer's face was filled with. Chapter Yetbak Yi Sup The White Mysterious Spirit Shield. Yetman word update. Please follow and subscribe. After the listening to the Rain Pavilion was prepared, Shen Xian invited the two revered elders of the Su family to a banquet. As fellow foundation establishment cultivators, and neither members of the Su family, they naturally found it easy to align themselves on the same side. The weapon forger Yuihua and the puppet master Zhuangping were both very courteous toward Shenxian. Upon receiving the invitation, they each brought gifts and arrived together. Su Shuer, who was skilled with her hands and an excellent cook, prepared a variety of spiritual delicacies, which the two praised endlessly. Shenxian offered tea instead of wine and toasted the two several times. Seeing that the atmosphere was sufficiently set, Shenxian asked, Master Yu, do you have any second-tier water attribute defensive artifacts here? You're too kind. Master Yu's alchemy skills are on par with those of the sect's alchemists. Zhuangping's face betrayed a hint of mockery. Yu Zhihua was the best alchemist in Qingyang Prefecture. However, due to various reasons, he never joined the sect and ended up living in a cultivating family. Chapter 126. In the Carefree Pavilion Yetman updates, please subscribe. Time flew by swiftly. A year later, the emerald sword had finally been cultivated into a magical artifact. The white gilt shield had also been nurtured to function smoothly. Looking at the mysterious jade talisman, golden characters displayed various innate skills. Breath control and invisibility are mastered. Water control, water repulsion, critical strike, iron bones, longevity, insight, self-healing, immunity to all poisons, all at the advanced stage. Water escape, covering the sea with lightning, avoiding misfortune, attracting wealth, deep sea hiding, silver hook poison, turning the sea upside down are at the initial stage. The mediocre gliding in the air is merely proficient. Illusion piercing spirit eye technique obtained from a cultivator of the Zheng family is at the initial stage. The primary cultivation technique divine sea hiding technique is more than halfway to mastery. Water condensation into blade technique, water spirit gathering yuan technique are mastered, and sword of the immortals water chi technique is proficient. Mastered so many innate skills. Shen. Chapter 127. Golden Claw Divine Eagle Yetman updates, please follow and subscribe. A second-tier premium poison talisman? Does it possess Ba Fun Zi Sais Up the power of a second-tier sea demon silver hook sea snake? The Foundation establishment cultivators in the VIP box were all stunned. Second-tier talismans were already rare. Poison talismans are even rarer. And this was a second-tier premium poisonous talisman. And this one was made from the venom of the silver-hooked sea snake, renowned for its lethal toxicity. Noticing the astonished glances from the others, Shenxian sighed softly to himself. He had to admit that he had underestimated these Foundation establishment cultivators. After all, they were merely clan cultivators and wandering cultivators. Their strength and perspective were a whole tier below those of cultivators from the same tier sects. Shenfu Shi, how many spirit stones for one? A white-robed female cultivator spoke up, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. No individual sales. 10 premium poison talismans for the entire essence blood of a second-tier water attribute demon beast. Earlier, while waiting for the transaction, Shenxian had overheard the white-robed female cultivator being. Chapter 128. Taiyin Corpse Beast Yetman word update, please follow and subscribe. The next day, Shenxian brought the spiritual fruit to the Su family's alchemist. The Su family alchemist confirmed that it was a spirit fruit nearly 200 years old. Due to improper storage, some of its spiritual energy had been lost. However, it could still be used as the main ingredient to refine some creation pills. The effects would be slightly inferior to those of the genuine creation pills from the sect. Shenxian made an arrangement with the Su family alchemist. He would be responsible for providing this creation fruit. The Su family alchemist would provide the other auxiliary materials. After refining the creation pills, the two will split the proceeds equally. If there is an odd number, the two will bid for it, and the highest bidder will win. Collecting the auxiliary materials will take some time. After returning to Tingyu, Shenxian informed Su Shuer of this news. There's no need to rush. Once the creation pill is refined, regardless of the quantity, I will definitely give you one. Thank you, my lord. Shenxian dug a hole by the artificial lake in Tingyu, over 3 zhang deep and 10 zhang in diameter. Chapter 129. Breaking the Demon Thunder Yetman word update, please follow and subscribe. Originally, Shenxian was merely a token gift from the Lonely Peak Immortal to appease the Su family. How could the true disciple be sent to such a remote place as Qingyang Prefecture to waste 30 years of his life? But unexpectedly, Shen Xian was not only a genuine second-tier symbolist but also crafted highly toxic and powerful poisonous symbols. Silver Hook Sea Snake's blood essence? I understand. The Su family head pondered for a moment before asking, if we have the necessary ingredients, could Master Shen create the other second-tier spirit talismans? It's not that easy. Shen Xian laughed. The art of talismans is vast and profound. Talismans are rooted in the way of heaven. One cannot master all types of spiritual talismans. Among second-tier spiritual talismans, I specialize only in the Silver Hook Snake Venom Talisman. Master Shen speaks wisely. The head of the Su family seemed to have made up his mind and said, what if we had the corresponding symbol art inheritance? Shen Xian paused. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, the symbol art tradition. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup, Silver Winged Python Yetman updates, please follow. Please come in, White Lotus Fairy. Su Shuer activated the array restrictions of the Listening to the Rain Pavilion, and welcomed the White Lotus Fairy inside. They approached the artificial lake. The White Lotus Fairy stopped in her tracks. She sensed a familiar aura. However, the aura had grown extremely faint. I wonder what Shen Xian has done with the remains of the Golden Claw Divine Eagle. After 4 months, she could still sense the aura of the Golden Claw Divine Eagle. This indicated that Shen Xian had not dismantled or disposed of the Golden Claw Divine Eagle's remains. Upon entering the reception hall, they took their seats according to their status. Master Shen, to be honest, Bai Lian's surname is Zhou, and she comes from the Zhou family of beast tamers. Bai Lian Xianzi spoke with great sincerity. We have come here today for the worship in your possession, Shen Fushi. Shen Xian took a sip of spiritual tea and murmured, oh. No matter how beautiful Bai Lian Xianzi was, she couldn't compare to the practicality of spirit stones. We won't let Shen Fushi. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Yet, Soaring Through the Clouds Yetman updates, please subscribe. This time, the White Lotus Fairy didn't use her seductive arts. Stop shaking. You've shaken my head dizzy. There's really none left. I'll give you a few more next time. Shen Xian remained expressionless. But deep down, he felt a surge of excitement. This White Lotus Fairy, who appears as cold and noble as a white lotus flower, must be fiery and passionate in private. This time, both sides were testing each other. Once they clearly understood the value of each other's essence, blood, and thunder symbols, there would be another round of verbal sparring. Business is business. Shen Xian wouldn't sell the thunder talismans cheaply just because the White Lotus Fairy was beautiful, coo a few sweet nothings, or flash a bit of skin. Before parting, Bai Lian Xianzi teased Shen Xian. Your young maid is only at the initial stage of qi cultivation. Can she handle you? Her words carried a hint of teasing. Shen Xian remained non-committal. As the White Lotus Fairy left, Su Shuer immediately looked up. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Yi, the thunder symbol appears Yetman updates, please follow. The gazes of over a dozen clan elders all swept over the 2 shattering thunder symbols in the hands of the Su family head. Golden light shone brightly, with faint thunderous sounds echoing in the air. Violent thunderous energy flowed slowly across the surface of the talismans. Take a look yourselves. The head of the Su family passed the 2 soul-shattering thunder symbols to the other clan elders. Are these truly the breaking evil thunder symbols of our ancestral lineage? This Shen Xian is no ordinary person. A second-tier thunder talisman. If our Su family had someone capable of creating a second-tier thunder talisman, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Everyone turned their gaze toward the seated Su family head. At that moment, the head of the Su family actually relaxed. As long as Shen Xian could create the soul-shattering thunder symbol, even if it consumed countless thousand-year-old thunder crystal bamboo, it would be worth it. Su Shuer, did Shen the Fu Master mention his success rate for creating thunder symbols? Someone asked urgently. Su Shuer shook her head, this servant. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Sam, the Mighty Water Ape Yetman updates, please follow. Unfortunately, Shen Xian had no intention of founding a family or establishing a career. His long-term goal is to attain immortality. His intermediate goal was singular. To elevate his water spirit root to the heavenly grade and break through to the Dan formation stage. His short-term goal was to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Besides his daily cultivation, Shen Xian occasionally visits the Qingyang market to see if he can collect any second-tier water attribute demon beast essence blood. He attempts to use the phantom piercing spirit eye technique to snatch bargains at the wandering cultivator stalls. It was a way to relax during his cultivation. As a high-ranking cultivator from a major sect, Shen Xian was among the top figures in the Qingyang market. With the success of the shattering demon thunder symbol, the Su family's attitude toward him had become extremely respectful. As a result, Su Shui's status within the Su family has risen sharply. From the Su family patriarch down, all the Su family elders and various members of the Su clan treated Su Shui with kindness and spoke to her in soft voices. Those who considered themselves close to her would even approach her directly. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Say, Endless Transformations Yet Man Updates. Please subscribe. Is this the Su family's secret shattering demon thunder symbol? Interesting. In the deep valley below a 100-foot cliff, a blood-red figure shrouded in layers of toxic mist stared intently at the soul-shattering thunder symbol in its hands. Across from him, the gray-robed figure remained silent. His eyes betrayed deep caution. Master Luo, do you know the success rate of Shen Xian's talisman creation? Thunder talismans are difficult to create. Shen Xian is a prodigy, but I estimate his success rate is around 30%. Then there's nothing to worry about. The blood shadow laughed. A Bafunzi Samsup success rate is merely at the skilled stage. It's difficult to produce high-quality talismans. Even if there were 100 or 80 of such thunder charms, they wouldn't scratch me. The gray-robed man reminded. Shen Xian is a genius talisman master. He developed this talisman in just half a year, and has already reached this level of cultivation. The Holy Sun must not underestimate him. You're right. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup The Pure Water Divine Bottle Yet Man Updates. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian unleashed a stream of water spirit true qi. The bloodlines twisted and screamed as if they were alive. Within a few breaths, they were erased by Shen Xian's water spirit true qi. Not a late foundation establishment cultivator, it's a demon cultivator. Shen Xian thought to himself. Ordinary cultivators focus on refining essence into qi, meditating in silence, and cultivating themselves to build a foundation and form a dan, taking one step at a time to strengthen their Dao heart and climb the ladder to heaven. Demon cultivators are different. They devour essence and blood, extract souls, and refine spirits, resorting to any means to strengthen themselves. Their cultivation progress is extremely rapid in the early stages. Their combat techniques are cruel and ruthless, and their strength generally surpasses that of their peers, allowing them to fight against opponents 1 or 2 minor realms above them. If it's a mid-stage demon cultivator, that makes sense. Mong Yujun was handsome with a unique aura, rebellious and unconventional, akin to the bad boy type from his previous life, which made him highly attractive to the spoiled daughters of noble families. In his previous life, someone. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Lo. The Secret Realm of the Blazing Sun Yet Man Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. In the training room, Shen Xian opened the Song Dynasty Geography Jade Tablet. He cast a spell into it, and a 3-dimensional map formed from a beam of spiritual light appeared before his eyes. Shen Xian fixed his gaze on the shadow forest, and consecutively cast the Avoid Misfortune technique 7 times. His intuitive sensitivity reached its peak. After a moment, Shen Xian exhaled deeply and put away the Geography Jade Tablet. Earlier, he had focused his entire mind on the shadow forest in the virtual 3-dimensional map. During that time, his heart raced and palpitated several times. Fortunately, they weren't too severe. It wasn't as terrifying or frightening as when he faced Murongjuan. It seems like it was a close call. Shen Xian thought to himself. Earlier, he had asked Qin Yuehan if she had consulted their master, Gu Fengzhenren, about going to the Shadow Forest to collect the Purple Essence Divine Wood. Qin Yuehan told him that she had consulted him, and the information about the Purple Essence Divine Wood was given to her by her master. Why didn't you? Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Tut. The White Lotus Blooms Yet Man Updates. Please follow. Seeing that the White Lotus Fairy was no longer trying to sell her a spot in the secret realm, Shen Xian didn't give her a cold look. Tell me more. The White Lotus knows that at the border between Qingyang Prefecture and Weiwu Prefecture, there is a ghost market. The White Lotus Fairy spoke eloquently. The ghost market operates at night, setting up stalls after dark and packing up at dawn. The goods are diverse and varied, with everything imaginable for sale. Most of the items are of dubious origin and difficult to authenticate. Shenxian understood that the so-called ghost market was the same as the black market from his previous life. The ghost market was not only filled with wandering cultivators specializing in various arts, selling all manner of forbidden cultivation artifacts. There were also many demon cultivators, and even demons mingling among them. I'm not going. After Bai Lian Xianzi finished speaking, Shenxian made his decision immediately. He possessed the illusion-piercing spirit eye technique, and the insight technique, which allowed him to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in spiritual energy, see through illusions, and discern the true nature of things. In the ghost market, he was sure to find some hidden treasures. Chapter 138, Crimson Flame Dragon Snake Yetman updates. Please follow and subscribe. As dusk deepened, the sky gradually grew dim. Along the banks of the Tsanglong River, a tributary of the Longza River, lay a desolate wilderness. Numerous tributaries of the river flowed here, and colorful demonic birds and waterfowl darted about, catching spirit fish and demonic shrimp on the riverbank. A brilliant jade-green sword light streaked toward them. On the Zhang Long magical sword, two figures stood. It was Shenxian and Bai Lian Xianzi, who had come to hunt water demons. A few breaths later, Shenxian and Bai Lian Xianzi dismounted from the flying sword. Shenfusher, the water demon, is in the riverbed nearby. Let's rest for a moment first. Shenxian found a cleaner spot, crossed his legs, and sat in meditation to restore the spiritual energy expended from flying on his sword. Shenfusher, can you handle it? That's a second-tier mid-grade water demon. Bai Lian Xianzi had never seen Shenxian in action and harbored doubts about his abilities. She was also a water magic cultivator. She was well versed in river water techniques. Chapter 139, a sealed dragon snake Yetman updates. Please subscribe. The four claws of the crimson flame serpent faintly oozed crimson blood, and the crimson demonic energy covering its body grew slightly dimmer. Though it had shattered the four water chi swords transformed into dark spirit fish, it was far from unscathed. At that moment, the crimson flame dragon snake was completely enraged. It stirred up a wave and charged directly at Shenxian using its water manipulation. Seeing this, Shenxian's spiritual energy erupted violently within his body. The white illusion shield blocked the crimson flame dragon snake's main body. Water-splitting technique continuously dissipated the water currents around it. At the same time, his hands continuously formed seals. Water control, critical strike, iron bones, infinite strength, turn the seas upside down. The waves Shenxian generated were even more powerful, pushing the crimson flame dragon snake back. Terrifying water pressure built up layer by layer on the crimson flame dragon snake's body. What of the descendants of the divine dragon? Having been passed down through countless generations, the dragon blood within the crimson flame dragon snake had grown so heibok that it was almost negligible. Chapter 140, White Lotus, Heart Yetman updates. Please follow and subscribe. Qingyang Market, Xiaoyao Tower. It was the day of the Foundation Establishment Cultivators Trade Fair for the four major families of Qingyang Prefecture. In the VIP suite on the third floor, over a dozen Foundation Establishment cultivators were seated around a table. They exchanged greetings, shared information, and chatted about events in the cultivation world. The trading session had not yet begun. All of them were long-time residents of Qingyang Prefecture, and their voices and laughter echoed through the room. Though they appeared to be on good terms, they were actually divided into four distinct factions. The Su family had the fewest members. Only Su Huiqing and Zhuangping were present. Zhuangping is fine. He is the Su family's retainer. The second-tier puppets he crafts are still in high demand. People frequently approach him for discussions. Su Huiqing, however, is truly alone. He's just there to make up the numbers for the Su family. The cultivators from the other three major foundational families refused to acknowledge him. If it weren't for the disciple sent by Qingyun Sect's Gu Fengjinren to assist him. Chapter 141, Fame Shakes Qingyang Yetman updates. Please subscribe. Shenxian and Bai Lian Xianzi had just left. In the VIP box, everyone couldn't help but start discussing it. Zhou family head, your Zhou family of beast tamers truly has some skills. If Shenxian hadn't come to sell the Crimson Flame Python, how much longer did you plan to keep this from us? Zhou family head, we agreed to make major decisions together. How could you secretly send Bai Lian Xianzi to seduce Shenfusher? In my opinion, Zhou family head, don't harbor any illusions. Shen Fu is a senior cultivator of the great sect. He will eventually return to the Qingyun sect. Don't end up losing both the wife and the army, acting like a petty villain. Master Shen Fu made it clear that he will follow his master's orders to support the Flying Cloud Su family. What are you Zhou family members getting involved for? The Foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhao and Wu families joined in, attacking Zhou family head with a chorus of voices. However, hidden beneath their dissatisfaction was a strong sense of envy. They were all old foxes who had lived for hundreds of years. Who among them didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Yi, Mastering Water Control. Yet Man updates. Please subscribe. Su Shuer was not mistaken. In the bedroom, Shen Xian was vigorously training the White Lotus Fairy. 15,000 spirit stones. No matter how much he trained her, it wasn't enough. The White Lotus Fairy complied with Shen Xian's wishes. She continuously assumed various seductive poses. This icy beautiful White Lotus Fairy, with a body as smooth and delicate as white jade, emanating the fragrance of snow lotus, resembled a flawless white jade statue. Crescent moon hung coldly outside the window. On the ground, scattered were skirt veils, belly bands, silk stockings, embroidered shoes. The soft bed swayed ceaselessly. Occasionally, a seductive, intoxicating voice echoes through the air. Shen Xian is fighting fiercely, as if he were about to unleash all his pent-up frustration and resentment. The same White Lotus maiden. Different attitude. The psychological pleasure he derived from her was completely different. Last time, it could still be called a clash between masters. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Sam, The Divine Sculpture Corpse Beast. Yet Man updates. Please follow. Bai Lian Xianzi ultimately decided to go to Donghai Xianqing to acquire the blood of the silver hook sea snake. The Zhou family of beast tamers had some connections and channels in the Eastern Sea Immortal City. Shen Xian offered Bai Lian Xianzi very favorable terms. One portion of silver hook sea snake essence blood was priced at around 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Shen Xian was willing to exchange it for a poisonous talisman worth 5,000 spirit stones. A round trip would yield 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. Bai Lian Xianzi was well aware of this. Like the last time, she provided information about the Crimson Flame Python, which earned her Yet Man 10 spirit stones in one go. Such opportunities don't come around often. While acquiring silver-hooked sea snake essence blood doesn't yield much profit, it's steady and long-term. If she could establish a stable acquisition channel, Bai Lian Xianzi could profit from both ends, achieving a permanent solution. After dismissing the Snow Lotus Fairy, Shen Xian's days grew rather boring. It was like drinking other soy-scented baijiu after having tasted the national liquor, Maotai. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Se, Farewell to the Murong clan. Yet Man updates. Please follow and subscribe. After entering the Foundation establishment realm, a cultivator's life undergoes a profound transformation. Compared to the Qi cultivation realm, their physical bodies, spiritual energy, and divine awareness are as different as heaven and earth. Longevity alone doubles. Even an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator has a lifespan of over 200 years. However, after reaching the Foundation establishment realm, the difficulty of advancing in cultivation becomes significantly greater than during the Qi cultivation realm. Those with a lower grade Dao Foundation may spend decades cultivating to reach the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, which is the upper limit. After that, one encounters a bottleneck and remains stagnant. Throughout their entire lives, they often remain stuck at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, unable to break through to the late stage. Even with a high-grade spiritual root, breaking through a minor realm requires at least a decade. Take Qin Yuehan, for example, with a middle-grade Dao Foundation and a Qingmu spirit body, he has been cultivating for 30 years and is still stuck at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, Qin Yuehan sensed a breakthrough opportunity. To smoothly break through the bottleneck, she finally decided to go to the Shadow Forest and utilize the Purple Essence Divine Tree too. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Shadow Octopus. Yet Man updates. Please follow. Shen Xian was in a good mood. This time, he followed his heart's guidance and paid a visit to Mu Rongjuan. He deliberately revealed a bit of his strength to warn Mu Rongjuan. It was not merely for the sake of the Qingyun sect and the Qingyang mansion. The primary purpose was to dispel the shadow of fear and strengthen his resolve. Otherwise, being constantly plagued by the shadow of fear toward Mu Rongjuan would be detrimental to his cultivation. Now his thoughts were clear and his mind was at ease. Mao Rongjuan no longer poses a fatal threat to him. This also means that Shen Xian's strength is no less than that of Mu Rongjuan. If it comes to a fight, the odds are in his favor. He should be able to severely injure or even kill Mu Rongjuan. If he's smart, he should rein himself in. Shen Xian thought to himself. He did not wish to confront Mu Rongjuan head-on. They were both disciples of the same sect. Their backgrounds were entangled in a complex web of connections. Who knew what connections he had behind him? Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Lo, The Shadow Forest Yet Man updates, please follow. 2 days later. A flying magical artifact, the Yunpa, carried a man and a woman as they flew out of the Wulong market and headed toward the shadow forest in the barbarian wastes. Qin Yuehan, dressed in snow-white robes, pure and pristine, controlled the Yunpa from the front. The spring chill was still biting, with a hint of warmth in the air. Gale force winds swept through the air, causing her ethereal robe to flutter gently. Qin Yuehan's graceful figure was clearly visible to Shen Xian's eyes. His heart was as still as water. For some reason, Shen Xian couldn't muster even a hint of impure thoughts toward Qin Yuehan. His mind was unusually calm and peaceful. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, it seemed as though only he and Qin Yuehan remained. In serene vigil, the greatest sound is silence. Suddenly, Qin Yuehan spoke up. Senior brother, you have a good relationship with the White Lotus Fairy from the Zhou family of beast tamers? Shen Xian paused. Qingyang Mansion was a vassal territory of the Qingyun Sect, so it was only natural that Qin Yuehan knew the situation. But why did she ask that? It's okay. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Tut, Second Tier Tiger Demon Yet Man Word Update, please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian was speechless. What a thing to say. It's just a first-tier upper-grade demon wolf. No matter how powerful its physical form, how much stronger could it possibly be? Shen Xian summoned the Emerald Water Sword, activating condense water into blades and water spirit gathering. Yingzhi 9 dark spirit fish that swiftly swept away over 30 demon wolves. The water technique, enhanced by the critical strike and iron bone abilities, and further bolstered by the fully mastered infinite strength talent, demonstrated its effectiveness clearly. From the moment he drew his sword to killing 30 demon wolves, it took only 3 or 4 breaths. Although the demon wolves' corpses yielded little meat and had low value, they were still first-tier upper-grade demon beasts. Shen Xian wouldn't waste them. He stuffed all of them into a large beast pouch, intending to sell them to Lu Jingying later. It wasn't until then that Qin Yuehan noticed something was off. The area was too quiet. Shen Xian had already killed all the demon beasts so quickly. It was beyond her expectations. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Bat, Yin Sha Demon Cultivator Yet Man updates, please subscribe. A white sword beam shot toward him. Qin Yuehan had already summoned the silver mirror, condensing the sword beam, and aimed it directly at the throat of the crimson-eyed white tiger. Strike while the iron is hot. The crimson-eyed white tiger swiped its claws, shattering Qin Yuehan's white sword beam, and was about to leap into the air again to attack Shen Xian. At that moment, a dark, knife-like spirit fish darted toward the deep black arrow embedded in the red-eyed white tiger's throat, piercing it another half-inch with a plop sound. The crimson-eyed white tiger rolled in pain, its furious tiger eyes blasting out a crimson beam of light. The white guilt shield blocked the crimson light, releasing a cloud of thick smoke. What an incredible innate divine ability. Shen Xian secretly rejoiced in his heart for not having directly confronted the crimson light of the crimson-eyed white tiger. Seeing that the two cultivators opposite him were too powerful to defeat in the short term, the crimson-eyed white tiger turned and fled toward the other side. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed through the air. 3 cultivators. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Gao, the Devouring Demon Insect Yet Man updates, please follow and subscribe. In a secluded cave deep within the shadow forest, a small campfire flickered faintly. Shen Xian set up the wind and thunder killing array at the cave entrance and returned inside. The 3 had not seen each other in over 70 years. Ling Jinfeng looked much older than he had 70 years ago, his sharp eyes filled with the hardships of life. Qin Yuehan had changed little, still as elegant and aloof as ever, though she had lost some of her former fullness. Shenxian's changes fell somewhere between the two. He had grown increasingly mature and composed, resembling a scholar in his 40s. However, traces of his former vigor could still be seen in his eyebrows and eyes. If the master knew you were still alive, he would be overjoyed. Shenxian sighed softly. I'd rather the master didn't know. Let's just pretend I'm dead. Ling Jinfeng stared at the campfire and spoke slowly. The three fell silent. Yen Master's cultivation level was not high. He had never broken through the third level of Qi cultivation. Chapter Yet Bakken Sup, the purple infused divine tree Yet Man word update please support with subscriptions. Shenxian smiled. Alright. Once I cultivate it, I'll share some with Qin Shimi. In theory, Qin Yuehan was indeed entitled to a share. She wanted the devouring demon worm for another purpose. Shenxian sensed that Qin Yuehan was equally anxious. However, she didn't want to show it in front of him. Originally, with her talent and potential, she could have easily gained recognition in the Qingyun sect and dedicated herself to cultivation. The appearance of Lei Yaoyang completely disrupted her peaceful life. Golden Dan True Disciple, Dan Formation Seed, Thunder Technique Cultivator. Lei Yaoyang's path was brighter than Qin Yuehan's, and he was more favored within the sect. He actually wanted to use Qin Yuehan's Qingmu spirit body to enhance his own Thunder Dao physique. This completely stripped Qin Yuehan of her hope to form a Dan. This was an unforgivable act of obstructing one's path. Alas, Qin Yuehan's family background, connections, sect status, cultivation realm, and other factors all lag behind. Chapter Yet Bakken Sup Yet, Unbreakable Yetman updates, please subscribe. The vengeful spirit screamed as it clawed at him, while the blood-red daggers transformed into a massive blade, hacking down at his head. The poisonous powder from the poisonous butterflies corroded silently. Shenxian's green-lighted spiritual barrier, under the joint attack of 3 Foundation Establishment stage demon cultivators, was on the verge of collapse, seeming ready to shatter at any moment. In response, Shenxian shook his head slightly. Within his dantian, liquid spiritual energy as vast as the ocean surged rapidly, and 9 spellfish leaped out, forming 9 layers of green light barriers that reinforced each other. The previously precarious green light barrier was instantly replenished with spiritual energy, radiating a brilliant glow. Within the green light barrier, Shenxian gazed at the 3 Foundation Establishment stage demon cultivators in the distance, his expression growing colder. However, he did not attack. Instead, he casually executed a technique. The golden claw divine eagle and the silver-winged python transformed into 2 black beams, both of which he effortlessly stored in his beast pouch. There was no need for the 2 corpse beasts to engage in a desperate battle with the skeleton demon and flying zombie of the enemy. If they were damaged, it would take time and effort to repair them. Chapter Yet Bakken Sup Yi, the mother of the shadow butterflies Yetman updates please subscribe. Congratulations, Qin Shimi. Shenxian suddenly stood up. We've been delayed here for half a month, it's time to return. Outside the Qingguang Lingbai, 3 demon cultivators watched intently. Shenxian summoned the emerald water sword. His hand seals constantly shifted. With each transformation, the aura emanating from the emerald water sword surged violently. Water control, critical strike, iron bone, turning the seas upside down, silver hook poison, infinite strength, condensing water into a blade, water spirit gathering essence, sword of the heavens water chi. After a full 10 breaths, Shenxian finally roared. Go! The spiritual energy of the vast sea yingzhued into a deep green icy divine dragon, raised its head, and let out a low growl before soaring forward and attaching itself to the jade green sword. The perfect tier water control, and the master tier infinite strength, these 2 innate skills alone boosted his attack power by 5 to 6 times compared to before. Annihilate the enemy. Chapter Yet Bakken Sup Sam, all tricks unleashed Yetman updates please subscribe. The deterrent effect of the thunder symbol was evident. Earlier, the mother of the yin-yang butterflies had been relentless, demanding to keep Qin Yuehan. After being bombarded by 9 premium, soul-shattering thunder symbols, she immediately changed her attitude. It was hard to believe that the renowned Yuming butterfly mother, one of the 6 great demon sects of Liang Kingdom, would ever resort to such desperate measures. Too late. I had intended to spare your life, but you dare to be so ungrateful. Shenxian's divine consciousness flickered. The divine eagle corpse beast and the serpent corpse beast in the beast pouch soared into the air and attacked the Yinming butterfly mother. At the same time, he activated the 9 silver hook snake venom symbols once more, spreading them toward the Yomi butterfly mother. After all, his corpse beasts had no life, so the silver hook snake venom had no effect on them. However, no matter how high her poison resistance was, she couldn't withstand such a massive onslaught of poison. Poisonous talismans. You're ruthless. The Yomi butterfly mother was filled with terror and despair. The 2 corpse beasts were no slouches either. Chapter 114, Dealing with a Tiger Yetman updates. Please subscribe. 1 month later. Huangfeng Forest, the territory of the Murong clan. Murong Jun, tended by 2 beautiful concubines, gazed at Shen Xian, who had just arrived. Suppressing his anger, he gestured for the 2 concubines to step back. Senior Shen, what brings you here? Mong Yujun rose to greet him, speaking respectfully. In name, Shen Xian was a foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Qingyun sect. However, he was merely a Qi cultivation 9th layer cultivator from a minor cultivation family. Both in terms of etiquette and respect, he had to treat Shen Xian as his senior. Emir Murong, may we speak privately? You don't want your clan to find out about this, do you? Mong Yujun glared at Shen Xian with a fierce look. In the end, he led Shen Xian to the peak of the Huangfeng Forest. Shen Fu, sure, just say what you have to say. If it comes to that, I'll give up this identity. Mong Yujun spoke first. Chapter 114, The Holy Maiden of Yulon Yetman updates. Please subscribe. Watching Shen Xian's receding figure, Murong Jun's expression darkened. He had already devised a plan for Qingyang Prefecture and the 4 great cultivation families. Shen Xian's appearance forced him to revise his plans. The holy son of the demon sect was not as glorious as outsiders perceived him to be. The competition was brutal and bloody. At the Foundation establishment realm, demon cultivators typically have a lifespan of over 200 years. However, the average lifespan of the demon sect's holy son was only 120 years. The vast majority die untimely deaths and never reach a natural end. Ordinary Foundation establishment stage demon cultivators still have the option to remain pure and upright. The holy sons have none. Defeat means death. Failure to form a Dan also means death. No one will give them a second chance. Nor will they be allowed to withdraw. A maid approached quietly. Who's there? Mong Yujun barked coldly. In the Huangfeng Forest, no maid dared to approach him so closely. Chapter 116, The Treasure Beast Yetman updates. Please follow. Late at night. Listening to the rain pavilion. Shen Xian lay on the bed, his eyes half closed, his expression relaxed. Su Shuer was diligently attending to him. 3 months had passed since their separation. Su Shuer had advanced to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. She dared to make movements, adding a touch of novelty. Despite this, after half an hour of hard work, Su Shuer was exhausted, panting softly and drenched in sweat. Shen Xian remained as steady as a mountain. Husband. The trailing note was drawn out. It sounded like a plea, yet also like a request. Enough, let me do it. Shen Xian patted Su Shuer's pert bottom and mounted the horse. Afterward, Su Shuer lay in Shen Xian's arms. Her face radiated happiness. Earlier, at the welcome banquet, she had immediately noticed the intentions of the Su family patriarch. She had taken a good look at Su Jiayuan. It must be said. Chapter 117, Complete Self-Healing Yetman updates. Please follow. In the days that followed, Shen Xian returned to his daily routine of cultivation, talisman making, and training the White Lotus Fairy and Su Shuer. The vast fortune of over subsaman spirit stones in his storage bag put him in a great mood, making him more generous with his spending. The day after returning to Tingyu, he transplanted over 20 spiritual plants obtained from the Shadow Forest. The Listening Rain Pavilion was rich in spiritual energy, more than sufficient for cultivating these first-grade superior-grade spiritual plants. In his storage bag, only the soul-summoning banner, and the essence blood of the golden claw divine eagle remained. All other cultivation-related items and demonic creatures had been sold off. Additionally, he had hundreds of devouring demon bug eggs, and the corpses of 2 demonic jackals. He had an ample supply of spirit stones. Shen Xian began repairing his protective artifacts. The divine eagle corpse beast and the python corpse beast were returned to the Tian corpse beast pool, where they were restored using the soul sealing array and corpse beast elixir. The spiritual water in the purifying water bottle was replenished, with 3 mid-grade spiritual stones added daily. Within a month, it could be condensed into 100 units of spiritual water. Chapter 158, Evenly Matched Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xian had been back at Tingyu Xian for half a year. During this time, he repaired 2 second-tier zombie beasts, replenished the spiritual water in the water bottle, and hatched a devouring demon worm. He had also plundered the bloodline talent of the shadow octopus, enhancing his self-healing technique to perfection. Additionally, he had accumulated over 40 high-quality lightning talismans and poison talismans. This effectively boosted his combat power to its maximum. Contact with Lu Jingying has been established. The location has been set at the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion in Longmen Market. Shen Xian will meet with the Gu family from High City to discuss cooperation in person. I'll return to the Sect for a while and be back in 10 days. After instructing Su Shuer to guard the Tingyu Pavilion, Shen Xian mounted his sword and flew away. 2 days later, Shen Xian arrived at the Wulong Market. Please wait here, Senior Shen. Upon hearing that a cultivator from the Sect had arrived, the staff at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion hurried to report the news. Senior Shen, please come in quickly. Senior brother Liu has been waiting in the private room for quite some time. Chapter 159, Mastery of Water Escape Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Really not. Shen Xian firmly refused. He had over 20 premium lightning talismans and over 20 premium poison talismans. But these were his life-saving protective measures. Under no circumstances could he sell them lightly. He couldn't give the ancient clan leader the impression that this matter was negotiable. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them in the future. I have a sample of Golden Claw Divine Eagle's Essence Blood. Are you interested, Ancient Taoist? Golden Claw Divine Eagle's Essence Blood? The head of the Gu family fell into deep thought. The golden-clawed divine eagle is a metallic demonic bird with immense power, and its essence blood is more precious than that of ordinary water-attributed demonic beasts. The clan members beside him lit up with excitement. Clan leader. The ancient clan leader raised his hand to silence the clan members. I have some blood essence of a red-striped carp. Would Master Shenfu be willing to exchange it? Red-striped carp? Yes. It seems slightly disadvantageous. But it was worth the trade. Chapter 160, Return to the Cloud Abyss Yetman Updates. Please follow and subscribe. The next day, Su Shuer handed over an invitation with an odd expression. I have heard of your noble character and unparalleled skill in calligraphy. I am deeply admiring of you. Tomorrow, under the moonlight, my small pavilion in the Osmanthus Garden will be in full bloom. If you have the time, why not join me to admire the moon and discuss the ways of the world? The invitation was signed by Wu Yulan. Shen Xian froze. The Wu family of Qian? My lord, Wu Yulan is the youngest daughter of the Wu family head, a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm, known as the Orchid Fairy. She is renowned alongside the White Lotus Fairy of the Zhou family, who specializes in beast taming, as the twin beauties of Qingyang. Su Shuer's voice carried a hint of jealousy. One White Lotus Fairy is enough now, even the Orchid Fairy is joining in. My husband is hers. She is the one who belongs to my husband. What Qingyang twin sisters? Each of them is pure and cold, yet they dare to come and steal her husband. Su Shuer isn't that naive. She doesn't believe that the Jade Orchid Fairy invited her husband to admire the moon and discuss the Tao. Chapter 161, Unresolved Grudges Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Next came the Jing family of Mingyang Island. The Jing family's newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivator unexpectedly perished, and all the Jing family cultivators accompanying him were wiped out. The Jing family suspected that the Huang family of Inho Island had hired assassins to kill them. In response, the Huang family of Inho Island vehemently denied the allegations. Instead, they accused the Jing family of Mingyang Island of committing numerous injustices, offending too many fellow cultivators, and provoking someone to act on their behalf. Although the two families temporarily ceased hostilities under the mediation of the Bishui sect. However, behind the scenes, they continue to engage in underhanded maneuvers. The Jing family lost a newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator, severely weakening their influence. Unexpectedly, the Jing family went so far as to marry their most outstanding female disciple from the new generation to Elder Kong as his concubine. Elder Kong is one of the resident elders of the Bishui sect in the Yun Yuan Immortal City, and he is quite elderly. A disgrace to the Song Kingdom's cultivating families. The Jing family, in their desperation to curry favor with Elder Kong, have married off their most talented and youthful female disciple, a direct descendant to him, as a concubine. Do you know how old Elder Kong is? He's 180 years old. Chapter 162, The Jade Pearl Oyster. Man updates. Please subscribe. Shenxian slept soundly. The next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, the innkeeper handed him a visiting card. So quick. Glancing at the sender's name on the visiting card, Shenxian shook his head slightly. He and the Huang family of Silver Hook Island had a purely transactional relationship. The feud between the Huang family and the Jing family had nothing to do with him. He did not wish to be drawn into it. However, since they had already come, meeting them would not be a problem. In the VIP suite on the second floor of the inn, Shenxian personally hosted the head of the Huang family. Mr. Shen, it's been a while. You look as dashing as ever. Seeing Shenxian, whose appearance had not changed, the head of the Huang family couldn't help but sigh. Not just him. In the entire Yun Yuan Immortal City, few could have imagined it. At over 80 years old, the turtle symbolist Shenxian had actually succeeded in establishing his foundation. Moreover, he had even become a disciple of a true immortal from the Qingyun sect. This news sent shockwaves through the foundation establishment circle of Yun Yuan Xiancheng. Chapter 163, Water Spirit Extraction. Man updates. Please subscribe. I accidentally obtained the opportunity to cultivate a thunder symbol, but I managed to complete it with great difficulty. The success rate is concerning. Shenxian explained. Shendaoyu, we will purchase the essence blood of second-tier water attribute demon beasts for you. How many thunder talismans and poison talismans will you give us? Tang Renhao asked excitedly. Even with his composure, he felt a sense of unreality. For each complete second-tier water attribute demon beast essence blood we acquire, I will pay an additional 10 thunder symbols or 30 poison symbols as compensation for your efforts. This price was already very high. It was equivalent to 3,000 spirit stones. Moreover, second-tier thunder charms and poison charms are rare and hard to come by. The actual price is even higher. Shenxian was very sincere. 10 thunder charms, or 30 poison charms. No problem, we'll agree to this. Tang Renhao didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. It was clearly a bargain for the two of them. Only someone like Shenxian, who fears trouble and is unwilling to. Chapter 164, Violence Beats Violence. Man updates. Please follow. Piercing sound echoed through the air. Two foundation establishment cultivators revealed their forms. Blocking their path from behind was indeed the head of the Jing family. The man in front was emaciated, his face as pale as paper, devoid of any trace of blood. A demon cultivator? Shenxian was slightly startled. The two of them, one in front and one behind, surrounded Shenxian in the middle. May I ask how this fellow cultivator refers to himself? A man on the brink of death. Why ask so many questions? The gaunt demon cultivator cackled eerily. Shenxian shook his head. Taoist friend, do you know that he is Zheng, the clan leader of Mingyang Island? Colluding with demon cultivators and assassinating disciples of the Qingyun sect. Don't you fear that once he succeeds, he will kill you to silence you? I'm not afraid. I trust the head of the Jing family. You're mad. Shenxian looked deeply distressed. If this gets out, the cultivators of the Jing family on Mingyang Island will have no place to bury their dead. Only the dead can. Chapter 165, The Jing family's downfall. Man updates. Please follow and subscribe. Shenxian smiled. Colluding with demon cultivators and assassinating disciples of the sect. The Jing family has acted with reckless audacity. They should be dealt with by your sect. Shenxian dares not say more. Kong Wuji glared with a dark expression at the chaotic battlefield. The atmosphere was oppressive. He knew it all too well. All of this was a trap set by Shenxian. The Jing family head was arrogant and overestimated Shenxian's strength, stepping right into the trap. One sighting borrowed the Xianyang mirror and dragged him to the scene to watch, which was also part of Shenxian's plan. They had all thought that Shen Xian was merely a lucky old man who had managed to establish a foundation at such an advanced age. He thought that only his symbol arts were worth mentioning. But his combat prowess was terrifying beyond belief. No wonder he's a disciple of a great sect's true master. Kong Wuji forced himself to hide his shock. In 10 breaths, he killed Zheng, the family head of the Zheng clan, who was at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, and his demon cultivator younger brother. Such protective techniques are far beyond what ordinary foundation establishment cultivators can withstand. Shen Xian's foundation establishment. Chapter 166, Secret Realm Quota Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. Shendaoyu, the Fengqi Mountain Liyang secret realm has opened, and there are many 3rd-tier spiritual treasures inside. On this day, the puppet master Zhuangping approached Shen Xian, inviting him to join him in exploring the Fengqi Mountain Liyang secret realm in search of 3rd-tier spiritual treasures. Lately, Shen Xian's talisman making skills had greatly improved. After advancing his lightning and poison talismans to the initial stage, his success rate in creating talismans had skyrocketed, and he was no longer lacking in spirit stones. His storage pouch contained 13,000 spirit stones. He had little interest in venturing into the Luyang secret realm to seek out 3rd-tier spiritual treasures. If it were that good, why wouldn't the patriarchs of the 3 major cultivating families of Qingyang Prefecture go in? Instead, they have joined forces to control the entrance to the secret realm and sell entry slots. A single entry slot costs a staggering 17 spirit stones. Once inside the secret realm, survival is not guaranteed. Upon exiting the secret realm, safety is guaranteed. In no time, many foundation building cultivators from Qingyang Prefecture flocked to the Liyang secret realm. As for Qi cultivation realm cultivators, they were mostly left behind. Chapter 167, 10,000 Year Spiritual Milk 10,000 Updates. Please subscribe. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Xiaoyao Pavilion was bustling with activity. Most of the foundation establishment cultivators from Qingyang Prefecture had arrived. When Shen Xian entered the VIP suite, there were already over a dozen cultivators inside. With a quick sweep of his divine sense, Shen Xian knew that this gathering was of a high caliber. The weakest among them were mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, the heads of cultivation families. Even Bai Lian Xianzi was turned away at the door. Everyone, it's rare for us all to gather here. Let's get down to business. If you have anything good, bring it out. The patriarch of the Zhao family spoke first. He was a 2nd-tier alchemist. He shared some insights on alchemy. The key point was how to distinguish the quality of foundation building pills. My foundation building pill may not match those produced by the Sect, but its efficacy is not much different. Shen Xian looked at the boastful Zhao family patriarch and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What was supposed to be a scholarly discussion had turned into a sales pitch. Chapter 168, The Wrath of the Thunder God Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Zhuangping purchased a spot in the Blazing Sun secret realm and entered, where he met up with 2 other cultivators he had already arranged to meet. Everything was going smoothly. He obtained some 2nd-tier spiritual plants that were 200 or 300 years old, and a fragment of a spiritual artifact. If they had stopped there, they could have made a decent profit. However, the 3 of them grew greedy and ventured into the core area of the secret realm. They encountered a 2nd-tier upper-grade long-armed white ape, and were chased relentlessly. Even with 2nd-tier puppets, Zhuangping destroyed 3 of them. The spiritual talismans and spiritual pills consumed during the battle were not included in the calculations. Each 2nd-tier puppet was worth Yetman spirit stones. Zhuangping's lifetime savings were depleted by more than half in an instant. This was still considered fortunate. It is said that among the foundation establishment cultivators who enter the Blazing Sun secret realm, approximately 30% perish. At this point, Zhuangping finally understood. The Luyang secret realm was the 3 major clans' scheme to reduce the number of foundation establishment cultivators in Qingyang Prefecture. Chapter 169, Thunder in the Water Yetman Updates. Please follow and subscribe. Mingfeng Mountain was adjacent to the banks of the Canglong River. It is a 2nd-tier superior grade spiritual vein. The Sun family is a first-rate cultivation family in Tiancheng Prefecture. With a 1,000-year-old lineage, they have 2,000 cultivators and 7 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Sun Jingyang is the new core figure of the Mingfeng Sun family. He achieved foundation establishment at the age of 50. At 70, he broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. This recent campaign to annihilate the Chun family of Snow Ridge was led by him. A midnight raid resulted in a decisive victory. In recent days, Sun Jingyang has been the talk of the town in Tiancheng Prefecture. The clan leader intends to entrust him with managing clan affairs. Given time, he will undoubtedly take on the role of clan leader. Many cultivating families in Tiancheng Prefecture have recommended well-bred female cultivators to him for marriage negotiations. However, Sun Jingyang was in no hurry. He does not hold the female cultivators from these cultivating families in high regard. Instead, he was seeking a foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Divine Sword Sect. This was also Chapter Yet Box Sup, full of enthusiasm yet man updates. Please subscribe. Listening to the Rain Pavilion. A sign reading, closed for practice, hung on the door. Shenxian quietly returned to the training room. He no longer concealed his presence, revealing his form. A mid-stage cultivator from a cultivation family, nothing special. Shenxian sat cross-legged. While restoring his spiritual energy, he reviewed the details of the previous battle. Sun Jingyang's strength was comparable to that of Qingyu and Daozhong from back then. His defensive capabilities were slightly stronger. But his strength was still limited. From the very beginning, he had planned to use the Thunder God's Wrath technique to kill Sun Jingyang. In fact, using his water techniques to their fullest extent would have been just as effective. However, that would risk exposing his true identity. Using the thunder technique allowed him to conceal his identity, while also increasing the deterrent effect on the Sun family. Among wandering cultivators, few have inherited the thunder technique. Among cultivators of the same rank, the thunder technique is the most powerful. If the Sun family is wise, they will. Chapter Yet Box Sup Yet, the big-headed wolf fish Yetman updates. Please follow. Sun Jingyang is dead? Zhou family secret chamber. At an ancient jade table, the Zhou family patriarch and the Zhou family head sat on opposite sides. On the table lay an intelligence jade tablet. The events that occurred in Tiancheng City yesterday were carved into an intelligence jade tablet early this morning and delivered to the Zhou family patriarch. The one Chen Xiangdong saw was a replica sent by the Zhou family. A disciple of the sect's true master, no ordinary person. The head of the Zhou family sighed deeply. I had thought he was merely a water technique cultivator, yet he has also cultivated thunder technique, instantly defeating Sun Jingyang of Mingfeng Mountain. Foolish. The Zhou family patriarch snapped. If he didn't understand thunder arts, how could he have inherited the shattering demon thunder symbol from the Su family? And how could he have agreed to act for the sake of the Thunder Beast's blood? The Zhou family head asked, so, this was all part of the sect master's plan? The true master's intentions. Chapter Yet Box Sup Yi, sharp teeth and fierce claws Yetman updates. Please follow. It's still better here with Master Shenfu. Such a wonderful place, where talented people gather and beauty adds to the charm, truly a place of leisure and freedom. Zhu Jintang sipped his spiritual tea and sighed with admiration. The purchase price for the blood of the big-headed wolf fish demon is 4,000 spirit stones. The fee for Tang Renhao and Zhu Jintang to purchase it on behalf of others is 10 thunder charms, worth 3,000 spirit stones. It must be said that Shen Xian is a generous person. He never shortchanges his friends. After receiving the spirit stones and thunder talismans, Zhu Jintang and Shen Xian chatted casually for a few moments. This time, he had come personally not only to escort the blood essence of the large-headed wolf fish, but also to discuss matters with Shen Xian. Tang Renhao is about to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He hoped Shen Xian could assist in procuring several high-quality sect-grade heart-protecting pills. These second-tier spiritual pills, used for breaking through cultivation realms, were also strategic resources strictly controlled by major sects. The vast majority of those available on the market are produced by scattered alchemists. Chapter Yet Box Sup Sam, Spirit Wine Formula Yetman updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian pondered for a moment and said, Senior Brother Gu, I am making a sincere offer to purchase it. Is there any room for negotiation? They had already conducted a transaction once before. In exchange for 5 premium lightning talismans and 5 premium poison talismans, they had acquired the blood essence of the shadow octopus demon. The head of the Gu family smiled and said, "The Gu family of High City is honored to befriend Master Shen the symbolist. Master Shen, name your price." 20 premium lightning talismans, 30 premium poison talismans, plus these 2 water attribute magical artifacts. I believe the Gu family will find them useful. Shen Xian produced the water-splitting sword and water mong shield seized from the Zheng family head. The head of the Gu family examined them. He pondered for a moment. All right. The Gu family is willing to establish a long-term partnership with Shen the Talisman Master. The two sealed the deal on the spot. Shen Xian received the beast pouch containing the shadow octopus. The head of the Gu family confirmed that the spirit talisman and magical artifact were correct before smiling and saying, "Master Shen's Thunder Talisman." Chapter Yet Bak Say, the Magnolia Fairy Yetman updates. Please subscribe. The White Lotus Fairy ran back and forth several times. The head of the Zhou family had tested the price several times. After being rejected, he confirmed that Shen Xian knew the value of the item. Even though he knew Shen Xian had taken it from Sun Jingyang, the Zhou family head dared not use this as leverage against him. Shen Xian didn't care whether the Sun family knew or not. Even if they did, what could they do? The Sun family is a vassal of the Divine Sword Sect in Tiancheng Prefecture. And he was a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Let alone without any evidence. Even if it were proven to be Shen Xian's doing, the Sun family couldn't touch him. The Sun family wiped out the Qin family and seized their spiritual vein. Does that mean they can't even call on a friend to help avenge their family? There's no such thing in the world. The Divine Sword Sect will never intervene on the Sun family's behalf to negotiate with the Qingyun Sect. If the Sun family wants revenge, they must find their own way. But no cultivator would dare to openly assassinate a major sect. Chapter Yet Bak the Murong clan's marriage alliance. Yetman updates. Please subscribe. From that day onward, Shen Xian no longer went to the Xiaoyao pavilion. He hid in Tingyu Xian, immersing himself in intense cultivation. Upon hearing that Shen Xian had rejected the Jade Orchid Fairy, Bai Lian Xianzi was deeply moved. She visited Tingyu Xian even more frequently. Her attitude toward Shen Xian became even more considerate, allowing him to do as he pleased. Shen Xian felt a bit embarrassed. He speculated in his heart that the Jade Orchid Fairy was likely the holy maiden of the Blood Spirit Sect. Her strength surpassed even that of Murongjuan. It was precisely because of this that the Magnolia Fairy had the confidence to believe she could deceive Shen Xian. Little did she know that Shen Xian possessed the innate ability of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. As long as he got close, he could instinctively sense danger or safety. After their private moment, Shen Xian asked Bai Lian Xianzi about Yulan Xianzi's situation. As he had anticipated, Yulan Xianzi had once traveled abroad for a period of time. Upon her return, her strength had greatly increased, and she had obtained an array formation. Chapter Yet Bak the engagement banquet. Yetman word update. Please follow and subscribe. Upon hearing this news, Shen Xian felt a pang of unease. Su family head, do you truly know the true identity of Murongjuan? He fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, the Su family had no reason to betray the Qingyun sect. However, anything could happen. The Wu family is unreliable. Does that make the Su family trustworthy? What is the true story behind Murongjuan marrying into the Su family? Shen Xian had no way of knowing. It is said that this matter has already been approved by the heads of both families. Su Jiayuan and the Murong gentlemen have both agreed. All that remains is to choose an auspicious date and time to hold the engagement banquet. Shen Xian had once warned Murong Jun. He told him not to cause any trouble in Xingyang Prefecture. Yet, just a year later, he has already begun to cause trouble? Ever-changing, leaving no trace. After Murongjuan married into the Su family, the children he bears will inevitably take the Su surname and become core members of the Su clan. If they are exceptionally talented. Chapter Yet Bak Hidden Secrets. Yetman updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian suddenly attacked without holding back. Under the combined effects of his fully mastered water control, advanced turning the seas upside down, infinite strength, iron bone, and critical strike innate skills, he fused the 3 water techniques: condensing water into blades, water spirit gathering essence, and sword of the heavens. The cold ice dragon formed from the water spirit true chi was extremely fierce and terrifying. Most of the crowd below were foundation establishment level cultivators. A single glance was enough to send their hearts reeling. The ferocious aura emitted by the icy divine dragon caused every hair on their bodies to stand on end. This Shenfu sure is serious. They hadn't even faced the icy divine dragon directly, merely glancing at it from afar, they could already sense its terrifying power. Those directly facing Mu Rongjuan must be under unimaginable pressure. If he were merely at the peak of qi cultivation, Mu Rongjuan would have no chance of surviving. In an instant, the ice dragon raised its head and let out a long, piercing roar, transforming into Chapter Yetbak Tsusupbat, Deterring the Demons Yetman Updates, please follow. Shenxian frowned. The Jade Orchid Fairy spoke with hidden meaning. He truly knew nothing about it. However, he nodded anyway. Does the Jade Orchid Fairy have any insights? I dare not claim any insights. The Magnolia Fairy bit her lip, seeming to make up her mind. In Xinjiang Prefecture, the Zhao, Zhou, and Su families, we will not provoke them. As for the affairs of the other families, you must not interfere either. At that moment, Yulan Xianzi's expression was sincere beyond words. Shen Daoyu, listen to Yulan's advice. Even if you want to meddle, you want to be able to handle it. Shen Xian pondered for a long time. Finally, he spoke slowly. Earlier, I told Meng Yujun not to cause trouble in Xinjiang Prefecture. My master ordered me to support the Feiyun Su family in Xinjiang Prefecture for 30 years. 7 years have already passed. You should not have plotted against the Su family. This is your fault. Meng Jun laughed heartily. Chapter Yetbak Tsusupgao, The Struggle Between the Tao and the Demon Yetman Updates, please subscribe. In the reception hall of Tingyu Xian, Zhuang Ping stood before Shen Xian, equally anxious. He didn't know when Shen Xian had figured out his true identity. Shen Xian shook his head. There was no enmity between him and Zhuang Ping. There was no direct conflict of interest between them. Long before he arrived at Xinjiang Prefecture, Zhuang Ping had already been infiltrating the Feiyun Su family for 30 years. In fact, he also believed that Zhuang Ping truly had no intention of harming him. In the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, Zhuang Ping had posed little threat to him. Zhuang Daoyu, when you invited me to the Liang secret realm last time, were you genuinely seeking treasures, or did you intend to ambush me? I was genuinely seeking treasures. Others may not know, but I do. Shenfu's strength is formidable, on par with someone at the late foundation establishment stage. Tell me, why did you infiltrate the Su family? Zhuang Ping sighed wryly. If I say I just want to be an ordinary attendant, living peacefully and cultivating my arts. Chapter Yetbak Basup, Breakthrough in Realm Yetman Updates, please follow. Master Su. Luo Ping instinctively greeted him with a respectful tone. Something's wrong. Seeing the sudden change in Su family head's expression, Luo Ping had a sudden flash of insight. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, summoning a black tiger puppet beast to block the path in front of him. The head of the Su family already held a golden sword in his hand, which he swung to deflect the black tiger puppet beast blocking his path. The sword light swirled and swept past. The next moment, Luo Ping's body froze in place, as if he had been struck by a immobilization spell. A blood-red wound erupted from his chest, pierced through by Su's sword light. He looked down in disbelief, his right hand tightly clutching the wound. Su Huijing. I have always been loyal to the Su family. You. The head of the Su family had no patience for his rambling. The sword light flashed again. A bloodline appeared on Luo Ping's neck. His head flew into the sky. Chapter Yetbak Basup Yet, the Wu family's sudden change Yetman updates, please follow. I've broken through. Shen Xian gently tapped by Lian Xianzi's delicate face to express his joy. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, breaking through minor barriers became relatively easier. The chances of failure were minimal. Bai Lian Xianzi was guarding outside the training room, more as a symbolic gesture. A year ago, in the Xiaoyao Tower, Shen Xian exposed Mu Rongjuan's true identity as the demonic disciple of the Blood Spirit Sect and killed him. Since then, the Su family had declared a 10-year seclusion. Shen Xian was happy to have some peace and quiet, hiding in the listening to the rain pavilion to cultivate in seclusion. During this period, the only outsider allowed to freely enter and exit the Su family's territory was the White Lotus Fairy. It is said that on that day, when Qian Jiwen, the third young master of the Qian family, saw the White Lotus Fairy and approached Sun Xian, he felt as though his heart was being torn apart. Upon returning home, he refused to eat or drink for over 10 days. One quiet night, he suddenly gained enlightenment and let go of his obsession. He sent a message to the White Lotus Fairy, promising never to bother her again. Chapter Yet Bak Ba Sup Yi, Water Ape Corpse Beast Yet Man Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Upon hearing this news, Sun Xian immediately felt uneasy. The demon cultivators of the Blood Spirit Sect couldn't contain themselves anymore and wanted to take action. Thinking about it, it was understandable. While demon cultivators possess rapid cultivation speeds and formidable combat strength, they also suffer from severe resource shortages and low success rates. To quickly enhance their strength, many demon cultivators resorted to heinous acts, sacrificing cultivators and ordinary people in blood rituals. The Liang Kingdom also had tens of millions of commoners. These commoners are essentially kept by the demon sect as disposable sacrifices for blood rituals. Ordinary people have weak vital energy, blood, and souls, making them useful to low-tier demon cultivators. However, once a demon cultivator reaches a higher realm, ordinary commoners can no longer meet their needs. Therefore, major demonic sects have developed special methods to transform ordinary people into more powerful sacrificial materials, with stronger vital energy, blood, and souls. For example, the Corpse Refinement Sect selects physically strong commoners, forces them to practice rudimentary demonic arts, and absorbs corpse chi to transform them into half-human, half-ghost corpse beings. And the Chapter Yet Bak Ba Sup Sam, Family Heritage Yet Man Updates. Please subscribe. The White Lotus Fairy hid under the quilt, looking pitifully at Sun Xian. Last night, she had served Sun Xian with all her heart and soul. I'll go out first to greet the Zhou family head. Hiding isn't a solution. Bai Lian must come out to meet him. Sun Xian dressed quickly and walked straight out of the listening to rain pavilion. Outside the door, the head of the Zhou family looked furious, and didn't give Sun Xian a friendly glance. The two entered the Tingyu pavilion. Su Shuai obediently handed over a steaming cup of spiritual tea. Zhou Jiazhu took a symbolic sip of the spiritual tea before launching into his speech. Shenfu Shi, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. Bai Lian really went too far this time. She dared to steal the corpse of the great water monkey, which accompanied the old ancestor for over a century, and made immense contributions to his cultivation. After the mighty water ape passed away from old age, the old ancestor could not bear to dissect and refine its body. Chapter Yet Bak Ba Sup Say, The Demon Cultivators Rebellion Yet Man Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. A month later, Bai Lian Xianzi, drenched in sweat, flew out of the corpse beast pool of the mighty water ape. Soul Sealing Array, Tying Corpse Beast Liquid. Shenlang, Bai Lian has no spirit stones left. Bai Lian Xianzi instinctively pouted at Sun Xian. How much do you need? Sun Xian and the White Lotus Fairy always kept their accounts clear. Emotions are emotions, spirit stones are spirit stones, they never mix. In truth, Sun Xian had lent the spirit stones to Bai Lian Xianzi, with no expectation of repayment. But he couldn't just give them to her for free. Under no circumstances could he allow those tainted spirit stones to defile the purity of their relationship. Bai Lian, calculate it. 3 years' worth of Taiyinji Shio liquid, plus the expenses for the locking spirit array spirit stones. That's over 10,000 spirit stones. I'll lend you 3,000 first. Sun Xian didn't borrow any more. He knew that Bai Lian Xianzi had some personal savings. Back to the inner courtyard. Chapter Yet Bak Ba Sup The Spirit Clam is ours. Yet Man Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Bai Lian Xianzi truly had a knack for business. Despite her financial struggles, after learning the Tai Yin Ji Shou technique from Sun Xian, she quickly found a way to make money. She selected 7 promising newcomers from the Yu Shou Zhou family, and taught them how to refine Qi cultivation stage corpse beasts. However, she did not reveal the formula for the Taiying Corpse Beast Elixir to them. Bai Lian Xianzi concocted the Taiying Corpse Beast Elixir, and had the Zhou family sell it on her behalf. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian couldn't help but silently praise her. Bai Lian Xianzi's move not only enhanced the Zhou family's disciples' strength, but also opened up a steady stream of income for herself. It is easy to imagine that whether it is for refining or repairing these Qi cultivation stage zombie beasts, the Zhou family will be the sole supplier of Tian zombie beast elixir. This is a unique business, and the price is entirely up to the White Lotus Fairy. And this is just the beginning. Once the White Lotus Fairy successfully refines the mighty water ape, she can even sell it to the Foundation establishment level cultivators within the clan. The old man is truly formidable. What? Chapter 136, Cultivating Clams for Blood Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. Returning to the listening to the Rain Pavilion. Shenxian found an open area, dug out a spiritual pool, and set up the spirit sealing array and the spirit trapping array. The spirit sealing array was designed to trap spiritual energy, increasing its concentration in the surrounding area. The spirit trapping array is a restraining formation that prevents demon beasts from entering or exiting the designated area. The jade spirit clam was not very powerful. Strictly speaking, a first-tier superior grade spirit trapping array cannot contain it. However, without water-based spiritual energy, it would struggle to adapt. It will not venture away from the water. After the spirit pool was dug, Shenxian took out the pure water bottle. He poured out half of the 100-ingredient spirit water inside. That's over 2,000 spirit stones. Shenxian felt a pang of regret. However, for the sake of water spirit extraction and Taoist aura, this sacrifice was worthwhile. He took out the jade spirit clam and placed it in the spirit pool. As soon as it entered, the jade spirit clam opened its shell and happily absorbed the water spirit energy. Chapter 137, Smoke Signals Rise Yetman Updates, please follow. As the situation in Qingyang Prefecture changed, Qingyun Sect gradually dispatched several batches of disciples at the Foundation establishment realm. Except for the Zhao family of Hu Jian, the Zhou family of Yu Shou, and a few other mid-tier cultivation families, all were guarded by disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Similarly, the Wu family of Qi Yan and other cultivation families also saw the appearance of many Foundation establishment level demon cultivators. Qingyang Prefecture soon descended into chaos. Everyone was attacking each other. Due to the mountain closure, the Feiyun Su family unexpectedly found themselves in a peaceful state. Occasionally, cultivators from the Qingyun sect would stop here to rest for a few days before hurrying on to other places. The reason was simple. There were no battles here. There were no opportunities to earn merit. However, within the sect, there are hidden talents. There are still some wise individuals. The recently arrived Lin Dan and Dai Qi are clear-headed individuals. Both of them are at the Foundation establishment realm, but their corresponding skills are only at the upper tier of the first rank. This is quite normal. Chapter 138, Octopus Corpse Beast Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. Listening to the Rain Pavilion. Shenxian looked at the intelligence jade slip sent by Liu Xingying. The war between the Song dynasty's national sect and the Liang dynasty's demon sect had erupted on all fronts. The border counties between the two nations were engulfed in smoke and chaos. The Qingyun sect had increased the sect's merits for demon-slaying missions. Even some rarely seen advanced spells were brought out. Among them was a secret technique personally transmitted by a Dan-forming true immortal. Upon seeing this, Shenxian was startled. A secret technique passed down by a Dan-forming immortal was no ordinary matter. Within the Qingyun sect, only a handful of cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm had the opportunity to become disciples of a Dan formation immortal. To learn such a secret technique was equivalent to standing on the same starting line as the true immortal's direct disciples. There was still hope for him to one day attain the Dan formation stage. Shenxian's divine sense swept over the list of the true immortal's personally transmitted secret techniques. Unfortunately, there were very few techniques related to water attributes. Even fewer are worth paying attention to. There was only one technique, Ice Soul Cold Water Technique. Chapter 139, Shadows of Magic? Yetman Updates, please follow. 3 months later. East Sea. 100 miles off the coast of Silverhook Island. On the sea surface, a slender green figure was swiftly making its way toward Silverhook Island by riding the waves. It was Huang Wenti, the female cultivator from the Huang family. Behind her was an old Taoist in black robes holding a banner with 10,000 souls. Little beauty, agree to practice dual cultivation with this old hermit, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame this old hermit for being ruthless. I'll summon you into the banner of 10,000 souls. The black-robed old Taoist let out a strange cry, with black mist swirling around his feet as he gave chase. Huang Wenting's face turned ashen. She spun around and fired a volley of needles, then continued flying toward Silver Hook Island without looking back. The black-robed old man merely waved his sleeve, and the needles fell into the sea. This man was a disciple of the Yomi sect. His demonic cultivation was bizarre and unpredictable, impossible to guard against. If you won't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment. The black-robed old man knew the Huang family of Silver Hook Island. A few years ago, he had already. Chapter 190 is Soul Dragonfish Yetman updates. Please subscribe. East Sea. 100 zhong below the sea surface. Shenxian rode on the shadow octopus, following the sea map jade tablet given by Tang Renhao, searching for a second-tier water demon. This is the habitat of the ice soul dragonfish. The ice soul dragonfish possesses a trace of the bloodline of the ice dragon, emitting a frigid aura. Its scales are covered with an icy armor formed from demonic energy, granting it exceptional defensive capabilities. At first, Shenxian encountered a group of juvenile ice soul dragonfish. There were about a dozen of them, each half a foot long, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of food, and they fired ice soul arrows from their mouths, swarming around him. Shenxian had come specifically for the ice soul dragonfish. Though they were juveniles, only at the first tier upper rank. But their numbers were overwhelming. Shenxian didn't want to waste them. He clenched his fingers into a seal, unleashing the fully mastered water-splitting technique, effortlessly deflecting the dozen or so ice soul arrows flying toward him. In the underwater world, the ice soul dragonfish is considered quite powerful. But these Chapter 191 Purple Lightning Dragon Eel Yetman updates. Please follow. According to intelligence, this second-tier mid-grade water demon possesses the innate skill of shooting shadows with sand. Among water demons of the same rank, its physical strength is relatively weak. Its primary attack method is stealthy ambushes. Unexpectedly, it also possesses such a powerful soul-attacking innate skill. During combat, even the slightest carelessness can cause one to be charmed, leading to distracting thoughts that transform into demonic flames, burning the cultivator's soul. Fortunately, the shadow octopus corpse beast lacks a divine soul, and is unaffected by it. Shenxian encountered it suddenly, and nearly fell into the trap of the three-legged water fox. Fortunately, his Dao heart was as firm as iron, and his wise sword severed the dusty thoughts, allowing him to quickly return to normal. Even so, Shenxian was exhausted. His spiritual energy and soul were depleted by more than half, and it was only with the assistance of the shadow octopus corpse beast that he managed to slay the three-legged water fox. Therefore, one must never underestimate any opponent, whether they are demon beasts or cultivators. With his current strength, Chapter 192 The Giant-Toothed Demon Shark Yetman updates. Please subscribe. On the vast sea, 500 miles off the coastline, a warship flying a banner emblazoned with the character Ancient was in hot pursuit of a giant-toothed demon shark. Energy cannons fired intermittently, striking the sea surface and creating waves of water. The giant-toothed demon shark, hooked by a demon-catching hook artifact from the Gu family's warship, frantically dived into the sea. The Ancient family's warship is being dragged along, rocking violently and occasionally sinking toward the ocean floor. Fortunately, aboard the warship were 4 Foundation establishment-level cultivators, including the head of the Gu family and Guingjie. Each of them channeled their spiritual energy, clinging tightly to the demon-catching hook. They managed to hold the giant-toothed demon shark back, preventing it from dragging them into the depths of the sea. Aim carefully. If we miss again, the warship will be dragged into the sea. The Ancient clan leader shouted angrily. In the sea, they were powerless against this giant-toothed demon shark. Moreover, they would encounter other various sea demons. This giant-toothed demon shark. Chapter 193 The Skilled Hunter Yetman updates. Please follow. Guingjie gazed at the black warship with a worried expression. Father, Shenfu is a disciple of the Qingyun sect's true immortal. If he is harmed by that He Qing, will they take it out on our Gu family? The head of the Gu family sneered. Does he really think he's the pure sea dragon? Everyone's just calling him that for fun. You said it yourself. Shenfu is a disciple of the true immortal and skilled in thunder talismans. He's not someone to be taken lightly. That may be true. But two hands can't fight four. He Ching's side has 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Not 3, but 4. The head of the Gu family narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of sharpness passing through them. No matter how deep they hide, they can't escape Ali's nose. There is also a foundation establishment level demon cultivator on their ship. A small green beast swept through the air, peering on the shoulder of the Gu family head. It resembled a leopard, but was much smaller. It was only as large as a fox, with bright red eyes and a short tail. Chapter 194 Demon Insects Defeat the Enemy. Yetman updates. Please subscribe. This black bone man had been sent by the Yinming sect to recruit them. Seeing that the opponent was extremely powerful, the two brothers joined forces to attack, but they couldn't break through the spiritual light barrier. He Qing immediately realized that Shen Xian had intentionally let them catch up. This man was definitely not a mere early foundation establishment cultivator. He could even control a second-tier mid-grade shadow octopus. And it was a dead one. From start to finish, Shen Xian's focus had been largely on the Black Bone Elder. A foundation establishment stage demon cultivator, merely at the initial stage. After determining the Black Bone Elder's cultivation level, Shen Xian felt slightly disappointed. The sect merits of an early-stage foundation establishment realm demon cultivator were a bit lacking. To exchange for the ice soul cold water technique, he would need at least 10 such demon cultivators. Shen Xian had only reinforced the spiritual light shield because he feared they might flee in panic. If they scattered and fled, there would inevitably be some who slipped through the net. Chapter 195 I am kind Yetman updates. Please subscribe. Cultivating and devouring demon beetles is no easy task. It requires a massive amount of demon beast meat and souls. During incubation, it also requires the cultivator's own essence blood. When controlling them, one must split off a massive portion of their divine consciousness for control. Otherwise, they are easily devoured by the demonic insects. He had no idea. After plundering so much demon beast essence blood, Shen Xian's essence blood quality was extremely high. A single drop was equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator's dozen drops. His spiritual awareness was on par with that of a late foundation establishment cultivator. A mere few thousand devouring demon beetles were no burden to him. They weren't as much of a burden as the shadow octopus corpse beast. Since we're already here, why rush to leave? The Black Bone Elder desperately fled. He unleashed secret techniques, unwilling to spare his own demonic essence. A faint sigh echoed in his ears. Looking up, a majestic golden-clawed divine eagle, with steel hook-like golden claws, loomed overhead. Chapter 196 Sudden Wealth Yetman updates. Please follow. Shen Xian took out several beast pouches, containing the corpse of the Black Bone Elder, the demonic treasure Black Bone Sword, the 10,000 Souls banner, and the corpses of He Qing and the other two. That is indeed the case. After scanning the scene with his divine sense, the ancient clan leader nodded and said, Shen Daoyu, please speak freely. Your Gu family was hunting in the East Sea when you encountered pirates led by He Qing who were robbing cultivators. They colluded with demon cultivators, not only intending to rob you, but also planning to sacrifice you in a blood ritual. You fought bravely, killing the pirate cultivators and demon cultivator spies, and seized the warship. We are reporting this to the sect, with the bodies of the demon cultivators and pirate cultivators as evidence. Senior Brother Gu, that's the situation, correct? Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression flashed across the face of the Gu family patriarch. Why doesn't Shen Daoyu report this himself and claim the sect's merits? I am a man who avoids trouble. Besides, with my low cultivation level, even if I report this to the sect, no one would believe me. Chapter 197 Sect Auction Yetman Word Update. Please follow and subscribe. More than 10 days later, Shen Xian and Bai Lian Xianzi arrived at the auction in Yunyuan Xianqing together. This time, neither of them disguised themselves. Yunyuan Immortal City was firmly under the control of the Bai Shui sect. Such an important auction was personally overseen by the city lord of the Jiadan realm. No one dared to cause trouble here. Shen Xian was a senior cultivator of a major sect. Bai Lian Xianzi is from a renowned Gigi sect. Both of them have prestigious backgrounds. As long as they don't provoke trouble, others won't dare to mess with them. Especially the White Lotus Fairy. a female cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm, and she is so noble and beautiful. Even the most cautious wandering cultivators know better than to provoke such a person. To avoid drawing attention, Shen Xian and the White Lotus Fairy did not enter the venue at the same time. However, once inside the auction hall, they followed their agreement and entered the same VIP box. The White Lotus Fairy was looking at the auction item catalog on the table. Chapter 198, The Inheritance of the Treasure Symbol Yetman Updates. Please follow. The auctioneer's voice boomed. The next item up for auction is extremely rare. It is the symbol-making technique passed down from an ancient sect. This is the method for creating a treasure symbol. Talismanic symbols are different from ordinary talismans. Their power is so great that they can even threaten a true immortal. Such a rare symbol art inheritance is truly invaluable, and what's even more remarkable is that it can be obtained by a second-tier symbol master. The auctioneer's words echoed throughout the auction hall. The numerous Foundation establishment cultivators present were all excited, gazing at the ancient cultivation technique jade slip on the auction table with intense eyes. However, the following introduction was like a bucket of cold water. The treasure talisman inheritance is indeed rare. This cultivation technique jade slip has been personally inspected by the city lord and confirmed to be authentic. However, the treasure talisman jade slip contains a restriction, allowing only one person to cultivate it. The city lord has confirmed that the treasure symbol requires a symbol master to nurture it with their own spiritual energy. This is different from nurturing a magical artifact. The treasure symbol must absorb the symbol master's fundamental source spiritual energy. Chapter 199, Wuchanjinren Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. Shen Xian specifically mentioned the blood essence of the thunder roar beast. Water-attributed magical treasures, 2 of which were of medium quality, were still in high demand in the Yun Yuan Immortal City. Over a dozen cultivators stepped forward to inspect them. Their inquiries focused on the bloodthirsty blade and the water cloud banner. These 2 were He Qing's magical artifacts. Among them, the water cloud banner had not yet been used before being destroyed by Shen Xian. Upon hearing that it required the blood of a second-tier water demon and spirit stones as exchange, most of the cultivators reluctantly returned to their seats. Only 2 remained, still examining the 2 magical treasures. Shen Xian's heart filled with joy. Within the Cloud Abyss Immortal City, there were many hidden talents. This place was also close to the East Sea. In theory, there must be some cultivators with powerful techniques who, after hunting demon beasts, store their vital parts and essence blood. I have a sample of the Imperial Demon Crab's essence blood. Combined with spirit stones, I could trade it for this water cloud banner. What do you think? Shen Xian felt slightly disappointed. Emperor Demon. Chapter Yi-Ba, Thunder Rage reaches perfection. Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. Upon returning to Tingyu Xian, Shen Xian's first task was to place the 3 zombie beasts, the shadow octopus, and the others back into the zombie beast pool to rest and recover. This outing had been highly fruitful. The shadow octopus corpse beast had played a pivotal role. It had significantly enhanced Shen Xian's combat power. In the sea, it allowed him to hunt down those second-tier mid-grade water demons with greater ease. Upon her return, the White Lotus Fairy purchased a large quantity of herbs to prepare the Tying Corpse Beast Elixir. This was her exclusive source of income. Shen Xian could save his energy and purchase it directly from her. Then, he checked on the growth of the Jade Spirit clams. Before leaving, he entrusted the daily feeding and care to Su Shuer. It seems that Su Shuer is still very diligent. The Jade Pearl oysters are becoming rounder, and their shells more lustrous. After 3 months of free-range rearing, the Jade Spirit clams have noticeably grown fatter. Shen Xian did not hesitate to extract 10 pounds of pure blood. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Yet, Thunder Crystal Mother Bamboo Yetman Updates. Please follow. Due to Su Shuer's successful precedent, the young women from the Su family's collateral branches were highly enthusiastic about becoming concubines to the sect's foundational cultivators. Thus, with the tacit approval of the Su family patriarch, Lin Danshi and Dai Qixi, each selected 2 Su family young women as concubines. At first, the 4 concubines were quite happy. They believed they had secured a prestigious position, and would soon lead a life of luxury, free from worries about spiritual stones. After all, Su Shuer's precedent was there for all to see. Su Shuer and her younger siblings all received the transformation pill, elevating their spiritual root ranks to lower grade. Her younger brother, Su Kapeng, had broken through to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation, and his symbol arts were steadily improving. Becoming a mid-grade symbol master was only a matter of time. Su Shuer was also in charge of the inner affairs of Tingyu Pavilion, handling various purchases, sales, and zipdoi, exuding an air of grandeur. Later, the White Lotus fairy from the Zhou family arrived with great fanfare. Despite this, Su Shuer still held the reins of the inner courtyard. Her status within the Su family rose sharply. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Yi, Divine Thunder Treasure Symbol Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. A piece of 2nd grade premium spiritual, what is nothing special for a cultivation family with a 1,000-year-old heritage. 3 days later, during the Su family elders' meeting, the Su family patriarch mentioned the matter. One of the elders suggested demanding appropriate compensation from Shen Xian. The Su family head immediately opposed the idea. He informed the elders that Shen Xian, the talisman master, was deeply dissatisfied with the Su family's attitude. He had already expressed his intention to return to his original sect. He's threatening us. The clan elder shouted angrily. The head of the Su family sighed. So what? Should the Su family accept threats and let Shen Fuxing return to his clan? That's unnecessary. It's just a piece of lightning crystal bamboo. It hasn't damaged the root. We can accept that. Shen Fu has been stationed at Feiyun Mountain, and the Su family has benefited greatly. To ruin our reputation over such a trivial matter, and let it spread would be detrimental to the Su family's reputation. Most of the clan elders remained level-headed. If it were merely for a piece of lightning crystal mother bamboo. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Sam, the Absolute Lightning Body Yetman Updates. Please subscribe. Once the Divine Thunder Treasure symbol was crafted, the remaining task was to nurture using the primordial spiritual energy of the Tao. This requires time and cannot be achieved overnight. Unless absolutely necessary, Shen Xian would not use the Divine Thunder Treasure symbol. Thunder God's wrath had reached perfection, giving him a newfound sense of confidence. It was not only used for refining the talisman. In confronting demon cultivators, it gives him a decisive advantage. However, Shen Xian's opponents have never been those demon cultivators. In the training room, gazing at the purple lightning dragon eel's essence blood on the table, Shen Xian was filled with anticipation. A mysterious jade talisman flickered with a golden glow. Abilities available for absorption: Purple Thunder, Absolute Lightning Body, Dragon Might, Sharp Teeth and Claws. This time, Shen Xian did not choose the lightning technique bloodline talent. Purple Thunder was good, but it couldn't compare to Thunder God's wrath. Talent: Absolute Lightning Body Sabbat Yetbat. Dao Resonance. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Say, His Soul Spirit Body. Please follow and subscribe. The Dao demon conflict in Qingyang Prefecture was something Shen Xian did not wish to get involved in. Thunder God's wrath. After reaching peak cultivation, he was confident he could defeat Wu Yulan and other demon cultivators. However, there was no need. Even if he were to kill Wu Yulan and the other demon cultivators would still invade Qingyang Mansion. The Dao demon conflict, the gain or loss of a city or a piece of land, the honor or disgrace of a single day or night, is of little consequence. The Su family market at the foot of Feiyun Mountain, however, has become bustling due to the war-driven demand. Every day, numerous cultivators flocked here to purchase strategic supplies such as thunder talismans, spiritual pills, and magical artifacts. Having obtained the absolute lightning Dao body talent, Shen Xian now felt confident. He could return to his sect at any time. Even if his conflict with Lei Yaoyang escalated, he was confident he could survive under his command. Power is the ultimate reliance. The purple lightning dragon eel's essence blood had increased his water spirit root by 3 points, reaching +7 points. Chapter Yi Bat Ling The Zhao family's night banquet. Please subscribe. The next day, at the most prominent entrance of the Su family market in Feiyun Mountain, a billboard stood tall. High prices offered for Qingyun sect contribution points. Behind the billboard stood the Su family's finest shop in the market. A white-robed cultivator in the foundation establishment realm, holding a Qingyun sect identity jade pendant, was exchanging contribution points with the sect. Since the beginning of the Dao Mo conflict, various cultivation artifacts in Qingyang Prefecture have been rising in price. Among them, items like thunder talismans and breakthrough pills have seen the most significant price hikes. However, some cultivation items have begun to drop in price. For example, magical artifacts were not only not rising in price, but were actually falling. The prices of second-hand magical artifacts have plummeted. Additionally, some basic cultivation techniques and spells, they have also become cheaper. The reason is simple. Every day, cultivators perish. Spiritual artifacts, basic cultivation techniques, and basic magical techniques have begun to outstrip supply. The Tian Men sect has issued sect tasks, requiring all members to submit demon cultivators. Chapter 206, Freezing Everything. Please subscribe. Upon arriving at the Qingyang sect's mansion, two fellow disciples said, "Senior brother Shen, will go help senior brother Xiao organize the documents. You may return to your room to rest first." "All right." Shen Xian didn't say much. He made his way to the room prepared for him by the Tian Men sect. Many things are best left unsaid. Just as he had done earlier, he sensed a faint danger emanating from that demoness of the Tianxiang pavilion. Combining that with the background of the Tianxiang pavilion, the demoness' true identity was becoming clear. However, Xiao's senior brother and Zhao family head didn't say anything. Shen Xian naturally wouldn't point it out either. He had no grudge against the Hehuan sect. Why stir up trouble? The two fellow disciples had the same clear objective, saying they were helping Xiao Shixiang organize his files. It was just an excuse to curry favor with Miao Shimi and Lu Shimi. As for the fellow disciples at the Zhao family's night banquet, they'll probably be battling demons all night long. Some of them. Chapter 207, Worldly Affinities. Please subscribe. Shen Xian was terrified, his whole body trembling with cold. He was a ice soul spirit body, at the initial stage, with extremely high resistance to ice. Yet now he was shivering uncontrollably. This chill wasn't merely the physical sensation of coldness. It also stemmed from the profound fear deep within his soul. The innate fear of death that all living beings possess. The icy dragon formed by the tip of Han Yuzhenren's finger is truly imbued with the power of the ice soul. Earlier, the icy divine dragon Shen Xian had summoned through his magic appeared majestic and formidable, but it was merely a facade. It was mostly formed by forcefully Yingzhou spiritual energy. However, the icy divine dragon Yingzhoued by Shen Yuzhen was much smaller, only the size of a finger. Its pale blue dragon body emitted a divine glow, and the terrifying aura of ice that could freeze everything in its path radiated outward, completely suppressing all life within a radius of dozens of miles. On the small isolated peak, which had once been teeming with vitality and brimming with spiritual energy, everything suddenly fell into a deathly silence, resembling an icy sea. Chapter 208, Returning to the Old Place. Please support the series. The immortal master of the Shen Mansion has returned. The explosive news quickly spread throughout the elite circles of Hongqing County. It wasn't just Hongqing County. Even the prefect of Songjiang Prefecture hurried over in a hurry. Out of respect for his official status as the local magistrate, Shen Xian granted him a brief audience, exchanging a few polite words. He then instructed Ding Fu to handle the reception and socializing. The rest of the crowd didn't even have the privilege of seeing Shen Xian. Only two people could actually speak with Shen Xian. One was Mingjin Daozhong, a guest of the Shen family. This man was precisely the trusted disciple mentioned by Lu Jingying. His true identity was a servant of the Tian Men sect. He has a lower-grade spiritual root, is over 60 years old, and has reached the 5th layer of qi cultivation. This is quite normal. A disciple of the Tian Men sect with true potential would never remain stationed in Hongqing County. Master Mingjin is also the mentor who taught Shen Xiuxing the advanced Daoist internal cultivation techniques. Shen Xian chatted with Master Mingjin for a while. Chapter 209, Step by Step. Please subscribe. The voice came suddenly. Shen Xian furrowed his brows slightly. In the insight technique, a squad of red-clad enforcers, led by a squad leader, charged forward with great momentum. The one shouting was the squad leader. He was at the 7th layer of qi cultivation. The 4 officers behind him were all at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. The scattered cultivators gathered around Shen Xian all dispersed, clearing a path. "Sir, it's nothing. I was just selling a mystical water turtle." Old Peng clenched his teeth, stepped forward, and handed over 2 spirit stones. The squad leader reached out, pushed away Lao Peng's spirit stones, and sneered, trying to bribe the enforcement squad in public. Get out of the way. He walked up to Shen Xian. What's your name? Shen Xian. Why did you register your name as Shen Qing when you entered the city? Shen Qing is my real name. You're lying. The squad leader sneered. Chapter Yi Ba Yes Up, full firepower please follow. Qinglong Bay Market. Left-hand side area. Ding Yishuan held a letter in his hand and entered the council hall with great enthusiasm. Brother, a letter has arrived from Hongqing County. Shenfu has gone to Hongqing County and agreed to return to Qinglong Bay for a visit. Ding Yijin, seated in the center, handed the sealed letter to his younger brother. A secret letter? Sent from there? After glancing at it, Ding Yishuan's expression changed. Shen Fuxing has already arrived and is currently chatting with old neighbors at Ding's former residence and the old neighborhood. At that moment, a trusted clan member rushed in and handed over a secret letter. It bore a flame emblem, signifying an urgent matter of the highest priority. Ding Yijin opened it, and his expression grew extremely complex. What's wrong, older brother? The enforcement squad of the Crimson Rainbow Sect is coming to arrest Shen Fushi and bring him back. Ding Yishuan took the letter and quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense. How could this happen? Shen Fushi didn't reveal himself. Chapter Yi Ba Yes Up Yet, as easy as turning over your hand please subscribe. Yu Motsai instructed Lu Wangjing to manipulate the marketplace array. He transformed into a streak of light and flew toward Shen Xian. Yu Motsai of the Crimson Rainbow Sect greets Shen Daoyu of the Qingyun Sect. Shen Xian glanced sideways at Yu Motsai. It was you who manipulated the marketplace array to try to kill me, wasn't it? This is a misunderstanding. Please hear me out, Shen Daoyu. No need. Shen Xian coldly replied, if it weren't for my skills, I would have already perished under the golden arrows of the marketplace's grand array. No need for more words. Let us settle this with our hands. Yu Motsai sighed lightly and summoned his magical artifact, the Fire Cloud Sword. At this point, he thought to himself, he could only defeat Shen Xian in a magical duel before trying to persuade him with kind words. Shen Xian snorted coldly. The emerald water sword was summoned. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky. Yu Motsai's expression changed drastically. In his line of sight, the Bai Shui sword summoned by Shen Xian transformed into a Chapter Yi Ba Yes Up Yi, Ice Soul and Frost please follow and subscribe. Yi Jiangwei and the other two were of average strength. With Shen Xian's current strength, defeating the three of them would be as easy as turning his hand. 3 magical treasures and a ball of strange fire. I wonder if they can make up for the losses. According to Shen Xian's understanding, the Crimson Rainbow Sect was at fault first. He acted in self-defense, merely severing the arm of the instigator, Lu Wangjing, which was entirely justified. Upon learning this, even if the Crimson Rainbow Sect were furious, they could only apologize to him. That is the advantage of having a strong background. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, could you possibly be stronger than a Zongmen cultivator at the Dan formation stage? Sect masters are the ruling class of the cultivation world. They are extremely arrogant toward independent cultivators. Wherever they can get away with it, they will. If they do show any reason, it is only out of necessity. Within the Qingyun sect, Shen Xian was truly intimidated by the power of the Dan forming true immortal. This caused his cultivation heart to waver slightly. Chapter Yi Ba Yes Up Sam, Poisonous Fish in the Stone please follow and subscribe. Listening to the Rain Pavilion. In the training room, Shen Xian sat cross-legged. Within the spirit sealing array, dense spiritual energy emanated, enveloping a 2-zhang radius around Shen Xian. Shen Xian closed his eyes slightly, his hands continuously changing the hand seals. The water spirit extraction technique was activated to its fullest extent, and the water spirit energy surrounding him, thread by thread, was absorbed into his body. After a full incense stick had burned, he slowly opened his eyes. The fully mastered water spirit extraction, combined with the abundant spiritual energy provided by the spirit sealing array, had increased his cultivation speed by 30%. However, the divine treasure of the vast sea technique was inherently slow to cultivate. He had also been nurturing 3 divine thunder talismans. This further slowed his progress. He was now on par with ordinary foundation establishment cultivators from other sects. This is despite his water spirit root being as high as Tsusupse points. He is only 6 points away from the heavenly spirit route. The path of cultivation is indeed arduous. Shen Xian sighed and took out the stone poison fish essence. Chapter Yi Ba Yesupse, Burning Spirit Demon Fire. Please support the series. Whoever becomes the head of the Su family is of no importance to Shen Xian. In his eyes, all the Su family cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm were mediocre. The Su family had sealed off their mountain for 10 years. Now it was only the 6th year. If it were up to him, he would rather the Su family remain sealed off forever. Until he returned to the Qingyun sect. A few days later, Su Huijing brought Su Huijing to Tingyu Xian to pay respects to Shen Xian. After the Qingyang prefecture erupted into the Dao Mo conflict, the Su family benefited from the breaking slaughter divine thunder symbol, coupled with the prolonged presence of Lin Danshi and Dai Qi. The markets at the foot of Feiyun Mountain flourished. This time, Su Huijing had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, further boosting the Su family's revival and morale. Compared to Su Huijing, who had failed to break through to the late foundation establishment stage, Su Huijing's path in the Dao was much brighter. Shen Xian exchanged a few polite words with Su Huijing and Su Huijing. They closely observed Su Huijing's character and personality. He had just assumed the position of family head. Su Huijing gradually revealed his true nature. Chapter Yi Ba Yesupn, The Campaign Against the Wu Family. Please subscribe. Tiger Gorge Ridge. The residence of the immortal elders of Qingyun sect. Xiao Keyuan emerged from the training room. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual energy had improved. He entered the office. He picked up the latest intelligence jade tablet and began to read. In Xinjiang Prefecture, the demon sect's arrogance has grown even more brazen. 2 more disciples were injured in battles with demon cultivators and have returned to the sect. The sect has yet to dispatch any capable disciples to eliminate the demons, merely ordering me to remain vigilant and maintain the status quo. As the Dao wanes and demons rise, if I continue to retreat, what face will the sect have left? How can we win over the neutral cultivating families and powerful foundation establishment stage cultivators? Xiao Keyuan looked at the intelligence jade slip, his thoughts flickering. He flipped open another intelligence jade tablet. Shen Xian's name appeared on the jade slip, with rows of small characters detailing his exploits after joining the Qingyun sect. Among them, the most notable was Shen Xian's solo breakthrough. Chapter Yi Ba Yesuplo, Battle Before the Array. Please subscribe. 10 days later, 3 Qingyun sect spaceships departed from Tiger Gorge Ridge and flew toward the Crimson Rock Forest. These 3 spaceships were Xiao Keyuan's trump card. Unlike ordinary spaceships, the Qingyun sect's spaceships were larger in size, with their hulls wrapped in 10,000-year-old cold iron, and equipped with 5 powerful sect-level spiritual energy cannons. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator, at the peak of their cultivation, couldn't withstand the bombardment of the spiritual energy cannons. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would be reduced to dust and killed instantly upon impact. They are far more powerful than the spacecraft Shen Xian had seen from the Chawang sect. They are estimated to be capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. This expedition to subdue the Wu family of the Qiyan forest has gathered 18 Foundation establishment cultivators. 9 from the Qingyun sect, 3 from the Zhao family, and 6 independent cultivators. Each spaceship carries 6 Foundation establishment cultivators. Shen Xian was assigned to the right side spaceship and designated as captain by Xiao Keyuan. The 3 spaceships formed a triangular formation, with 1. Chapter Yi Ba Yesuptut, Red Powder, and White Bones. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian was certainly not fleeing in panic. His objective was to create distance between himself and the fan surnamed Demon Cultivator. A demon cultivator at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm likely possessed some hidden demon sect techniques that could consume their own essence to temporarily boost their combat power. At the brink of death, they would typically self-detonate, dragging their opponents to the afterlife with them. Even if they didn't die, they would at least peel a layer off their opponent's skin, damaging their cultivation base. Shen Xian naturally did not want to engage in close combat with the fan surnamed Demon Cultivator. As he was in mid-air, he slapped his waist. A shadowy octopus-like beast suddenly appeared. 8 long tentacles extended at an unimaginable speed, swiftly reaching out toward the fan surnamed Demon Cultivator. The fan surnamed Demon Cultivator was startled and swung his demonic shield to protect his body. The white-bone demon sword swung down with great force. However, when the white-bone demon sword struck the tentacles of the shadow octopus, not only did no blood spatter, but the tentacles instead adhered to the blade, tightly wrapping it. Fan. Chapter 218, Cannibalism amongst their own kind. Please subscribe. During this period, the shadow-devouring magic beetles had multiplied too quickly, their numbers growing ever larger. Even Shen Xian is finding it difficult to handle them. This was the perfect opportunity to let these devouring demon beetles engage in battle. Eliminate the weak and old, leaving only the elite. How did you obtain so many devouring demon beetles? The Dong surnamed Demon Cultivator was startled. Shadow-devouring demon insects, though rare in the Liang Kingdom, could still be seen. Some demon cultivators secretly keep a few to ambush their enemies. However, for someone like Shen Xian to raise so many devouring demon beetles was extremely rare. The cultivation of devouring demon beetles requires the cultivator's own essence blood. Controlling and commanding them requires the cultivator to split off a portion of their divine consciousness. Generally, demon cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm can only keep around 200 or 300 devouring demon beetles before reaching their limit. If the number and quality are too high, they become uncontrollable and may turn against their master. Before him, there were as many as 5,000 devouring demon beetles. Among them, there are no shortage of. Chapter 219, Perilous Situations. Please subscribe. 5,000 devouring demon beetles, 3 second-tier zombie beasts, and 9 premium lightning talismans. The 3 deadly techniques Shen Xian unleashed all required cultivators with powerful divine consciousness to control. Even ordinary cultivators at the initial stage of Foundation establishment struggle to master a single one. Shen Xian could control them all simultaneously with ease. Not to mention Wu Yulan and Nangong Guang, even Xiao Kuyuan was secretly startled. Even as a late Foundation establishment cultivator, he had no confidence in escaping unscathed from Shen Xian's 3 deadly techniques. Wu Yulan and Nangong Guang, who were directly facing Shen Xian's threat, also had solemn expressions. After several years apart, their strength had grown at an astonishing rate. But Shen Xian's growth was even faster. Like a mountain, he was crushing them, leaving them unable to breathe. If it were merely these 3 deadly moves, it would be bearable. With Wu Yulan and Nangong Guang's skills, they could barely handle it. But Shen Xian was a man who always kept his true strength hidden, preferring to bide his time. Who knew what else he had up his sleeve? Chapter 220, Silver Dart Wolf Fish. Please support the series. In the training room, Shen Xian slowly finished his practice. Lei Yaoyang is coming to Qingyang Manor? At first, he didn't quite believe the news. Lei Yaoyang had just broken through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, and hadn't reached the late stage yet. After Xiao Kuyuan explained the situation, Shen Xian finally understood. Lei Yaoyang was the direct disciple of Tian Men of Tian Peak. The Heavenly Thunder Immortal was a thunder technique golden core cultivator, and within the Qingyun sect, both his strength and influence were among the absolute elite. Thunder cultivators were rare. Those with the potential to become Lei Xiao are even rarer. The Heavenly Thunder Immortal has only 5 direct disciples. The first 4 disciples have already broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage. It is said that their chances of reaching the Dan formation stage are slim. However, Lei Yaoyang, who ranks last, is the one with the greatest hope of forming a Dan. Therefore, Tian Men secured a personal discipleship training opportunity for Lei Yaoyang. Qingyang Prefecture was included in the list of available training locations for him to choose from. Chapter 221, The Crimson Winged Snake. Please follow and subscribe. The giant-eyed strange shrimp has disappeared. We haven't detected its traces for a long time. It might have changed its territory. Tang Renhao mused, the crimson-winged screaming snake is still within its territory. However, it's not an easy opponent. With red wings on its back, it can fly through the skies and escape underground. It can also emit strange sounds that attack the soul with sound waves. Shen Fushi must be careful. Sound wave soul attacks? Shen Xian felt a sense of apprehension toward the demon beast's innate ability. Last time, the 3-legged water fox's soul-burning demon fire nearly caught him off guard, leaving him shaken for a while. Shen Xian pondered for a moment. Sound wave attacks should be defendable with his Qingguang ice wall. As long as he prepared in advance, it wouldn't be too difficult. Thank you for the information, Tang Daoist. Here are 3,000 spirit stones. Shenxian counted out the spirit stones, handed them to Tang Manhwa, then bowed to the surrounding cultivators and said, "Fellow cultivators, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger further. In the future." Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Yi, the Qian family comes calling. Please subscribe. Wanshou Valley. The Zhou family estate. By Lian Xianzi was handling clan affairs. Now, she is the senior elder in charge of the Zhou family, responsible for evaluating the cultivation progress of the younger clan members. This position is of great importance. The results of these evaluations determine the extent of support the Zhou family provides to its young members. In simple terms, it determines how many cultivation resources are allocated. Among them, the most outstanding individuals can exchange a certain price with the White Lotus Fairy for the Taiyinji Shou technique. Of course, this does not include the formula for the corpse beast elixir. Today, the Su family welcomed a special guest. Qian Jiwen, the third young master of the Qian family from Yuzhou in Tiancheng Prefecture, who has reached the foundation establishment stage. The third young master of the Qian family, who once harbored deep feelings for the White Lotus Fairy and vowed to marry no one else. It is said that not only have they already been betrothed and married, but he has also taken 3 wives. Then, the White Lotus Fairy sneered inwardly. Looking at the invitation in her hand, she pondered. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Sam, Silver-Horned Heavenly Horse. Please follow and subscribe. Shenxian paused for a moment. He had heard of the Silver-Horned Heavenly Horse. It was said to be a descendant of the divine celestial horse, extraordinary in both appearance and power, with colorful wings on its back, capable of soaring through the clouds and flying freely in the sky. On its forehead was a silver horn that could emit a mystical light, a divine ability that could steal souls and captivate minds, possessing immense power. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the silver-horned heavenly horse was a water attribute demon beast. Do you have the essence blood of the silver-horned heavenly horse, Qian Daoyu? Shenxian asked in astonishment. Like the thunder roar beast, the silver-horned heavenly horse can reach the second-tier upper rank upon maturity. With pure bloodlines and innate skills of great power. If Qian Jiwen were to use the essence blood of the silver-horned heavenly horse for a trade, Shenxian would naturally be willing. It's not essence blood. I have a silver-horned heavenly horse. Shenxian nearly spit the spiritual tea onto Qian Jiwen's face. Such words left even the White Lotus Fairy looking as though she had seen a ghost. Ah, I didn't explain clearly. Shenfu Shi. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Say, Soul Skills. Please follow and subscribe. Taoist points are hard to come by, they shouldn't be wasted carelessly. Shenxian first ruled out Ming Shi Moin. This innate skill has a wide attack range, but lacks sufficient individual attack power. Moreover, it is not too difficult to cultivate, merely requiring more time and effort. At present, what he needed to improve most were the 4 innate skills and techniques: Absolute Electric Tao Body, a Soul Spirit Body, a Soul Cold Water Technique, and Sword of the Immortals Water Chi Technique. Once these reached the preliminary stage of mastery, further enhancement was limited by his cultivation realm, and could not be achieved through Tao essence points. Shenxian scanned the various innate skills displayed on the mysterious jade talisman. His gaze lingered on Flaming Demon Fire. Talent, Burning Spirit Demon Fire Yi Sup Bat Yi Ba. This was the innate skill he had seized from the 3-legged water fox. To quickly enhance Ice Soul Cold Water Technique, he neither allocated points nor cultivated. Shenxian focused his mind and formed the hand seals, and a small transparent ball appeared before his eyes. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup the 100th Birthday Banquet. Please support the series. A 100th birthday is extremely rare for low-tier cultivators. In theory, Qi cultivation cultivators have an average lifespan of Yi Sup years. However, due to various reasons such as cultivators battling each other, hunting demon beasts, failing to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and so on, few manage to live past 100 years. Therefore, whether it be sects, cultivating families, or among wandering cultivators, celebrating one's birthday is quite popular. Shenxian speculated that Qin Yuehan had proposed the 100th birthday banquet with the intention of reuniting with his classmates. Now, out of the 7 classmates, only 4 are still in contact. Among them, Wang Fugue is a Qi cultivation cultivator whose lifespan is nearing its end, and he has withdrawn from their circle. It's time to gather again, Shen Xian thought to himself. Originally, there had been a 10-year reunion plan among the classmates. After Shen Xian established his foundation, he settled permanently on Feiyun Mountain. The 3 of them were all foundation establishment cultivators of the Qingyun Sect, so they hadn't made a point of gathering again. Shen Xian to Qin Yuehan. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Lo. The 5 Thunder Escape Technique. Please support the series. After the 100-year-old birthday banquet, Shen Xian reassessed his cultivation path. Divine Treasure of the Vast Sea technique was his primary cultivation method, with over half of its initial stage mastered. Its cultivation speed was somewhat slow, but it had the effects of nurturing life and strengthening the body, transforming the internal organs into the vast sea, endlessly regenerating, with spiritual energy as vast as the ocean. With the enhancement of water spirit absorption, it compensates for the deficiency in cultivation speed, and increases the efficiency of absorbing water spirit energy, making it even more effective. Shen Xian was highly satisfied with his primary cultivation technique. Thunder God's Wrath, Ice Soul Cold Water Technique, and Sword of the Heavens Water Chi Technique are 3 powerful spells. His physical body is formidable, enhanced by innate skills such as the Absolute Lightning Body, a Soul Spirit Body, Iron Bones, Infinite Strength, and Sharp Teeth and Claws. Additionally, he possesses the Divine Soul Attack skill Flaming Demon Fire. Furthermore, he possessed hundreds of high-quality thunder and poison talismans, more than enough for him to use freely. If there is any weakness, it is his over-reliance on a water-based spiritual energy environment. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Tut. A year-long bet. Please follow and subscribe. Thunder cultivators are already rare. All the thunder cultivators at the foundation establishment realm of Qingyun Sect were known to Lei Yaoyang. Those with exceptional talent in lightning techniques mostly joined the Tianlei Peak. According to reason, there should be no thunder cultivators breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage recently, making it impossible to exchange for the Divine Treasure 5 Thunder Escape Technique. Except for the person before him, Shen Xian. This wandering cultivator who had mysteriously obtained the inheritance of the thunder symbol. For some reason, Lei Yaoyang felt extremely uneasy upon seeing Shen Xian. He had no idea. At this moment, in Shen Xian's heart, he was already a Fai Yan. Lei Yaoyang had a golden core cultivator as his master. Shen Xian couldn't possibly ambush and kill him in secret. The Qingyun Sect had set up a martial arts arena for disciples to resolve disputes. Each demonstration was monitored by a Jiedan-level cultivator on site to prevent combatants from being killed in the heat of battle. Severe injuries were inevitable and often occurred. Once he has achieved sufficient cultivation, Shen Xian will seek out Lei. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Ba. Ice Speech Brocade Zither. Please follow and subscribe. Then, Shen Xian bowed to the fellow disciples gathered around him. Fellow disciples, 1 year from now, at the Hope of Immortality Pavilion, Shen will treat everyone to a drink. Agreed. In response to Shen Xian, there was a chorus of applause. After all, they were highly dissatisfied with Lei Yaoyang, the prodigy of the sect. Shen Xian said no more. He smiled and hurriedly left the transmission hall. Deng Xiangdong personally saw him off. Upon returning to his office, Deng Xiangdong took out a blank jade slip and recorded the incident. This incident occurred in the transmission hall, and he had a responsibility to document it for future reference. At the second level of foundation establishment, there is a 50% chance of mastering the thunder escape technique within a year. Why hasn't the Thunder Peak accepted such talent into its ranks? Beside him, the white-haired, green-robed old cultivator, who had been dozing with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke up. 70%? Nonsense. That young man has 100% chance. Tian Leizhen. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Gao. The 5 Great Immortals. Please subscribe. After bidding farewell to Gu Jinqin, Shen Xian dared not linger any longer. Upon leaving Qingyun Sect, he summoned the Golden Claw Divine Eagle Corpse Beast, mounted it, and flew back to Qingyang Mansion. Upon returning to Tingyu, he secluded himself to cultivate, diligently practicing the Divine Treasure 5 Thunder Escape Technique. 2 months later. A mountain peak on Feiyun Mountain. Dawn. The sun rose gradually, casting golden rays in all directions. Shenxian stood alone on a clearing at the summit of the mountain. His hands form a magical seal. He simulates a chaotic miniature universe within his body, with qi swallowing the wind and thunder within his internal organs, yin and yang converging and intertwining. A faint rumbling sound echoed from Shenxian's body. The hand seals were completed, and his divine consciousness drove the technique forward. With a series of crackling sounds, several brilliant blue lightning arcs appeared on Shenxian's body, suddenly vanishing from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already 100 zhang away. How fast? Shenxian marveled inwardly. No. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup, Preaching the Dharma. Please subscribe. Shenxian was secretly surprised. Originally, his bet with Lei Yaoyong was that he would master the basics of the Lei Dun technique. Yin Xiangjinren directly asked him how far he had progressed. From the words of the hidden form True Immortal, he detected a hint of something unusual. It was no surprise that the hidden form True Immortal had seen through his cultivation level. However, to ask such a question openly in front of everyone, there must be another intention behind it. Shenxian had his suspicions, but he dared not hesitate in his actions, bowing and clasping his fists in respect. Reporting to Master Yinxiang, your disciple Shenxian has been diligently practicing the Divine Treasure 5 Thunder Escape technique for the past year and has achieved some minor success. Some progress? Not bad. Summarize your insights from the past year's cultivation. Yes. A disciple from the enforcement hall brought over a yellow chair and placed it in front of the true master, facing the platform below. This was to have him deliver a lecture on the platform. Curious voices began to rise one after another. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Yet, Fame Soars to the Heavens. Please support the series. At that moment, Qin Yuehan felt as though she had returned to the age of 13, when she first became a disciple of Master Yen. That handsome young man who had once warmed her heart, teaching her the classics, and accompanying her with a smile through those innocent years. Back then, seniors and juniors, under the flowers and moonlight, laughed and chatted with delicate smiles. In the depths of the forest, butterflies danced in pairs. The once handsome youth was full of confidence, and radiated a heroic aura. From head to toe, he exuded a vibrant energy, as if nothing could stand in his way. A dream spanning 4 decades. Years later, they met again. That person had ended up in the lowest ranks of the cultivation world, merely a 5th-tier Qi cultivation practitioner. However, the world had changed. He finally found his own path to enlightenment. He awakened his special bloodline, enhanced his spiritual root potential, and trained diligently, charging forward at breakneck speed. Until today, he now sits on the Dharma platform, guiding the disciples of the sect who are at the Foundation Establishment Realm. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Yi, Qingling Secret Realm. Please subscribe. You think you're so clever? No way. Gu Fengjinren firmly refused. You're only misleading the young. That's none of your business. Han Yuzhenren's expression grew stern. She had always been poor with words and couldn't match Gu Fengjinren in debate. But she could defeat him in combat. Ling Xiaozhenren quickly interjected, enough. Han Yu Peak is an exception. She will not participate in the Sect's evaluations for now. As for Shenxian, if he is willing to transfer to Han Yu Peak, Gu Feng, my junior sister, should grant him this favor for my sake and let him join Han Yu Peak. Gu Feng asked, what if he refuses? Han Yu, you don't need to force him. Han Yuzhenren said, all right. Gu Fengjinren covered his mouth and laughed softly. Shenxian is an honest man. He would never agree to join another sect. Han Yu, your plan is flawed. All right, let's settle it this way. Let's discuss the new chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Sam, the hidden tiger of the Lin family. Please support the series. 2,000 miles away from Yunyuan Xian City, Woshan Mountain, outside the Lin clan's ancestral estate. A flash of teleportation light appeared, landing on the ground and revealing a figure in green robes. It was Shenxian. He announced his name. Soon, the array's mist dispersed, and a streak of light emerged, transforming into a blue-robed cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm. Welcome, Shen Dao Yu. I am Lin Xingqing, the son of the clan leader Lin Xingye. I will come shortly. A few days ago, the family had received a letter from Wuchen Jinren, informing us that a cultivator from the Great Sect was coming, skilled in thunder techniques. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Shenxian smiled slightly. You're too kind. I only have a basic understanding of thunder techniques, and rarely engage in combat. Lin Xingqing led Shen Xian into the Lin family's territory. As they walked, he introduced the Lin family's circumstances. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, a piercing sound broke the air, and 2 streaks of light shot toward them. It was the Lin family patriarch, accompanied by another Lin family cultivator, at the Foundation establishment stage, who had come personally to greet them. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Say, the 3rd rank Divine Bamboo. Please subscribe. Are you kidding me? You're starting with the hardest part right away. Shen Xian shook his head quickly. Qian Zhu Daoist is joking. I am only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Even if I have a trick or 2 up my sleeve, how could I possibly match someone at the late stage of Demon Foundation? Then, Shen Xian looked at Qian Zhu with an expectant expression. I'm sure you have a way to deal with it, right? Qian Zhu sighed wryly. Shen Dao Yu is a cultivator from a major sect, even you have no solution. Qian Zhu is merely from a minor sect, how could I possess such abilities? The Qian Zhu sect in the Song Kingdom was obscure and unknown. It only has a few Dan stage cultivators. Whether there were any golden core cultivators was unknown. Its strength is even weaker than that of the Bishui sect. It is truly a minor sect. Shen Xian asked, Qian Zhu Daoist, why do you say that? According to reason, those in the late stages of the Demon Foundation realm should be seeking opportunities to form a Dan core. They wouldn't come to the Qingling secret realm, would they? There are definitely no opportunities to form a golden core in the Qingling secret realm. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Poisonous Forest's Deadly Plot. Please support the series. Among the waiting cultivators, the Tianhua Guan family and the Luo Yenzing family led the way. Lin, the family head, stepped forward to pay respects to Guan and Zeng, the family heads of the Guan and Zeng clans. Shen Xian surveyed the Foundation establishment level cultivators surrounding the 2 clan heads. 2 of them were from their own families. However, the remaining 4 Foundation establishment cultivators made Shen Xian extremely uneasy. The 4 from the Guan family were all filled with bloodthirsty energy. They were clearly bandits. At the Foundation establishment realm, one would not dare to act rashly without absolute certainty. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators rarely engage in life or death battles, even when fighting. Only Foundation establishment cultivators who had survived the tribulation would have so many lives on their hands. On the other side, the 4 from the Zeng family left Shen Xian speechless. Although they had disguised themselves and concealed their true appearances and auras. But under Shen Xian's insight technique, they were completely exposed. All 4 were demon cultivators, and their strength was no small matter. Blood Spirit Sect, Corpse Refining Sect, White. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Lo, Building the Foundation of a Fierce Soul. Please follow and subscribe. Clearly, Qi Wanqing was deluding herself. Qi Wanqing, it's better to meet by chance than by design. Since we've encountered each other in this secret realm, it must be fate. Join us brothers in dual cultivation, let us satisfy our desires, and we'll let you go afterward. What do you say? That's right. Qi Wanqing, we brothers are handsome, and well-mannered, we won't disgrace you. Rest assured, we'll do our best to make you feel like you're in heaven. Qi Wanqing blushed shyly. Since the 2 of you are interested, I have no objection. However, since I am alone, which of you will go first? What is there to discuss? We 2 brothers always act together naturally, we'll go together. Exactly. Qi Daoist, we 2 brothers have no taboos. What are you afraid of? 3 of us together is much more fun. We'll make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. Qi Wanqing let out a soft ah, her cherry red lips parting in surprise, her delicate body trembling. Both of you are so strong, I fear I cannot endure it. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Tut, Golden Bodied Zombie. Please subscribe. Outside the Qingling secret realm, the 7 clan leaders gathered together. Has Brother Huyan fallen? The head of the Wei family took out a pair of soul plaques from his storage bag, both shattered beyond repair. This Huyan brother boasted of his mastery in combat magic and seamless teamwork. Yet he fell on his first day. The Qingling secret realm opens once every 60 years. Since the previous incidents where the 7 major families of Weiwu County engaged in internal conflicts within the secret realm, they have rarely sent their own Foundation establishment stage cultivators inside. Instead, they mostly hire external allies, with each party taking responsibility for their own safety. The spoils from the secret realm are divided according to a set ratio. Or they are sold outright. On the first day the realm opened, the Hu Yen brothers were killed. This also drew the attention of the other 6 clan leaders. Probably bad luck, they were teleported into the territory of a powerful demon beast. Someone sighed softly. According to Reason, 19. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sapbat, Corpse Refinement Technique. Please follow and subscribe. The tentacles of the shadow octopus moved at an incredible speed, creating a series of afterimages as they swept toward the surnamed demon cultivator. The surnamed demon cultivator's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated the demon soul banner he had prepared in secret, unleashing a thick cloud of demonic energy that transformed into a series of demonic shields to block the shadow octopus's attacks. However, just as he was fully engaged in defending against the shadow octopus, he suddenly felt an indescribable, excruciating pain in his mind, as if his soul were being burned. The demonic energy within the surnamed demon cultivator stagnated, causing his body to stiffen instantly, revealing a look of sheer terror. What kind of technique is this? He dared not delay, quickly channeling his energy to focus on extinguishing the strange fire within his soul. It was Shen Xian who, seeing him distracted, secretly unleashed the flaming demon fire to ambush the surnamed demon cultivator's soul. However, at that moment, the 8 tentacles of the shadow octopus seized the opportunity, tightly binding the surnamed demon cultivator's body. The protective range of the demon soul banner rapidly shrank, barely able to. Chapter Yi Bak Sam Sup Gao, the formula for the purifying base pill. Please support the series. On the very first day of entering the Qingling secret realm, so many things had already happened. Shen Xian was truly at a loss for words. After carefully storing the fragments of the surnamed demon cultivator's remains, Shen Xian continued forward. He completely ignored the 2 Zhu family cultivators behind him. Reducing his bones to dust and scattering them into the moonlit lake was the greatest kindness he could show the surnamed demon cultivator. Shen Xian commanded the devouring demon beetles to break through the poison bone forest and head toward the direction of the 1,000 bamboo hermit to regroup. Within the Qingling secret realm, there were numerous second-tier celestial treasures. Originally, everyone relied on their own abilities, and there was no need to kill each other. However, like ordinary people, cultivators are also driven by endless greed. At its core, it was because killing and burning brought quick rewards. He was not a bandit. He wouldn't kill people or steal their belongings indiscriminately. Such actions, once the first step is taken, easily lead one down the path of darkness, losing one's true self. Killing and arson are easier ways to earn spirit stones than hunting demons or creating talismans. Chapter Yi Bak Say Sup, the mysterious mortal cultivator. Please follow and subscribe. Zhou Ji showed a smile on his face as he stared at Qian Zhu Jusi. Qi Wanqing and the Luo family cultivator were completely ignored by him. The suggestion he made was highly technical. It not only sowed discord between Qian Zhu Jusi, Shen Xian, Qi Wanqing, and the Luo family cultivators, but also demonstrated a willingness to cooperate. Regardless, the 2 of them were certain to obtain 3 Xianling herbs. He was certain that on Qian Zhu Jusi's side, there was only one person at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and she was a female cultivator with slightly weaker strength. She would neither dare nor be able to completely sever ties and engage in a magical duel with their 2 foundation establishment mid-stage cultivators. Qian Zhu Jusi remained silent. His gaze turned toward Shen Xian. By all accounts, Qian Zhu Jusi was the highest in both cultivation realm and cultivation base. Yet she was seeking Shen Xian's opinion. Zhou Zhiping and Mai Qingchuan, upon seeing this, both looked somewhat surprised. According to intelligence reports, Shen Xian was merely a scattered cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. They had assumed. Chapter Yi Bak Say Sup Yet, the bloodthirsty mosquito king. Please follow and subscribe. Qi Wanqing's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Shen Xian. This was a mid-stage foundation establishment level spirit cultivator, willing to enter into a master-servant soul contract with Shen Xian. After pondering Li Rui's suggestion for a while, Shen Xian politely declined. Li Daoyu, I have no intention of hiding anything from you. I am a disciple of the great Jinren of the Song Kingdom. The sect has its own rules. It is inconvenient for me to bring you back to the sect. What Shen Xian said was half true and half false. His identity was true, and it was indeed inconvenient to bring Leroy, a spirit cultivator, back to the sect. However, his refusal to enter into a master-servant soul contract with Leroy had nothing to do with the sect or his master. As long as he did not violate the sect's rules, the sect and his master would not punish him. Shenxian politely declined, considering the karma involved with Leroy. In her previous life, she was a second-tier upper-grade alchemist, and her strength and status were no small matter. Although the reason for her descent into spirit cultivation remains unknown. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup Yi, Descendants of the Nine Infants. Please support the series. Shenxian would never let the bloodthirsty Mosquito King escape. In the Qingling secret realm, water attribute demon beasts are already rare. Moreover, this bloodthirsty Mosquito King, though weaker in power and smaller in size, its essence blood was scarce. It was a descendant of the ancient Hongsao blood-winged black mosquito. Although its demon beast bloodline was so diluted as to be almost negligible, it remains an invaluable treasure in Shenxian's eyes. The bloodthirsty Mosquito King spread its blood-red wings and instantly vanished into another swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Its demonic form suddenly shrinks to the size of an ordinary bloodthirsty mosquito. If it were any other cultivator, they would have fled without a second thought. After all, among hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, finding a single bloodthirsty Mosquito King is no easy feat. Unfortunately, Shenxian had already locked onto the bloodthirsty Mosquito King using the insight technique. The Ice Soul Dao body was fully activated. His entire body emanated an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. Wherever his gaze fell. Bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup Sam, Blood Sacrifice to the Demon God. Please follow and subscribe. At the entrance to the Qingling secret realm, only two people remained. The two most powerful figures in Weiwu County, and also old friends who had known each other for years. The head of the Guan family, and the head of the Xing family. Both were natives of Weiwu County, having grown up there from their youth, and remained active in the county ever since. They frequently interacted with one another, and could undoubtedly be considered old friends. Their friendship seemed strong. Underlying rivalry was inevitable. Open conflicts are rare. Major matters in Weiwu County are always handled through mutual consultation between the two. In theory, since they know each other inside out, they should not be at odds. However, just moments ago, while the two were meditating with their eyes closed, the head of the Guan family suddenly opened his eyes, holding an object in his hand, and pointed it at the head of the Xing family. Cold gleam flashed. A faint shadow of a blood-red sword, resembling a cold, venomous snake, darted toward the forehead of the head of the Xing family with the speed of lightning. That was precisely the vital point of the Xing family head's martial arts technique. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup Se, The True Demon Pale Core. Please follow and subscribe. Shenxian had no time to deal with that demonic head. Before him, 9 exquisite shattering demon thunder charms appeared, radiating dazzling golden light, and flew directly toward the blood sacrifice Whitebone demon array. How dare you! The Whitebone sect demon cultivator clasped his hands in a demonic seal, rolling demonic energy, and a Whitebone banner blocked the premium thunder talismans, releasing countless black vengeful souls. Ymir Foundation Establishment Chalke Cultivator dare to activate the Thunder Talismans and destroy my great array. Surrender to the demon god and be devoured, it will be your fortune. Shenxian snorted coldly. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. 9 premium lightning talismans exploded, shattering the black vengeful spirits into a cacophony of ghostly wails. After the first 9, another 9 followed. Endlessly, without cease. Soon, the bombardment reached the main body of the Whitebone banner. The Bone Sect demon cultivator turned pale with shock. Who are you? The one who slays demons and exorcises evil. The Whitebone Sect demon cultivator flew into a rage, continuously channeling energy into the Whitebone banner. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup A Bountiful Harvest. Please follow and subscribe. The 6-headed, 6-armed demon god wore a mocking expression, as if he had anticipated this, and all 6 demonic hands formed seals, releasing a torrent of demonic energy that rushed toward them. However, Shenxian's body was enveloped by several bolts of thunderous lightning, and he vanished from the spot using the thunder escape technique. At the same time, the thunderbolt arc suddenly expanded to 100 zhong in length, enveloping the demon lord in a suffocatingly terrifying aura as it crashed down upon him. Boom! Thunder and fire danced through the sky, resembling massive fireworks, bursting into a dazzling display of light. The six-armed demon god with a bull's head didn't even have time to utter a scream. In an instant, its massive demonic body shattered into countless fragments. Only a single true demon core remained intact, slipping smoothly back to its original position. Shen Xian, after using his lightning teleportation technique, continuously cast spells, his figure flickering multiple times as he flew thousands of feet away. He finally came to a stop to observe the aftermath of the Divine Thunder Talisman's bombardment. This was the first time Shen Xian had used the Divine Thunder treasure symbol. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup Lo, Life and Death. Please support the series. Shen Xian understood everything. It turned out that the one who had been colluding with the demon sect all along was none other than the seemingly virtuous Guan family patriarch. Half human, half demon, your path to enlightenment is severed. Master Guan, I shall send you on your way. Zhang, the family head, remained calm, clasping his hands in a magical gesture and pointing at his flying sword treasure. In the next instant, the flying sword transformed into 99 sword beams, their brilliant light filling the sky, their sword chi soaring like clouds, surrounding Guan family head on all sides and trapping him within. A sword array? Shen Xian was secretly startled. He never expected that in such a small place like Weiwu County, a mere mid-foundation establishment cultivator would possess such an advanced technique as a sword array. Zheng Quozong, you treacherous scoundrel. You've always been cunning and deceitful. On the surface, you call me brother, but in reality, you've been plotting against me all along. The head of the Guan family roared furiously, his blood-red eyes filled with rage. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup Tut, The Fate of the Direct Disciple. Please support the series. This time, Shen Xian gained a great deal in the Qingling secret realm. First, he obtained 5 magical treasures. The black gourd used by the Li surnamed demon cultivator to nurture his corpse contained a golden-bodied zombie. Its power was on par with that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. After erasing the Li surnamed demon cultivator's spiritual imprint, with a little time and effort, Shen Xian could easily make it his own. The golden-bodied zombie differs from the Taiyin zombie beast. It possesses a certain degree of autonomous consciousness. They do not require Shen Xian to split off his divine consciousness to control or manipulate them. Moreover, the golden body zombie's body is as hard as iron and stone, with boundless strength. They are ideal cannon fodder. Apart from the black gourd for raising zombies, the other 4 magical treasures, including the blood cicada sword of the blood spirit sect's demon cultivator, are of little use to him. Shen Xian plans to sell them off for a good price. The best buyer, of course, is the blood spirit sect's holy maiden Wu Yulan. As for whether this would aid the enemy and strengthen the blood spirit sect's demon cultivators. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup Bat, Watching the Fire from Across the River. Please subscribe. Shen Xian looked at the signature on the invitation and felt puzzled. Previously, the intelligence he had received had consistently stated that Lei Yaoyong was coming to Qingyang Prefecture to take charge. Now, it had changed to He Jingming of the Enforcement Hall. This man should be a direct disciple of Ling Xiaozhenren. Could it be that Ling Xiaozhenren has intervened? Shen Xian had heard that Ling Xiaozhenren seemed to favor his master, Gu Fengzhenren. Never mind. Don't overthink it. After all, the disciple of a golden core true immortal deserves some support. Lin Danshi and Dai Qishe, who were also on Feiyun Mountain with him, had received invitations as well. Shen Xian and the 2 of them arrived at Hu Jianling together. He Jingming and Xiao Keyuan personally led their fellow disciples to greet them at the entrance to the Zhao family estate. After everyone entered, after some small talk, the head of the Zhao family hosted a grand banquet. The core members of the Zhao family and the foundation establishment level cultivators from the Qingyun sect were all present. Enough. Chapter Yi Bak Se Sup Gao, Devouring All Things. Please subscribe. In the training room, a mysterious jade talisman flickered with a golden glow at Shen Xian's brow. In the basin before him, 3 juvenile blue-striped octopuses, drained of blood, floated lifelessly on the water's surface. Just like the shadow octopuses, blue-striped octopuses were also innate treasures. Plunderable talents, pufferfish venom, breath control, camouflage, water escape, size manipulation, inborn intelligence, superb memory, endless regeneration, 3 hearts and 9 brains, 8 mysterious arms. 10 plunderable bloodline talents made Shen Xian's mouth water. Shen Xian examined it closely. His gaze swept over the 10 bloodline talents of the shadow octopus one by one. In the end, he chose the blue-striped octopus's strongest unique talent, pufferfish venom. The reason was simple. The other talents could still be obtained by looting other octopus-like water demons. River pufferfish venom, however, was exclusive to the blue-striped octopus. Shen Xian had witnessed its toxicity firsthand. Chapter Yi Ba Sup, Shaking the Four Directions. Please subscribe. Shen Xian first refined the remaining blood essence of the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. He then allocated all the over 1,000 Dao points he had just obtained to the Devour All Things skill. Only then did he barely manage to advance this innate skill to the mastery stage. The remaining 100 or so Dao points added afterward had almost no effect. Shen Xian sighed. He had encountered this situation multiple times before. The main reason was that his cultivation level was too low. The proficiency of high-tier innate skills would stagnate at a certain stage. After spending nearly 10,000 essence points, Devour All Things had barely reached the mastery stage. The cost was enormous. However, the rewards were equally immense. Shen Xian gave it a try. Now, using the Devour All skill, he can consume over 10 pounds of second-tier mid-grade demon beast meat in a day, refining 3 or 4 strands of primordial spiritual energy and integrating them into his spiritual sea foundation. With this, my cultivation speed has significantly increased compared to before. Chapter Yi Ba Sup Yet, Dancing with the Demon. Please support the series. 300 miles outside the Crimson Rock Forest. On the peak of a desolate small mountain. The moonlight flows like water, gently cascading down. In the grass, autumn insects fall silent. On a large tree, the leaves rustle with a rustling sound. Shen Xian sits cross-legged on the trunk of the tree, casting the breath concealment technique and invisibility technique, using the tree's energy to hide his form. The war between the Taoists and demons of Qingyang Prefecture had reached a stalemate. At this time, strategic supplies such as spiritual pills, talismans, spiritual rice, and demon beast meat saw a significant increase in price. Conversely, magical artifacts and demonic weapons began to drop in price. The reason was simple. More and more cultivators were joining the battle, and the number of casualties was also increasing. Those at the Foundation establishment realm were still manageable. After all, their numbers were limited. In the entire Qingyang Prefecture, the combined number of Foundation establishment realm cultivators from the Dao Sect and the Demon Sect does not exceed 100. However, there are over 10,000 Qi cultivation realm cultivators. Especially the demon cultivators, who keep coming in waves. Chapter Yi Ba Sup Yi, Turning the Tides. Please support the series. Shen Shidi, how do you explain this? Zhou Haoyu asked coldly. Shen Xian looked puzzled. Explanation? Slaying demon cultivators and exchanging their heads for sect merits, does that need an explanation? The two exchanged glances, both with displeasure in their eyes. Inside the central military tent, several sect disciples all fell silent, their gazes fixed on Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu was the direct disciple of Ling Xiaozhenren. Among the cultivators of the Dao sect in Qingyang Prefecture, he was second to none, above all others. Prior to this, they had never seen anyone dare to confront Zhou Haoyu openly. They never would have imagined that the one to break this record would be the very person before them, Shen Xian, the symbol master. These few disciples of the sect were all cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm. Last time, the incident involving Shen Xian and Lei Yaoyang's wager caused quite a stir. They had heard of Shen Xian's reputation. He was someone not to be messed with. Chapter Yi Ba Sup Sam, Galloping Horses. Please follow and subscribe. In recent years, the frequency of Bai Lian Xianzi's visits to Tingyu Xian has been decreasing. Shen Xian could understand this. Bai Lian Xianzi was a woman of great ambition. With the Taiyinji Shou Shu technique gifted by Shen Xian, her status within the Yusho Zhou family has soared to new heights. In the past, as a female cultivator, her combat strength was somewhat lacking. After refining the powerful water monkey corpse beast, she compensated for this weakness. Additionally, by mastering the formula for the Taiyin corpse beast elixir, she ascended to the position of senior elder in charge of affairs within the Zhou family. Over the years, Bai Lian Xianzi has been busy and content in her role as a senior elder. She has been cultivating relationships with other senior elders and bestowing favors to promote promising clan members. She has also accumulated a significant amount of personal savings. Shenxian estimated that in a few more years, Bai Lian Xianzi would also break through to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Her innate talent isn't particularly outstanding. All kinds of foundation establishment spiritual items and heart-protecting pills must be fully prepared. Wealth, companions, dharma, and location, these are what the White Lotus Fairy lacks most. Chapter Yi Ba Sub Say, in the Tianxiang Pavilion. Please follow and subscribe. In the training room, Shenxian slowly ceased his practice. On the mysterious jade talisman, golden characters flickered endlessly. 3 meals a day, followed by using the devour all things technique to refine the meat of a second-tier mid-grade demon beast. The effects were significant. Not only could he refine a thread of spiritual energy, but it also enriched the foundation of his Tao. The proficiency of the devour all skill was also slowly increasing. Even the sharp teeth and fangs skill, which has reached its peak, has seen some improvement. When combined with skills like critical strike, iron bones, and infinite strength, their power is astonishing. They can absolutely crush any second-tier demon beast. Shenxian estimates that even a second-tier upper-grade magical artifact can be bitten through. If the artifact is primarily made from demon beasts or spiritual plants, it can be directly devoured, swallowed, and refined to absorb its contained spiritual energy. I've ultimately fallen into the path of heresy. Shenxian sighed with some regret. Chapter Yi Ba Sup Chaos Reigns. Please subscribe. It wasn't just the head of the Zhao family. There were also 2 acquaintances of Shenxian inside. The other 2 major figures of the Qingyang Prefecture demon cultivators, Hou Fei and Nangong Guang, were also seated around a jade table. Wan Meng cast a spell to open the secret room. After Wu Yulan entered, the 3 major figures of the Qingyang Prefecture demon cultivators gathered together. Wan Meng closed the secret room. Wu Yulan coldly said, "Shenxian has left. Did he notice us?" "Probably not." Wu Yulan pondered for a moment and said, "However, Shenxian is a man with peculiar martial arts techniques. He left in such a hurry. Even if he didn't notice you, he must have grown suspicious." Wan Meng asked curiously, "Why are you so wary of Shenxian? Isn't he just a foundation establishment Choghe cultivator?" Nangong Guang, who had been closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened them and said, "Shenxian isn't an ordinary early foundation establishment cultivator. His hand grenade talismans alone are extremely troublesome." Chapter Yi Ba Sup Lo, Sword Chi Soaring to the Clouds. Please subscribe. Following He Jingming's lead were the 4 disciples of the same lineage he had brought with him. All of them summoned their magical treasures, which transformed into various beams of light, colliding with the bronze bell toward the Xuanfeng position demon soul banner. "How dare you!" At the location of the Xuanfeng position demon soul banner, the figure of Hou Fiwen appeared. His slender demonic form wielded a heaven-shattering staff, bravely withstanding the attacks from He Jingming's bronze bell and the 4 disciples' magical treasures. A loud clang echoed across the heavens. Hou Feifan's strength was extraordinary. He single-handedly withstood the attacks of He Jingming and the other 4 disciples, all of whom were at the foundation establishment stage of their sect, and did not fall behind. At the same time, Shenxian summoned 9 premium soul-shattering thunder symbols, which shone with golden light and swiftly flew toward the northwest corner's Qian Tian position, where the demon soul banner was located. This position was the entrance to the 9 Hell's soul-capturing array. "Shenfu Shi, this path is blocked." Nangong Guang manifested his form, summoning a blood spirit demon tower before him, which swelled to 10 zhang in height, blocking the thunder talisman's attack. Chapter Yi Ba Sup Tut, Astonishing Skills. Please subscribe. At the original location, Shenxian stood firm, towering like a mountain. The sword light of the emerald water sword shot straight into the sky, vast and majestic. Before Shenxian, the pure water bottle soared into the air. A massive water column erupted from the bottle's mouth, spraying in all directions and dissipating into mist. Amidst the heavy, oppressive pressure of demonic energy, Shenxian not only did not retreat. Instead, he felt a surge of determination. Having grown accustomed to survival, there was always a sense of injustice. "Originally, I was just here to watch the show. Nangong Guang refused to let it go, and severely injured the wandering cultivator Tai Wendao. Of course, there was also the reason that Tai Wendao had overestimated himself. But Nangong Guang, targeting Shen Xian so deliberately and launching a surprise attack from the shadows, also aroused his anger. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Shen Xian thought to himself. He still had to stay in Qingyang Prefecture for another 11 years. The conflict between the Song and Liang nations over the Dao and the demon would certainly not end so quickly. Chapter Yi Ba Sub Ba, Retreating in the Face of Danger. Please support the series. In the skirmish at the outskirts of Qingyang Market, the Qingyun sect managed to turn the tide and emerge victorious. The greatest contributor to this victory was none other than Shen Xian. He Jingming re-evaluated Shen Xian's strength in his heart, raising him to a whole new level. He was now on the same level as himself. In other words, a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment possessed the combat strength of one at the late stage of foundation establishment. And he was a direct disciple of a golden core true immortal like him. What a prodigy! I wonder where he came from. He Jingming remained skeptical of Shen Xian's claim that he had used secret techniques to forcibly enhance his strength. As the leader, he still showed the appropriate concern. Senior brother He hurried to Tiger Gorge Ridge to rescue junior brother Zhou and the others. I will recover after resting for a while, Shen Xian said gratefully. Then, Shen Xian, take care of yourself. He Jingming remained deeply concerned about Zhou Haoyu, Lin Dan, and Dai Qi. Chapter Yi Ba Sub Gao, The True Master's Gaze. Please follow and subscribe. The sect has a clear division for second-tier spiritual veins. For example, Qinglong Bay, where Shen Xian once lived, had low-quality resources and was barren. The Ding family members worked from the beginning of the year to the end, yet could barely make ends meet. Even obtaining a single sect-level foundation establishment pill required immense effort. After auctioning them off, the sect generally no longer bothered with them. They have no affiliation with the sect. Those in slightly better condition were places like Qingyang Prefecture and Weiwu County. After the auction, they are nominally vassal forces of the sect. They must pay tribute to the sect and obey its orders and assignments. In reality, they maintain a certain degree of independence. The sect generally does not interfere in their internal affairs. The best are the core regions mentioned by Tai Dao. These second-tier training grounds are close to the sect's headquarters and are under its protection. The development of the family is closely tied to the sect. They must also pay tribute and obey the sect's management and assignments. Chapter Yi Ba Lok Sup, Secluded Training. Please support the series. Xiao Gu Feng. Within the divine realm. That Shen Xian. I told him not to meddle in others' affairs, yet he only knows how to cause trouble. Gu Fengzhenren threw the battle report jade tablet onto the jade table in front of him. Master, you're wrong about Shen Xian this time. The third disciple, Gu Jinqin, spoke up in protest. That scoundrel He Jingming. He was sent to slay demons and eliminate evil, yet he brought his fellow disciples along and nearly sacrificed himself to the demons. If it weren't for Shen Xian's intervention, our fellow disciples would have suffered heavy losses. Gu Fengzhenren scolded, what nonsense! He is a direct disciple of Ling Shaozhenren. His strength is no joke. As for Shen Xian, he is too fond of seeking attention and causing trouble everywhere. It's not conducive to cultivation. Wise men don't follow such paths. Gu Jinqin's eyes darted around, then she suddenly smiled and said, Master speaks wisely. I suggest that we send Shen Xian back to the sect to avoid him causing more trouble outside. That's a good idea. The mundane affairs of little Gu Feng can also be entrusted to Shen Xian. Chapter Yi Ba Lok Sup, The Red Dust Rolls on Seeking Subscriptions. Chapter Yi Ba Lok Sup Yet, The Turbulent World. Please support the series. Several days later, Bai Lian Xianzi arrived at Tingyu Xian. The two spent a wild night together, indulging in their desires. Bai Lian Xianzi gave it her all, engaging in close combat with Shen Xian and deepening their connection. They tried various techniques. Shen Xian sensed that the White Lotus Fairy intended to distance herself from him for a while. Sure enough, afterward, Bai Lian Xianzi told Shen Xian that she was going into seclusion to cultivate and prepare for breaking through to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. This decision had already received strong support from the Zhou family's elder ancestor. Shen Xian encouraged Bai Lian Xianzi with a few words. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge. He sincerely hoped that Bai Lianxianzi would break through successfully and advance to a higher realm of cultivation. Bai Lianxianzi departed reluctantly. Before departing, she reminded Xinxian, "Do not trust those female cultivators lightly. Especially the demons of the Tianxiang Pavilion. The cultivators at that level there are all inner disciples of the Union of Bliss sect. Each of them is skilled in energy absorption." Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup Yi. Old friends from the past, please follow and subscribe. Ordinary Qi cultivation cultivators have an average lifespan of around Yet Bat Yi Sup years. Zhao Chunxing, in his youth, worked as a demon hunter. He had suffered several injuries, which had shortened his lifespan. At this point, Zhao Chunxing's cultivation level was only at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Clearly, his body had already begun to decline, and his cultivation level was starting to drop. He might live another 10 or so years. Xinxian watched for a moment, shook his head, and thought to himself. On Zhao Chunxing's body, he saw no signs of despair. His spirit was still strong, his complexion rosy, and his voice loud and clear. He sipped spiritual tea while chatting and playing cards with a group of similarly aged cultivators. While playing cards, he boasted about his glorious history of fighting alongside Xinxian, hunting demon beasts, slaying calamity cultivators, and intimidating peers, among other exploits. The elderly cultivators playing cards with him held Zhao Chunxing in high regard. Their eyes occasionally betrayed a hint of envy. To be able to. Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup Sam, The Regret of the Golden Dan. Please subscribe. One sighting immediately refused. Shendaoxiong, please don't joke around. This old body of mine can't withstand such treatment. He pointed to the nearby iron dummy. Let's stick to the old rules, use that to test it. Xinxian shook his head dismissively. Now, that black iron dummy couldn't possibly block the dark spirit fish. Sure enough. Xinxian casually pointed his finger. A dozen dark spirit fish transformed into sharp, piercing blades, easily piercing through the black iron dummy. What left one sighting in awe was, those dark spirit fish had only consumed a small amount of spiritual energy, and could still swim joyfully toward Xinxian. This exceeded one sighting's imagination. This is the perfected version of the water spirit condensing essence technique. Xinxian smiled. Dozens of green light barriers suddenly dissipated. They reformed into dark spiritual fish. Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup Say, Collecting Essence Blood. Please subscribe. At that time, the head of the Bishui sect had 3 direct disciples, 2 men and 1 woman. The female disciple was his direct descendant, the great-granddaughter of his legitimate lineage. The 2 male disciples were both exceptionally talented and mentally resilient individuals. What followed was a rather cliché and dramatic storyline. The 3 had grown up together since childhood, competing with each other, racing forward, until they reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In a major sect like the Qingyun sect in the Song Kingdom, the success rate for a direct disciple to reach the golden core stage was only 10%. The Bishui sect was a mid-tier sect. The sect had only 1 golden core cultivator, the sect master. The 3 of them simultaneously attempted to break through to the Dan stage. The Bishui sect poured all its resources into supporting them. Among the 3, as long as one succeeds in condensing an inner Dan, it will be considered a success. Who could have imagined this? Heaven favored the Bishui sect. All 3 disciples of the sect leader successfully condensed their inner Dan. The great-granddaughter's inner Dan is ordinary, but it is still a genuine Dan. The other 2 male disciples are even more remarkable. Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup The Meditation Dan Master. Please subscribe. Xinxian suppressed his aura and transformed his appearance. He disguised himself as a wandering cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm. Upon arriving at Weiwu County, he went straight to the Qi family and presented his calling card. Are you Shen Fu? Qi Wanqing, upon seeing Xinxian, did not recognize him. The signature on the calling card read, Wandering Cultivator Li Haifeng. Upon Li Rui's reminder, Qi Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Qi Daoyu, what brings you here? Xinxian vaguely guessed Qi Wanqing's intentions. Come in and talk. Qi Wanqing warmly invited him, and in her residence, she entertained Xinxian alone. In the secret room, the 2 sipped tea and chatted. Qi Wanqing handed him a geographical jade tablet. This was given to me by the person who sold me the blue-striped octopus years ago. It's a map of the sea, It marks the waters where the blue-striped octopus lives. Qi Wanqing briefly recounted the circumstances of her acquisition of the blue-striped octopus. Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup Lok. The giant-eyed strange shrimp. Please subscribe. The giant-eyed strange shrimp is a peculiar sea monster. It is said that its ancestors once ruled the oceans. They once rivaled the dragon-like creatures known as Jiaolong. However, for unknown reasons, the ancestors of the giant-eyed strange shrimp became extinct. Their descendants evolved into this form. Its demonic body stretches 2 or 3 zhong in length, with eyes as large as soccer balls. Their front limbs are like spears, strong and powerful, with sharp, pointed tips. Its mouth was extremely terrifying, resembling a massive bowl, with teeth as sharp as gears inside. Shen Xian had never seen it with his own eyes. The image of the giant-eyed strange shrimp was taken from the primitive wilderness demon beast Atlas. It ranked highly, among the top Yetbakchun the compendium. This also sparked a hint of anticipation in Shen Xian. A mysterious jade talisman flashed with golden light. The essence blood of the giant-eyed strange shrimp on the jade table dissipated its spiritual energy, instantly turning foul-smelling. Shen Xian focused his gaze. The Void. Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup Tut. Moonlight Essence. Please follow and subscribe. Several days later. The Zhou family estate in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. A special guest arrived at the entrance. Dressed in a blue robe, he rode a crimson-winged serpent. It was Shen Xian. After announcing his name, the head of the Zhou family came out to greet him personally. The Zhou family estate, by Lian Zhu. A maid hurried in to deliver a message. Upon hearing that Shen Xian had come to visit, Bai Lian Xianzi's face lit up with joy. I thought you were so great. You're just here to come find me obediently. Bai Lian Xianzi forced herself to remain calm. But inside, she was overjoyed. Over the past 2 years, Bai Lian Xianzi had used the excuse of secluding herself for cultivation to avoid going to Tingyu Xian. She had indeed been practicing diligently, preparing to break through to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. The Zhou family patriarch had promised to prepare breakthrough spiritual items and soul-protecting pills for her, and would personally guard her during the breakthrough. Though the cultivation was arduous, she didn't even have time to spare to visit Tingyu Xian. Bai Lian. Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup Bat. Long-awaited wedding. Please subscribe. Within the White Lotus residence, a scene of unparalleled sensuality unfolded, one that no outsider could ever imagine. The once cold and noble, breathtakingly beautiful White Lotus fairy now resembled a demon from the heavenly fragrance pavilion, her garments half undone, revealing a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin, emitting seductive, enchanting whispers. Her exquisite face, as beautiful as a painting, flushed with an unusual blush, exhaling a faint, fragrant breath. Her breathing grew slightly gupcho, her chest rising and falling like mountains, clearly imagining something that aroused her deeply. Shen Xian took a step forward. The White Lotus fairy giggled softly, turned gracefully, and darted behind the screen. Her clothes slipped off. What met the eyes was a flawless, curvaceous white jade-like back. Shen Lang, come catch me. Shen Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even at nearly 100 years old, she was still so childish. He moved his divine consciousness slightly. Several bolts of thunderous lightning arcs appeared around Shen Xian's body. Below. Chapter Yi Bat Lok Sup Gao. Overestimating one's abilities. Please subscribe. Time moved forward. While Shen Xian and Bai Lian Xianzi were engaged in a passionate battle. Outside Tingyu Pavilion. Su Shuer rode on a silver celestial horse, looking down from above with a cold gaze at the female cultivator from the Su family before her. This was none other than Su Jiayuan, who had just returned to Feiyun Mountain. 20 years had passed. Su Jiayuan had advanced to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Without the permission of the master, no one is allowed to enter the listening to the rain pavilion. Oh, Su Shuer, you're talking big. Su Jiayuan paid no heed. She had never looked down on Su Shuer. If it weren't for her youth and naivety back then, she would never have been captivated by that Murongjuan. The mistress of this listening to the rain pavilion would have been her, Su Jiayuan. Why should she end up like Su Shuer, merely a concubine? Unworthy of appearing in public. The family head has ordered that Jiayuan discuss important matters with Shen Fushi. You. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup. Seizing the opportunity to return to the clan. Please subscribe. No sooner had the words left her mouth. Su Jiayuan felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure, crushing her so much she could barely breathe. Her entire body trembled, and her face turned pale. She had never imagined that Shen Xian could bring such terrifying pressure. Go back and tell Su Huijing. The lightning talismans will be divided, and the Su family's share will be reduced to 20%. The icy voice echoed in Su Jiayuan's ears. Shen Fu sure. Su Jiayuan trembled as she managed to utter the words. Shen Xian suppressed his aura. He didn't bother to argue with Su Jiayuan. Go. Report back to me within 12 hours. Otherwise, the collaboration on the Thunder Talismans will be cancelled. Su Jiayuan, dazed and disoriented, left the listening to the rain pavilion. Along the way, she felt like a walking corpse. She couldn't fathom why Shen Xian would so bluntly reject the family head's proposal. He clearly didn't hold the Su family in any regard. Su Jiayuan returned to the meeting hall. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Yet, words must be kept, please subscribe. Tai asked, his face brimming with pride. I won't hide it from you, Shen Fu. I have 2 sons and a daughter, over a dozen third-generation descendants, and several in the 4th generation. A sense of fulfillment filled the wrinkles on Tai Wendao's face. Ah! Shen Xian looked up at him with respect. Before you reached the foundation establishment stage? Of course. Who doesn't know that it's difficult to have children after foundation establishment? No wonder Tai Dao was so obsessed with the 2nd-tier spiritual vein. Even his blood relatives have so many descendants. When the time comes, we'll need to ask Shen Fu for help. Make sure to inform the auction elders of the sect. Shen Xian's expression grew solemn. This is Iron Daoist's top priority. Shen Mao will not hesitate to assist. Having blood relatives is a blessing. Such people will never betray us. Contributing effort is a given. Results are not guaranteed. Shen Fu, I'll go back and handle this. Bring these people with you. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Yi, promotion of status, please subscribe. The autumn wind blew sharply, and the sun shone brightly in the sky. Bai Lian Xianzi stared blankly at Shen Xian before her. She couldn't speak, her voice catching in her throat. 1,000 thoughts swirled in her heart, but sorrow made it hard to speak. After a long while, the White Lotus Fairy calms her emotions. Shen Lang, will you come back to Qingyang Prefecture again? A hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. If there's nothing important, I won't come back. Shen Xian spoke softly. He then turned and walked toward Su Shuer, who was standing under the shade of a tree 100 paces away. Better to part ways than to cling together in hardship. Bai Lian, take care of yourself. His voice rang out like an ancient bell, sending Bai Lian Xianzi's heart into a daze. In her line of sight, Shen Xian's figure grew increasingly distant, leaving only a faint green silhouette. Shen Xian summoned the golden claw divine eagle corpse beast, mounted it, and flew away from the 10,000 Beasts Valley. He never looked back. By his side was Su Shuer, riding a silver-horned celestial horse. They watched Shen Xian depart. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Sam, opening a cave mansion, please subscribe. Gu Jinqin chuckled, her face brimming with pride. At our little lonely peak, we don't rank disciples by the date they joined, but by age instead. I've checked your birth date. We're the same age, but I'm 2 months younger than you. So, you're now the 3rd senior disciple of our little lonely peak. I'm demoted and become your 4th junior sister. Shen Xian's heart was filled with doubts. As far as he knew, the senior disciples of Qingyun Sect were ranked according to their enrollment date. In fact, this ranking system was largely consistent with age-based ranking. True disciples were all exceptionally talented individuals, nurtured from the time they were divine seedlings, with their foundation building completed before the age of 60. Someone like Shen Xian, who had built his foundation at an advanced age and joined the sect midway through his cultivation, was a rare exception. Are the disciples of the other true immortals also ranked by age? No. Only on my small lonely peak are disciples ranked by the time they joined the sect. Gu Jinqin. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Say, Wealth and Power, please subscribe. Qian Shixiang said, this is the fairy water lake of Zai Peak. However, it is slightly farther from our master's divine abode. Better farther away. Shen Xian didn't want to stay under the watchful eye of the hermit of the lonely peak. He made up his mind immediately. Senior brother Qian, let's go with this spot. Have you thought it through, Shen senior brother? Should we go take a look at the site? I've made up my mind. This is the spot. No need to go check. With senior brother Tian looking out for me, nothing will go wrong. Shen Xian was a genuine disciple of the true master. Such flattery greatly pleased Qian Shixiang, and his expression grew even kinder. Senior brother Shen is too kind. I've been working at the cave residence management office for years. This is no big deal. Senior brother Qian took the virtual map and pulled out a thick book of spiritual contracts, detailing the geographical location and registering Shen Xian in the records. With this, he could now officially establish his cave residence on Xiaogu Peak. Moreover, Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Moonlight on Water. Please support the series. Qin Yuehan's face flushed with shame. Senior brother, I am unaware of the exact figures. Once, I heard senior sister Gu mention that it seems like we have to cover a deficit of 2 or 30,000 spirit stones every year. Upon hearing Qin Yuehan's words, Shen Xian sighed in relief. Only 2 or 30,000 spirit stones. That's not too bad. What's so good about that? Lu Jingying said. Senior brother Shen, senior sister Qin made it clear. It's a deficit of 2 or 30,000 spirit stones every year. Accumulated over time, that's at least several million spirit stones. The Danfang, Heifang, and Fulok team of Qingyun sect no longer want to extend credit to Ziyifeng. Shen Xian asked curiously, how could this happen? The Ziyifeng branch had only the peak master and 4 direct disciples in the past. He and the other 2 direct disciples had only recently joined. Lu Jingying glanced at Qin Yuehan. He had reservations and dared not speak recklessly. The true immortal's magical power was too great. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Lo. Twin disciple sisters, please follow and subscribe. I can refine the spirit gathering pill? How did you know, junior sister? Shen Xian's face showed a look of surprise. Over the past half year, in addition to his cultivation, he had been poring over ancient texts, acquiring intelligence, and inquiring about the higher-ups of the sect and the circumstances of his fellow disciples of the same lineage. Qin Yuehan was right. Wu Xueong and Wu Yutong, the twin sisters, were not to be trifled with. They came from the Wu family, a prominent clan of the Qingyun sect. Their ancestors had once produced a golden core immortal, though the Wu family has since declined. However, the clan's patriarch is a false Dan immortal and serves as the ruler of the Cloud Mist Immortal City. Wu Xueong and Wu Yutong's father is the direct great-grandson of the Wu Zhenren. In his youth, he was a dashing playboy, charming women without leaving a trace. Later, he achieved enlightenment, returned home to cultivate in peace, and successfully established his foundation. He married a direct descendant of another prominent family within the same sect, and they lived in harmony, treating each other with respect and love. Little did they know that one spring. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Tut. Mid-Foundation Establishment. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian devoted himself to cultivation. Half a year later, he noticed that his spiritual energy had stopped growing. Even the spiritual energy from refining demon beast meat through the technique of devouring all things could no longer be integrated into his own foundational spiritual energy. It seemed as though there was a faint, intangible barrier. This feeling was subtle. It felt as though he was being restrained by something. Shen Xian knew that this was the bottleneck of the peak stage of the Foundation Establishment Choghe. Though it was merely a minor realm, in the Foundation Establishment realm, the bottlenecks of minor realms were equally formidable. Many Foundation Establishment cultivators spend their entire lives stuck at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Back then, Lu Jingying had once hesitated and decided to abandon breaking through to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. He feared that failure would result in a significant loss of resources. Generally speaking, during the Foundation Establishment stage, if a breakthrough in a minor realm fails, the backlash is not too severe. With careful rest and recuperation, most can recover to their pre-breakthrough state. However, after failing to break through a minor realm, Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Bat, the mystical map of the Jiang River and the sea. Please subscribe. Qin Yuehan, dressed in a white robe and flowing skirt, stood atop the ancient tree in Yuehan Xian, gazing toward Shuiyueju. Senior brother, you've also advanced to the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Qin Yuehan's eyes grew hazy, as if shrouded in a light veil. What had once been as clear as autumn water now rippled with gentle waves. The stunning beauty she had first seen, the confident, erudite, mature young man who had cared for her with warmth and kindness. He was like a ray of light, illuminating her path ahead. She, who was called a princess but was actually an orphaned girl, felt the attraction of the opposite sex for the first time. When they met again, she was weathered by life, living in the lowest strata of the marketplace. With only a 5th level cultivation base, she had to pretend to be at the 4th level, walking on eggshells in every situation, cautious and careful. Later, Shenxian awoke his ancestral bloodline, enhanced his spiritual root potential, and trained diligently. After gathering the materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill, he asked her to help refine it. Chapter Yi Bak Tsup Gao, the newly arrived senior brother. Please follow and subscribe. Gu Jinqin's cave residence. Shenxian stared at the staggering numbers on the ledger, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Senior brother, Gu Jinqin's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, she quickly regained her composure. I only embezzled 2 million. The rest was embezzled by the eldest and second senior sisters. Gu Jinqin had managed the affairs of Xiaogu Peak for 35 years, and had only embezzled 2 million spirit stones. Indeed, she was more frugal than her 2 predecessors. Shenxian looked at Gu Jinqin in silence. Sis, where's my 200,000 spirit stones? Here. Gu Jinqin quickly flipped through the ledger. On a certain page of the ledger, it was clearly written. This receipt acknowledges that 20,000 spirit stones have been borrowed from junior disciple Shenxian to cover the repair costs for the miscellaneous affairs hall and cave residence. At that time, Shenxian was still a registered disciple and Gu Jinqin's junior disciple. No, junior sister, you took my spirit. Chapter Yi Bak Ba Sup, the secret technique of the Lonely Peak. Please subscribe. Spiritual Pill Hall. The Hall Master's Mansion. What wind has blown my fellow disciple from Solitary Peak all the way here? The immortal-like Chongqing Jinren, with his snow-white hair and youthful complexion, stepped out to greet her. Senior brother Chongqing, I have something to ask you. Let's go inside to talk. After entering the mansion, they sat down in the reception hall. Before they could even take a sip of the spiritual tea brought by the attendant, the Solitary Peak cultivator eagerly pulled out a plan. Senior brother Chongqing, please take a look at this and tell me if what's written here is feasible. Alright. Chongqing Jinren took the plan and began flipping through it. Can it be done this way? Brilliant. Master Chongqing read through it quickly. Before long, he had finished the last page. He was still not satisfied. The look he cast toward Gufeng Jinren betrayed a hint of admiration. My junior sister truly possesses extraordinary talent. This alchemy technique. Chapter Yi Bak Ba Sup Yet, Swift Rescue. Please subscribe. The next day. Water Moon Residence. Lu Jingying hurriedly arrived. Shenxian handed him a storage pouch. The remaining demon beast remains and over 1,000 ordinary poison talismans were worth 30,000 spirit stones. Lu Jingying, sell the demon beast remains and poison talismans, and use all the proceeds to purchase ingredients for the spirit gathering pills. The spirit gathering pill is a commonly used spiritual pill for cultivators at the initial stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Earlier, Lu Jingying had already purchased a small amount of related herbs in the Sect's marketplace and sent them to Li Rui to refine into spirit gathering pills, which were then sold for profit. So many? Lu Jingying glanced at the items in his storage pouch, his expression filled with surprise. Shenxian nodded. We purchased a large quantity, as much as possible. Especially the celestial spirit flower, crimson yuan mushroom, star condensing grass, and heavenly yuan fruit. These 4 were the primary ingredients for the spirit gathering pill. Compared to others, they have high age requirements, low yields, and prices that are prone to rise but hard to fall. Lu Jingying asked. Chapter Yi Bak Ba Sup Yi, sweeping the 4 directions. Please subscribe. No sooner had he finished speaking. Su Xiaoping's 2 brothers, along with over a dozen men from the gambling house, all surrounded him. They glared at Shenxian with malicious intent. As soon as Su Xiaoping gave the order, they would attack without hesitation. With Su Xiaoping included, they had a total of 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators. 3 of them were blood-stained bandits. He had recruited them with a hefty sum to work in the gambling house, specifically for dirty jobs. 7 against 2. The advantage was clearly on his side. Moreover, he had the moral high ground. Su Xiaoping's gambling house had obtained a gambling license from Qingyun Xianqing and operated openly, paying taxes. Even if the matter escalates, he has nothing to fear. The enforcement team of Qingyun Xianqing will only stand by his side. At that moment, Shen Xian shook his head slightly. The Silverhook gambling house is just open for business like this? Can't I come in and place a few bets? Chapter Yi Ba Ba Sub Sam, Earth-Shattering Revelation. Please subscribe. Half a year later, the special alchemy furnace crafted by the Alchemy Hall was transported to Xiaogu Peak. This furnace was personally crafted by Yu Yangzhenren of the Alchemy Hall. A double-handled purple crystal incense-scented Danlo stood over 10 feet tall. Shen Xian and Li Rui inspected the furnace 3 times. After confirming there were no errors, they then instructed Gu Jinqin to contact the array hall. They requested an array master to install temperature arrays and observation arrays on the purple crystal incense-scented Danlo. Both of these arrays were first-grade superior-grade arrays. They were Goilong from the array techniques of the Rao family by Shen Xian. The principles are not complicated. The challenge lies in the array materials, which require high-quality fire-resistant Xianjing silver. Of course, while this second-tier superior-grade material is precious, it is still nothing special for an array hall. A second-tier array master surnamed Xiao, accompanied by 4 disciples, meticulously crafted temperature arrays and observation arrays using large blocks of Xianjing silver. Previously, Chapter Yi Ba Ba Sub Sei, Refining the Spirit Diagram. Please support the series. At this moment, the Lingdan Hall, the residence of the hall master. Steward rushed in, holding a spirit contract in his hand. Hall master, the orphaned peak has come again to borrow spirit gathering Danya herbs. How much did they borrow this time? 1,000 portions. The immortal of eternal life examined the spirit contract. They just borrowed 300 doses of herbs and already used them all up? They've really succeeded. A voice filled with shock suddenly rang out. A look of disbelief flashed across Chongqing Jinren's eyes. Do you know the results of the alchemy experiment at Xiaogu Peak? Master, that Gu Jinqin is tight-lipped, we can't pry anything out of her. The attendant said apologetically. However, judging by her expression, it should still be manageable. 1,000 doses of herbs, 30,000 spirit stones. No credit, make them pay. The immortal of eternal life paced back and forth, then spoke after a moment of contemplation. Unconsciously, thoughts floated into his mind. Chapter Yi Ba Ba Sup Leaving the Sect to Hunt Demons. Please subscribe. For Shen Xian, refining elixirs in a large furnace was merely a whim, nothing to write home about. Though it could bring immense benefits to Xiaogu Peak and Qingyun Sect, it was not something a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him could meddle in. Without the backing of a sect, he would be alone in the great furnace. He would certainly be targeted by cultivation factions, who would seize his treasures and eliminate him to silence him. Child carrying gold in a bustling market is asking for death. The art of refining Dan in a large furnace, even if he were to submit his loyalty oath to Xiaogu Peak. Enhancing one's own strength is the true path. Mid-foundation establishment stage. Many plans can now be implemented step by step. After refining the Jianghai Wan Shui II, Shen Xian gained even more confidence in his own strength. With this treasure in hand, even against foundation establishment cultivators from either the Dao Sect or the Demon Sect, even those at the peak of foundation establishment, he would have the strength to fight them. His life-bound treasure, the Emerald Water Sword, had also been tempered by years of spiritual energy cultivation in his Dantian. Chapter Yi Ba Ba Sup Lo. Old friends from the Foundation Establishment realm, please follow and subscribe. Over 10 days later, at the outskirts of the Shadow Forest, in the Luguang Market. This was a marketplace established by the Xiantian Sect. The Xiantian Sect has 2 Yuanling true immortals, with 10,000 disciples under its banner. It is the undisputed overlord of the Song Kingdom, and the leader of the 7 sects. The Liuguang Market is only 200 miles from the edge of the Shadow Forest. The Xiantian Sect established this marketplace here, stationing its disciples to procure demon beast flesh and blood, spiritual flowers and herbs, various minerals, and alchemy materials nearby. This contributes significantly to the sect's income. Additionally, it serves as a forward outpost to guard against demon beast hordes. Shen Xian suppressed his aura, altered his appearance, and lowered his cultivation level to the early stages of the Foundation Establishment realm, registering his identity as a wandering cultivator named Shen Fei. The deep-water hook snake lurked in the inner region of the shadow forest, near the sunset lake. After all these years, Shen Xian was in no hurry. The Qingyun sect was advancing its large furnace alchemy, purchasing large quantities of second-tier spiritual pills and herbs. In Shen Xian's storage pouch, aside from spiritual. Chapter Yi Ba Ba Sub Tut, Life and Death Trial. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian glanced at Wan Yu. She had a bold and confident demeanor, a tall and slender figure, and a fierce and vibrant aura around her. Her aura indicated that she was a golden law cultivator, approximately 40 years old, at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Such talent was quite impressive. Even within the Qingyun sect, she could be cultivated as a foundation-building prospect. If everything goes smoothly, she could achieve Qi cultivation perfection by the age of 50 and attempt foundation establishment. He then turned his attention to the man beside her, Mo Qianshan. He also possesses remarkable potential. He is at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, around 50 years old, and a golden law cultivator. Shen Xian smiled slightly. Both of you are outstanding disciples of the sect. I am honored to accompany you on this journey. It is indeed a karmic connection. Senior Shen is too kind. Thank you for your kindness and consideration. Thank you for your encouragement, Senior Shen. Wan Yu and Mo Qianshan hurriedly said. Yuan Huaixin, standing nearby, took another look at Shen Xian. For some reason, he found Shen Xian quite intriguing. Qi Yangzi saw. Chapter Yi Ba Ba Sub Ba, The White Bone Holy Maiden. Please follow and subscribe. Wan Yu's reaction was far from pleasant. Unfortunately, she was only at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. The white main young across from her, however, was already at the mid-stage of the Demon Foundation realm. Someone like Shen Xian, who could already fight against Foundation establishment cultivators at the late Qi cultivation stage, was extremely rare. The full force of the Sun Blade Wheel, in Bai Mainyang's eyes, was like a child's toy. Bai Mainyang let out a delicate laugh. She summoned a pair of white bone daggers before her. Clang! The Sun Blade Wheel, which seemed to possess terrifying momentum, was easily deflected by the white bone daggers. Without losing momentum, it turned and sliced toward Wan Yu, who was fleeing in panic while standing on the Moon Blade Wheel. Wan Yu dared not confront them head-on. She maneuvered the Moon Blade Wheel to dodge. However, Bai Mainyang dashes toward her like a ghost. The white bone dagger emitted a tam white glow, striking Wan Yu's heart with precision. The world spun wildly. Wan Yu felt a sudden chill, and her body. Chapter Yi Ba Ba Sub Gao, Head-to-Head. Please follow. Bai Mainyang screamed in shock. It's you? You were the one who poisoned me in secret. You're not afraid of the white bone corroding heart poison. Bai Mainyang stared blankly at the wandering cultivator Shen Fei before her, her face filled with shock. How could a mere foundation establishment level wandering cultivator possess such power? The Song Kingdom's sects are all blind. How could they let such a person fall into the ranks of wandering cultivators? Useless trash, get out of the way. Bai Huanming barked. Bai Mainyang immediately shut her mouth and stepped aside. She dared not argue with her older sister. At that moment, Bai Mainyang finally understood. The strength of the wandering cultivator Shen Fei far surpassed her own. Even her sister's 9 netherworld corpse Qi couldn't scratch him. May I ask, honorable friend, who are you? I am the wandering cultivator Shen Fei. Bai Hanzhong sneered. Zoantian Golden Yang, Divine Sword Beast Emperor, Qianji Qingyun Medicine God. You are clearly disciples of the 7 sects of Song Nation, yet you dare to. Chapter Yi Ba Gao Sup, Jingyang Thunder Pearl. Please follow and subscribe. Bai Mainyang stepped back a few paces, her face pale with fear. Sister, I will find another way to kidnap Wan Yu, your niece. Bai Huanming shook her head gently. I am your sister, your only biological sister. Bai Mainyang lost control of her emotions and shouted loudly. Foolish sister, that's why you've managed to survive until now. You won't even spare your own sister. I'll fight you to the death. Bai Mainyang summoned a pair of white bone daggers, which darted toward Bai Hanmeng like lightning. At the same time, she transformed into a white beam of light and fled in the opposite direction. Bai Hanzhong sneered coldly. Her body suddenly erupted with dense corpse energy, shooting out at an incredible speed, chasing after Bai Mainyang. Clang! The pair of white bone daggers were directly collided with the corpse Qi enveloping Bai Hanmeng's body, sending them flying, and the demonic energy dissipated. Bai Mainyang was startled and cried out, spitting out a stream of essence blood. Using the blood as a catalyst. Chapter Yi Ba Gao Sup Yet, Descendants of a Noble Family, please support the series. Fellow Daoists, it's a misunderstanding. This vicious dog is untamed and bites people indiscriminately. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Wensheng spoke in a solemn voice. I am Zhuang Nonglu of the 100 Flowers Valley. May I ask which sect you belong to, fellow cultivator? His wife spoke up. The 100 Flowers Valley was renowned as the 8th greatest sect of the Song Kingdom, meaning it was the strongest sect outside the 7 great sects. All its disciples are female cultivators, and they have formed alliances through marriage with the 7 major sects. Beast Emperor Pavilion, 100 Flowers Valley. Shenxian nodded. I am Shenfei, a wandering cultivator. How do you two propose to resolve this matter? As disciples of a major sect in the Song Kingdom, and apparently from a prominent family, the two of them held a higher status than ordinary cultivators. Shenxian took a step back. Upon hearing that he was merely a wandering cultivator, Lu Wensheng and Zhuang Nonglu exchanged glances, both filled with suspicion. This man appeared to be only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Yet he was a genuine ice magic cultivator. With just this single technique of condensing water into an ice fish, he was capable of matching him. Chapter Yi Ba Gao Sup Yi, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Please follow and subscribe. Shenxian's gaze shifted back to Zhuang Ninglu. 2 patrol dogs? That's not enough. Lu Wensheng, seeing Shenxian looking at his wife, suddenly realized. My wife is a noble lady, naturally beautiful, and exceptionally skilled. If Shendaoyu finds her to your liking, I would be honored to present her to you. Husband. Zhuang Ninglu stared at Lu Wensheng in disbelief. Is this really the elegant and powerful husband she had always admired? Husband, how could you do this? Zhuang Ninglu's tears flowed uncontrollably. Shut up. Lu Wensheng roared angrily, Shendaoyu has taken a liking to you, it's your honor. Women are so foolish. At a time like this, you're still dwelling on this. A true man can bend but not break. As long as he can escape with his life, return to his sect and clan to bring reinforcements, there are 100 ways to make Shenfei wish he were dead. Chapter Yi Ba Gao Sup Sam, Sharp Teeth and Fierce Claws. Please subscribe. Shenxian's actions left Fan Siwen and Wei Shiyu speechless. They had assumed that Shenxian was trying to distract the water demon to allow them to fly safely to the small island in the lake. But they never expected Shenxian to act so decisively, diving straight into the water to kill the water demon. Senior brother, can this Shendaoyu defeat that water demon? Wei Shiyu looked worried. She had witnessed the water demon's power firsthand. Its demonic form was massive, stretching 30 zhang in length. Its long tail was like a hook, swift and fierce. A cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm was flying over the lake when his body was hooked mid-air by the tail. The cultivator didn't even last 2 breaths before being dragged into the water and disappearing without a trace. Be careful what you say, junior sister. Since Shendaoyu dared to enter the water, he must have a surefire plan. Fan Siwen spoke solemnly with a stern expression. In truth, he was also feeling uneasy inside. But he was a seasoned veteran and wouldn't let it show. Chapter Yi Ba Gao Sup Say, Equivalent Exchange. Please subscribe. Upon hearing these words, Shenxian's heart trembled violently, stirring up a storm. Illusion-shattering spirit eye technique was unleashed to its fullest extent. He focused his gaze on the purple essence divine tree. Sure enough, the leaves began to sway, gradually forming the outline of a human figure. Forgive me, senior. This junior did not know that you had attained enlightenment and transformed into human form. Shenxian immediately knelt down to apologize, not hesitating for a moment. All doubts vanished into thin air. This purple essence divine tree had actually awakened its spiritual intelligence, completed its essence and life force, and transformed into a demon. Moreover, its power was no small feat. At least 3rd tier or higher. Judging by its age, it is highly likely to be a high-grade 3rd tier demon. It is only 1 step away from transforming into a demon. The divine soul of the purple essence divine tree transmitted its voice, sending Shenxian into a state of shock and fear. Fortunately, he only thought about it and did not act on it. Otherwise, if the purple essence divine tree were to become enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. He certainly didn't think that, with his meager cultivation, he could stand a chance against it. Chapter 295, The Rise of the Lonely Peak. Please follow and subscribe. That evening, Shen Xian arrived at the moon-cold pavilion to seek information from Qin Yuehan. The moon hung high in the sky. Qin Yuehan and Shen Xian sat facing each other. Senior brother, our master has been busy non-stop these past few days. Qin Yuehan informed Shen Xian. The alchemy furnace on Xiaogu Peak had successfully refined a new elixir, and the technique was seized by the Sect. All previous debts will be settled by the Sect's alchemy hall, and all debts will be forgiven. The large furnace for alchemy at Xiaogu Peak may be retained. However, the required herbs must be sourced by Xiaogu Peak. The Lingdan Hall itself does not have enough, so it is impossible to sell any to Xiaogu Feng. The hermit of the Lonely Peak was dissatisfied with these terms. He is still negotiating with the Sect master, Mizong Jinren, and the Lingdan Hall's Chongqing Jinren. He proposed that the large furnace on Xiaogu Peak be used to refine Jinyuan Dan and Guling Dan. Shen Xian estimated that the Sect master and Lingdan Hall would not agree to Gu Feng Jinren's demands. They would only compensate in other ways. Reason. Chapter 296, The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Please support the series. Shen Xian pondered for a moment, seeming to have gained some insight. Dao essence points are not only related to the quality of one's essence blood, but also to one's innate spiritual root potential. It seems that, at present, plundering essence blood of other attributes is not worth the effort. It can only enhance a specific innate skill, and does not grant Dao essence points. Enhancing the spiritual root qualities of other attributes would have little effect on Shen Xian at this stage. The 10 patrol dogs of the Beast Emperor's pavilion have managed to survive. Shen Xian thought to himself. After resting for 2 days, Shen Xian found Gu Jinqin and sold the herbs to Xiaogu Peak. Gu Jinqin saw Shen Xian make the transaction and immediately took the 60,000 spirit stones, her eyes betraying her envy. Senior brother, you're making spirit stones. Why didn't you bring your junior sister along? Gu Jinqin said with feigned displeasure. I'm out on a training mission and earning some spirit stones along the way. You have so many responsibilities and can't leave the Sect. Shen Xian explained with a smile. Chapter 297, A Fateful Encounter. Please subscribe. Qianzhu the hermit set down his teacup and stared intently at Shen Xian. Shen Daoyu, this matter is of great importance. Qianzhu wishes to confirm whether you truly have absolute confidence in your ability to create the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder symbol. Shen Xian smiled faintly and replied softly, I wouldn't say I'm completely confident. Seeing Qianzhu's expression change slightly, he then adopted a serious expression and said solemnly, I have about 70 to 80% confidence. It may take 2 years at most, or 1 year at least, but I will master the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder symbol. Master? Qianzhu's eyes lit up. For a talisman master, mastery means achieving at least a 3% success rate in creating talismans. Otherwise, it would be a losing proposition, and making talismans would become a money-losing business. Shen Daoyu, we fought side by side in the Qingling secret realm. I trust your character. Qianzhu Jusi said thoughtfully. I won't hide it from you. The younger the Layin bamboo, the easier it is to cultivate. Chapter 298, Extracting the Snake Demon's Blood. Please follow and subscribe. Wu Yuting sneered, You bastard, Qin Xianming. I will not return the martial arts techniques. Even if I did, I wouldn't return the 3,000 contribution points. If you have the guts, come and take them from me at Yuyang Peak. I'll see if you dare to act so brazenly in the transmission hall. Dare you openly violate the Sect's rules and steal another disciple's belongings. Wu Yuting, in front of Qin Xianming, slowly placed the 3 cultivation technique jade slips into an empty storage pouch and hung it at her waist. She stood tall, her chest heaving, radiating an irresistible allure. Qin Xianming was furious with shame. Originally, he had already been humiliated enough by Wu Yuting's beauty. Now, in front of everyone, especially the fellow disciples at the Foundation establishment realm, being humiliated by Wu Yuting in such a manner was something he could never accept deep down. Qin Xianming rushed forward instantly and shouted at Wu Yuting, Wu Yuting. Chapter 299, Emerging Out of Nowhere. Please subscribe. At first, Gu Jinqin won 2 consecutive games. One of those games was against Qin Xianming, who had previously given her a cold shoulder. In her arrogance, Gu Jinqin spoke recklessly. This finally caught the attention of Jiang Wanli. He was a direct disciple of Yu Yangzhenren. He held a prestigious position in the forging hall. The top few direct disciples, due to their cultivation level and age, deemed it beneath them to fight Gu Jinqin. Jiang Wanli, who was also at the mid-foundation establishment realm, was the most suitable opponent for a duel on the stage within the Yuyang Peak. Gu Jinqin's defeat was well-deserved. Her spiritual energy, divine consciousness, soul, and physical body were all completely overwhelmed by Jiang Wanli. What was infuriating was that both of them used high-grade magical treasures that were one minor realm above their own. Jiang Wanli's mixed yuan black iron hammer is a rare second-tier high-grade artifact of the power type. It was perfectly suited to counteract Gu Jinqin's newly refined primordial holy sound zither. Despite Jiang Wanli holding back. Chapter 3, The Medicine God's Golden Pill. Please subscribe. Cinnabar, Talisman paper, and his control over the thunder spirit energy were all fine. The problem lies with the talisman brush. Currently, the talisman brush in his hand was still made from thunder crystal bamboo during his time at Qingyang Manor. It is only of the second-tier middle grade. It is somewhat inadequate for crafting the Nine Heavens divine thunder symbol. Therefore, I need a better talisman brush specifically designed for lightning talismans. Shen Xian thought to himself. He had 2 pieces of high-quality thunder sound bamboo. Earlier, the Thousand Bamboo Hermit had gifted him 1 piece, which he had transplanted into the spirit plant garden. Later, he purchased another piece from Qianzhu Josi, which was over 7 years old, and of the highest quality, reaching the second-tier premium grade. Using a 7-year-old piece of thunder sound bamboo as the pen shaft, paired with high-grade thunder attribute demon beast fur as the bristles, the resulting thunder symbol brush would be at least second-grade superior quality. It could even be second-grade supreme quality. However, crafting a thunder symbol brush of such quality is quite challenging. Chapter 301, The Great and Small Yu Yi. Please subscribe. The protective array of the Qingyun sect slowly activated. At that moment, a whirlwind suddenly appeared on the main peak of Qingyun. In a short time, it emitted a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, as swift as 1,000 horses charging, its volume swelling rapidly. Has Tian Fengzhenren grown angry? Shen Xian gazed at the whirlwind, which raged like a furious beast, his heart trembling with awe. What Tian Fengzhenren was demonstrating was not merely personal anger and authority, but the overwhelming might of the entire Qingyun sect. At the same time, the flying ship of the Medicine God Valley finally reduced its roaring sound, and began to descend slowly toward the mysterious peak. The hurricane gradually grew smaller. Soon, it vanished entirely. As if it had never been there at all. From the 18 peaks of Qingyun sect, several streaks of light shot into the sky, heading toward the mysterious peak. Those were the teleportation lights formed by the Dan stage cultivators. Even the small lonely peak had a streak of light darting away. This time. Chapter 301, 3rd grade spiritual. Would please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian looked at the mysterious jade talisman. Talent, size control sub yi yet. Dao resonance, yi ba yes sub bat. A single raid yields roughly yi ba points of Dao essence. Not bad, but not great either. After all, as one's cultivation realm and spiritual root quality improve, the requirements for the quality of essence blood become increasingly stringent. The mysterious jade talisman, after all, is not a panacea. One must not defy the natural laws of the universe. Shen Xian closed the door and devoted himself to intense cultivation. Every 10 days, once the cooldown period of the mysterious jade talisman had passed, he would refine the essence blood of the deep-sea octopus. 3 months later. Talent, basic mastery of size manipulation, yi yet ba. Dao resonance, yi qin yi ba yes sub ba. Spiritual root, water ba sub yi yet ba. After fully refining the entire batch of deep-sea octopus essence blood, the water spiritual root quality remained unchanged. This confirmed Shen Xian's suspicion. The second-tier mid-grade water demon essence blood was unable to enhance his spiritual root potential. Chapter 303, The Thunder Summoning Array. Please support the series. There are several methods for crafting thunder pearls. Thunder cultivators can infuse their own thunder essence into a specific medium, fuse it, store it, and refine it to create a thunder pearl. In areas with frequent thunderstorms and dense thunder essence energy, the energy gradually accumulates and condenses into thunder beads containing thunder essence energy. Some special spiritual veins contain derived thunder essence. When this essence combines with certain spiritual minerals, it can also give birth to thunder beads. Some thunder-attributed demon beasts release their own thunder essence during cultivation. Under specific conditions, this essence can condense into thunder pearls. After obtaining the method to refine the Xingyang Tianlei pearl from Bai Mainyang, Shen Xian pondered it repeatedly. The Xingyang Tianlei pearl has average power, equivalent to the Pusa Shenlei Fu. It is far inferior to the 9 heavens divine thunder symbol. However, it has one advantage that thunder symbols cannot match. That is its ease of refinement and simplicity of use. Chapter Sambatling say, great success, please subscribe. Once the power of thunder and lightning is infused into the thunder-infused divine iron, the subsequent process becomes much simpler. Roll the completed thunder sound bamboo beads along the thunder-infused divine iron once to absorb the thunder power within. The cultivator then wraps the thunder energy with spiritual energy and compresses it within the thunder sound bamboo bead, successfully creating a Xingyang thunder spirit bead. Look, isn't it simple? In just over 100 breaths, Shen Xian had already crafted a Xingyang thunder spirit pearl. The efficiency was astonishingly fast. Shen Xian specifically tested the power of the Xingyang thunder spirit pearl. Standing 100 zhang away, he threw it toward a mountain rock over 10 zhang tall. With a loud boom, lightning flashed, and the boulder shattered. Its power was comparable to 2/3 of the full strength of a lightning technique cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. It worked. Senior brother is amazing. Senior brother is so powerful. The Wu sisters couldn't help but praise him. Chapter Sambatling verbal sparring, please subscribe. In the days that followed, the senior and junior sisters of Xiaogu Peak would go to the mountain peak on days of thunderstorms to activate the lightning array, summoning thunderbolts to create the Xingyang thunder spirit pearls. This single-use magical artifact had considerable power. Even if they couldn't be sold immediately, keeping some on hand would serve as a useful means of self-defense. Moreover, Master Gu Feng had revealed that as long as one was willing to put in the effort, everyone could receive a share of spirit stones. The amount would definitely not be small. If it were other cultivation techniques, the direct disciples of Xiao Gu Feng might refuse to do them, and that would be understandable. It's time-consuming, labor-intensive, and the rewards are meager. However, this Xingyang Thunder Pearl only requires 1 day to see results, and can produce over 100 pieces. Each is worth man spirit stones on the market. After deducting costs, it is still a substantial profit. The specific division of profits will depend on the negotiation results between Master Gu Feng and the Sect. This also filled their hearts with anticipation. Chapter Sambatling Lo, Secret Battle of the Golden Core, please subscribe. Mi Zongjinren watched the 2 female cultivators exchange energy and sighed softly. Gufeng, the secret method of refining the Thunder Spirit Pearl is of great importance. You should let Shen Xian explain it instead. Gufeng Jinren smiled faintly, all right. Before arriving, she had already made arrangements with Shen Xian. At that moment, Gufeng Jinren sent out a communication talisman. He handed it to the sect attendant standing outside. Shen Xian will arrive shortly. If Tian Lei has any questions, feel free to ask. Mi Zongjinren said with a smile to Tian Lei Jinren. Among the present immortals, only Tian Lei Jinren was a cultivator of thunder techniques. Tian Lei Jinren shook his head slightly. The younger generation is pushing forward. Tian Lei Peak is no longer what it once was. I have failed in teaching my disciples, and they have all turned out to be good for nothings. How shameful. Some things are clear when compared side by side. Shen Xian is not a cultivator of thunder techniques. Yet he can cultivate the thunder escape technique on his own. And Chapter Sambatling Tut, Han Yu steps in, please support the series. Han Yu's words left all the present immortals speechless. The golden Dan seed. Even if there was some exaggeration. If Shen Xian has a chance to form a golden core, the sect must support him wholeheartedly. Foundation establishment cultivators are the backbone of the sect. However, the informing immortals are the elite combat forces of the sect, determining its overall strength. The strength of a sect is reflected in its highest combat power. Han Yuzhenren's originally icy gaze now emitted a fiery glow as he stared intently at Shen Xian. Shen Xian is my personal disciple, I will personally instruct him. It has nothing to do with you. Anyone could hear the desperation behind Gu Fengzhenren's words. You are a wood element cultivator, how can you possibly teach Shen Xian? Moreover, your cultivation level, there's no need to mention it. Han Yuzhenren, confident of victory, spoke with disdain. Gu Fengzhenren was momentarily speechless. Chapter 308, Changing Allegiances. Please subscribe. The Grand Hall of Council. Everyone, please sit down. Have a few sips of spiritual tea to calm your nerves. Mi Zhongzhenren personally brewed the tea and poured it for his two younger sisters. This is Snow Mountain spiritual tea, extremely rare. Senior brother would never part with it under normal circumstances. Gu Fengzhenren shot Han Yuzhenren a sharp glance before sipping the tea slowly. As for Shen Xian, he wasn't qualified to drink the sect leader's spiritual tea. He could only stand there obediently, like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for his punishment. Han Yuzhenren's face, however, bore a faint smile. Clearly, she had the upper hand in this confrontation. I see that Shen Xian possesses the bloodline of our ancestors, which is still in the process of awakening. His innate talent and potential are worthy of being a Dan-forming seed. However, etiquette must not be disregarded. Shen Xian is the direct disciple of Gu Feng's younger sister. This matter is beyond question. Mi Zhongzhenren looked at Han Yuzhenren, his expression solemn. Han Yu, my meaning is. Chapter 309, Special Status. Please subscribe. 3 days later. Shen Xian observed the celestial phenomena and determined that a thunderstorm was approaching. Hurry and notify the master and all the senior and junior sisters. Gu Fengzhenren sent a message to Mi Zhongzhenren. Soon, streaks of teleportation light flew toward Xiaogu Peak. Before long, over a dozen immortals arrived at the peak of Xiaogu Peak. At this moment, Shen Xian had already set up the lightning-attracting rockets. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the many immortals, Shen Xian demonstrated the method of crafting the Thunder Spirit Pearl. On the lightning summoning platform, he launched the lightning summoning rockets into the sky, which rose several hundred meters above the ground. The celestial crystal golden threads they carried then emitted a dazzling glow, and lightning energy, with a diameter as wide as a water barrel, spread along the celestial crystal golden threads into the thunder-infused divine iron. Qin Yuehan and Gu Jinqin, clad in lightning-proof garments, rolled the thunder-sound bamboo pearls over the thunder-infused divine iron once, absorbed the thunder energy, and then wrapped them tightly with spiritual energy. A thunder spirit pearl was completed. At an extremely high speed. Extremely. Chapter 310, Beauty Under the Moon. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian went to pay his respects to Han Yuzhenren first. Clearly, Han Yuzhenren had already been informed of the matter. After encouraging him, he instructed Shen Xian to handle the relocation first. The Water Moon residence cost 80,000 spirit stones. Having only lived there for 2 years, Shen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Fortunately, his master, Gu Fengzhenren, was understanding. He instructed Gu Jinqin to transfer the property to the administrative affairs of Xiaogu Feng at the original price of 80,000 spirit stones. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Shen Xian finally felt slightly at ease. He was now destitute, with his storage pouch completely empty. To fully refine the Jianghai Wan Shui Tu with the Qianfang Ling Shui, he needed 60,000 spirit stones. And these spiritual waters were intended for a future transaction with the Purple Yun Divine Wood Great Demon. The purple gold true water seal was progressing slowly. However, it was a spiritual artifact embryo, and Shen Xian would never give it up. Even half an hour of daily refinement consumes hundreds of spirit stones. Without a deep water hook snake with a massive demonic body. Chapter 311, Dongjin Bingxin. Please subscribe. This sword contains a hint of spiritual intent. Han Yuzhenren murmured, hurry. Shen Xian focused his gaze. A single transparent Dan Yuan shot swiftly from Han Yuzhenren's mouth toward the Bai Shui sword. Shen Xian was startled. At first, it was merely the icy essence of the Dan Yuan. Now it was the essence of the spiritual energy condensed from Han Yuzhenren's Dan Tian, his very life-giving Dan Yuan. Though it was only a tiny speck, no larger than the tip of a thumb, it was no ordinary thing. It couldn't be compensated for with years of arduous cultivation. The next moment, the emerald sword was instantly immobilized, and its trembling sound no longer sounded sorrowful. Instead, it sounded joyful. The sword's body transformed from jade green to transparent. A chill permeated the air. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Soon, the green water sword transformed into an ice sword, its blade icy cold, and its body emanating a chilling, frigid power. Within 3 zhong of the sword's body, the air froze into frost. On Yuzhenren added. Chapter 312, Color-Changing Disguise. Please subscribe. Upon hearing this news, Shenxian also paused slightly. He knew that his senior sister, Yun Shizhen, was a devoted cultivator with an unwavering resolve. As a result, she had rejected many eligible male cultivators in her youth. He never expected her temper to be so fiery. Su Shuer was after all just an outsider from beyond the Qi cultivation realm, and her information was incomplete. It wasn't until his younger sister Lu Bingyu came to visit that Shenxian learned the full details. Lei Yaoyang had botched everything in the Tianzhong mansion, suffering a complete defeat, and was ordered to return to the Sect. The True Immortal Council decided to send Yun Shizhen to the Tianzhong mansion to take charge of the situation. Upon taking over, Yun Qixin made a small request. He wanted to engage in a friendly duel with Lei Yaoyang on the challenge stage. Yun Qixin was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Lei Yaoyang, though a thunder technique cultivator, was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. There was a 2-tier difference in their cultivation levels. By all accounts, Lei Yaoyang was no match for him, and could have refused to fight. Chapter 313, Flying Symbol Spirit Array. Please support the series. Days passed one after another. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Color-changing camouflage, proficient Bat. Shenxian gave it a try. After activating the color-changing camouflage skill, his body blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Combined with breath control, it had some use in deep water. In ordinary environments, it is basically useless. It's not as effective as invisibility. Fortunately, it consumes little spiritual energy, and skill proficiency increases quickly. Dao resonance, 1128. Shenxian pondered briefly, before allocating all his Dao essence points to the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder symbol. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder symbol, proficient 128. So slow. Shenxian muttered to himself. Now that Shenxian had a share of the lightning spirit pearl, he no longer needed to rely on the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder symbol to earn spirit stones. However, the power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder symbol far surpassed that of the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Moreover, Chapter 314, Ice Mountain Snow 8. Please support the series. As they watched the flying talisman array swirling before Shenxian, the present disciples of the true immortals all sucked in a cold breath. 49 9 Heavens Thunder symbols were simultaneously summoned, forming a flying symbol spirit array with overwhelming might. The Thunder Talisman array's power was sufficient to threaten any foundation establishment cultivator. Yilingfeng was secretly startled. He could immediately discern the true power of Shenxian's flying talisman array. Even he, a direct disciple of the Golden Core realm, and a foundation establishment realm cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, would not dare to confront this flying talisman array head-on. With just this flying talisman array technique, Shenxian could take on a late foundation establishment cultivator. Shenxian's mastery of symbol techniques has reached such a level. Shen Xuanfei is already a renowned second-tier symbolist in Qingyang Prefecture. Shenxian's soul-shattering thunder symbol is a bestseller in the Dao Mo War of Qingyang Prefecture. You may not know this, but the newly released Thunder Spirit Pearls from Xiaogu Peak also contain Shenxian's. Chapter 317, Hearing from All Directions. Please subscribe. Shenxian and the other began to communicate telepathically. To Shenxian's surprise, the other party's asking price was not high. 30 Thunder Spirit Pearls, equivalent to 15,000 spirit stones. This price was indeed quite reasonable. Shenxian kindly added 2 more. If you ever obtain high-grade water demon blood in the future, feel free to come find me at the Cold Jade Peak. Thank you very much, Senior Brother Shen. Seeing Shenxian's generosity, the man smiled broadly after the transaction. The Thunder Spirit Pearls from the Sect are priced at 500 spirit stones. However, there was a purchase limit. Ordinary foundation establishment disciples are only allowed 5 each. Those participating in the Dao Mo conflict outside the sect are allocated 10 each. After using them, they must report back to the sect before being allowed to purchase more. The original intention was to control usage. Disciples of the Qingyun sect have raised prices, allowing for limited private circulation. Overall, supply still falls short of demand. Shenxian. Chapter 316. Nighttime in fine clothes. Please follow and subscribe. The Medicine God Valley is wealthy and possesses miraculous elixirs. The number of true cultivators is comparable to that of the Qingyun sect, and in the rankings of sects in the Song Kingdom, it still ranks above the Qingyun sect. However, when it comes to actual combat strength, the Medicine God Valley falls short of the Qingyun sect. Although sect wars seem to be on the brink of erupting at any moment, they are merely posturing and rarely escalate into actual combat. The Medicine God Valley has requested arbitration from the Seven Sect Alliance. What good will that do? The leaders of the seven sects, Xiantian sect and Jinyang sect, solemnly promised to pressure Qingyun sect to either abolish the giant furnace for alchemy or share it with the seven sects. The Qingyun sect ignored the seven sects, ruling entirely. While paying lip service to the Xiantian sect and the Jinyang sect, they continued to refine the giant furnace for the true Yuan pill and kept the furnaces burning. They made a fortune from the spirit-gathering pills. Ultimately, they must complete the giant furnace for refining the true Yuan Dan and resume the process. To improve success rates, the giant furnaces for the true Yuan Dan and solid spirit Dan were correspondingly scaled down. Chapter 317. Turbulent times. Please support and subscribe. Shen Mansion, Main Hall. Xiao Senior Brother and Yu Junior Brother were sipping fresh tea. Earlier, they had presented their introduction letter from the Tianxiao sect and were immediately ushered inside. Only the two of them were present here. Clearly, the Shen family was reasonable and understood their status, which surpassed that of the imperial relatives, high officials, and aristocratic families outside. The eldest son of the Shen family, Shen Xiuxing, hurriedly arrived and bowed to the two. Shen Xiuxing greets the two immortals of the Tianxiao sect. There was an urgent matter at the mansion, and I arrived late. Please forgive us. Xiao Shixiang, seasoned in the ways of the world, returned the bow with a smile and said, Emissary Shen is too kind. How is Lady Shen? My mother is in good health. Emissary Shen, this is my junior disciple Yu Fangliang, who is also my master's youngest son. Xiao Shixiang introduced the two. Master Yu is a young man of great promise, graceful and handsome. I am truly envious. Chapter 318. The Ding Family Crisis. Please follow and subscribe. The main hall of the Shen Mansion. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Shixiang and Yu Fangliang put down their teacups and sprang to their feet. The two exchanged glances, both filled with fear. Senior brother, that's an incredibly powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Someone is engaging in a spiritual battle. It's coming from the inner courtyard of the Shen Mansion. Xiao Shixiang's eyes flickered with confusion and suspicion. This location was only 100 or so zhang away from the inner courtyard of the Shen Mansion. Such intense spiritual energy fluctuations were far beyond what a late Qi cultivation stage cultivator like him could withstand. Senior brother, should we go take a look? No way. Xiao Shixiang said decisively. The Shen Mansion is in big trouble. If they can't handle it, going there won't help either. Yu Fangliang asked reluctantly, are we just going to sit here and do nothing? What else can we do? Xiao Shixiang slowly sat down and continued drinking his tea. The Shen Mansion will be fine. Chapter 319. The Battle Hall Master. Please subscribe. Shen Xian was a man who disliked trouble. He didn't want to get into conflicts with others. But that doesn't mean he's afraid of trouble. He simply didn't want to waste his time and energy on meaningless things. Additionally, it was also to avoid risks. The wind arises from the tip of a blade of grass. Many conflicts begin with a small matter. Seeing the bigger picture from small signs can help avoid conflicts. There is no need for petty disputes. Stepping back opens up a world of possibilities. However, some things must be done. For instance, when the Wu sisters caused trouble at Ziyagufeng, he did his best to resolve the situation. It wasn't for the Wu sisters. It was to stand firm, maintain his dignity and status as the senior disciple of Ziyagufeng. Similarly, he agreed to go to Qinglong Bay with Ding Yuyao. Was not merely out of respect for his wife's wishes. as his cultivation level and status. Chapter 320, Miraculous Recovery. Please subscribe. Sect and Sect are different. The Dan-forming disciples of the Crimson Rainbow Sect were no match for Shen Xian. If Ling Baoshe was so foolish as to actually engage in a magical duel, he would certainly teach him a lesson. At the very least, it would take years for them to recover. Since he chose to act, he must accept the consequences. This is also the primary reason why cultivators of higher realms and greater cultivation do not act lightly. They don't want to get entangled in too much karma. Ling Baoshe stared at Shen Xian, his expression fluctuating between anger and resolve. He had indeed accepted a task from the sect. He had specifically waited here to block Shen Xian from going to Qinglong Bay. However, the sect's mission was not to engage in a life-or-death battle with Shen Xian. Rather, it was to demonstrate the strength of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, causing Shen Xian to retreat in the face of difficulty. The Crimson Rainbow Sect did not dare to be so bold, to openly ambush and kill a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Ling Baoshe is. Chapter 321, Tensions Run High. Please subscribe. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Ding Yishuan's complexion regained some color. The spiritual energy within his body took on a faint green hue. This was the special effect of his Tao Foundation Spirit Sea merging with the spiritual energy of the divine treasure of the vast sea technique. As fellow water attribute cultivators, the healing and recovery effects of the divine treasure of the vast sea technique are superior. Shen Xian thought to himself. His spiritual energy was unique. Not only did it possess healing and nourishing effects, it can also be combined with various bloodline talents. When Shen Xian channeled the spiritual energy of the divine treasure of the vast sea technique, he activated a perfected level self-healing technique. That was why Ding Yishuan's injuries healed so quickly. He looked at Shen Xian with gratitude. At that moment, Ding Yishuan clearly felt his bodily functions rapidly recovering, brimming with vitality and vigor. No wonder he's a disciple of the great Zhenren. Shen Fu's techniques are truly divine and beyond comprehension. Chapter 322, Arrogant and Disdainful. Please support the series. At that moment, the wandering cultivators of Qinglong Bay Market were gathered nearby, watching the commotion. Everyone could tell that the Ding family was abandoning Qinglong Bay. Having operated here for over 1,000 years, the Ding family had made the difficult decision to cut their losses, leaving the onlookers in awe. The Ding family really is willing to let go. Can they afford to let go? With only half a spiritual vein left, they still have to pay tribute to the Tianqiao sect. The Ding family has so many people, they're not living much better than us wandering cultivators. Hey, look, isn't that Shen Fushi? It's Shen Fushi. Without Shen Fushi, the Ding family wouldn't dare to relocate the entire clan. Will the Tianqiao sect let them go? Of course not. They have Shen Fushi on their side. Back then, Shen Fushi nearly demolished half of Qinglong Bay Market. Sure enough, just as the Ding family cultivators were preparing to depart, Tan Xingkong and Hu Ningxiang of the Tianqiao sect hurriedly arrived to stop them. Chapter 323, Sweeping Away the Old. Please subscribe. Boom. Huang Haozhe and the other two were all shaken to their core, as if struck by a massive gust of wind. Their spiritual energy became chaotic and uncontrollable, causing their bodies to go limp. This is bad. It's a soul attack. Huang Haozhe concentrated his soul energy to barely withstand the sonic attack. Looking at Tan Xingkong and Hu Ningxiang, both were lying motionless on the ground, their protective spiritual barriers dissipating. They foamed at the mouth and couldn't even crawl. How dare you? Huang Haozhe had just shouted once. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind. Countless chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, manifesting into layer upon layer of illusory realms. The hardships before entering the sect, the setbacks during cultivation, and the rejection in love. All his regrets and resentments transformed into a demonic fire that consumed and burned his soul. Ah! It hurts. I surrender. With a clang, the bronze bell artifact lost its divine control, returned to its original form, and fell to the ground. Huang Haozhe's hands. Chapter 324, Aftermath. Please subscribe. Shen Xian knew it must be the Tianqiao sect coming to negotiate. He wasn't that foolish. He went alone to face Ling Xiaozhenren. He invited the enforcement hall officials to rest in his cave residence while they waited. He turned and went to pay respects to Han Yushizuan, reporting everything that had happened at Qinglong Bay in detail. After listening, Han Yu immediately made his stance clear. I will accompany you. Shen Xian's face lit up with gratitude. In Qinglong Bay, he had done nothing wrong. Protecting the cultivators of his wife's clan was only natural. As a disciple of a renowned sect, one must not arbitrarily oppress the weak while traveling. But one must also not be bullied by the weak. Upon seeing Shen Xian bring along Han Yuzhenren, the enforcer from the enforcement hall dared not ask any further questions and immediately led the way. Soon, the two arrived at the Hall of Affairs in the enforcement hall. Ling Xiaozhenren ordered the others to step out and wait outside. Shen Xian, your disciple is here. Chapter 320, The Barbarian Village. Please follow and subscribe. 1 month later. Deep within the barbarian wilderness. Here, towering mountains and deep gorges stretch as far as the eye can see, with layered peaks and ridges rising one after another. Ancient trees soar into the sky, blocking out the sun and the moon. A milky white forest mist shrouds the landscape, obscuring vision, and greatly reducing the range of spiritual perception. A biting cold wind blows. Shen Xian rode the golden-clawed divine eagle atop a corpse beast, lowering its altitude and slowing its flight. The deeper they venture into the heart of the barbarian wilderness, the higher the rank of the demon beasts they encounter, and the greater the danger. Shen Xian occasionally glances at the geographical jade tablet gifted to him by Wuchen Zhenren. At this point, he was very close to the thunder beast's lair in the Thunder Marsh. Only 300 or 400 li remained. Around the Thunder Marsh, there were several prominent markings. All of them were group-dwelling demonic beasts of the 2nd rank or higher. Among them was a particularly troublesome demon insect known as the ghost needle demon ant. These ghost needle demon ants are super predators. They often hunt using an ant swarm tactic, numbering at least millions, resembling. Chapter 320, The Transformation of the True Spirit. Please subscribe. In the days that followed, the Tianfu Merchants Guild and the Bai family village conducted trade. The focus shifted from medicinal herbs to a greater variety of demon beast materials. The volume of goods was enormous. After all, there were 10,000 barbarian tribesmen here. Shen Xian glanced at the transaction prices. These demon beast materials, once transported out of the barbarian wastes, would also be highly profitable, with prices doubling. That's quite normal. Compared to second-tier spiritual pill herbs, the profit margin is relatively low. In recent days, Shangguan Yener had actively invited him out, asking Shen Xian to drink and chat alone. She used her own daughter's red spirit wine. It is said that it was buried by her elders when she was born. It was originally meant to be retrieved when she got married. But she had it retrieved early. Shangguan Yener even changed back into women's clothing. Her masculine charm was intertwined with feminine allure, making her quite a sight to behold. The two drank and chatted, enjoying each other's company. If Shangguan Yener had any intentions. Shen. Chapter 327, Ice and Snow Dragon. Please follow. The smile on Bai Laogong's face betrayed a hint of pride. Shen Xian's heart trembled violently. The small beast tide had arrived early. Historical patterns are often broken. He never could have imagined that no matter how much he planned, he couldn't outsmart fate. The small beast tide had erupted prematurely. Of course, Shen Xian's strength had greatly increased, and he was not afraid of the small beast tide. The reason it is called a small beast tide is because there are no demon kings among the demon beasts that erupted. The highest-ranked demon beast in the group was a second-tier premium-grade beast. Without a demon king to lead them, the beast tide couldn't form a large-scale force. Even if Shen Xian can't defeat them, he can use the thunder escape technique, or activate the 10,000-mile golden light symbol to retreat safely. As for whether the old white-bearded man would deceive him, Shen Xian believes the likelihood is very low. At his status and position, he would not resort to such underhanded tactics unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he is facing only a junior cultivator, at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Chapter 328, There's always someone better. Please support the series. This is the downside of playing your cards first. If Old Master Bai wanted to complete the transaction, he could only let Shen Xian raise the price. Speak. First, the old patriarch must not reveal Shen's identity to anyone. This is a precautionary measure to prevent potential issues and avoid unnecessary risks. Old Master Bai immediately agreed. Second, Shin will pay 1200 Thunder Spirit Pearls. The old patriarch must first transfer the 9 transformations true spirit change, cultivation insights, and the blood essence of the ice frost snow dragon to Shen. Oh, and that copy of the true spirit transformation, I also want a copy. This time, the old patriarch remained silent for a long time. After a while, he spoke softly, are there any other conditions? Third, during the small beast tide, if the Bai family village can withstand the demon beast attacks, Shin will not need to intervene. If the white family village is truly unable to hold out, and the situation becomes critical, threatening the village, Shin Mao will intervene promptly. Chapter 329, True Spirit 9 Transformations. Please support the series. Shin Xian fully understood Bai Tiancheng's intentions, though he was slightly moved. But he quickly returned to his usual self. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many partings and reunions, and experienced the coldness and warmth of the world. Birth, aging, sickness, and death were nothing but a fleeting dream. Shin Xian's heart grew increasingly hardened. Medicine cannot cure all illnesses. Buddhism only saves those with karmic connections. The high-ranking officials of Bai Jiazhai were well aware of the fate of these barbarian warriors. They have no intention of changing it, so what can Shin Xian do? People have many faces, and hearts change in countless ways. Let go of the urge to help others and respect their fate. Shin Xian asked himself, I have no intention of disrupting others' fate or depleting my own fortune. He cannot save everyone in the world. Having already done so much for the cultivators of the Xian Yuan continent by forging a giant furnace for alchemy and setting up a thunder summoning array, what Bai Tiancheng did was merely to seek peace of mind. Deep into the night. Chapter 330, Demon Beasts Attack the City. Please subscribe. Shengguan Yenner's late night visit must be for an urgent matter. Miss Shengguan, can't this wait until tomorrow? Shin Xian blocked the door, refusing to let Shengguan Yenner enter the house. A small beast tide was about to erupt, and he didn't want to cause trouble. If Shengguan Yenner and he were mutually attracted and became close friends of the opposite sex, that would be fine. But for him to enter the Shengguan family as a senior elder, that was absolutely out of the question. Shin Daoyu, let's go inside and talk. Seeing Shin Xian blocking the door, Shengguan Yenner directly reached out her palm to push him. However, no matter how hard she pushed, Shin Xian stood his ground, unmoving. Shin Fei. Shengguan Yenner's face flushed red, her lips trembling with anger and embarrassment. Shin Xian suddenly found the Shengguan Yenner before him rather amusing. Pure and adorable, like a neighbor's little sister. Shin Xian shifted his body slightly. A fragrant breeze swept past. Chapter 331, Life and Death Hanging by a Thread. Please subscribe. Shin Xian paid special attention to the purple-scaled demon python. Unfortunately, it was of the wood attribute. This left him somewhat disappointed. The black-backed demon wolf pack was earth attributed, and the bloodthirsty forest leopards were wood attributed. The strongest earth demon bear was also earth attributed. Among the tens of thousands of demon beasts in the beast tide, water attribute demon beasts are extremely rare. Only a handful of second-tier lower-grade ones exist. And now, the blood of second-tier lower-grade water demon spirits was of little use to him. The beast tide is merely the beginning. The demon beasts that appeared earliest are the most numerous, but also the lowest in rank. Shin Xian thought to himself. Seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune may not be entirely accurate, as it changes over time. However, attract wealth and treasure grows stronger over time. Shin Xian cast avoid misfortune and seek good fortune and attract wealth and treasure several times. Minor misfortune, major wealth. This brought him some peace of mind. The war erupted at dawn and continued until. Chapter 332, Body Tempering Breakthrough. Please subscribe. Late at night. Guest room. Shin Xian sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, eyes closed and mind focused. Suddenly, a chill so cold it felt like ice began to emanate from Shin Xian's body. The surrounding temperature plummeted. The cold air condensed into the vague outline of a demonic beast. It was only about 10 feet in size, entirely white, with a tiger-like head, a fish-like body, a serpentine tail, short horns, and 4 clawed feet. It was the ice frost snow dragon. Had he broken through to the golden body realm of a body cultivator? Shenxian's face betrayed a faint smile. He activated the 9 transformations of the true spirit. The next moment, an incredible scene unfolded. The ice and snow dragons formed from the cold air suddenly burst into a brilliant white light, becoming slightly clearer. With a roar, they vanished into Shenxian's body. Subsequently, Shenxian's body swelled dramatically, his exposed muscles bulging high, and his features becoming ferocious. After swelling to over 10 feet tall, Shenxian's features began to faintly resemble. Chapter Sam Bak Sam Sup Sam, do affair please follow and subscribe. Dawn. The bells rang again on Kaihua Ridge. Shengguan Yener clung to Shenxian like an octopus, holding him tightly, as if afraid he might slip away. Wake up, we have to go to Wuxing Pass. No, let me sleep a little longer. After Shenxian's repeated urging, Shengguan Yener reluctantly opened her eyes. She kissed Shenxian's face, her smile as bright as a flower, vibrant and lively, like a joyful little bird. Shenlang, you're so amazing. Shengguan Yener's voice was filled with admiration and respect. Her voice was soft and alluring, melting the heart. The fresh scent of her body grew even more intense, causing Shenxian to involuntarily rise to attention. Originally, Shengguan Yener's snow-white, slender legs were wrapped around Shenxian's waist. Now, sensing something amiss, her delicate face flushed scarlet once more. She resembled a startled little white rabbit, suddenly springing to her feet. Chapter Sam Bak Sam Sup Say, The Ultimate Thunder Beast. Please follow and subscribe. The battle at Tian Men Pass had been intense from the very beginning. The elite forces of the Bai clan had mobilized in full force, all deployed at Tian Men Pass. 5 elders, 3 village chiefs, 11 foundation establishment cultivators, and over 20 golden body realm physical cultivators led the remaining elite warriors onto the walls of Tian Men Pass to defend the fortress. Among them, 7 foundation establishment cultivators were from the Tianfu Merchants Guild. The beast horde was ferocious. Led by the 3 major demon clans, the black-backed demon wolves, bloodthirsty forest leopards, and purple-scaled demon pythons, countless low-tier demon beasts surged toward the city walls from all directions. Every participant in the battle was covered in blood. Compared to the battles at the previous 2 gates, this was even more brutal. The people of Bai Family Village seemed determined to fight to the death against the demon beast horde, and make no further retreat. In the corner tower of the city walls, 3 people sat quietly, sipping tea. Seated in the center was the old patriarch of the Bai family. Shenxian and a body cultivating martial artist sat on either side of him. From the mouth of the old patriarch of the Bai family. Chapter Sam Bak Sam Sup Astonishing skills. Please subscribe. An astonishing scene unfolded. Shenxian remained motionless, like a stone statue. 5 thunderbolts, each over 10 zhang long, and as thick as a child's arm, struck down from the sky, striking his body. For a moment, lightning danced around him, and faint blue sparks flickered endlessly. Shenxian seemed completely unaware. He tilted his head slightly, gazing intently at the thunderous beast horde ahead. Clearly, the 5 bolts of lightning had not caused him the slightest harm. It's done. Shenxian rejoiced inwardly, shaking off his body. The lightning-proof armor on his body quickly extinguished the flickering lightning arcs. Immediately afterward, centered around Shenxian, the temperature within a 500 zhang radius plummeted. Countless tiny insects and dust particles froze into snowflakes, drifting down softly. The Ice Soul Divine Sword emitted terrifying sword beams that pierced the soul. Beneath the lightning-proof armor, Shenxian continuously formed hand seals with his hands. Chapter Sam Bak Sam Sup Lo, The Howling Moon Demon King. Please subscribe. Shenxian's astonishing performance left the human beings of Tian Men Pass feeling invigorated and their morale soaring. However, Shenxian's relentless pursuit of the Thunder Beast King also caused them some concern. As the old saying goes, don't pursue a desperate enemy. Especially when it comes to the ruthless and vicious Thunder Roar Beast King. Anyone with even a modicum of insight could see that. Shenxian's cultivation was profound, and his methods were extraordinary. But the oddly shaped treasure robe he wore was the key to defeating the Thunder Beast King. The thunderous electrical energy emitted by the Thunder Beast King was rendered harmless by that treasure robe, unable to harm Shenxian in the slightest. This was truly defying the heavens. You must understand that the Thunder Beast King's attack power is the most powerful among all second-tier demon beasts in the vicinity. There is no equal. Thanks to that treasure robe, it had no lethal effect on Shenxian. The Thunder Beast King's attacks were ineffective, leaving him no choice but to defend passively and retreat in defeat. At this moment, Shenxian didn't. Chapter 337 Power Surge. Please subscribe. Half a year later. On U Peak. Shenxian's cave mansion training room. Mist swirled and clouds billowed. Thick water chi permeates the entire training room. Shenxian sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, eyes closed in meditation. Within his dantian, the Ice Soul Divine Sword shrinks to an inch in size, resembling a stabilizing pillar in the Tao Foundation Spirit Sea. The essence of water energy circulates through his 5 viscera, rising and falling like tides, surging and subsiding in response to Shenxian's spiritual energy, endlessly renewing itself. The dense water spirit energy in the training room surged continuously, forming whirlpools that drew into Shenxian's body. Shenxian's divine consciousness flickered. In an instant, the water spirit energy within his body condensed into ice spirit energy. Shenxian's entire body transforms into an icy statue, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. In just over 10 breaths, the training room was transformed into a frozen wasteland. The dense water essence energy transformed into ice pillars. Chapter 338 Stormy Skies. Please follow and subscribe. The purple gold true water seal is a spiritual artifact embryo, a replica of the true water divine treasure. Han Yuzhenren specially used Xian Binglingli to help Shenxian secretly refine this treasure. According to Han Yuzhenren's estimation, Shenxian would have needed 10 years to fully refine it. With her assistance, it would only take 5 or 6 years. However, only 1 year has passed. Shenxian's refinement progress far exceeded Han Yuzhenren's expectations. In just 2 years, I will be able to fully refine the purple gold true water seal. This is the benefit of a sudden surge in strength. His spiritual energy had not increased significantly. However, his divine soul, divine consciousness, and physical strength have all greatly strengthened. The progress of refining the purple gold true water seal naturally accelerates. Calculating this way, in 2 years, he should be able to break through to the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage. With the help of the Jianghai Wan Shui Tu, by fully activating it, he should be able to barely activate the purple gold true water seal. It is estimated that it can only be activated 2 or 3 times. Chapter 339 Sect Competition. Please subscribe. In the cave of the cold jade peak, Han Yuzhenren asked softly, "What grade of water demon blood do you want? 2nd grade upper tier or higher?" Shenxian thought for a moment and added, 3rd grade would be even better. He had never tried the blood of a 3rd-tier water demon before. In terms of enhancing spiritual root qualities, plundering bloodline talents and skills, and obtaining Tao essence, 3rd-grade water demon blood would definitely be more effective. I understand. Looking at Shenxian's expectant expression, Han Yuzhenren felt a bit embarrassed. I don't have any water demon spirit blood. Shenxian asked cautiously, "Master, is there any way you can help? The disciple can trade a 3rd-grade spiritual wood." "You have 3rd-grade spiritual wood? Bring it here for me to see." Shenxian produced 6 branches of the purple essence divine wood. These were the most valuable cultivation artifacts he possessed. Shenxian used. Chapter 340 All or Nothing. Please follow. Shenxian scanned the reward items with his divine sense. Various rare treasures and precious herbs were countless. Many of them were things he had never even heard of before. These were not items that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators could use. It seems that the sect masters organized this sect competition to nurture potential core formation cultivators. As long as one's strength is strong enough, and the chances of reaching the core formation stage are high, one can still obtain high-grade cultivation resources within the sect. Shenxian couldn't help but exhale a breath of stale air. He returned the reward spirit artifact jade slip to Gu Fengzhenren. He could imagine how excited the Dan formation candidates would be upon seeing the list of reward spiritual items. Some of the reward spiritual items were even tempting to the true immortals themselves. At that moment, Shenxian felt fortunate that he had joined the Qingyun sect after establishing his foundation. The Songhua Gate was one of the 7 great sects, a legitimate ruling class. If he were a wandering cultivator, even if he were willing to risk his life, it would be extremely difficult to obtain any of these cultivation artifacts. Chapter 3 Bak Se Sup Yet, all eyes on him, please subscribe. 10 days later. In the main hall of the enforcement hall, an announcement was posted. The sect was holding its first ever cultivation technique competition for disciples at the Foundation Establishment realm. The purpose was to assess the cultivation achievements of Foundation Establishment disciples and reward those with outstanding results. The disciples directly taught by the true immortals, who had already received word of the event, had been secretly preparing for some time and remained calm. Meanwhile, the ordinary Foundation Establishment disciples, upon seeing the high reward rate of Bak Fan Zi Sup and the list of high-grade spiritual treasures as rewards, were all greatly inspired. Spirits were high, emotions ran wild, and discussions were heated. The 4 major gambling houses in Qingyun Xiancheng opened their betting markets on the same day. One type of bet was on the top 10 performers. The other was betting on the winner. The 5 direct disciples of the Golden Core realm became the hottest contenders. The only exception was Shen Xian, the direct disciple of 2 lineages, whose odds were surprisingly high. Making it into the top 10 pays 3-1. The odds for winning the championship are yet to say sup. However, the bets. Chapter 3 Bak Se Sup Yi, long-awaited fame, please subscribe. At the center of the transmission hall square. Although there were 9 demonstration platforms, the 3rd platform was the most crowded. The reason was simple. The renowned direct disciples of the 2 major lineages, and the top contender for the championship, Shen Xian, who had been the favorite to win and had even caused the 4 major gambling houses to suspend betting, had taken the stage. His opponent was also a direct disciple of a master. And he's no pushover either. Many Foundation Establishment disciples have heard of Shen Xian's fame. His giant furnace alchemy and secret recipe Thunder Spirit Pearls are widely talked about within the Qingyun sect. It's no longer a secret. Some have even witnessed Shen Xian, within less than a year of mastering the lightning escape technique, demonstrating and lecturing on it on stage. However, they have never seen Shen Xian engage in combat. At this moment, his opponent, Zhang Baodao, was equally renowned. He was a rare combat-oriented cultivator from the Jade Yang Peak. He wields a 100-forged mystical sword, slaying demons and eliminating evil, and has achieved great feats in the struggle between the Dao and the demon realms. Chapter 3 Bak Se Sup Sam, enemies meet again, please subscribe. Below the stage, there was a commotion. Han Yufeng's Shen Xian and Tian Peak's Lei Yaoyang, weren't they rivals? Decades ago, Shen Xian and Lei Yaoyang made a bet. Whoever mastered the lightning escape technique within a year would be the winner. They had trampled Lei Yaoyang and the face of Tian Peak underfoot, humiliating them severely. Now they're facing off again? Shen Xian was equally speechless. If there's no underhanded deal, he wouldn't believe it. Among the over Yi Bak Foundation establishment level disciples participating in the competition, he just happened to face off against Lei Yaoyang. How could such a coincidence happen? Statistically speaking, there was only a 1 in 10 chance. However, it's for the best. Last time, although Lei Yaoyang had his legs broken by senior sister Yun Qixin. But it wasn't as satisfying as doing it himself. If it weren't for fear of being held accountable by the sect's rules, he would have already taught Lei Yaoyang a lesson. At the very least, he would have beaten him half to death and shattered his spiritual core. Chapter 3 Bak Se Sup Se, showing off their powers, please subscribe. The chairman's seat where the battle was being watched. Tian Jinren's expression was gloomy. Han Yu Jinren and Gu Feng Jinren were both beaming with joy. The stronger Shen Xian's displayed strength became, the more pride they felt. Especially Han Yu Jinren. Having been her disciple for 2 years, Shen Xian's strength had surged to an unimaginable height. Among the disciples of the same sect at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, he stood out like a crane among chickens. He left his fellow disciples who participated in the trials in the dust. Even Lei Yaoyang, who had once been somewhat renowned, was no match for Shen Xian. They could all see it clearly. Shen Xian deliberately destroyed Lei Yaoyang's life-bound treasure and shattered his Dao heart. These true cultivators were well aware of this. They knew that Lei Yaoyang had once bullied Shen Xian. What Shen Xian was doing now was merely settling old scores. He did not intend to kill Lei Yaoyang. Chapter 341, The Ultimate Showdown. Please support the series. In a remote location, Prince Wei and Li Qingfeng spread out, standing on opposite sides, keeping watch in all directions. Jin Jincheng smiled at Shen Xian and said, "Congratulations to Shen Xian for defeating Lei Yaoyang. In this clan competition, Shen Xian is sure to rank among the top." Shen Xian smiled and replied, "Shen, thanks senior brother Jin for your kind words. May I ask what business senior brother Jin has with me?" "Haha, nothing important." Jin Jincheng smiled broadly, "Shen Xian, your martial arts are profound. I am truly in awe. However, this concerns the reputation of our sect. No matter what, I will give it my all. Even if I were to lose to you, Shen, I would have no regrets." Shen Xian spoke solemnly, "I will also do my utmost and have no regrets either." "That's good." Jin Jincheng nodded. "After the sect's internal competition, I will discuss matters with Wang and Li disciples." Chapter 346, The Divine Path of the Tao. Please support the series. After Shen Xian defeated Li Qingfeng, another highly anticipated battle took place that day. Jin Jincheng faced Yan Haoren. Jin Jincheng was the direct disciple of the sect leader, skilled in diplomacy, and had formed a small faction with Prince Wei and Li Qingfeng. In the future, the three of them would often stand together, support one another, and stick together for mutual benefit. Jin Jincheng is the undisputed core figure. Unconsciously, they have excluded Yan Haoren and Lei Yaoyang from their circle. Lei Yaoyang has a tarnished reputation, and is not worthy of their attention. Yan Haoren, on the other hand, is arrogant and difficult to deal with. True sword cultivators place great importance on the way of the sword. They disdain delving into the intricacies of human relationships. After exchanging greetings, the two immediately engaged in combat. Jin Jincheng smiled, his body flickered, and two avatars appeared. Both were at the mid-foundation establishment stage, each summoning a low-grade flying sword artifact. The main bodies summoned a single. Chapter 347, The True Immortals. Caution. Please support the series. Under Shen Xian's manipulation, snowflakes swirled around them. The ice dragon emitted a biting cold aura, its momentum overwhelming as it extended its claws. Yan Haoren's expression changed drastically. He swiftly formed a sword seal with his hands. A dark golden small sword appeared, echoing the dark golden great sword, unleashing dozens of sword chi that converged into a massive net. The sound of SSSS echoed continuously. The extremely sharp sword intent left deep sword marks on the white jade carved stage. A sword formation? Shen Xian stared intently, his heart filled with admiration. However, that was all. Proving one's path through strength was one of the most profound martial arts techniques. The ice dragon let out a deep, rumbling roar, its golden claws extending outward. With a single swipe, it shattered the opposing sword array into dust. Yan Haoren's spiritual energy suddenly stalled. In an instant, it was as though he were an ordinary mortal. Chapter 348, Third Tier Essence Blood. Please support the series. As soon as the mysterious tracker finished speaking, Han Yushenren spoke up, "How am I supposed to explain this to Shen Xian? We can't possibly say that the senior masters are afraid your cultivation is too profound, which might hinder the cultivation of your senior brothers, so they're not allowing you to participate in the seed group competition?" Gu Fengzhenren chimed in, "With the giant furnace for alchemy, and the secret recipe Heavenly Thunder Pearls, our small Gu Feng lineage has contributed greatly to the sect recently. Shen Xian deserves all the credit. How can you all remain indifferent?" Mi Zhongzhenren smiled. "The two junior sisters, please calm down. Shen Xian merely wishes to exchange for the blood of the tiger-faced dragon. If that is the case, we will reduce the points required for the tiger-faced dragon's blood to 120 points, and let him exchange it. Everyone, what do you think?" Yin Xiangjinren spoke first. "Agreed. This is a win-win solution. I have no objections." "I have no objections either." Chapter 349, Dragon Blood Boiling. Please subscribe. Shen Xian extracted a small amount of tiger-faced dragon essence blood from the porcelain bottle, and poured it into the jade table basin. Closing his eyes, he sensed the dense essence blood energy. After some thought, Shen Xian extracted another small portion of the tiger-faced dragon's essence blood, and poured it back into the porcelain bottle. The spiritual energy was too concentrated. Now, Shen Xian had gained some insight into the use of the mysterious jade talisman. Each time he extracted essence blood and concealed the spiritual energy, there was a capacity limit. Moreover, complete refinement also requires a certain amount of time. Previously, he could absorb about 1/10 of the essence blood in a single session, with a 10-day cooling period. However, based on his perception of the mystical jade talisman's capabilities, he estimated that he could only seize around 2% of the tiger-faced dragon's essence blood. Very good. This actually indicates that the tiger-faced dragon's essence blood is extremely precious and has extraordinary effects. Shen Xian thought to himself. His divine soul continuously emitted a yearning intent. Shen Xian activated the 9 transformations of the true spirit. His body transformed into an icy dragon form, half human and half dragon. Chapter 346, Breakthrough in Realm. Please support the series. Shen Xian stayed in Shangguan Yenner's bedroom for 10 days. During those 10 days, he displayed his prowess, sweeping through everything in his path. After 3 years of patience and restraint, he unleashed his full power. The pink soft bed in the bedroom shook violently several times, nearly collapsing. Midway through, Shangguan Yenner was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep multiple times. Upon waking, she was met with another storm of passion. Fortunately, she was a Foundation establishment cultivator, young in age, and possessed strong recovery abilities. She managed to endure it with great difficulty. Even so, Shangguan Yenner was still in excruciating pain all over her body, too exhausted to move. That morning, Shen Xian donned his blue robe and magical attire. Shen Lang, are you leaving? Yes, I must return to the clan. Shen Xian kissed Shangguan Yenner's delicate face. Yenner did well. I'll come back again when I have the chance. Shen Xian smiled and praised her. Shangguan Yenner, who had just been pampered, was still radiant. Chapter 347, Clash of Arms. Please follow and subscribe. Jingyang Prefecture. Wanshou Valley. The 800 elite members of the Zhou family, masters of beast taming, gathered on the vast plain in front of their ancestral lands, facing off against the demon sect's army. Bai Lian Xianzi stood firmly at the center of the army, flanked by 2 golden-hued zombie beasts, the crimson-winged screaming snake, and the mighty water ape. At this moment, she was in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, clearly the leader of the Zhou clan's resistance forces. Across the field, the demon sect's army was a sea of black crows, numbering over 3,000. At the forefront was Yulan Xianzi Wu Yulan, who was renowned alongside by Lian Xianzi as the Qingyang twin beauties. The two had been childhood friends, inseparable and intimately acquainted with one another. It's been years since we last met, but you still look as radiant as ever, White Lotus sister. Wu Yulan said with a light laugh. The White Lotus fairy returned the smile with a charming grin. Wu Yulan, you're 2 years older than me, yet you don't look a day older. The gentleman beside you is your beloved, Prince Nangong. Chapter 347, Suppressing the Demons. Please follow and subscribe. In just a few breaths, Shen Xian rode the silver-horned heavenly horse, speeding through the depths of the sky, and soon arrived beside the White Lotus fairy. Bai Lian, it's been a long time. Shen Daoyu, it's been a long time. The two exchanged a brief greeting. They exchanged a smile. Their tones were calm. At this moment, Bai Lian Xianzi was the acting head of the Zhou family. In front of the clan members, one must maintain composure. Meanwhile, Shen Xian was already a legitimate disciple of the true immortal. Both held prestigious positions. After 10 years apart, the two greeted each other as if they were ordinary friends. Shen Xian glanced at the somewhat listless crimson-winged snake. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He gazed across at the vast army of demon cultivators. Shen Xian's smile grew even broader. At that moment, Wu Yulan held the male and female demon swords in her hands, standing still, her expression shifting constantly. She still held a deep sense of caution toward Shen Xian. Chapter 348, Exterminate to the last. Please subscribe. Seeing the suddenly appearing Yuanji before him, Shen Xian furrowed his brows. He activated the illusion-piercing spirit gaze, and a crimson glow flashed in his eyes. As he had anticipated, the Yuanji before him was merely a projection of demonic light. His true form was far away in the Liang Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Blood Spirit Sect. At present, it was merely using that jade pendant artifact to manifest its form and communicate with him from a distance. Shenxian of the Qingyun Sect, I pay my respects to Senior Yuanji of the Blood Spirit Sect. In the War of the Tao and the Demon, countless disciples from both the Tao Sect and the Demon Sect were caught up in the conflict, each following their own fate. Yuanjun's hands are stained with the blood of my Qingyun Sect brothers and sisters. I have come to Qingyang Prefecture on my master's orders to slay demons and eliminate evil. I cannot disobey my master's orders. Please forgive my rudeness. For the sake of your seniority, let him have a proper burial. I have revealed my name because Yuanji will eventually find out, so there is no need to hide it. Mentioning my master's name. Chapter 346, Deep as the Sea. Please follow and subscribe. The morale of the demon cultivator's troops plummeted. Trouble. It's Shenxian. Run. Senior brother Ho has been killed by him. Several seasoned Foundation establishment stage demon cultivators recognized Shenxian, but instead of rushing forward, they fled in panic. The demon cultivators' ranks immediately fell into disarray. However, Shenxian wasn't about to let them escape. These were all sect merits and spirit stones. For ordinary demon cultivators, the Xianbing arrows were like death warrants. Even if they blocked them with defensive magic artifacts, the icy coldness would still seep through the defensive artifacts and freeze their bodies into ice sculptures, instantly ending their lives. Even a Foundation establishment level demon cultivator could only withstand 2 or 3 Xianbing arrows. If they fail to escape in time, they will be pierced by an endless barrage of Xianbing arrows and turned into ice sculptures. After a volley of Xianbing arrows, out of over 2,000 demon cultivators, only a few hundred managed to escape. He Jingming, Zhou Haoyu, and the others were left speechless. Shenxian actually. Chapter 347, The Celestial Horse's Breakthrough. Please support the series. Half a month later. The Barbarian Wastes, Luoxia Lake. On a small island in the lake, the purple essence divine tree towered into the sky, casting a shadow over the entire area. At the center of the tree, a green-robed cultivator flew in swiftly. It was Shenxian, who had rushed here for the transaction. His transaction with the great demon of the purple essence divine tree had gone smoothly. During the battle against the demon cultivators in Qingyang Prefecture, he had depleted some of the spiritual water from the Jianghai Wanshui map. After the war, Shenxian continuously invested spirit stones to refine and replenish the 1,000-fold spirit stones. From his trip to Qingyang Prefecture, he had earned over 10,000 sect merits and over 30,000 spirit stones. He reaped both fame and fortune. He only lost 100 thunder spirit pearls and several hundred spiritual waters, making a substantial profit. He also left Ling Xiaozhenren owing him a favor. Purple Yun Great King, do you have any high-grade water demon essence? After watching the Purple Yun Divine Tree drink all the spiritual water from the Jianghai Wanshui too, Shenxian asked softly. I do not have any. Chapter 346, Blinded by Greed. Please support the series. Shenxian clasped his hands in a magical gesture, guiding the spiritual energy from Luoxia Lake into a ball, which he then sprinkled onto the body of the silver-horned heavenly horse. The silver-horned heavenly horse relished the energy, flapping its wings rapidly. Its hooves hovered in the air, and its body gradually swelled by 50%, reaching 8 feet in height. After a stick of incense had burned, the silver-horned heavenly horse ceased absorbing the water essence and moonlight essence, beginning to roar restlessly. It desperately sought to break free from the constraints binding its body, but lacked the strength to do so, which filled it with rage and frustration. Calm down. Shenxian calmed the silver-horned celestial horse. He then took out a Jingzi Yokpeng, containing the precious emperor's elixir. Go. With a flick of his finger, threads of golden light shot out from the jade bottle, bathing the silver-horned heavenly horse's body. The originally agitated silver-horned heavenly horse, covered in the golden light of the imperial elixir, trembled violently before eventually calming down. The next moment. Chapter 347, I am kind. Please follow and subscribe. Facing Zhao Tingwei's sudden attack, Shenxian remained calm as still water. This was the norm in the cultivation world. A single disagreement leads to a fierce battle. Especially in a lawless place like the Barbarian Wastes. The weak are devoured by the strong, and the fittest survive. The ultimate truth lies in the strength of the two parties. Those who are strong can do as they please, acting with impunity. In the Barbarian Wastes, human cultivators are already far more terrifying than demon beasts. A silver-horned celestial horse that has broken through to the second stage, and lacks a divine soul contract, can fetch 20,000 spirit stones at an auction in the Immortal City. Child carrying gold is already a serious crime. Shenxian pretended to be flustered. The dark ice fish darted forward, transforming into a series of green ice walls to block Zhao Tingwei's burning heaven flames. The sound of sizzling echoed continuously. The fiery flames raged, piercing through and shattering 7 or 8 layers of the green ice walls before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 348, Extracting the Heart from the White Bones. Please support the series. Li Yingying slowed her pace slightly and adjusted the spiritual energy within her body. Senior Brother Wu, Senior Brother Wang, what do you think? Wang Haibao's face lit up with joy. Senior Brother Wu, I support the young junior sister. That monster is about to catch up. If we don't activate the true immortal's treasure symbol, the two of us combined won't stand a chance against him. Wu Wenping spoke solemnly, all right, let's hold it off for a moment. Little sister, act quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape either. I understand. The three had made their decision. Wu Wenping and Wang Haibao suddenly turned around. Wang Haibao raised his right hand. A series of sharp whistling sounds echoed through the air. Several tiny poison-coated black iron nails flew toward them. Wu Wenping roared. He summoned a fiery shield, engulfed in blazing flames, and slammed it viciously toward Shenxian. Shenxian chuckled inwardly. Such a powerful attack was nothing to him. He moved his divine consciousness slightly. Chapter 349, Sect Demon Shadow. Please follow. Behind the golden-hued heavenly staff, Shenxian's composed face appeared. Holy Sun, do not waste your efforts. Surrender and accept your fate. At this point, would I beg for my life? Good to know. Shenxian had no intention of sparing Wu Wenping. Evil must be eradicated completely. Especially someone as powerful as the Holy Son of the Whitebone Sect. If he were to cultivate to perfection and form a demon core, he wouldn't spare Shenxian. Moreover, Wu Wenping was likely to report the matter of killing the disciple of the Medicine God Valley to the higher-ups of the Medicine God Valley. How could Shenxian trust him and leave such a potential threat behind? Wu Wenping remained calm. Shenxian, I have something you need. Shenxian smiled faintly. Go ahead and tell me. He didn't believe for a moment that Wu Wenping could produce any valuable spiritual artifacts worth trading. Given his current status and wealth, even an ordinary second-tier item. Chapter 350, Water Law Alchemist. Please follow and subscribe. Shenxian thought to himself. Gaining the trust of the high-ranking members of the Wei family on White Crane Island was no easy task. Especially for an outsider. Wu Wenping's status as a close relative and friend could only earn him the trust of Wei Yiqian. This was far from enough for him. Perhaps I should marry into the Wei family? In a cultivator family, the status of a son-in-law is extremely low. Even if he wanted to fulfill his duties as a husband, he would have to depend on his wife's mood. When he wanted to, his wife wouldn't let him. When he didn't want to, she could force herself on him. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Moreover, any children born to him would belong to his wife's clan and take her surname. The status of a son-in-law is lower than that of a spirit pet, not even as good as cattle or horses. As for marrying a beautiful concubine, that's just a pipe dream. A son-in-law has no such privilege. As a son-in-law, climbing to the upper echelons of the Wei family is virtually impossible. Shenxian shook his head and rejected the idea. Chapter 351, The Genius of the Dan Dao. Please subscribe. Late at night. At the Sect's inn. Shenxian sat cross-legged. Gazing at the ancient-looking mystical water Danlo before him, he felt a rare surge of excitement. Alchemy, talisman arrays, and the 100 arts of cultivation. Alchemy ranks first among them all. Shenxian was not averse to delving into the alchemy arts. However, alchemy, talisman making, weapon forging, array formation, sword cultivation, and spirit plant cultivation, every single cultivation technique required innate talent and resources. Shenxian possessed a mysterious jade talisman that could absorb the bloodline talents of demon beasts, significantly enhancing his cultivation of talisman techniques. It was precisely because of this that his symbol arts had advanced rapidly, reaching the upper second rank. He could create powerful thunder talismans, and the secret divine thunder treasure talismans, which became his ultimate protective measures. As for array techniques, he has only reached the upper tier of the first stage. While the lack of time is a factor, his limited natural talent is the primary reason. However, I have a golden touch. Chapter 362, Second Tier Dan Si. Please subscribe. The next day, Shen Xian, accompanied by Wei Yifei, arrived at the Grand Hall at the core of the inner city of Weihai Xiancheng. This was the alchemy hall of the Divine Sword Sect, equipped with earth fire and spiritual veins for alchemy. It was divided into 4 levels A, B, C, and D based on the quality of the earth fire and spiritual energy, with a total of 8 alchemy rooms, used by the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect and cultivators in the city for alchemy. Dan Shishen, our Shenjian sect values cultivating good relationships. Our alchemy rooms are available for rent to outsiders, with guaranteed safety and low prices, charging only the cost of expenses. Book me a grade A water method alchemy room, the best available. No problem. Yifei will ensure this is handled properly for Master Shen. Soon, Wei Yifei led Shen Xian to meet the senior elder in charge of the alchemy hall in Weihai City, the second-tier alchemist Lin Mengbing, whose hair and beard were entirely white. At the mid-stage of foundation establishment, with declining vital energy, it would be difficult to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Senior Lin, this is Water Alchemy Master Shen Changsheng. Upon hearing Wei Yifei's introduction, Lin Mengbing was very. Chapter 363, The White Crane Wei Clan. Please subscribe. Seeing Shen Xian's expression, Lin Mengbing was both surprised and delighted. He hurried forward and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your return, Shen Danshi." "Same to you." Shen Xian replied with a smile. Lin Mengbing examined Shen Xian's complexion and asked, "How was your harvest, Master Shen?" "I was lucky. I managed to advance in rank." Lin Mengbing comforted him, "Failure is quite normal. We alchemists, after all, have all gone through countless hardships to get where we are." "Wait." His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard something unimaginable. "Shen Danshi advanced? You're now a second-tier Danshi? Just a lucky break." Shen Xian said with a smile. He looked calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. As if it were merely a trivial matter. Luck? Where in the world is there so much luck? First tier Dan Si could handle it so smoothly? Chapter 364, The Sword Hanging Over the Head. Please subscribe. 10 days later, Shen Xian followed the head of the Wei family aboard their family warship to White Crane Island. As the name suggests, the island resembled a white crane, stretching about 100 miles in length and 30 miles in width, approximately 2,000 miles away from Weihai Xiancheng. In this stretch of sea, there are over 100 second-tier islands, collectively known as the Dongshan Archipelago. Baiha Island is the finest among them. The spiritual veins on the island were originally of the upper-tier second-rank grade. After 1,000 years of relentless cultivation by the Wei family, it advanced to the highest grade 100 years ago. Additionally, the island boasts 2 second-tier middle-grade spiritual veins and 7 lower-grade spiritual veins. The primary source of income for White Crane Island is hunting sea demons, with secondary sources including operating markets, cultivating spiritual fields, and mining spiritual ore. The Wei family has over 1,000 cultivators, including more than 10, the foundation establishment realm. The patriarch of the Wei family is a renowned old-school false Dan true immortal. The White Crane Market is home to 3,000 outsider cultivators who work for the Wei family by sailing ships, farming, and mining. In the Dongshan Sea area. Chapter 367, Endless Transformations. Please support the series. Cave Residence, Training Room. Shen Xian combined the mysterious jade talisman with the 9 transformations of the true spirit. After refining the blood of the tiger-faced dragon, a third-tier water demon, his mastery and control over the mysterious jade talisman became even more proficient and precise. The shape-shifting octopus was a second-tier upper-grade water attribute demon beast with numerous innate bloodline skills, and it had already been on his hunting list. This time, the Wei family was able to provide the blood essence of the shape-shifting octopus, which left Shen Xian secretly impressed. He reassessed the strength of the Wei family's cultivators to a higher level. The phantom-shifting octopus essence blood on the jade table was approximately 1/10 of the total amount. Shen Xian activated the mystical jade talisman, and golden light shone brightly, enveloping it. He felt a sense of anticipation. Soon, the mystical jade talisman displayed a row of densely packed ancient golden characters. Abilities that can be plundered: breath control, disguise, water escape, innate spiritual intelligence, superb memory, endless vitality, 3 hearts and 9 brains, 8 strange arms, 1,000 changes and 10,000 transformations. Shinxian. Chapter 366. The Alchemist's Offering. Please subscribe. The next day, the residence of the Wei family patriarch, Shinxian paid a visit to the head of the Wei family and explained his purpose. Dan Shishen is going to attend the auction in Weihai Xiancheng? Upon learning of Shinxian's purpose, the head of the Wei family was somewhat surprised. Over the past 3 months, Shinxian had been secluded on White Crane Island, rarely venturing out, let alone leaving the island. According to Qing Feng Mingyue's report, Shin Dansher was indeed a dedicated practitioner of cultivation. Apart from alchemy, he devoted himself to cultivation. Occasionally, he would play with the silver-horned celestial horse by the spiritual pool in his cave residence. For roles like family patron, cultivation families do not restrict personal freedom. They only need to fulfill the tasks agreed upon in the spiritual contract. Of course, generally speaking, the spiritual contract bears the spiritual imprint of the cultivator, equivalent to a vow to the Tao. If broken, one is prone to being attacked by one's inner demons. Additionally, cultivators who violate the spiritual contract will be held accountable by the cultivating family. Song Kingdom. Chapter 367. Uniying unmarried. Please subscribe. Descendant of the divine beast Tianma, the silver-horned Tianma. Shinxian said indifferently. Can it be written? Shinxian looked up at Wei Yiting, whose cheeks were flushed, and smiled. Do you want to ride it? Yes. Wei Yiting's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she nodded gently. Can you? Shinxian asked curiously. Can you ride a horse? Yes. Wei Yiting replied firmly. You can ride. Shinxian summoned the silver-horned heavenly horse and communicated with it through his soul. Soon, Wei Yiting mounted the silver-horned heavenly horse, darting across the warship like a white bolt of lightning, her slender form trembling as she giggled softly. The silver-horned heavenly horse grew faster and faster, no longer content with the deck of the warship. It simply flapped its wings, soaring into the air, and began to ride the clouds and mist, circling around the warship. Its speed. Chapter 368. A startling debut. Please follow and subscribe. After leaving the Tianxiang Pavilion, Shinxian headed straight for the Xinjian Pavilion. He was certain that after using the 1,000 changes and transformations technique, even spirit beasts with keen senses couldn't distinguish him from others. Who the shopkeeper naturally couldn't recognize him. He was a complete stranger to them. In the VIP room, Shinxian cut straight to the point and made his request. I wish to modify a magical artifact. Does your shop have any experienced alchemists? As long as you can afford the price, even a spiritual artifact, our shop can craft it. Who the shopkeeper said arrogantly. The Divine Sword Pavilion is a direct affiliate of the Divine Sword Sect. Behind it stands the entire Shenjian Sect. Even so, it is one of the 7 sects of Song Nation. Within the sect, there are still third-tier artifact forging masters. Shinxian took out the demonic treasure, the heavenly staff. This staff. Please have the forging master modify it, purify the demonic energy materials inside, and add. Chapter 369. The Curtain Falls. Please subscribe. Shinxian snorted coldly, releasing the spiritual pressure of a late Foundation establishment stage thunder cultivator, along with the violent and destructive aura of thunder spirit energy, repelling all the spiritual senses that swept over him. At the auction conference, the cultivators in the VIP boxes were all wearing robes and masks provided by the Divine Sword Sect, which could block other cultivators' spiritual senses from probing. Shinxian could have easily hidden in the VIP box and remained unseen. However, he stood boldly outside the box, having already decided to establish his authority. To set an example for the iron-mouthed sea crocodile during the auction. Some Foundation establishment cultivators, who had intended to intimidate others with their divine sense, clashed with Shinxian's divine sense, causing their bodies to tremble and their faces to pale. Their divine senses were forcefully repelled by Shinxian, causing their minds to suffer backlash. What a ferocious spiritual energy! His spiritual sense is so powerful. Late Foundation establishment stage, or even a thunder technique cultivator. No wonder he's so arrogant. Most of those present in the first floor auction hall were independent cultivators. Chapter 3 The Clan Leader's Fierce Battle. Please support the series. In the Tianxiang Pavilion. Top floor VIP room. Shen Xian directly handed over 25,000 spirit stones to purchase top-tier intelligence reports on the Wei family of Baihe Island, the Lu family of Tsunglong Island, and the Zhang family of Yundong Island. Though the price was high, it was well worth it. The information included detailed intelligence on the 3 false Dan true immortals from the 3 families. Their cultivation levels, martial arts techniques, magical artifacts, and remaining lifespan, among other details. Fighting them head-on was definitely impossible. With this knowledge, Shen Xian's chances of escaping safely when facing these 3 false Dan true immortals increased slightly. Under Wan Meng's puzzled gaze, Shen Xian picked up the 3 intelligence jade slips, turned without looking back, and departed calmly. From start to finish, Shen Xian did not spare Wan Meng a single glance. He did not even hint at any closeness toward Wan Meng, let alone anything more intimate. This left Wan Meng deeply surprised. She had thought that Shen Xian was playing a game of teasing and tempting her. But to her surprise, even though she didn't charge him, Shen Xian. Chapter 3 Death Roll. Please subscribe. Baihe Island. Cave Residence. In the training room. Shen Xian slowly opened his eyes and ceased his training. A few days earlier, the heads of the Wei and Lu families had engaged in a fierce battle. The battle ended with the Lu family head's spirit beast, the demon shark, being injured and poisoned after it went into hiding. On the surface, the head of the Wei family seemed to have the upper hand. But that was not the case. The head of the Wei family had resorted to every trick in his arsenal, even activating his hidden third treasure, the bone-piercing poisoned nails. Meanwhile, the head of the Lu family still had an upper-grade flying sword and an upper-grade spirit shield, which he had not yet deployed. Clearly, the head of the Lu family was merely testing the waters. He had no intention of engaging in a mutually destructive battle with the head of the Wei family. What truly made the Lu family wary was the Wei family's old ancestor, the fake Dan Zhenren. As long as the Wei family's ancestral elder perished, the Lu family would certainly mobilize all their forces and launch a counterattack on White Crane Island. Time of troubles. Shen Xian sighed softly. A flash of determination flickered in the center of his brows. Chapter 3 Transforming into a Dragon. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian looked at Wei Yiting, who was clearly uneasy, and his thoughts quickly turned to understanding the reason behind it. Previously, the Wei family of Baihe Island had no tradition of water-based alchemy. Wei Yiting and her clan members were raised according to the Wei family's customary methods. Every 5 days, they took a qi-nourishing pill to accelerate the cultivation progress of qi-cultivating cultivators. At the age of 20, Wei Yiting had already broken through to the 5th layer of qi cultivation. Her cultivation speed was considered exceptionally fast. Of course, her diligent cultivation played a significant role. However, the regularly distributed qi-nourishing pills also played a significant role. Later, after Wei Yiting awakened her talent for water-based alchemy. Since the Wei family had no one skilled in alchemy, she was still raised like an ordinary clan member. There are fake Dan cultivators among the cultivators. In fact, there were also cultivators with fake foundations. Many cultivating families resorted to desperate measures, using every possible method to support special cultivators in establishing their foundational cultivation bases. Even if it is a lower-grade foundation, or even a poor-quality foundation. Chapter 3 The Invisible Demon Shark. Please support the series. The Eastern Sea. 300 miles south of Tsunglong Island. A Wei family warship was speeding back to Baihe Island. On the deck, Wei Xinghong bows to another scholar-like cultivator. 7th Uncle, your recent action in capturing and killing Lu Zhanhao's spirit beast, the Invisible Demon Shark, is truly commendable. This man was none other than Wei Anqin, another Wei family member, who had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and was a candidate for the Dan formation stage. On the other side of the deck, the massive invisible demon shark, held by a black iron hook artifact, was struggling desperately. A blood-soaked hole gouged into its abdomen revealed the demon core, which had been torn out. With more breath leaving its body than entering, it was extremely weak and on the brink of death. Wei Anqin gazed intently toward the Azure Dragon Island. Lu Zhanhao is ambitious and dares to plot a comeback, aiming to retake White Crane Island. This time, killing his spirit beast will serve as a warning to him. The Wei family had been preparing for this operation for a long time, using an invisible demon. Chapter 340, The Sound of Wind and Cranes. Please follow. Shen Xian was not mistaken. The Lu family not only did not back down, but launched a fierce counterattack. A demon-hunting ship from the Wei family, along with its crew, was completely destroyed. A single foundation establishment cultivator, and over a dozen Qi cultivation demon hunters, were left with only one severely injured survivor. That was deliberately left behind by the Lu family. The Lu family of Songlong Island officially declared war on the Wei family of Baihe Island. What had been a covert struggle behind the scenes has now escalated into an open war between cultivating families. An unprovoked attack, employing vicious tactics. They launched a surprise attack and sank the Wei family's warships. This left over a dozen of the Wei family's mansions draped in white silk. A sense of grief and sorrow permeated the entire White Crane Island. The entire Wei clan mobilized, beginning to recruit wandering cultivators to join the battle. The terms offered were extremely generous. All spoils of war would belong to the individual. Salary was provided based on cultivation level. Killing a Lu family Qi cultivation cultivator would earn 1,000 spirit stones. For those at the foundation establishment realm, the reward was 30 times that amount. Chapter 341, Qingxin Jinren. Please support the serialization. Shen Xian deliberately walked to the seawall 100 miles away. Night fell. 3 groups of cultivators spotted Shen Xian exiting the restricted combat zone of the Immortal City. They gradually increased their speed and closed in from all sides. Fishing these days is really no easy task. Looking at the churning sea, Shen Xian sighed softly. No big fish. Shen Xian turned around and greeted the approaching cultivators. Fellow cultivators, are you here to find me? The weather today is truly pleasant. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature dropped suddenly and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Half an hour later, Shen Xian stood alone on the seawall. His face expressionless, his mind as calm as water. In the darkness of the night, on the sea surface, countless demon fish and shrimp swarmed toward him, opening their mouths to devour every scrap of flesh. 3 groups of 7 people, all at the foundation establishment realm. Chapter 342, Sudden Increase in Lifespan. Please follow and subscribe. Shen Xian took a sip of the spiritual wine. With a hint of intoxication, he suddenly looked up. His eyes locked onto the old ancestor of the Wei family. Have you satisfied the true immortal with the return of the longevity pill, and the inheritance of its refinement? The old ancestor of the Wei family froze. His divine sense swept over Shen Xian once more. Master Shen is at the mid-foundation establishment stage, correct? 5th layer of foundation establishment. The rejuvenation pill is a 3rd-tier life-extending elixir. Can Master Shen truly refine it? Shen Xian smiled. 3 years. The true immortal has given Shen Dan 3 years. He will certainly be able to refine the rejuvenation pill. Then use the rejuvenation pill to refine the inheritance, and trade it for the divine turtle's blood essence of the Tsangming true immortal. Shen Xian was full of confidence. He had already accumulated over Yetman 18 points of Tao essence. As long as he had enough medicinal herbs to practice with. After entering the realm, he could use Tao essence to enhance his skills. Even the rejuvenation pill, a 3rd-tier life-extending elixir, could be advanced to the proficient stage. Chapter 343, Sailing Through the Storm. Please support the serialization. The increase in lifespan means that the rate of decline in vital energy and blood slows down. Even if one reaches the Dan formation stage at 200 years old. Based on Shen Xian's lifespan, he is still in his prime. The success rate of condensing the true Dan has increased slightly. Moreover, Shen Xian can also take longevity-enhancing pills, like the longevity-extending pill and the life-restoring pill. This can further extend his lifespan. Even if he were 400 years old. It is not impossible. The longer a cultivator's lifespan, the stronger their power. They have more time to cultivate their techniques, advance their cultivation levels, and enhance the power of their spells. With ample lifespan, one need not risk their life to compete for cultivation resources. Moreover, in the cultivation world, there are many secret techniques that can consume lifespan to enhance cultivation realm and strengthen protective measures. For example, the tortoise spirit divination, that was not chosen earlier, is one such technique. By sacrificing one's own lifespan, one can peer into the heavens, foretell the future, and make divine predictions with uncanny accuracy. Chapter 378, Turbulent Clouds and Mysterious Waves. Please support the series. 10 days later. Weihai Immortal City. Within the Sword Immortal Pavilion established by the Divine Sword Sect. The Tianzi No. Yet VIP Suite. When Shen Xian and Wei Jiazhu entered, Wei Onping was accompanying a merchant dressed fake Dan Junren in conversation. Is this Shen Chongxing, the Dan Master Shen? The fake Dan cultivator was none other than Zhuo Qingning, the president of the Tongxin Merchants Guild. He was the public face of the Tongxin Merchants Guild. Behind the scenes, there were several true Dan immortal elders. Their strength was on par with that of a mid-tier sect in the Song Kingdom. This junior, Shen Chongxing, greets President Zhuo. Shen Xian bowed respectfully. Master Shen is so young, the younger generation is truly formidable. Zhuo Qingning swept his divine sense over the crowd. The person before him seemed to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage, with vital energy indicating he was less than 100 years old. Given his status, praising someone as truly impressive was a significant show of respect toward Shen Xian. The four took their seats. Chapter 379, Pulling Chestnuts Out of the Fire. Please subscribe. Shen Xian's expression darkened. Let's talk inside. Wan Meng stuck out her delicate pink tongue and followed Shen Xian into the inn room. Shen Xian personally brewed a cup of spiritual tea for Wan Meng. Holy maiden, speak. What do you want this time? Hehe, Shen Xian, why did you come here? Wan Meng exposed Shen Xian's true identity. The Blood Spirit Sect has issued a bounty of 10,000 demon stones. The price on Shen Daoyou's head is higher than that of a direct disciple of the Golden Core Realm. Shen Xian smiled and said, the bounty was issued by the Yuan family, wasn't it? Does the Holy Maiden still care about a mere 10,000 demon stones? She does care. But Wan Meng knows that Shen Xian is highly skilled and killed the Blood Spirit Sect's holy son. He's not someone to mess with. Wan Meng took a sip of the spiritual tea and spat it out with a pfft sound. This spiritual tea is of such poor quality. Shen Daoyu, you dare to use such inferior goods to entertain an old friend. Chapter 380, The Army at the City Gates. Please subscribe. A few days later. The head of the Wei family paid a visit. Please have some tea, Wei Dao. This time, Shen Xian served him mist shadow spirit tea. Yu Dan, the master of the Divine Sword Sect, was a decent person. He had specially arranged for someone to bring 2 jars of mist shadow spirit tea to White Crane Island. Wei Jiazhu's visit this time was no coincidence. The deal between him and the Wei family's ancestor was nearing its conclusion. The Wei family would divide the essence blood of the spirit communing black tortoise into 10 portions and hand it all over to him. He has worked diligently for 2.5 years to refine the spiritual pills for the Wei family. The success rate of the 5th batch of longevity pills had reached 40%. It was time to begin refining the life-restoring pills. As long as 2 pills are produced, the Wei family would be guaranteed a profit. The head of the Wei family inquired repeatedly. Shen Xian began refining the life-restoring pill with some confidence. 2 pills should be sufficient. At least one will be an ordinary quality. The other. Chapter 381, A Huge Ransom. Please continue reading. The sea and sky blend into one. On the horizon. As the sun rose, the sky was a mix of bright red and deep yellow. It emerged from the sea, moving slowly and awkwardly. Like a newborn baby, it slowly ascended into the sky, curiously gazing down at the tiny, fragile creatures below. The azure sky is interspersed with patches of gray-white, giving it a deep and solemn appearance. I don't know how long it took. The sun finally steadied itself and began to exert its power, unleashing countless golden rays. The surrounding clouds turned crimson, as if ablaze. Shen Xian and Wei Yiting stood on the cliff by the sea, quietly admiring the sunrise. How beautiful! Wei Yiting was captivated by the stunning sunrise. Her eyes were dreamy. Shen Xian squinted his eyes, his expression calm. Master Shen, will we meet again? If fate permits, perhaps we will. Wei Yiting murmured to herself. Chapter Sam Bak Ba Sup Yi, a desperate battle. Please follow and subscribe. Lu Jiazhu smiled without any warmth. Master Shindan is joking. I must have misunderstood. The ransom for Master Shindan is 50,000 spirit stones. If you're temporarily short on funds, it's no problem. The Lu family is willing to hire Shindan as a Dan master with an annual salary of 10,000 spirit stones. It will only take 5 years to repay the ransom debt. Shinxian shook his head gently. He slowly turned around and walked toward the port where the White Crane Island set sail. The head of the Lu family was slightly startled. Is he returning to White Crane Island? Master Shen, you'd better think this through. If you go back now, you won't be able to come out again at the same price. Shinxian paid no heed. He continued walking back as if nothing had happened. How dare you? At the gesture of the Lu family head, a Lu family cultivator roared angrily. 2 ice bears, stepping on the waves, roared and charged toward Shinxian. However, Shinxian merely. Chapter Sam Bak Ba Sup Sam, Dragon's Roar of the East Sea. Please support the series. 500 or 600 scattered cultivators from the Lu family's camp, their faces filled with excitement, charged toward the port where the white cranes were setting sail. The vast majority were flying on their weapons, in groups of 3 or 5. Only a handful of Foundation establishment-level cultivators were piloting flying ships. Some Chi Cultivation Realm cultivators piloted flying boats, trailing behind the flying ships in hopes of scavenging leftovers. However, what awaited them was a well-trained fleet of Wei clan warships. A dozen or so Wei family warships, arranged in a spearhead formation, charged out swiftly under the lead of the Wei family flagship. Fire! With the war clan leader's command. Boom! The sound of spiritual energy cannons echoed loudly. The dozens of lone cultivators at the front were shattered into pieces, their remains flying everywhere. A lone wandering cultivator's spaceship, caught in the crossfire, was struck by over a dozen spirit energy cannon blasts. Both the ship and its occupants were blown to pieces in an instant. In an instant, countless fragments of flesh and ship debris swirled through the sky. Chapter Sam Bak Ba Sup Say, the dragon shows its head. Please support the series. On the battlefield, many wandering cultivators stopped what they were doing and looked toward Lu Zhanping. What is that thing? It looks like a dragon snake, dragging Lu Zhenren into the sea. Master Lu is doomed. The Lu family is doomed. The wandering cultivators, who were originally fence-sitters, were buzzing with speculation. For them, fighting in a favorable situation was no problem. But when the tide turned, they were helpless. Their first thought was to flee for their lives. No one could have imagined. The Lu family launched a genocidal war against the Wei family. Just as they had broken through the Wei family's island defense array, and were about to launch a major offensive. Lu Zhanping, the newly promoted false Dan immortal of the Lu family, was pursuing the Wei family's fleeing warship when he fell into an ambush, and was severely wounded by a massive serpent. The entire battle lasted only a mere dozen breaths. Lu Zhenren's fate remained uncertain. At that moment, the battlefield was in complete chaos. Chapter Sam Bak Ba Sup Undercurrents. Please follow and subscribe. That evening, the Wei family held a victory banquet. The Wei family cultivators, having narrowly escaped death, were overjoyed. Even those who had lost loved ones couldn't help but smile through their grief. The head of the Wei family was beaming with joy. He raised his cup repeatedly to toast and praised the brave clan members by name. Those whose names were called stood up boldly, drank heartily, and seemed to swallow the sky. For a time, laughter and joy filled the air, easing the pain of losing loved ones. That night, except for a few Foundation establishment-level elders responsible for surveillance, all the surviving Wei family cultivators, young and old, men and women, were mostly drunk beyond measure. After the family's celebratory banquet, the head of the Wei family was also hosting an external celebratory banquet, inviting closely related cultivation families to attend, to boast about the Wei family's outstanding victory over the Lu family. However, all the cultivators of the Wei family were well aware of the truth. Chapter Sam Bak Ba Sup Lo, laughing at the turbulent times. Please subscribe. The next day, Wei Yiting failed to show up as promised. Instead, a steward from the Tianxiang pavilion came specially to pay a visit. He brought an encrypted jade slip from the master of the Tianxiang pavilion in Weihai Xiancheng. After receiving it, Shen Xian scanned it with his divine sense. It was a personal letter from Wan Meng. She first expressed her apologies. Dan Shen Chongsheng had transformed into a dragon and single-handedly slain Lu Zhanping, his brilliance too overwhelming. The attention was too intense, and she couldn't contain it. 2 days later, the Tianxiang Pavilion would be selling updated intelligence on Shen Chongsheng. The price was set at a staggering Nman spirit stones. It not only revealed Shen Xian's true identity, it also detailed his mastery of physical cultivation, the divine thunder talismans, his perfection in ice magic, and his expertise in water-based alchemy. To make amends, she offered Shen Xian 2 important pieces of information for free. The first piece of information is that the Lu family of Songlong Island has initiated a clan war, backed by the Beast Emperor Pavilion, with the aim of seizing Baiha Island and Chapter 347, Conquering with Strength. Please subscribe. Yewuhan said no more. His aura surged violently. His cultivation, at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, erupted instantly. Shendaoyu, be careful. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Yewuhan immediately merged his sword and body, transforming into a dazzling golden beam, shooting straight toward Shen Xian. On the opposite side, Shen Xian, though 2 minor realms below him, he had also cultivated physical cultivation techniques, bringing him close to the Dharma realm. Not long ago, he had even defeated a fake Danjun master. Yewuhan had complete confidence in himself. Facing Shen Xian, he dared not take him lightly. To please his master, he staked his life-bound flying sword and his Dan-forming spiritual artifact. There was no room for error, there was no way out. Shen Xian had already prepared for this. A flash of thunder and lightning arcs erupted from his body, and his figure vanished in an instant. Thunder escape technique? Yewuhan was secretly startled. The intelligence reports didn't mention that the opponent was skilled in thunder escape technique. The Golden Gang's word was unleashed. Chapter 348, Spring Blooms. Please follow. 100 feet below the sea. It was pitch black and gloomy. At the very bottom of the East Sea, oddly shaped rocks jut out, and the air is deathly quiet. The immense water pressure is enough to deter even the most powerful cultivators. However, this is the paradise of deep-sea sea demons. They are oddly shaped, with fierce expressions, sharp fangs, and eyes that have degenerated, preferring to swim with their mouths wide open to hunt. At this moment, these deep-sea predators, sensing an extreme threat, frantically flee in all directions. Tianzhong long green dragon snake swims leisurely through the depths of the sea. Its scales shimmered, moving at an incredible speed, and its body emitted a faint, icy blue spiritual light. The ferocious and savage aura emanating from the primordial divine beast, the dragon, spreads in all directions. Wherever it passed, various deep-sea demons hiding their forms fled in panic. It was none other than Shen Xian who had transformed into this form. Chapter 349, The Mystic Ice Golden Pill. Please support the series. Water-based alchemy is more intricate than fire-based alchemy. Shen Xian couldn't possibly stay by the alchemy furnace the entire time. Therefore, 2 absolutely loyal and reliable alchemy apprentices are essential. Select 1 prodigy each from the Ding family and the Shangguan family to serve as unpaid apprentices. This had already been tested at the Wei family on White Crane Island. The results were satisfactory. Qingfeng and Mingyue are deeply grateful to him. The art is not to be passed on lightly. Such refined skills as alchemy, without the guidance of a master, ordinary cultivators find it difficult to even begin. The slightest mistake could result in all efforts being wasted. Those selected as alchemy apprentices will eventually become at least first-tier superior alchemists. Not only will they benefit themselves, they can also give back to their families. This time, after Shen Xian returned to the sect from the Dongshan Sea region, to avoid drawing attention, he will seclude himself for an extended period of time to cultivate in private. There are no special circumstances. Chapter 350, Suspicious Clouds Gather. Please subscribe. The 100 Arts of Cultivation, Alchemy, Talismans, Arrays, and Weapons. No matter how you rank them, alchemy remains the pinnacle of cultivation arts. Shen Xian had already formulated his plan for the next steps. Help Li Rui enhance his cultivation realm and restore his memories. Li Rui was once a 3rd-tier alchemist. The 2 of them studied alchemy together, achieving twice the result with half the effort. The short-term goal is to refine the Jingji pill. Over the years, Shen Xian had used the devour all things skill to extract spiritual energy from demon beast meat. His Tao Foundation Spirit Sea has been steadily growing. At the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment, he was on par with those at the peak of Foundation Establishment. However, a problem arose. He has absorbed too much external spiritual energy. Within his Dantian, the Xian Bingling Lian has been facilitating the fusion of its own spiritual energy with the external spiritual energy. However, the two have not yet reached a perfect state of integration. Originally, Shen Xian was only at the middle-tier Tao Foundation level. Now, his quality had declined, and he was only slightly better than a lower-grade Tao Foundation. Shen Xian plans to. Chapter 391. A loud slap. Please subscribe. From the very beginning, Shen Xian had harbored doubts. He suspected that Li Rui's situation was not good. The disciples of the Lingdan Hall said she had been refining pills all along. It was unlikely to be the common foundation-building elixirs, like the spirit-gathering pill, or the true yuan pill. Common elixirs have mediocre effects, simple refining techniques, and controllable costs. Shen Xian used the giant furnace to refine these common foundation-building elixirs, in the most primitive form of industrialization. The Qingyun sect relies on the giant furnace to refine pills, not only achieving self-sufficiency in the common spiritual pills needed by its foundation-building disciples. They also seized market share for the spirit-gathering pill, yellow dragon pill, and nurturing essence pill from the medicine god valley, opening up a new source of income. The profits from this revenue stream are equivalent to several third-tier spiritual veins. The drastic increase in alchemy efficiency dealt a devastating blow to individual alchemists. In the past, alchemists could achieve profitability with a success rate of just 3%. Now, with the rising prices of herbs and the falling prices of elixirs, the success rate of alchemy has become even more critical.